Happy Open Line Thursday, Rickies. We are the Junks coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as well. Got a four-man junk show this morning. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on your Instagram. As always, joined by Jason Bishop.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He is here, as is John Paul Flame.
What's up, Cakesy?
What's up? And Eric Bickle.
What's up, buddy?
That
You're
is-
promoting your Instagram. I know you don't use it much. What is your last post?
It's probably poker related, but I don't even know. I'm not sure. It's seldom used.
I remember one time I checked and it was all like food pictures or poker chips.
I would think maybe I posted something while we were in Dewey Beach, but probably not.
I'm a big we're a big food pick family. When we're out to eat, we take pics of our food. If we make something nice, we take pics of it. Mm-hmm. Might send it to the family or friends.
If I had taken pics last night, I would have taken pics of Big Greek Cafe. Big Greek Cafe came up big on $7 Euro Wednesdays.
That
All right,
is
Cakes.
a great deal.
Yeah, it is.
I just went to Instagram,
Yeah.
Cakes Flops.
Yes.
And your last.
What's the
I'll
date?
just do your last 6 posts.
Okay,
I don't know
yes.
the date. One is poker chips.
Yep. Sure.
Says still alive in the WSOP main event.
Oh well, that was last summer.
Jeez.
Okay.
That was definitely a while ago.
Just looking at your grid. Then
Yeah.
the 5th most recent is also from the World Series of Poker, Day 4.
Yeah.
Then the 4th most recent is poker chips. And it just says, time to spin up this stack at MGM National Harbor. That
Yeah.
was 15 weeks ago.
I'm a one-trick pony.
So your last 3.
Yes.
Also poker chips.
Yes.
This one says trying to get a day 2 bag. That's 13 weeks ago.
It's what I do.
You've got a pecan pie.
Oh, but
Eddie brought us pie on
Eddie-
National Pie Day.
Love
Eddie
his
Balls.
pies.
That was March 14th.
I definitely have one of those in my freezer, just
Nice.
waiting to be deployed.
And your
yeah.
most recent post
That would have
from
been out already in my house.
April 1st, poker chips.
Very good. That's
Well, do
kinda
you
what I
post
do.
consistent.
stories?
Poker.
Say, but he might be posting stories
Oh, I
in
don't do
between.
stories.
Yeah.
I don't do stories. Kind of not.
A lot
really
of
my
people
thing.
just post a lot of stories.
You know, if I had posted a story yesterday, it would have been of me almost getting into a major accident on the way home from work.
What happened?
I was like 5 to 7 minutes from home. I was on Norbeck Road. I was just thinking about what I'm going to have to eat for lunch. And I'm about to pass Blake High School, which is on my left. And I noticed an Amazon truck coming down like one of the exits to the school. And there's a stop sign. And there's a divided highway. There's one lane going this way, one lane coming this way. I'm like, well, I see him, and I'm like, well, that guy's going to stop. Doesn't stop at the stop sign, blows completely through it.
All right.
Luckily, nobody was coming
Didn't
this
see
direction.
the stop sign. Right.
And he just darts directly across the street, and I nearly T-boned the guy. I mean, I had to slam on my brakes, swerve out of the way. If I weren't paying attention, I would have plowed directly
So
in.
he just cut you off.
Yeah, he just
Yeah.
drove
right
out
in
Just right in
of
front of you.
completely in front of
Do
me.
you think he didn't see the stop sign or just didn't see you?
I don't know whether he just disrespected the stop sign and was just felt like
Yeah.
he could make it. He was cutting it close, though.
It's scary.
Because I came within about 15 to 20 feet of just plowing into him at about 40 plus miles per hour.
Yeah.
It would have been an ugly scene.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like airbags deploying type of
Oh, that'll
accident.
ruin your car. That'll ruin your body.
It might kill me.
Yeah.
It might have permanently silenced his temple. I mean, who can have that?
My buddy got in
Little
a
bit of-
T-bone accident. He's still in pain 2-3 months later.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
It was a little bit terrifying.
Yeah.
Jeff
I'm glad you were on your game.
I was on my game. Jeff Bezos would have been stroking me a big check.
Big one.
Yeah.
Big one. Now I might have been in a wheelchair. Or I might have been doing the show like out of a voice box, but
Right.
it was close.
So did you? So dinner was good last night. You got the.
Oh, it was good.
Yeah.
Chicken. No, I got a just standard gyro. Of course, I got Big Greek Cafe fries. Got an order of hummus. It was delicious.
Taco bowl last night.
So good.
Taco bowl was good.
Homemade taco bowl.
Homemade taco bowl. My daughter made it. It was good.
Nice.
Are we doing what did you eat for dinner
It
last
sounds
night?
like it.
No,
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. It was just
An impromptu version.
off of his meal last night. I just wanted to mention that.
Track meet.
It was not a Taco Tuesday. It was a Taco Wednesday.
Yes.
Track meet, Rockville High School. I got to say, their griller does a really good job.
Okay.
Cheeseburger.
The regular old hoopty cheeseburger and a track meet.
Is it a food truck? Is it a like snack bar situation?
Yeah, they have some sort of snack bar set up.
Ah, very good.
They do have food trucks that show up, and I did partake in Brewster's ice cream.
Well, that sounds delicious.
I've said it many times. Any sport that has the word meat attached to it,
It's gonna be long.
it's going to be
It's gonna
long.
be a long
If it's a
affair.
swim meet, a track meet, a wrestling meet, they take a long time. You watch your kid, then you wait another 40 minutes.
I
Then
go
you
to
watch your
zero
kid.
meets these days. Zero.
Kind of nice, isn't it?
It's kind of nice.
Kind of nice. You miss it, but you also
Oh,
don't.
I miss it. I mean, I went to plenty of gymnastics meets back in the day.
Also
those,
long.
I mean, those would literally take forever. I mean, it's great to watch. It's great to watch your kid participate. Problem is, you got to watch all of the kids participate.
Yeah, I mean, my kid ran the 400. I believe she finished in 1 minute and 23 seconds. So props to her. She was in the finals, finished third.
Oh, good job.
Good job.
But the next race for her was at least an hour later.
Yeah.
Because she ran the 1600, ran the mile.
A lot of doom scrolling.
You wouldn't
in
do
there.
great with volleyball. Volleyball, you go in, say you're in the morning wave. Kid, you have an 8 o'clock match. Kid has to be there at 7. Got to leave the hotel at 6:30, and then you're there till 2 p.m., 3 p.m.
Yeah, but you're seeing more than one match.
You're seeing
And it's a
3
team
matches,
sport.
but it's over 7 or 8 hours.
Yeah.
It's, trust me, a lot of downtime. A lot of downtime.
A lot of you time.
A lot of walking around.
Yep.
And just trying to avoid just terrible convention center fries.
It's hard to wrap my brain around. These are not kids that are in Olympics. The oldest kids at these track meets, it's ages, I think, 5 until middle school. All
Okay, that's pretty
so
big
every
gap.
age group, every race, they have boys, they have girls, and they have the peewees, the bantams.
Yeah.
I can't remember, intermediate. I don't remember all the names of groups. But it is amazing to me sometimes when you see a seventh grade kid that's running a mile in 5:30.
Yeah.
Well, it's crazy. Well, there's a viral video of a 7th grade, like 6'8" kid that's just dunking all over other kids.
Dunking on cats.
Like in young, like AAU. And
Yeah.
it's like, oh my God, this guy.
The next Wemby.
I mean, this guy's unbelievable.
Yeah, this guy's going to go
He's
pro.
6'8", going between his legs and dunking on guys.
He's going to be in the whatever the NBA draft mocks for
Yeah.
2030 or 2031,
It's-
number one pick.
It's unbelievable.
You know what we have yet to see, and people thought, well, once you get one guy who does this, eventually there are going to be more that do this. We've yet to see another Shohei. Do you realize hit a home run last night,
Yep.
and he had a no-hitter last night,
Yep.
and then if you read the stories, I didn't watch the game.
They say he was pissed off or something.
Yeah,
Right?
because he had 4 walks.
Yeah.
Did he give him a hit?
He
His
allowed-
ERA's dropped to like 0.7. Mm-hmm. It's absurd.
How many innings did he last?
6.
And were they all no hit, or did he give up a hit in the 6th inning?
No,
Yeah.
Yeah, he allowed a run through 6, no hits, but his ERA actually went up because
Right.
he gave up the run.
Right.
Went up to
Went
0.82.
to 0.82, yeah.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
I know. He's
But-
absurd.
Nobody else has broken through. I would think eventually there might be somebody else. And then
It just shows
I'm
you the
reading
freak
yesterday
talent.
about OTAs and how Travis Hunter gets kind of upset that people are still asking about playing both ways.
He's
We'll see
probably
what
also-
happens this year.
Probably also still upset that his girlfriend or wife is leaving him, and he didn't force her to sign a prenup, and she's going after him for like $200,000 a month or something.
Driving around basically saying he's going to go broke.
It's something crazy.
Well, how can you afford to live on less than $200,000 a month?
Well, I mean, he should have had
You
him
can-
sign the whatever the
Feel
prenup.
bad for him. He said
Prenup.
she promised him she would never leave him, and now all she's
She
doing,
promised.
she promised him.
Yeah.
And now all she's doing is just trying to fleece him for every nickel he's got.
I mean, I kind of feel bad for him. He's just
Wait,
young.
what
He's young
He's
and naive.
young and naive.
What
He's a
percentage
kid.
of NFL players have their wives sign prenups? I got to think it's
I
probably
don't know.
pretty low.
I don't know.
It's probably low, but if you're a really high pick, I would
Yeah.
guess that number goes up.
That's got to be an awkward conversation. We're all married. Could you imagine
Not
saying
us,
you need to get
because
a.
we're numbers.
I understand, but still.
If you have 50 million in the bank, or you're going to make 200 million in your career, it's probably something that you have to broach with your partner.
I know
it
one-
defeats the purpose of
Till death do us part.
till death do us part.
Okay, but then
Yeah.
then you would just hand them the piece of paper that says 50% of couples get divorced.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the reality,
Trifling, but it's true.
you know.
I know.
We know you know. So yeah, I mean, if you're Nubs and working at Toys R Us, you're not going to hand your wife a prenup signed.
I know one guy that was close
It's
to
not
get
gonna happen.
close to getting married, and ultimately he said, Basically, he didn't get married because he didn't want to share his wealth with anybody.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yep. Basically, to come down to there was some other factors.
How old is he now?
I don't know.
Our age?
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eric, I gotta correct you. That's a fake video. Travis Hunter talking about his wife.
Oh, it is?
on
I was
Twitter.
going to say, Travis Hunter's only 23. He's got a
They
wife
got married
already?
like a year ago, and
Yeah.
I'm reading it saying it was a fake viral video.
Well, I can't determine what's fake or not. I saw the video. It looked real to me.
We're all getting duped.
I saw. I mean, I'm glad you corrected the record, but I saw the video. Looked
She gets
real to me.
She gets a lot of
There's a lot of hate.
from people who
Lot of-
saying she's a money gold digger.
They had some issues even before they got married.
Yes.
It was viral.
Right.
No.
Yeah, well, good. I'm glad he's not getting fleeced then. He was
Yeah,
showing
me
off his
too.
new fishing boat.
He definitely loves fishing.
Oh my god!
fishing
What
guy.
Maybe that was fake too, but look real.
I don't know if that's fake because I've seen stories about him that like that's his getaway is just getting out of the pond or the lake and fishing.
Right.
Helps him get away from everything, connect with nature. All right, coming up on an open line Thursday, which, by the way, is brought to you by our friends at Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. The windows, they're measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. Scott Abraham, sports director for ABC7. He was out at Commanders OTAs. He'll join us at 8:45. And Barry Zerluga, columnist for The Athletic. He'll join us coming up at 9 o'clock. When we come back, we'll get into what happened out in Ashburn for the Commanders OTAs. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
You're invited to Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. You can get custom fit for the all-new Titleist GTS drivers. Find the perfect driver for your swing, helping you gain superior distance, accuracy, and speed by personalizing your performance. Be the first to have the new Titleist GTS drivers. You can book your fitting in store or online at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since back in 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. So yesterday, Commanders players were out at the, let me see if I can get the name of it right, the Big Bear AI Performance Center in Ashburn. I think
That's what the bubble's
I
called?
think that's the full name of the
Is that
training.
the bubble? Or the
No,
entire...
I think that's the name of the training complex.
the entire-
They
Commanders
did
Park.
move to the bubble because of the rain.
Yeah.
So going through the paces, you got to see Jaden Daniels, you got to see Terry McLaurin, you got to see Sonny Styles and company.
They're all out there.
They're all out there for the OTAs.
Well,
They're-
McLaurin and Tunsil, big names that showed up that, of course, weren't there last
Yeah,
year.
Tunsil usually makes a habit of sitting out some of these early OTAs. Like they knew that before they acquired him.
Doesn't seem that critical for an O lineman. Maybe it is, but
So
Yeah.
good to see him. Good to see that buy-in, that he's there.
yeah.
So, of course, Jaden Daniels is front and center. We have audio of Jaden from yesterday. This first clip is him talking about how comfortable he is under center in David Blau's new offense.
I know this is not the first time you've been in the Senate, right? But was there more emphasis working on the footwork and all that this offseason than in the past?
Nah, I mean, I always did that. You got to be versatile in whatever you can, and I had to be well-rounded, so ever since I got in the NFL, it's kind of just been the thing. So it's not anything like super new to me.
I mean, it might not be new to him, but I honestly can't remember him taking snaps under center in Cliff's offense. I'm sure he's done it.
It's
at times.
happened.
I'm sure it's happened, but
It's happened.
Like seeing it's going to be on a regular basis is going to be weird. It's going to take some getting used to.
Yeah,
Remember,
yeah.
we were
Yeah,
having this discussion last year about should he be under center more?
Yeah.
And I remember a critical third down. He was under center. He did a rollout, had a first down pass, I think to John to
Bates?
John Bates, if I'm not mistaken. But it just wasn't prevalent in the offense.
No, you
We're
never
like-
saw it.
We're like over analyzing it, though. I mean, these guys are quarterbacks, have been doing it their whole lives, even though he's largely been a shotgun guy. Somebody did make the point, though, as you kind of break it down. I never thought of it, but that when you're under center and you turn your back just for a second, you know, as you're dropping back,
Yeah.
you do lose sight of the defense.
Oh, yeah.
And then you got to get your eyes back locked on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is an adjustment there.
But on the flip
but
side,
these guys
the,
all do
the
it.
defense, it's trickery with the ball
For sure.
That's going
Because
be
you could do the little play action. and-
potentially advantageous for the offense too.
No doubt.
Play action, you can do a lot of different things. when
Even if
under
you're
center.
freezing those linebackers for a split second,
Yeah.
maybe
Right.
get a guy open.
I
Right?
don't think there's any doubt about it. But it is interesting that those are like the little nuances that, as you're just an average fan, you don't really think about.
I'd kind of equate it to like you guys hosting afternoons. You know how to do a radio show. We all know how to do a radio show, but it's just a little different in
They're a
that
different rhythm.
day
everybody
part, different rhythm, different. News stories are breaking as the show's going on.
We'd be so well rested if we hosted in the
It's
afternoons.
kind of like that where
Yeah.
what you do a couple shows, you get your sea legs under
Right.
you. Should be
Yeah,
all
I
right.
think
And
it'll
you're
be
good to
pretty
go.
seamless. I think he'll be pretty seamless at it. He's such an athletic freak.
he doesn't seem phased by it whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm amazed, and maybe this is one of your clips. I'm not sure, but just sort of how I saw a bunch of these guys on other videos, and they just talked about sort of the command of the offense already. Kind of already got it. It's a brand new offense, and everybody's just like he's been running it forever.
Yeah.
Well, he said he's been working with Blau for 3 months.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't happen overnight.
He's drilling down on it.
Yeah.
So it's second nature. By the time by the time preseason rolls around, it should be.
Well, it needs to be.
I think it's the best move long term, and we saw a team successfully do this last year. Caleb Williams was in a very similar position to Jaden Daniels in terms of being a quarterback who had been in shotgun essentially his whole career, all of college, probably all of high school, almost never under center. And Ben Johnson takes over there in Chicago, forced them to go under center, and the offense benefited.
Yeah, I think it'll be good.
It's going to be really.
I'm excited to
interesting.
see it.
I am too, and I was interested to see when Scott Abraham, he was out there, asking questions to these guys, and then they threw up an ABC 7 Sports poll of fans, what they thought of this year. And it was roughly, 25% thought division winner, 25% thought going to the playoffs. Very small percentage thought Super Bowl winner.
Right.
But then the overwhelming number was it's going to be a poop show.
Oh, really?
It's like 50%
Wow.
of the people polled. The
Vibes
Commanders-
aren't good.
And I didn't understand that.
Well, it's just coming off.
It's coming off that
last
year. I understand you got two young new coordinators
Yeah.
and you got a bunch of new guys.
I think the schedule's very, very
schedule's
tough.
difficult, but I just thought that with all of that, especially with all the new guys that they signed and Sonny Styles that they drafted, I thought that fans would be jacked.
Well, relating to that, let's play the second clip from Jaden. This is referring to how last season left a bitter taste in his mouth.
For you this offseason, I know obviously you worked out a lot, but from a mental standpoint, kind of had to be more. You think about this football differently after last year with all the injuries and what you had to do to get going?
I would say, it left a bitter taste in my mouth from last year and just how everything played out. So you kind of just go on that off season and just figure out ways to mentally get better physically and emotionally and everything. So I was just going out there and just, kind of just staying out the way and just focus on what I could focus on, control what I could control.
He always just says the politically correct.
He says the right things. Yep.
Yeah, he just says the right thing. Get me out of
He's
here.
a well-trained media guy.
Yeah, he handles it.
Let me do real short answers and then just stop the questions.
Yeah.
No, but he's good. He's good dude. And obviously from whatever happened last year with all the injuries, he's got to be raring to go, man. He wants to prove himself again.
And by the way, I hope people aren't falling for the obviously photoshopped picture of him on Twitter that's circulating that makes it look like he weighs about 130 pounds.
No, I didn't see that.
Okay,
I got
so-
another one of
I
them.
think the caption said he weighed
butt skinny.
140.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, that's
Come on, let's not keep circulating that. Don't give that any
Was it
oxygen.
fake, the pictures I saw of Anthony Richardson where he looked like he had gotten even more jacked?
I have
Was that
not,
fake too?
I have not seen those pictures of
Yeah.
Anthony Richardson.
Probably fake.
But I know that the ones
Nothing's
of
real.
Jaden
Yeah,
are-
95% of what you
I
see is
know
real.
that picture's photoshopped
Yeah.
because his arms look about as thick as this pen
Yeah,
that I'm holding up.
Are
So
you have
please don't
audio
fall for
from
that.
Coach DQ?
Yeah, we do have audio from Dan Quinn. We can hear what he's seeing from Jaden early in the process of OTAs. That's clip number 2, Valdez.
All positive.
I always notice and admire him of just like the work ethic, to coming back to get it right. His mental quickness, John, is always something that just jumps out to me of like learning a system so quickly and fast. And so I think I saw that a few years ago, and I'm feeling those same instincts now as you guys will see at practice, more huddle, and it'll look differently. You'll see him under center more, but you see the same intent, you see the same communication, and I think it's the like the mental quickness that just he makes things that are difficult look easy, and I know they're not. With some play calls and how he goes about it, but that's one of the things I really respect.
I think it's truly underappreciated how brilliant these guys are. I mean, it's just, it's second nature to them. They've been doing it their whole lives, but it's not easy. Memorizing the plays, memorizing a new playbook, knowing where everybody's got to
so
be.
hard. It's got to be so difficult.
Yeah, but these guys just make it look easy.
It's encouraging. I read Les Carpenter's take on it in the Washington Post, and by all accounts, Jaden looked good. Throwing deep balls over the middle. Again, there's no defense. There's no pads.
Would expect nothing less.
I mean, I did see him drop one into Antonio Williams, but it was half speed. Like there was a DB on Williams for like the first step or two, and then he just jogs past him, goes out and catches the ball. It's just hard to glean a lot from some of the clips that you're seeing.
But then there were clips of like Rashard White and catching balls out of the backfield, and he looked like he was moving.
Yeah,
I know that.
He
looked like he was
He's going to
moving.
be, if he's out there, he's going to be good.
If he's healthy and he's featured as much as I think he's going to be featured, he should catch 50 balls in this offense.
Yeah, I mean that's what he was doing in Tampa.
That's just his. That's his.
He was
MO.
catching balls in Tampa.
I mean, nice to see that.
And that dude's a bargain. I think they got him for like $2 million, $2.5 million.
Yeah,
like he can make up to $4 million, but they got him for a pittance. I mean, no money.
They were interviewing Diami. He looked like he was thrilled to be back.
Jason's thrilled that he's back.
Yeah, that's my boy.
That is this guy.
Just because you saw the video out in L.A.?
Just because that's my boy.
Yeah, he looked like he was thrilled to be back and thrilled to be back catching balls from Jaden again. So
I don't know why you're not buying a Diami Brown like $8 Jags jersey on Fanatics. Like they had a massive sale, I think, like a week ago.
Well, what would you do with it?
He would wear it. He loves wearing wacky
No, I'm
jerseys
gonna
in
wait.
here.
I'm gonna wait until I see Commanders Diami Brown jerseys, and then that's what I'm gonna wear.
I guess you could do that.
I'm not gonna wear the Jags jersey.
Have you been reading the Von Miller quotes? He's trying to now.
Miller wants to come back.
From Denver.
Yeah.
Well, he's a sack mercenary at this point.
Yeah.
I don't even think he cares if he plays for an actual team. If he just could go out and get sacks somehow and add them to his collection, he would probably do
He's
it.
hyping up all the young players. He wants to help mentor and talking about how great he is in the locker room. And I'm sure all that's true.
Yeah.
It's just, it's wild. It's wild when something like that's out of your control at an age of like 36, 37.
Yeah. All right, Valdez, play clip 6 from Quinn. This is Quinn talking about David Blau's playbook and what the offense could look like in year one. I'm going to guess he's not going to give too many details.
I think the efficiency, David, is the number one thing, especially on the early downs. If there's a balance in the run-pass ratios, then we're hitting the marks probably at the right strides, and I would say the explosives will be up, knowing we can do that. And so that's the first part. I'm looking for one that has good balance. Like I say, we'll always be 50-50, but if you can find that and attack in that way, that's what success would look like to me early on.
Ooh, I like that he mentions explosives. That gets me a
Getting
little
guys
horned,
down the field.
It gets me a little horned up.
How good was he when he called into our show on Friday? He was so
He was awesome. I was so convinced it was Durante Jones.
And you said Durante.
I was so convinced that's who the mystery caller was.
No, right.
And it wasn't. I guess I was close. I mean, this is a member.
He's
prominent
a
member of the
coach.
coaching staff.
You're in the mix.
But he was just so cool. When we were doing the yes, no questions, he was saying, hell no, hell yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Gets fired up.
Sanistro, I mean, all the players at some point seemed like they were answering questions. But I think it was Sanistro they asked about what's the challenge of facing a David Blau offense. I thought it was kind of interesting. He said just keep track of all the motion.
Mm-hmm.
Like just making sure everybody knows where they're supposed to be with all the guys pre-snap. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing. But that's something to look forward to.
We do have some audio from Javon Kinlaw. I'm not
And
sure.
we can play it?
I'm not sure if Scott Abraham asked this question or not. I know that he did ask the question. He was part of the media scrum
Yeah, he was.
out there yesterday. Here's Javon Kinlaw in what I'm guessing is a pretty heavily redacted clip.
What do you think about the new pieces they added defensively, on the D-line, Owe, several guys?
We got some mother now. Excuse my language, but Owe, he can go. Charles Omenihu can go. Caleb Vaughn can go. Tim Settle, he can go. Who else am I missing? Then we got Wise back. You already know he can go. Got DA coming back. He can go. Jerzon can go. I mean, D Payne can go. It's going to be exciting, bro. It's going to be super exciting to play with these guys, for sure. A lot of talent, bro. I'm just excited, bro. I'm super excited.
Standig
loves cursing.
Standig talked about Kinlaw, and I don't know if it was Danny or somebody pointed out yesterday that on the whole, I think Kinlaw was somewhat underwhelming considering kind of the expectations. But now with all this extra talent around him, this should really free him up, right? Mm-hmm. With Sonny Styles, with Chenal, with all these guys. That really should free him up. I expect him to have a much more impactful season, at least to those of us just watching on a couch. I think we're going to notice Javon Kinlaw
I saw
more this year.
Linnell Willingham, who was out at the OTAs, who obviously works here at 106.7 The Fan. He said that his Kinlaw's body jumped out.
Oh, he's massive.
Well, he's such a huge.
I think
human being.
he might have slimmed down. He looks like he's
just a massive
locked
dude.
in, and ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point with all the guys they brought in.
All the guys they brought in, it could free him up. You don't have to. Maybe he won't face as many doubles.
Yeah,
and just really be able to use that physicality and have an impact. We're gonna need it.
Yeah, and we're not even talking about Payne really. I mean, just Payne.
I know he was like
back.
an afterthought. All the guys he mentioned, Payne was like second to last.
Right.
All those guys.
I mean, does Payne have a big year?
He's playing for another big contract. He's entering a lame duck year where he doesn't have, money on his deal after this year.
Yeah.
Team chose not to extend him.
Yeah.
They're hoping he plays like he did when he got his last contract.
You think
That's kind of what they're
defense is
aiming
going to
for.
be the strength of the team as opposed to the offense, which has been the
I don't
strength.
know.
That might be a bridge too far.
I think
maybe,
they'll be improved. I think they'll be improved. To say
but it
they'll
won't be
a
the strength.
A strength. I'm not ready to commit to it being a strength.
I mean, they just added so many pieces.
If it's a strength, then that means it has to be like a top 15-ish type unit,
Yeah,
and the
top
offense
17.
is below in the bottom 15 or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the offense wasn't good last year for a ton of reasons, but I don't know. Maybe with all the new DC, with all the guys they added, with Sonny.
My expectations are much higher.
They are
much higher. I can't wait, Cakes, to get some turnovers. I can't wait to actually, in a league where they never punt anymore, force a few punts.
Speaking of special teams, there's a kicker battle.
Yeah.
The undrafted rookie, Drew Stevens and Jake Moody.
Stevens bombing them, apparently. Bombing them.
Supposedly
from
the coaches and Peters, they were watching intently. I'm not sure who reported that.
People are calling his leg a weapon.
Really?
Weapon.
Stevens was 6
Good
for
to have
6.
that.
Moody missed a 53-yarder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Or actually, he hit a 53-yarder, but he missed one.
Yeah, it'd be nice if they could keep them both somehow.
Stevens was 6 for
Stash
6.
one.
What was Stevens long? Did they say it was?
Doesn't say it in this article that I was reading.
Is there any chance the Commanders use just one kicker for an entire season?
I would doubt it.
I can't remember the last time that's happened.
Very unlikely.
Yes, there's a chance.
There is,
But
but
it's
it's
very-
unlikely.
it's very
Of course, there's a
low.
chance, but I would doubt it.
It's unlikely.
They churn through kickers big time.
I would think Moody would have the head start on the job, and then wait till he bombs,
Yeah.
and then you bring in the rook. But I don't know.
I
Who
mean,
knows?
Moody's got to be number one on the depth chart. I mean,
I think for now.
Yeah, but if Drew Stevens is
And
balling,
if Stevens just bombs 60-yarders with regularity, I mean, it's going to be tough for Moody to keep his gig. I'm just ready for churn and burn and 2 or 3 different kickers already in 2026.
I'm going to say less than 3.
I'm
gonna say one or two.
gonna hope it's a little more solidified than that. I hope.
I think
God.
with Moody, it was just all confidence with him. I mean, he was a baller in college.
I mean,
He was a high draft pick by the Niners.
Is he a 3rd-round pick?
Yeah, I mean, he was just a baller.
That's a lot of draft capital to burn on a kicker.
Yeah, and then he
That's
gets
you have to be able to stand on the table and really convince everybody in the room that this is the guy that's going to be kicking for us for the next decade.
I'm looking at. There's really only there's only 2 or 3 indoor games, unless I'm missing something
for the Commanders.
Yeah, you got to be able to get it done outdoors.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
They play obviously at Dallas. Consider that indoor, right?
Yeah.
Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
Got to kick in the elements.
At
if you play in
Arizona.
Washington.
at Arizona. There you go.
That's about it.
Yeah. All right, we'll get more into the Commanders' OTAs throughout the show. Scott Abraham, sports director for ABC7. We will talk to him coming up at 8:45 on an Open Line Thursday here on the Junks. Got a question for you. Do you have an old 401k sitting with a previous employer? Be honest. A lot of us do. And here's the problem with that. Letting that money sit there could actually be costing you more than you think. At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors can help you take control of those funds and get your money working for you again. Founder and CEO Jeff Jr. started Trajan Wealth as an independent firm. So their advisors can focus on your needs, not somebody else's agenda. They'll review your retirement accounts, explain your best options, and show you how to make those old funds a powerful part of your overall financial strategy. Whether it's consolidating accounts, reducing fees, or maximizing growth potential, Trajan Wealth gives you the tools to take charge of your financial future. Don't leave your hard-earned money on the sidelines. Call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Or visit TRAJANwealth.com today. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. Scott Abraham will join us coming up at 8:45. He was at Commanders OTAs yesterday. I'm sure he'll be out there again today. Barry Verluga from The Athletic. He will join us coming up at 9 o'clock. We can, of course, talk Nationals with Barry. We can talk Commanders with him as well. So that's coming up at 9.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we wanted to get into this audio clip of I'm new to what this show is. I had never heard of it before. It's called Dragon's Den, which I guess is a YouTube. It's very similar to Shark Tank. It's just, I think, a British version of it or a Canadian version of it. I'm not 100% sure. So one of the stars of the show, his name is Stephen Bartlett. And he made a confession about using alcohol after being sober for a year. And he's getting dragged just relentlessly on social media. Here's Dragon's Den star Stephen Bartlett.
It's one of those areas where you don't understand the hidden cost until you really give it up for a while. And I think about my own relationship with drinking, and I stopped drinking at 30 years old. I'm now 33. And I had just drank because I just drank. I'd never ran the experiment of just giving it up for a while. And then I don't know, maybe I was at 31. I thought, I'll have a drink again. Because now I could really A/B test it. I had a year of not drinking, decided to have a drink again. It ruined 3 days of my life. I had a couple of glasses of wine, didn't get drunk. It ruined 3 days of my life because of the domino effect it caused. So it meant that I got worse sleep that night. And then because I got worse sleep that night, I ate more poorly the next day because my dopamine system or whatever, the cortisol system was all messed up. Yeah. And then I podcasted worse. I didn't go to the gym the day after, that day or the day after because of that, because I felt really bad. I then slept worse. And I could track all of this on my Whoop. #ad, #sponsor, #investor, whatever. Yeah. And I was like, oh my God. Those 3 glasses of wine had this hidden domino effect that I must have been living with for my whole life. Dude.
I actually think what he said makes a lot of sense. I don't
3
know why he's
days
getting
is
killed.
excessive.
I mean, he's just...
1 day is understandable. 3 days.
Yeah, listen, but I think what he's saying is true. Like when your sleep gets worse, there is a domino effect to all that. I mean, maybe he's exaggerating to an extent, but I get it. I get
2
it.
glasses of wine shouldn't ruin you.
I think
for
later
3
he
days.
said 3 glasses.
Yeah.
But he did say he wasn't drunk. But it's true. When your sleep, at the root of it, I don't know if it's alcohol, but when your sleep is bad, it does kind of pummels your motivation to work out.
Ruining the next day.
Yeah.
But 3 days
comes off as a little bit of a drama queen.
I mean, a little bit.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
I know people dragged him for that, but I kind of understand what he's saying.
And look, if you haven't drank for a full year and then you have 3 glasses of wine in one sitting,
that's going to affect
probably
are
throw
drunk.
you for a loop.
Oh yeah, it will.
But I mean, if you get, I guess his sleep was interrupted or just wasn't what he's used to, but it shouldn't last 3. It shouldn't domino into a 3-day spiral.
What was the? Well,
Andy's in his 30s, by the way.
Maybe I missed it, but what was the reason that he decided to?
He just decided to have a drink. It
He
sounded
just
like
wanted to
after
feel,
3 years.
After I think he said he was a year.
it was
without
1
drinking.
year.
Oh, it was 1 year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I know this. We had I basically drink very little, only special occasions, really. And we just had a blowout where I had like 15 drinks. No, it's 15, not 3.
Yeah.
That ruined me for a couple days.
Well, you're also 20 plus years older than this guy, too.
I'm older, but it ruined my sleep for several days. Eating habits, got everything. Didn't exercise, didn't come close to exercising for those days or the next
Hey,
day
you're
or
walking
two.
up and down Coastal Highway. That counts.
Not really.
Got a few steps in.
I mean, I kind of get it. Now, it's a lot more than 3 glasses of wine.
Yeah.
But I don't know why he's getting killed for it.
I thought he said it was 3 years. I
I think
said he stopped drinking.
He stopped for a year, and then he wanted to feel.
He said he's 33 now. He stopped drinking when he was 30,
30.
but he had a couple glasses of wine when he was 31.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
But he
I think
essentially
a
went a
couple
whole year.
years.
I think a lot of this, the pushback is the phrase you're using, over optimizing your life,
Okay.
like with Whoop and the sleep trackers and everything,
Yeah.
and Fitbits
People
or whatever.
can
you
get
want.
consumed with
You just
those.
become obsessed
Yeah.
with like
He's just too
what the-
analytical and-
what the ticker says, the analytics, instead of just living your life
Yeah.
like they did for I don't know thousands and millions of years, and stop being so obsessive about every minute detail of what's going on.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy where if you wake up and you look at your Whoop or Apple Watch and it says you slept poorly or here's your crappy sleep,
Right.
your day is already ruined in your mind because you looked at your watch or you looked at your phone and it told you that your sleep
Right,
was
your day's
ruined.
starting on a down note before you even get out of bed. Yeah.
I mean,
You're already going into the day thinking, well, this day's a waste because I was waking up 5 times in the middle of the night.
I saw this guy, and I didn't see whether it was from some sort of study, but he seemed like he was smart. It was just some sort of viral clip. And he said that the happiest man is 25 pounds overweight.
I mean, he's probably
and it's
right.
probably because if you're stressing,
obsessing about your diet,
exactly,
yeah,
you're just not as happy. But the person's they're not crazy overweight, just like 20, 25 pounds overweight.
Enough to actually be unhealthy. Probably live shorter life.
Maybe not.
I just feel like everything is unhealthy these days.
There's a lot of truth to that.
Everything.
Too. Let's go real quick. Let's go to Ben in Pennsylvania. It is Thursday. I can't believe it's Thursday already.
Yeah, let's take some calls.
Ben, what's up, man? You're on with the Junkies. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you guys?
Good, man.
Doing great.
What's up?
Hey, just wanted to call and say thanks for the time in Dewey, man. We had a blast. EB, I was one of the guys out with you at the Lighthouse on Friday night.
Yeah, good guys. This was kind of interesting, though. Really good guys. This and his buddy.
Did you get there really early on Friday morning? I met a bunch of guys from Pennsylvania.
From Waynesboro or something?
Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, really good guys. But we were hanging out at the Starboard. It got too crowded, and then we're like, we're going to go over to the Lighthouse or something a little more chill. These guys like, you mind if we come?
Yeah.
I was like,
come on over.
Yeah, come on. I guess not.
Free
come
country.
On, let's go. They were good guys.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, man, we had a good time. It was great meeting Vinny and his wife, and then we finished the night with Valdez, and couldn't quite keep up with him, but we had fun at the.
How did you guys get keeping up with Valdez and Marr? I mean, those guys are the kings that do the beach.
Brett was there at Rudder too.
Yeah.
How did you get into the Rudder? Because when we left Lighthouse, there was a pretty good line.
Yeah, we waited. It took like 5 or 10 minutes, and
that's it.
We went in, found Valdez, and then we used his walked the starboard with him, and we got the Marty VIP treatment to go in and
Monty.
Oh yeah,
It's
Monty
Monty.
VIP.
Yeah.
And then us old guys had to tap out after that. Valdez was going in the cooler, and we were going to bed.
Yeah.
How were you feeling the next morning on Saturday?
Oh, we were good. We were fine. A little bit
You're
of
not lightweight
a,
like that.
Professional.
Yeah.
Ben's not looking at his whoop the next day.
Yeah. Don't bring your whoop to the beach. That's a bad idea. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it. It was nice meeting you guys.
Yeah. Thanks for
can't
coming.
wait for it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, buddy.
Thanks for making that trip.
Yeah, I think those guys were some of the guys that were there.
They were there
pre
all
6 a.m.
day.
That's a long grind.
Yeah, they were there at 5:45.
Yeah.
Waiting in line.
Props to them.
But good guys. One guy I think it was that guy Ben. He was like, "Yeah, if you ever want to go to the beach," he offered me his beach house.
Really?
Yeah. If you ever want to go? I mean, just people are just nice.
It's very generous because beach houses, last time I checked, they're expensive to rent.
Yeah.
They ain't cheap.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I had a great time in Dewey. If anybody wants to chime in, of course, it is open line Thursday. I know my daughter, she has the Whoop and she has the Aura ring. I think that's what it's called.
She's doubling down.
Kinda, yeah. And then Coop has the Whoop in one of them, and at one point Coop had to throw it away because it was it makes you crazy. It makes you absolutely crazy. And I told you a story a couple weeks ago. I had a buddy who looked at his, and it basically said he was dead.
It's that woo.
His energy level was like at 5% or
really?
something. Yeah, like he had
It
been
wasn't just
sleeping.
the whoop was low on charge. It was saying he was low on charge.
He was low. He was running on fumes. The Whoop reiterated it, and I'm pretty sure he had to set it aside too because it makes you crazy.
I do think it has saved a lot of people's lives in reality.
Yeah, if it could sometimes you have a regular heartbeat or something.
Yeah, sometimes it'll tip you off and things, but I know this just in the last couple of months, I've kind of gone back to very light running because my wife is doing this High Rocks event next week in New York with one of her coworkers. And so I just run without, I used to always run and keep track of my pace. And I'm competitive with myself. I don't want to hit a certain pace. Now I just run and ran 30 minutes, ran 45 minutes. Have no idea what my pace was.
Way better. Way more enjoyable. Way more enjoyable. It's like I almost enjoy hitting balls more than keeping score.
You like the practice aspect.
You're going to be out there today.
Yeah, but you keep your stats, though. You're saying that and you're like worried about, I don't even know all the stats. Ball speed.
No, I do all that. That I don't really worry about it. But yeah, I like to do all that. Yeah, the metrics. But I know at one point I had one of those watches. It was before Whoop. And I would look at it in the middle of the night. My heart rate was so low. I just thought, well, I'm going to die. It's just going to stop. And I said, that's it. I'm not wearing that thing anymore. It worried me.
Yeah, but that's a good thing. If your pulse is low.
I don't know that my pulse is particularly low, but when I was asleep, it would get low. My heart rate would get pretty low when I was sleeping.
Well, you guys that have apnea.
Probably normal.
Yeah, I think it's
I'm
normal.
not saying it's.
It just tilted you.
I didn't like looking at it.
You guys that have apnea, it also tells you how many times, right? You basically stop breathing.
I don't know.
No,
I never
my
looked
watch
at
doesn't
that.
do that.
Aren't there different things would show you that?
Maybe.
No, I wouldn't even want to see that.
Maybe. But again, yeah, why would you want to know that? I mean, that just it
I'm
seems
just
like a
over here
nightmare.
living on a razor's edge, nearly getting in car accidents, sleep apnea. I'm just dodging bullets every day.
Not breathing for 2 minutes at a time.
That's just what it is.
I think that
Stinks.
apnea stuff's a little
I wouldn't
overrated.
want to
Yeah, I hope so. I hope that's the case.
I'm not buying into it.
Neither is Chris Farley. He thinks it's a farce.
It's a little bit of a farce.
All right, don't forget later on an Open Line Thursday, Scott Abraham joins the show. He's been out at Commanders OTAs in Ashburn. He'll join us at 8:45. And Barry's Verluga joins us coming up at 9 a.m. here on The Fan.
All right, guys, you know how we are, always out there. JP's out running. I'm on my bike, playing golf, a little tennis. But injuries happen. Back spasms, bone and joint pain, they can slow you down. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call this number, 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. I've seen how much of a difference it can make.
The Washington Commanders' second day of the 2026 organized team activities continue at the Ortho Virginia Training Center in Ashburn. Quarterback Jaden Daniels on building from last season.
It left a bitter taste in my mouth from last year and just how everything played out. So you kind of just go in that off season and just figure out ways to mentally get better physically and emotionally and everything.
Nationals fall to the Guardians 3-2. Nats got the tying run to second base in the ninth. James Wood was 8 for 12 in the series with 2 homers, 3 RBI, and 5 runs. Back home against San Diego Padres tomorrow night. The Mystics crushed the Storm 78-64. Shakira Austin, 18 points, 13 rebounds, and 5 assists. Carolina shuts down Montreal 4-0. The Canes lead the series 3-1. NBA West Finals tonight, Game 6. OKC 3-2 at San Antonio at 8:30. Former Commanders rusher Von Miller plans to play in 26 and has lobbied the Denver Broncos for a return. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. They sponsored our broadcast in Dewey Beach last week. We appreciate that. And we're glad that everybody came out and had a great time at Dewey. And we're looking forward to doing it again next year.
Let's go to Leo. Rehoboth Beach says he had a great time in Dewey. Leo, what's up?
Listen, Junks, I had a great time. I got there around 5:30 last Friday morning, and it's the earliest I've gone up in years. But anyways, I enjoyed my time there, and as I say, the people from the DMV are more friendlier than, like, down here it's these Eagle fans, and they are a bunch of I don't know what. I mean, it's a different world with these Eagle people down here.
down the shore, down in Delaware, a bunch of Eagles fans invading.
They're obnoxious.
Oh yeah, actually the networks they're more. It's more Philadelphia. Actually, what they watch is that channel 29 out of Philadelphia, that sports channel.
Gotcha.
It's all Eagle news.
Do you live in Rehoboth full time?
Oh yeah, I've been. We've had. We built our home in 1999.
All right.
Yeah, I mean Delaware is kind of Eagles country.
Yeah.
It is Eagles country. I mean, you would think there'd be a lot of Ravens fans down here, but they're not so.
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't meet many Eagles fans, but I'm not saying they weren't there. I just didn't talk to Eagles.
It's probably an issue for Monty because he's definitely a Washington sports fan.
I'm sure he is.
Yeah.
But he's a good business person.
Oh, he's a great
down there.
business.
He's got a good
He'll sell
business
drinks to
down there.
anybody. He doesn't care if you're an Eagles
You
fan,
don't
Giants
care
fan.
You don't care who you are.
Yeah.
Just pay for the. Pay the
Yeah, wasn't he telling us
tab.
like all the Villanova coaches were coming the following week?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. So
Yeah,
how often?
I watch you guys every day, and I watch B-Mitch till 2 o'clock. Yeah,
Very
So
nice.
my day
Thank
is
you,
full
man.
of You guys.
Yeah.
I watch
Thanks,
it, okay?
man.
Good
Appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate
Thank
you
you,
supporting
pal.
I
us.
hope you come down here next year.
Yeah, thanks for
we
coming
will.
out, bud. Thanks
We
for coming
will.
out.
Thank you, pal. Let's go to Vic.
Victorino.
Vic, what's up, man?
Hey guys, I haven't talked to you for a while. I just want to let you know, I didn't mention this, but I was mentioning about Ocean City to the guy, and I was wondering if you guys ever got a shot to go there. And when I was a kid, I used to go to Atlantic City. I don't know if you guys are a little younger than me, but I'm 74. So in Atlantic City, I saw the horse jump off the thing into the water and off the steel pier. And
I mean, that sounds
yeah,
like
they took the horse up a ladder. And they jumped it off into a pool of water.
Oh, that sounds like
the horse.
That sounds like an amazing. Like I go see
Horse high diving.
You wouldn't go
How
see
did
a
the
horse
horse
climb a ladder and jump
off?
Yeah, how did the horse get up the ladder?
I don't know, but I was a little guy, so I it's in my mind vaguely, but I mean, I can remember though that they got up there somehow, and
Jeez.
That's an attraction. I'd go see that.
that was an attraction, you know. But that's when Atlantic City was like Dewey Beach and Ocean City, and you know. But Ocean City is really nice. I was just wondering if you guys ever going to get a shot to go down there sometime. You know?
We've been there.
Don't
many
worry.
a
I
time.
lived there for 3 summers.
Yeah.
Believe me, I would spend a lot of
We've
time
been
there.
to Ocean
Jason
City
had a
countless
condo there.
times.
I had a condo for 10, 12 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Boog Powell had a place there. You remember his beef place that he had down there, Boog Powell?
Mr.
This
Valdez
guy's a
loves
real,
him.
he's a real beach
This is your guy right
aficionado.
here.
Yeah. I'll meet you at Bull on the beach.
Yeah, you guys should hang out.
Yeah, I love it there. I've been going there since I was just a little guy.
It doesn't
man.
sound
I
like
mean,
it.
What's your favorite spot? What's your favorite area?
I would say probably down towards where Ripley's, believe it or not, is all around that area.
Geez, that's way down there.
That's
Wait a
heart of
second.
the boardwalk.
Ocean City now has a Ripley's.
Oh, yeah,
Believe
it's
it or
right on
not
the- yeah, it's
attraction.
right on the boardwalk.
No, it's not just now. It's been there
Yeah.
for years.
Oh, it has.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right next to Marty's Playland.
Do they also have a wax museum? Please
It's
say
down-
no.
No wax museum
think
that I
so,
know
but-
of, but
Okay.
they've got. But the Bull on the Beach is there. You're right about that. I like it there to eat there too, and Shenanigans is really nice.
Yep.
Shenanigans is really nice. Yeah.
All right, Vic.
Hey,
Appreciate it.
guys, try
He
to
loves-
give a shout out about Brooks Robinson once in a while too. You know, he won 16 gold
This is an
gloves.
old
You know,
star.
try
Yeah,
to-
he is.
Yeah,
Right.
this is-
He saw him
we
play in
don't
his
have,
prime.
we don't have enough Hoover talk on the show.
wow.
Let's
Okay,
talk
guys,
about
take it
Brooks
easy, man.
Robinson.
Thank you,
All right,
Vic.
thanks,
Appreciate
buddy.
it, man.
Hey, just an aside, it is Open Line Thursday.
It
Maybe
is,
people
yes.
could chime in on this.
I like Vic.
So
Like
we're
the
going to do
cut
our
of his
World
gym.
Cup bit soon because the World Cup is coming up.
Yeah.
And the United States announced their roster.
Yeah.
26 people on the U.S. men's national team roster.
Yep.
Did you see how they let people know that weren't making the team?
I did not. How they broke the bad news.
Hercules Gomez has been part of the U.S. men's national team before, and he was saying, well, when Jurgen Klinsmann was the manager or coach, he let him know with like a 2.5 minute personal phone call.
Okay, yeah.
Said, hey, unfortunately, you're not part of the squad.
Yeah.
Here's why. Here's what we're thinking. These guys found out via email. How terrible is that?
Well, EB, if
That
I was
you're
on team,
training,
he would never know.
You'd never see
He
it.
never checks
You're
his email.
training with the team. You're trying to achieve your dream,
instead of getting a call from the coach.
and you get an email.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, that's a cold, sterile way to break the news to somebody.
Like in the NFL, you know, we've seen it a million times in Hard Knocks. They bring somebody in,
yeah.
turn in your notebook.
You
There'll at least be a one-on-one
You got to bring them
conversation.
into your office for at least a 2 or 3 minute conversation. You can't just send a cold, soulless email, like a form letter saying that you've been rejected from playing for Team USA. That's a horrible way to do business.
It's not high school sports. In high school sports, I think you would go to a wall,
Yeah,
see
you
if you
have
made
to
the
cut-
team,
yeah,
who's
they're
on the
cutless.
team. Right.
Yeah, that's standard. But this is like soccer at its highest level.
Right.
This is a professional
Well, I
organization.
mean, how many guys got the email? Like how many? Like 50 guys, 20 guys, 10 guys?
I don't think so. I think once it gets whittled down, it's probably the last 4 or 5.
Well, they should, Ryder Cup, you don't make it, they call you.
Yeah.
Keegan Bradley calls you and says, hey, man.
Sorry,
maybe next year. Yeah.
55 guys were cut down to 26.
Yeah.
So they cut 30.
Yeah.
Wow.
It might be hard to make 30 phone calls.
I don't know. I watched one of the docs. Maybe it was the U.S. Women's team, and the way that they portrayed it was like the last 4 or 5 girls trying to wait for the call, and some of them just didn't get the call, and then some of them got the call.
Mm-hmm. Maybe, yeah. I mean, you would think that's a recognizable name, Hercules Gomez. You would think maybe he'd be one that would.
Well, no, I think he was just commenting on it.
Oh, did he make the team? Did Gomez make the team? Because he's definitely a recognizable name.
Not
No,
recognizable.
he was
to
talking
me.
about when he got cut by Klinsmann. So that's
In
not the
years
current
past.
coach.
Yeah.
The new manager. What's his name? Drab. It's
Pochettino, I think.
Yeah.
How you pronounce it?
There's always drama with the U.S. team. It seems like always drama.
Well, I know this. I'm going to be doing Kalshi spots.
Okay.
The U.S. right now, I think they're at 1.5% on Kalshi. You bet $100, you can win 6,667.
You're in the
if they
prediction
win
market
it.
game.
To win the whole
That's
joint?
a
Yes.
silly endorsement. Good for you. You landed a big fish. You landed the Kalshi fish.
That's a good one.
That is a good
What about
one.
for them just to advance? Can you make a bet on that?
Yes.
Like just to get past the first
to go.
So get past pool play?
Yeah. And who do we already know who's in their pool? Are they in the death pool? or
No,
whatever?
they're not. It's USA, it's Paraguay, it's Australia, and I'm trying to think of the fourth.
Turkey is Turkey.
Turkey. That's it.
All right, so I'm assuming Australia won't be
Soccer Matt.
great.
Soccer Matt, he's in.
Paraguay usually pretty tough. And if they're Turkey could be tough.
I'm just
Not
looking.
a death pool.
Turkey.
They're definitely
Probably no ball players on the team.
They've all had hair transplants.
Yeah.
Turkey, the world epicenter.
I don't see the odds of them advancing to.
They're probably
quarter-
unlikely to
Actually,
finish in top
would that be
two.
that would be quarterfinals, right?
No, if they don't advance out of the group stage, it is a colossal, massive, catastrophic
did they
failure.
did they give USA a layup group?
It's a horrible group. Yeah, and
why Paraguay's usually pretty good. They'll beat Australia, you would think, in a perfect world.
They have to. They have to.
They have to beat Turkey.
They should win the group.
They should win
the
should
group.
they go
I mean,
undefeated?
they don't, dude. Like three teams advance out of a group now.
I thought two.
It used to be two. Now it's like majority of three. I think.
Oh yeah, they must. If it's 3 or 4,
It's a joke
they
now.
must
They
advance.
put 100 teams into this thing now.
They can't.
How many teams are in it?
I think 48. I think 32 advance.
Is it
now.
really
Something-
48?
Yeah, there's a round of 32. I see them at a 38% chance to make the round of 32.
Oh, I thought there was only 32
No.
countries.
No,
That's not true.
At least here on Kalshi, that's the prediction market.
no, that used to be 32 countries. Now it's
Now it's
now
48.
it's
No, but he's
48.
saying
I'm saying to
32%.
make
This
the
says
round.
they have a 90% chance to get out of the group stage.
All right, to reach the quarterfinals, I'm seeing it's plus 350 for U.S. to reach the quarterfinals. So 3.5 to 1.
Yeah, that's round of 16.
Yeah. So I mean, that's not horrible odds. And what were the countries that are in the group? Turkey,
Paraguay, Turkey, Australia.
Paraguay's terrible now.
Paraguay's plus 700. Turkey is plus 400, and who was the other one? Sorry,
Australia.
Turkey.
Australia is plus 700. All right, so they're the favorite in their group.
Okay.
Could they go 3-0 in group play?
Could
Can
they? I
they?
don't know.
Yeah.
Is that a bet?
They can. It's probably unlikely.
Well, back to my point.
We'll take 2 and 1.
If they went
2 and
from
1 still, like-
55 to 26, I can understand players 55 through 30 getting an email because they probably know, right? But the last couple
Especially if
that
you're
are
on,
battling for it,
especially if you're on the team.
those ones you got to
before.
talk to. Like
I would think.
30 through 55, they know they're not making
Yeah.
it. They know the guys ahead of them.
Remember
The last couple of
time, though, they
emails
had
is
all
just
the
no
drama
tap.
with the Rainick guy and
Yeah.
the coach, and it's always something.
At minimum, a text. A phone call would be preferable. Something just impersonal about an email.
Especially, I mean, those guys. I mean, they a lot of those guys. They trained with them for a long time.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know. What are we? About 2-3 weeks away.
We are like 14 days away.
Okay.
They are minus 1,000 to advance out of the group stage.
Oh, yeah. okay.
Disaster if they don't.
Yeah. Well, that's you're correct.
I didn't know that they had 48 now. I thought it was
48.
normally-
Yeah.
I'm going to stay away from placing a large wager. It burned me and Valdez recently. I'm not placing any large wagers on anything for a while.
There's going to be
We
so
gotta
much
dial back.
Yeah, but there's going to be so much wagering on the World Cup.
I know. I'm well aware.
I mean, I can't believe what I'm looking at here.
Just not by this guy.
Just
I would not be heavily
options.
invested.
All right, we'll have to get ready for our draft. And
Well, it's awesome. Gives you something in
Couple
June to
weeks.
follow.
Yeah, I know.
Because June becomes very slow,
June's-
especially once the NBA Finals are done.
June's very dry.
Stanley Cup's done.
I mean, you've got the Stanley Cup. We never talk about that. Cakes is so bitter. Carolina's going to be there again.
I mean, ever since Trav made the crack about the Hurricanes being my personal daddy, they've lost like one game, and they're just destroying. Now they're destroying Montreal. Montreal
Did they
won the
just
first
change
game?
their coach?
Correct.
Who?
One of these teams, or maybe it was Vegas.
No, Rod Brind'Amour's been there forever.
Vegas is Tortorella, isn't it? Isn't it
Yeah.
Tortorella?
Yeah, Torts.
Who do you play for? Did he play for the Fly? Who do you play
Tortorella. I don't know who.
Flyers?
I don't know who he played for. I don't even know if he played in the NHL. I have no idea.
Oh, I thought he did, but maybe.
All right, 800-636-1067. That is the number if you want to contact us on an open line Thursday. It's brought to you by our friends at Window Nation. When we come back with the Wizards consider trading down past the number 2 spot. There's been a lot of rumored interest about the number 1 overall pick. We'll discuss that next here on The Fan.
You know, it's baseball season. We love it, and we also love Surfside. There's only one way to celebrate the baseball season with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're both so smooth, refreshing. They're made for game day. Surfside, they're the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside's only 100 calories, 0 bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly. Just to tie a bow on the John Tortorella conversation.
Yeah.
So, look, I don't follow hockey that closely, so I knew one of these teams fired their coach right before the Stanley Cup playoffs, and it was Vegas. Former Capitals coach Bruce Cassidy got bounced with 8 games left.
Thrown overboard.
And how's that feel? Do you think in the Stanley Cup final he roots for his squad? So he's coaching Vegas. And then 8 games left in the season after they lost in a shootout to the Capitals, I believe.
Yeah.
The general manager said, "See you later. We're bringing in Torts."
Wow.
So,
And Torts never played professional hockey. At least the teams that I saw on his Wikipedia page, they look like minor league
So
teams.
now, now the question is, if Vegas wins the cup, if I'm Bruce Cassidy, I'm going to lobby to have my name on the cup because I coached. Now I didn't coach them during the playoffs, but I coached them during the regular season. I'm going to lobby for that.
If you win,
there will be lobbying.
you'll get a ring, but won't you feel a little?
You'll feel like it's stolen valor.
Yeah,
but
bittersweet.
Wouldn't you want your name on the Stanley Cup? I would if I'm a hockey lifer like Bruce Cassidy.
I would, but
He's been coaching forever.
I mean, if he wasn't there for any of the playoff games, I don't know if they will do that. Who knows? But Tortorella, man, that's pretty impressive to come in there after the coach was fired.
Yeah.
And just rock and roll and get him to the Stanley Cup final.
But if you're taking over a good team.
Yeah, but they obviously were underachieving according to, the general manager or the owner. They fired their coach.
Right.
You know who their fourth line center is, right?
Doubter.
Nick Dowd.
Of course. I know Nick Dowd's out in Vegas.
It's the Doubter.
And I'm forced to root for the Vegas Golden Knights because I can't have the Carolina Hurricanes win.
I still hope for a Canadiens comeback, right? Isn't it 3 games to 1?
They're down 3-1.
Yeah,
They've lost 3 straight.
I think they're done.
And they got boat race last night. And it's going back to Carolina, I believe, for the next game.
Yeah.
That
Carolina,
not
Vegas.
extended.
Carolina, Vegas.
That's what it's looking
any
like.
former Capitals on Carolina?
On Carolina, not to my knowledge, but I'd have to look at the
So they
roster.
didn't
I don't
trade.
think so.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think that's
Definitely
the
a
case.
tough spot, though. You get fired with 8 games left, and then all right, so you got relationship with the guys. You want to see the guys do well.
Mm-hmm.
But you kind of don't want to see the new coach swoop in and do great. That's kind of annoying.
Happens from time to time. What was the deal when Michigan won the national championship with
Fisher? Yeah.
Yeah, was it Bill Frieder? Was he the guy that was before him?
Didn't he get
Think so.
sized to
Fisher.
gamble? He was,
he was the
he
blackjack
was a gambler.
guy. He's the one that Gary Williams brought up.
Yeah. Was he? He was a card counter.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, this is a weird bit. I know we're going to talk about the Wizards. Teams are horny for their number 1 draft pick. We'll get to that in a bit. A former Wizard will now play in the NBA Finals for an 18th straight year.
Saw that.
That's a weird just anomaly that's happening because Landry Shamet, and I remember him being in a Wizards uniform. I don't remember Dylan Jones, who was also on the Wizards at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I guess 20, 25, and 26. I don't
really
him.
remember. Yep.
So here's a list of former Wizards that have been in the finals over the last several years.
No, Porzingis has done it a couple times.
Thomas Bryant and Quentin Jackson were on the Pacers last year. In 2024, Porzingis was on the Celtics. Daniel Gafford and Markieff Morris were on the Dallas Mavericks. The year before that, Thomas Bryant was in the finals again. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Jeff Green, and Ish Smith were all on the Nuggets in 2023. Otto Porter, Gary Payton II, and Chris, is it Chiozza? I just remember him as like a 10-day contract guy.
Who did Otto Porter play for in an NBA Finals?
The Warriors.
That's right. He was on the Warriors bench.
In 2021 is Bobby Portis. In 2020 was JaVale McGee and Markieff Morris on the Lakers. Sean Livingston did it. Nick Young for the Warriors in 2018. This dates back to 2009 with Tyronn Lue.
Well, it also shows you how many guys just move around. A lot of these guys have played on double-digit teams. Markieff Morris, I think, has played on 12 or 13 teams.
Yeah.
What do you make? Speaking of guys, what do you make of the reports yesterday that who was it? It's after the 17th. We're offering the 17th pick potentially for Champagny.
Oh, I had not seen that.
Oh, I didn't see that.
There was a rumor yesterday. Look up. I'm not sure. Is it the Rock? I'm not sure who it is. Whoever is the 7th. What is it?
Thunder.
17 has the OKC has
Yeah,
17.
the OKC is offering potentially the 17th pick for Champagne, who I guess they've had their eyes on. What would you do if you're Will? I think you would take that. I mean, I know that there's a kind of a
Get the 17th
drop
pick?
off after the top 7 or 8.
Sure.
But
I would.
Champagne's a dime a dozen in the
seems
NBA.
like a role player.
His
to
brother,
me.
he's the nub Champagne.
It seems like it,
right?
Maybe he'll turn
But
into
he's
something.
he's a good glue guy type of guy to have on your roster. But
But
if
he's
you-
the nub Champagne.
That's true. But if
Yeah, his
if,
brother's average. What's he average? About 12 a game.
I think
his
so, yeah.
brother's pretty darn
But if
good.
you're getting offered the 17th pick, I think you have to take it. I think if you're Will Dawkins, you're like, this is a rotational guy. He's a nice player, but he's not worth the 17th pick. And we've got the Thunder offering to take him.
Mm-hmm.
That's what was being reported yesterday.
I would do it in a heartbeat.
If you
do it with the quickness.
Yeah, I would.
I mean, you do it 5 minutes ago if you're the Wizards.
So to your question about giving up the number 1 pick, Cakes, I don't know what the latest intel is.
Hey, what's the
there's
rumor?
There's
going
a
around?
lot of buzz. Now, this is from SI.com. So Brett Siegel did an NBA mock draft for Clutch Points recently, and he reported that the Bulls have reached out to the Wizards about the number 1 overall pick. The organization has reportedly joined several others in the lottery in contacting Michael Winger. Here's the quote. As previously reported in our mock draft 1.0 before the draft combine, both the Jazz and Nets have held discussions with the Wizards about the number 1 pick. Sources say the Bulls have also reached out to the Wizards since the start of the combine, along with the Atlanta Hawks.
I'm
So
not
there's
opposed to
There's
it.
a lot of jockeying.
The Bulls
for that
are
number
at
1
4,
pick.
right?
Bulls
Bulls
are
are
sitting
4.
at 4.
Are you opposed to? I'm not opposed to it if you know, for example, if you know they're trading up because they want DeBonsa and you don't want DeBonsa, you want Boozer.
Right.
And you know at number 2 it's going to be Darren Peterson. At number 3, right? The Bulls are 3?
Bulls are at
Bulls
4.
are at 4. Memphis is at 3.
If you know,
Four's
that's
dicey.
right. If you know you're still going to get your guy, then I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it too, but I don't know if you're going to get your guy.
If they love Caleb Wilson, and I don't know, I can't read.
There's
Will
been
Dawkins'
zero
mind.
buzz
There's
about
been-
them loving
There,
Caleb.
has been zero buzz, but sometimes that's the way these organizations work. They're cloaked in secrecy. They don't tell anybody who they're into.
True.
Maybe they love Caleb Wilson. They're like, okay, if somebody's going to give us a huge draft haul to move down to 4,
We're going to snag him.
we're going to take him, and we're going to get. I think the Bulls have the 15th pick as well. I'd have to double check that.
The Bulls
in this draft.
Bulls have 15. They have 4 and 15. Correct.
Yeah, so if they offer the pick swap and you get the 15th pick and other assets as well, I mean, Will Dawkins and Michael Winger are going to have to at least consider it.
If they really love, right?
If they love,
I mean, I
that
would
player.
bet against them slipping past the top 2. I just think that they're gung ho with DeBonsa or Peterson.
Right.
So I would be surprised. But anything's possible.
Even though some reports are that they're big on Boozer.
Yeah.
If they really love Boozer and they know that Utah wants DeBonsa
Yeah.
and who else? Oh, Memphis.
Yeah.
Would want Peterson. Then and you know you love Boozer. Okay, I can see it.
I'm telling you, there seems to be a divide. You know, I've watched a lot of podcasts these last few days, still kind of trying to stay, abreast of what's going on, the latest rumors and everything. And all of the kind of media types, the bloggers, their push come to shove, they're like DeBonta. But then you see NBA execs, and they say it's totally up for grabs. They could see Peterson going. They could even see Boozer going there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a weird disconnect.
Well, that guy that we had on the show, I already forgotten his name just a few days ago.
Nate
Gluber or
Glumble? What's his name?
Grubel.
Nathan Grubel.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said
he loved Peterson, but then he said when push comes to shove, he had the Wizards taking Boozer.
Yeah,
he was big on Boozer,
but he loved Peterson as the best player.
Dude, I'm telling you, all my chips are shoved in on Peterson, and probably be wrong. But
I've been a Peterson guy.
Did you see was it who's the guy from Jay Billis interviewed him? There's like a 5 or 6 minute clip that they ran on SportsCenter, and he was totally like, yeah, we got it all figured out. He said he had like literally harmful levels of creatine. He was just like way ODing on it, and that just screwed his whole body chemistry up. And believe me, I've taken creatine years ago, and I would cramp up like crazy. I can't imagine taking unhealthy levels. So that's straight. And then at the very end, I mean, I don't know how much you value Kendrick Perkins' opinion or not, but he said he talked to a couple league executives, and these were their two comparisons for Peterson. The floor is Bradley Beal.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
And then, of course, obviously, the ceiling is Kobe, which no one thinks he's going to be Kobe.
Yeah,
but
it's not going to be another Kobe.
But if floor being Bradley Beal, it's a pretty good floor.
It's a pretty good floor. I mean, he did make
what
all-star
they say
teams.
about the Bonza floor ceiling.
Not those two, but I'd heard somebody else say Andrew Wiggins, and that just
yeah, but I saw Tracy McGrady.
I've seen that.
I saw a bunch of really good players.
That might be ceiling.
Yeah, I don't know if that was ceiling.
Are you guys for sure buying the creatine excuse?
Yes.
No,
I'm 100%.
No, I'm not for sure.
Why
buying
100%? I mean, he's surrounded by an elite training staff in Lawrence, right? It's the number one story in college basketball. Why is this guy missing games due to cramping?
Mm-hmm.
They don't say, what are you putting in your body?
Well, I'm sure they did.
Of course, but they would say, stop taking creatine.
It could be a cover.
Like, to me, it's not adding up.
Okay,
It
I'll
might
tell
be
you
true.
why I believe
Smells
it.
fishy.
I'll
It
tell
just
you why I
smells a
believe
little fishy.
He said he had harmful levels. I buy it. I've taken it before. I've had the cramping. I know it's real. He said he had full body cramping, and it basically was traumatic experience. And so, my understanding is, every time he even felt a little tinge of it, he pulled himself out. He was traumatized. He said he was on the table, and he said he got to call he thought he was going to die on the table. Like, he literally had a traumatizing experience from it, and anytime he felt any hint of a cramping, he was basically pulling himself.
Sounds like
he
a
was
British
scared.
podcaster.
It's almost like having an anxiety attack. He was scared he was going to have another one. And it got in his head. I actually buy it.
Sounds too fragile.
Well,
I'm
I
out
know,
on
but you
Peterson.
got Bill Self saying we don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Bill
sorry?
Self would know.
Bill Self said multiple times, we have no idea what's going
They
on.
would know if it was a creatine issue. Like
Yeah.
they would have
I
known.
mean, you're right.
I think they did, but it got in his head. I think he was scared. He got scared.
Can you acknowledge there's a chance it's been? It's
Sure,
like a
but
cover?
I believe him.
Okay, it's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
You watched him, you believe him.
I believe him.
it's
I believe him.
possible.
I've had creatine cramps before. My whole body seized up.
The
My
Wizards
arms,
have the
my chest.
luxury.
Everyone lies.
That's true. They have the luxury of not having to worry about it. They can look at him and say, you know what, there's red flags there. He may be great, but we don't have to risk it because we have the luxury of having the number one overall pick. And we don't have to take a guy with red flags.
Yeah, but I don't think he had a
And we're
history
gonna
of it
pass on
before.
you.
I think it just got weird. I don't think he had a history of it in high school. He says he's over it now
Doesn't
completely.
matter.
You would
Peterson-
pass on him just because of that, because of the.
To me, it's a big red flag that he's pulling himself out of college games already before he even makes it to the
I
pros.
just want the best player. So
I know,
I'll
I
trust
agree.
him.
I agree.
I'll trust
I agree.
him whichever way they go.
I'm
I just
sure-
want the best
Will
player.
Dawkins is probably talked to Bill Self a billion times
I'm
about
sure
this.
he has. I'm sure he's talked to everybody in
I think it was
inner circle.
miscommunication. He got freaked out.
Is it that different than a couple years ago? There was criticism of Caleb Williams, who ended up being the number one pick. And look, he's still a work in progress, but last year was pretty damn impressive by Caleb Williams. When people were saying that he was crying in the stands and, there were
Well, he
issues.
was.
I understand that, but people were saying, oh, there's red flags on Caleb Williams.
I didn't like the painted
When you're not-
nails.
Well, that's you.
That's a lot of people.
You gotta.
But he went one. We got it.
You can call those red flags, but his talent was undeniable, and he's shown that in the pros. And seems to me, you can create red flags on Darren Peterson. You probably can create red flags on DeBonsa. You can probably create red flags on anybody. Like,
I haven't heard.
If a guy has an upside,
I haven't
of
heard
Kobe
many
Bryant, that's
negatives
tough
on
to pat.
DeBonsa.
Yeah.
I haven't heard many negatives
Seems
on
pretty
DeBonsa.
squeaky clean.
On
agree.
the court or off.
I
haven't
agree
heard.
with that. I think Devontae, you couldn't find anything negative to say about him.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what Will Dawkins decides.
I'm out on Darren. I'm 1,000 miles out on him
Because of that.
Yes.
You're just playing it safe.
Yes.
Okay.
And I can do that because I have the luxury of the number one pick.
I know,
I don't
but-
have to
Yeah,
deal
but
with
you better look back
sometimes-
on it 5
I don't
years
have
from now
to
and be
deal
right.
with
You
someone
better be
with
right.
warts.
Sometimes playing it safe, you miss out on the
but
superstar.
I mean, you're acting like DeBonsa is a mediocre player.
They could. I mean, DeBonsa and Peterson could both be superstars.
Right, but
like,
one's probably going to be a little bit better.
I mean, they could both be really, really damn good.
I mean, I'd have to go back, but Luka Doncic wasn't the first pick, right? DeAndre
Correct.
Ayton was.
Yep.
And probably the safer play was taking the guy that you see in the U.S., the bigger guy, the guy that's played in college, than some teenager that's playing in Europe. But what was the better pick?
I mean, it's clearly Luka.
I mean, he's playing it safe is fine, and maybe he'll end up being a better player. But if you believe one guy has the higher upside and will be the better player, I think that's who you got to take.
Well, we'll see if the
Well,
Wizards
that's what they're
believe
gonna do.
that
I
that's
can't
Devonta
wait.
or
I
Peterson.
can't wait to see what they're going to do.
I'm just.
I honestly can't wait.
Well, you got like 4 weeks.
It's coming.
Yeah, but the Wizards did the opposite of that, the Luka thing, and they took Jan Vesley, and Kawhi Leonard was drafted right after that.
Right.
Yep. Happens every year.
What do you mean by so? What is your point?
Well, he's just saying that pointing out that drafting the American over the unknown, like you just don't know. You don't know how any of these guys are going to pan out.
you're right. I'm
Whether
saying that-
European, American, African. You
Right.
have no idea. You see the traits. You know what they.
We all
do.
agree on that.
I'm arguing,
we all
though,
agree on
that you got to go with, you don't just play it safe. You go with who you think is going to be the best player. What I would presume is back then, when they drafted Jan Vesley, they thought he was going to be the best player over Kawhi. They'd Swift.
They may have drafted based off of upside.
Yeah. I think for sure, 100%. 100% that's true.
Need my guy Will Dawkins to pick AJ DeBonsa. Need him to stay away from that.
But I don't think he's going to draft whoever he drafts. I don't think he's going to play it safe. I think he's going to
No.
draft that guy because he believes he's the best guy.
He's
For
going to be
them.
the face of the franchise for the next decade.
That he's going to be a 10-time All-Star.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you about Michelle Radley. Her name is on the building. That's right. More often than not, Michelle Radley's actually in the building, chatting with customers, making sure the experience is memorable. JP here, and that's a big reason I scored my new Traverse from Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg. But she's got 3 other locations. Down in Fredericksburg, you got Radley Chevrolet, Radley Cadillac, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi. Here's one of the best things about Michelle Radley. Radley's VIP rewards program gives you silly savings on service, parts, even routine maintenance. Michelle Radley Automotive Group and Radley VIP rewards, delivering memorable driving experiences.
Going to give you guys a quick pop quiz here. Current events here in the D.C. area. Do you know the name David Rush? Does that name mean anything to you?
No.
Nope. Doesn't ring a bell?
Should it?
It shouldn't. But
why?
David Rush is a former senior CIA official.
Some reason I knew you were going to go CIA.
Okay, with top
terrorism.
No, this is not terrorism related.
Okay.
He has top secret level clearance. He's accused of stealing hundreds of gold bars worth more than $40 million from the federal government and stashing them in his home.
How?
He was arrested and
where was he-
charged with criminal theft of public money last week, according to federal court filings in Virginia. From November to March, David Rush requested and received a, quote, significant quantity of foreign currency and tens of millions of dollars in gold bars for work-related expenses, according to an affidavit from an FBI agent who's investigating the case. Federal officials searched his home on May 18th, so that's what, 10 days ago?
Yep.
And seized more than 300 gold bars with an estimated value of more than $40 million. They also seized roughly $2 million in U.S. currency and 35 luxury watches, many of them Rolexes.
He had. Did you say the cash amount? $2 million in cash.
$2 million in cash.
Just
How did
sitting
he
there in
think he
his
was going to
basement.
get away with it? I don't
How does he think
understand.
he's going to get away with this?
I don't understand thieves.
How long was he doing that?
I mean, it says from November. They're
This
tracking
sounds
from,
like recent.
from November, I guess, of 2025 to March of
It
2026.
doesn't sound like it was
Wow.
like a 10-year thing.
Between 25. Yeah, you're right. That's crazy.
That's insane. He also, shocker, he lied about his resume, like where he went to school, and like, but he thought he would get away with stealing $40 million worth of gold bars from the United States, and people are like, if you steal like a few reams of paper, okay, or like a pen, a box of pens from your office,
Maybe a chair.
you're going to get away with it. It's gonna fly under the radar.
Yeah.
You steal $40 million in gold and $2 million in cash.
Well, maybe he was reading those reports. Isn't there some speculation that there's no gold at the wherever
Fort Knox.
Yeah.
Hold on. There's speculation that Fort Knox is empty.
There's some speculation that
Because David Rush was taking it all.
that it's like that was like a year or so ago.
I have not heard that report. I don't.
Where's
know.
that speculation coming from?
I don't know
haven't
anything
heard the
about the
Fort
U.S.
Knox
gold
speculation.
reserves. I don't know.
Goldfinger tried to nuke it.
Just Google it. There's some speculation that thing might. I mean, just
Fort Knox empty?
You
That's
can
what it
read
should be?
about reports about it. Yeah,
Okay.
there's some speculation that they were going to do a big investigation and make sure that the gold's actually there, that it hasn't been hijacked
Like
over the years.
Geraldo opening up the King Tut's tomb.
Exactly.
I'm
The
gonna
same
guess
type
that,
of thing.
I'm gonna guess they're not just gonna let like a random rank and file American walk into Fort Knox and take a look at all the gold.
No, like somebody from Congress or somebody gonna do like a real investigation, see if it's actually still there.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never actually thought about it.
That's a real thing. Didn't make it up.
Okay.
Somehow
there's a
it's
real
tied
thought.
to the Epstein emails.
Okay.
Everything's tied to that.
Just I put Fort Knox empty.
Well,
and
here's what I know about
rumors.
gold. The one thing I know about gold recently is that Costco started selling like little, not gold bars, I don't
Yeah.
think, but very small amounts of gold,
Right.
and they sold out
like an
with a
ounce.
quickness.
Like I think an ounce at
Like
a time.
yeah, you can buy like an ounce at a
$1,000
time
or whatever
and
it was.
you can't. They're not on the shelves anymore.
Yeah.
Sold out.
Well, I told you my uncle, he saved up through the years silver bars, and he gave to my cousin Rhonda. When he passed, she inherited a bunch of silver bars.
Does she still have them, or she traded them for U.S. currency?
You sure it's not Patron silver?
You need to.
By the
give
way,
me
I
your
still need to
address.
get the address.
Well done.
If you want,
Save the day.
if you want Open Road to send some bourbon or whiskey, does she like bourbon or whiskey or both?
I would guess both.
Okay.
From her last call, I would guess both.
Yeah,
I mean, I think she'll drink anything.
She'll drink
but
anything.
I think she likes whiskey. I think whiskey. I mean, she's not like sophisticated. I mean, she's just sitting there opening the bottle.
If
and
there's a bottle that
putting
shows up
Kroger
on
cola
her,
in it.
shows up on her porch, I'm gonna guess she's gonna open it and consume it and
Right.
barely look at the label.
Right. I mean,
So what did she do with all the silver bars? Have they been spent, or is she still sitting on
I
those?
don't want to talk out of school, but I think she, a lot of people take advantage of it. I think she gave a lot away, to be honest with you.
I mean, it's very benevolent of her.
Yeah.
She had to free a Nigerian prince who was He was behind bars.
What would you
Behind
do?
gold, silver bars.
What would you do if a gold bar just fell into your hands?
A gold bar, like just,
Yeah, like-
I just
whistle.
I mean,
walk down
you're-
the hallway and I stumble across a gold bar.
I mean, you've been talking about these stolen gold bars. So let's
Yeah.
say you're driving down the Beltway,
and I just
and there's a gold
I
bar
hit
on
a-
the
what I
side of
think's
the
a
road.
pothole, but
it's
it's a
on the
gold-
shoulder.
I would.
You pull over, you pick up a gold bar. Now what are you doing?
Going.
It's a great
First of all,
question.
you're looking it up. See
Yeah,
how much
I'm gonna
it's
see
worth.
how much it's worth.
Then you're gonna weigh it.
Then I'm gonna probably put it on eBay.
No, you're not putting it on eBay.
No,
you
I don't-
go
I
to a
don't
bank
know
or
what I'm
something,
doing.
or
I'm just gonna
wherever
take
you
it in
go.
my bank and say,
Yeah, what is this worth?
Yeah, you go
put that
wherever
on
you go.
Facebook Marketplace.
No.
No, I guess
Pass it to Teresa to sell.
Could you take it to one of those currency converter spots like they have in Montgomery Mall?
No, if you take it to like the pawn shop in Vegas where Rick pawn.
Well, they're gonna give you
No.
10% of what it's worth.
No. They'll buy it for whatever the current price is because they believe it's only going to go up and up and up. So they'll give you the
Yeah, but there
exact
are
price.
legitimate places where you
Who's
can
the
turn
guy
into
with the
gold.
tan that's always telling you to buy gold or silver?
I don't know.
George Hamilton? Is that his name?
Well,
the
he's
former
the,
actor?
he's the
George
guy,
Hamilton.
the tan guy.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
he used to do those
On
commercials.
on a related note, I think it was in Fort Lauderdale or Miami recently, like last week, where a big sack of what had to be like cartel drug money washed up on shore.
Yeah.
And some rando at the beach is like,
What's
it
this?
Literally had like a couple $1 million in the backpack. And he turned it over to like
the
the
cops?
lifeguards,
Oh, he
like
did?
the beach patrol. He's like, this is dirty cartel
I think I would have
blood money.
snagged a few before I turned it over to the
Yeah,
guards.
you think the cartel doesn't know that bag is lost?
Yeah, that's okay. Then I get out of the country.
They're not going to track you down and try to find that bag, and then you're going to be hanging headless from a bridge. I mean, that could definitely happen. If I found cartel drug blood money, I'm turning that in. Gold bar, probably going to keep it.
What's
Because I
gold?
think that's
Gold
tougher
worth.
to track.
What's gold worth?
I mean,
Right
for a
now.
long time, it was kept going up. I don't know what it's been doing in the last few months. I haven't tracked it.
44.20.
Is that per ounce?
I don't know what that weight would be. I have no idea.
I think that's per ounce, right?
That might be. I have no.
Gold price per ounce is $43.87.
Yep, there you go.
So
Man, that's
That's why those bars are worth $40 million.
so much, dude.
But can you imagine being insane enough to request? I guess his top secret clearance allowed him to request the gold bars.
Yeah, but just
It's
there's-
like out of evidence, or like I don't know how you even get your hands on those.
But there's a trail.
Yeah,
of,
you leave a paper trail.
Yeah, it
it
just
leads
doesn't-
directly to your house.
It doesn't make
and
any
your
sense.
storage area where you have gold bars aplenty. People are insane.
He's just a dummy.
But if I found one, I felt like I could get away with it, I would probably just take it to my house and stash it for the time being. To answer your question.
Rhonda's going to send me her address. She said, seriously?
Yeah.
I said, yeah. We're going
Yeah,
to
we're
send
gonna-
you some
we're-
booze.
We're going to take care of her.
We're going to take care
We're
of
going to
her.
hook her
I
up.
mean, I got to clear it with the. Oh, I'm sure they'll do it, but I
Sure.
got to clear it.
We could probably find some Scotty's vodka to ship her away, too. Why not?
She likes that. Yeah.
Definitely could do that.
Let's go to Brian in Pennsylvania. Brian's one of those guys who was hanging out with us all in Dewey. Brian, what's up?
What's up, guys? Yeah, I'm on my commute to Chambersburg, PA right now. I wanted to give a call in and just thank you guys so much for Dewey. Unbelievable time. I think I got a chance to talk to JP and explain how my buddy Koki sort of got me onto you guys about 13 years, and just meeting all four of you guys and getting a chance to talk to you. It was just an unbelievable experience. And
We're
you
just
guys
great
really-
guys. We're just great
Just good
human
people,
beings, aren't we?
That's all we are.
Ryan played hoops at Mount St. Mary's.
Right.
Yeah, I was with Koki at the Mount, and I was the manager there when Koki played.
Oh, you were the manager.
I actually played. Well, yeah, I played like Koki. I played my freshman year as a practice player, then just became the manager. I wasn't athletic enough to
Right.
get to play.
What was
But,
the
yeah, I mean-
highlight? What was the highlight of Dewey for you?
I mean, for me personally, it was just being able to hang out with you guys. And I've learned for next year. Like we tried to steal your bit and go home and take a nap.
Uh-huh.
We had to Uber back and forth from Ben's place. Next year, I'm just going to probably shoot through. But really, the highlight was coming back and getting that shock at Starboard of like, oh my gosh, what just happened here? And getting to hang out with EB, and then going to the lighthouse, and then end of the day at the rudder with Valdez. And obviously, the moment of the night was Valdez getting us to skip that 2-hour long line and get right in.
Baller move.
Just got to feel so silly when he did
you
that.
got the VIP treatment.
Oh, you
Yeah,
pulled him in when you
they're
called him
walking
up?
over from rudder when Mar was trying to holler at some chick that was at starboard. So we got to walk.
Some silly from his high school.
Mar.
Was there some silly from your high school that was there, Mar? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This chick
There's another
sent
silly there, too.
listen to this. This chick sent Mar a text message. I don't know. I don't know if it was Friday morning that said "wakey wakey."
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we're dissecting that wakey wakey text for hours all day.
What was your conclusion?
Like what girl who's not trying to holler at you sends a text that says "wakey wakey"?
Oh, she's definitely trying to holler. Was Marv not picking up on the signal?
No, Mar was. That's why he wanted to leave the rudder so much.
That's why we hauled ass from rudder to starboard.
I never see him run so fast.
All right, Brian. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
Yeah, it was great. Just the community of guys. I got to hang out with Tailgate Ted, and I'll tell you what, meeting Drunk Mike was unbelievable. Just you meet him in person, but the community you guys have created is awesome. I'm looking forward to next year, and we'll learn from our experiences and keep doing what you guys are doing, man. It was great.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
Are the Junks big in PA? I feel like we're hitting in PA.
Well,
A
they're
lot of
like-
people
No,
can't
no,
get
no.
that
You don't realize how big you guys are at the beach.
Yeah.
I think that's
At the beach?
Is that true?
Yeah, I think at the beach you guys are huge.
We're beach legends.
Yeah, because just think about the age of the listener now.
Yeah, it's true.
They're older. They might have a place down there, or maybe they've moved down there to retire. Plus, you guys are on TV all the time in every single bar.
That's a good point.
On Monumental down there.
Yeah.
Well, these guys, they live on right on the edge. I think they live right near Hagerstown, not very far from there.
I think like Wayne. I looked up Waynesboro. It's like right on the border of
Yeah.
PA
So
and Maryland. Yeah.
they get the signal out.
Yeah, good. That's awesome. 800-636-1067 is the number on an open line Thursday. Don't forget Scott Abraham, sports director for ABC7. He will join us coming up at 8:45. And Barry Verluga from The Athletic joins the show at 9 a.m.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders' second day of OTAs continues with 7-on-7 non-contact, 9-on-7, and 11-on-11 drills. Quarterback Jaden Daniels on the David Blau offense.
Yeah, I mean, I love the offense. I mean, I love what Blau's doing. I love how he's creating and designing different things, and then we're going from there. But for me personally, it's just how can I get better as a football player.
Nationals fall to the Guardians 3-2. Day off and welcoming in Craig Stammen's San Diego Padres tomorrow night at Nats Park. The Mystics shut down the Storm 78-64, now 3-3. Mystics welcome in the Sparks tomorrow night. Washington Spirit return home Saturday 6:30 at Audi Field against Seattle Reign. Carolina takes out Montreal 4-0. Canes lead that series 3-1. ESPN reporting Georgia coach Kirby Smart suggested that if an agreement can't be reached on expansion, perhaps the SEC should try to go on without the NCAA. From the Crop Metcalf 5 Stars Sports Desk, Byron Kern on The Fan.
In case you haven't heard, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junks. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team right in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Scott Abraham joins us in just about 40 minutes.
Hey, real quick. And Barry's Vogler, but I'm just finding out from a buddy of mine, that guy David Rush you were talking about, the ex-CIA officer, who still lives right near me in Ashburn.
Oh, he does. He's an Ashburn guy.
Yeah, his kids, well, I'm not going to say where they went to school, but it's crazy.
Those are your people.
Yeah, that's your neighbor.
You know who else I see all the time?
Squirreling away government property in his basement.
I see all the time in Ashburn, the head of Secret Service. Remember when Trump was shot in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
The one guy that covered him with the glasses, Sean Curran, great guy. Actually, a listener of the show. But see him all the time, too.
Nice.
I can't believe that's how small the world is. This guy, David Rush, is
that's your neighbor.
Right around the corner.
Yep. That's your guy.
Does he have a gold-plated house?
Yeah, maybe.
Remember, wasn't there a guy, was it from Annapolis or whatever? It was like a couple years ago, or he and his wife were like, they were selling secrets or something, and their peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, or remember there was some
I don't remember
details?
that detail, but I remember
It was like the Annapolis, Davidsville area or something like that.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what?
It happens around you, man.
There's spies and scoundrels amongst us every single day. We pass them every single day.
Yeah, you don't even know.
Nope. Unaware. Just
crazy.
the way it works.
Crazy world there.
All right, so we wanted to get into this tweet from Ian Hartitz on Twitter.
Now, Ian's been on the show a lot, right?
He's been
Through
on
the years?
several times. He used to work for PFF.
Okay.
He now works for Fantasy Life. That is Matthew Berry's fantasy site that he started a few years ago. He tweeted 18 hours ago, and again, he's at iHartitz, HARTITZ on Twitter.
All right.
If we ranked every team's collective running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends,
collective,
Commanders coming in 31st? Question mark.
Oh, so not the quarterback, just the
yes
skill
RBs,
position.
wideouts, tight ends.
I mean, I think it's probably fair. They don't have
I think that's
the
way
best
too
at any
low.
position. Probably most of the
I mean,
positions.
I think the receivers probably bring that ranking down because of just the lack of depth.
Yeah.
And uncertainty of who's going to be the number 2, 3, and 4. But I think the running back room's better than that.
I think they'll outperform that a little bit, but let's just go with it and say it's true. He's not leaving out the most. He's leaving out the most key ingredient, which is the quarterback.
Yeah, sure.
And it makes me think of years, say, in New England, where Brady didn't necessarily have the best wide receivers.
Yeah,
didn't necessarily have the best crop of running backs.
No.
He had Gronk, but they kind of made it work.
And JP's brought up many times, like Jaden elevated a very pedestrian cast of wideouts when he was a rookie, and maybe Adam Peters is thinking the same thing will happen in 2026.
I kind of feel like this is a better group than that, but Chig needs to really come through. If he doesn't come through, That's going to be, you can't replace the Ertz.
I think he's going to be a focal part of the offense.
I understand why he's saying, question mark. He's asking,
Yeah.
is that possible? Because there's no huge, besides Terry, there's no big names. But I just think collectively they're better than 31st. Who does he have right ahead of him?
No, he's just asking. He doesn't have a list.
Oh, he doesn't have a ranking.
He doesn't have a ranking.
Oh,
He just
okay.
has. He's
He's just saying
he's kinda
only the
spitballing.
Dolphins are worse at the skill positions. When you take quarterback out of the equation, maybe he's right.
Yeah, I mean, the
I'm
Dolphins,
not going to
Dolphins have traded
take offense
away.
to it.
They traded away Waddle to the Broncos. Tyreek Hill is no longer there. Like they're starting from scratch. Like the only skill player of note that they really have is Devon Achane, who's great, who's really good. But that's about it.
I mean, he's got the Raiders ahead of him. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, the Raiders have Brock Bowers, but Jack Beck, Trey Tucker, Jalen Naylor,
who they have at RB?
Receiver. RB, well, RB is going to be it's Genty.
I mean, I think they've got a top-rated
But Genty
guy.
didn't do anything.
Okay, but they've got a top-rated guy in Bowers. I'm looking at one list.
He's legit.
Chig is ranked 24th best tight end. So if you just went by individual, if you then went receiving core, where's their receiving core? It's going to be in the lower third. And you
I would
probably
agree
say
with
this.
that. I'm not saying they're top 10. I'm just saying 31 seems pretty low.
I just think it's going to be good enough because as you bring up the 24, I mean, the 24 team was led by Terry and Zach Ertz, but after that, it was Zacchaeus, Noah Brown, Diami, Brian Robinson, Eckler, played some, had some, but I think his impact was overall a lot less than what people expected. So I think it's a similar group. Jaden just balled out and elevated everyone. It's going to need that again, for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
and I do think Chig will be good. I think he's a good addition. I think, as you say, people seem to be really intrigued by what White's going to bring to the running back room.
I think he just brings an Eckler-like element to the backfield.
I think Antonio Williams is going to be an impactful player. I don't know. I'm somewhat encouraged.
Look, offensively, they finished 22nd in points scored. So they weren't the 31st team.
And that was with a major injury.
It was a big time letdown that they only were scoring 21 points a game.
Yeah, well,
22nd.
Their best two players were hurt.
But
correct.
I would not be shocked at all if in the next month and a half, if Adam Peters adds one of these free agent names that's still out on the wideout market.
Still can't believe they're out there.
I mean, why wouldn't you add Stephon Diggs on a 1-year deal or a 2-year deal?
I don't know. It's kind of inexplicable to me. Why don't they just get it done? What are we waiting for? I guess they're waiting for the Ayuk situation to play out.
Of course, Ayuk could be traded here, or he could be released and they pick him up. Like he could be a guy that impacts the wideout group here.
This is
I don't
why
know that I'd be
This is
interested
why I
in him,
asked
but-
you earlier is if the defense might be the strength of the team over the offense, because a lot of people
I think as long as you have-
probably look at the offense and go, yeah, it's okay.
As long as you have Jaden,
I think it's going to be better than okay.
I think as long as you have Jaden, it's going to be the strength.
Yeah, I mean,
he's the best. I think he's the best player on the team.
It's also probably underrated. Now, part of it is that Mariota and Jaden ran, but they finished 4th in rushing last year. I mean, your guy Bill ran for
900,
in the 800s. And I think he scored 8 touchdowns.
Although, by the way, I believe he
pick.
was watching yesterday. I think he might be nursing something.
It's possible.
I thought I heard that. I mean, obviously it's early, doesn't matter, but something worth noting.
I mean, Bill was probably. I mean, how could he not be the best value pick of last year's NFL draft?
Yeah, I don't know.
For his production,
Seemed
being
pretty
picked in
good.
the 7th round, the guy gives you 8 end zone trips and was pretty respectable as a rusher.
Seemed pretty darn
I
good.
mean, he averaged 4.6 yards a pop.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better rookie campaign from Bill.
No.
And hopefully he builds on that in year 2.
But I'm not going to argue if they want to say it's 31st. You take the quarterback out, fine.
I can see why he would speculate that they're in that territory.
Probably weren't ranked very high in 24. Maybe higher because guys like Eckler had name, but Eckler didn't really produce all that much.
Well, that's why we all talked about them upgrading in the draft. Now, they didn't do it with their 1st-round pick, but we knew that they needed to get a receiver, so they do it with their 3rd-round pick. So this is a guy just speculating. I mean, if Chig works out and
Williams
and Antonio Williams works out, then all of a sudden that offense looks a lot better.
And White.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
White contributes the way they
Look,
think.
they knew they needed to upgrade. That's why they made the free agency moves. That's why they made the draft pick.
What did we order? 22. We averaged 22 points per game last year. The year before, we averaged 29. We got to return to like at least 25, 26.
Yeah, that's a good.
I feel like that's fair.
And they will. They will.
Set.
I feel like that's fair. If Jaden plays 14, 15 games.
Don't you think they will? They might be 27.
I think they should bounce back into that range.
Yeah. And I just think the defense is going to hold teams to a lot less than what they held teams to this past year.
Hope Sonny Styles is a stud.
He's going to be.
I mean, last year was such a disaster.
God bless
Excuse me. I mean, in the sense that, Mariota played 11 games. I mean, if your backup quarterback plays 11 games.
Of course your number's going to be down.
It's over, Johnny.
Yeah, that's why I can't really compare numbers from last year. You can't.
I mean, it wasn't just a total disaster.
Yeah. I just think 31's way too low. And I agree, Chig's going to have a big year.
Well, 31 might be fair. It might be fair for that group, but they're not going to be the 31st ranked offense.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. I don't think that at all.
800-636-1067.
It's hard to compare because all of these players haven't played together yet, and you got a new offensive coordinator. So I understand there's speculation and there's question if they can be as good as 2 years ago. But look at what they did 2 years ago. And in my opinion, I mean, obviously Terry had a huge year that year, but I think this is better than that cast overall.
If you just looked at total points last year, if you averaged 25 points, where would that put you? That would put you in like almost the top 10. The Niners averaged 24.9 points per game. That's a good. So did the Ravens. 24.9 for the Ravens, 25.7 for the Niners.
Well, they both they had quarterback issues.
Yeah, but
Brock Purdy was out for a lot of the
Mac
season.
Jones was filling in.
Yeah, so if Purdy's there for the entire year, it's probably up a couple points.
Weren't those all playoff teams? The Ravens and Niners. Did the Bears make it? I can't even remember.
The Bears did. The Bears missed, right?
Ravens weren't
Cowboys
in the
were not. The Cowboys averaged 27.7.
Here's my thing on Chig. You guys seem higher on Chig than me. And Chig may be fine.
Yeah.
I just don't know that he's going to be any better than what Zach Ertz has been.
Oh, I think he's going to be more impactful than he might not score as many touchdowns, but he's going to average more yards per catch. He's going to average way more yak than Zach Ertz ever did.
Probably the yak, but they averaged, and I know this is just looking at statistics, they averaged basically the same yards per catch.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like Chig was going downfield, and this is maybe a dumb concern, I'll admit it, but he wasn't even really the number one guy there. You look at these rankings.
At tight end in Tennessee?
Yeah, I guess he
was. He had the most catches of the tight ends.
I'm looking at these rankings. This is one person's rankings. He's in tier 5 for him. Like the company that they believe Chig is with guys like, and these guys contribute. I'm not saying they don't contribute, but he's in a pool with Jonnu Smith, Isaiah Likely, Cade Otton, Mike Gesicki.
It's probably just based on numbers.
I also look at the quarterbacks that were delivering him the ball while he was there. Guys like Will Levis.
So you think he could take off?
Tannehill at the end of his career.
I think that's the idea.
And Cam Ward. Yeah, I think that Adam Peters is baked in that this guy with Jaden Daniels at the helm of the offense is going to make a step in production in both yardage, catches.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to be as impactful touchdown wise as Zach Ertz, but I think he's going to put up big numbers in this offense potentially.
I mean, he had 56 catches on 79 targets from a quarterback who completed less than 60% of his passes, a rookie.
Right.
I would say if he has less than 60 catches, and 60 is only one more than that, that would be a disappointment.
Yeah, I think he's going to, I agree. I think he's going to be in the 70 range.
Right, but last year he averaged 10 yards per catch.
Yeah.
Zach Ertz averaged 10.1.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see a big difference.
Well, let's see. Maybe you'll be right.
Like, it seems like a lot of people are expecting him to be a lot better than Zach Ertz. Well, and maybe you're disrespecting what Zach Ertz did here in Washington.
No, Ertz was very good.
I don't think there's any doubt, though. He's going to be better with
but
the
he's
ball
younger, he's more
than
athletic.
Ertz. Maybe they're running different routes. I don't know. I'm not an offensive coordinator. I couldn't
That would
break
be
down.
my perception, too.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, this is not a small sample size.
Right, but I think everyone understands that Chig's going to be better after the catch.
Even without the numbers, I think you're going to watch games and you're you're going to see Chig make plays, and you're going to say, Zach Ertz never could have done that.
Yeah, but in 4 seasons,
maybe his peak, but not when he was here with the Commanders.
You can blame it on the quarterbacks, but 4 seasons is a lot of seasons.
Yeah.
And he's played in every game.
Mm-hmm.
So durability, great. 17 games every season. His career average is 10.4 yards per catch.
Right, but
It's not like there's this big jump from what Zach Ertz was giving you.
Yeah, but I think what they're looking for is the difference is after he catches the ball, breaking tackles, that's yards after contact. Look at the difference in that number. That's where I think you're going to see the difference.
And he breaks tackles, something that Zach Ertz.
So Zach Ertz's
impossible.
talent,
but they're
I think,
ending in the same
open.
spot.
Yeah, but Zach Ertz's talent was getting open. They're just getting tackled. Hopefully, this guy could get open
I don't
and
know,
then
you
take
have a
off.
weird Zach Ertz hang up for some reason.
No, they're both like.
He's just
my
looking
point
at
is
the
this:
bottom line,
if I throw a ball to Jason,
You can't bring Zach
if I throw
back.
a ball to
He's
Jason
too old.
and he gives you 5, I throw a
can't bring him
5-yard
back.
pass,
Yeah.
and he drags a tackler for 5 yards. That's 10 yards.
Mm-hmm.
If I throw it to you, you run a pattern 10 yards, and you just go right down like Zach Ertz.
Yeah.
It's 10 yards is 10 yards.
But if you ask any offensive coordinator, anyone that has a job in the NFL or college, do you want a guy that can break tackles and actually has yak capability instead of a guy who just falls down when he gets the ball? They're gonna take the Chig model over the old Zach Ertz model 100 times out of 100.
And he was,
despite what the numbers
his
say.
numbers were just average. I get it, but the quarterbacks that were thrown to him were below average.
Yeah,
There's a lot to do with
he
it.
should be taking a quantum leap quarterback wise.
I mean, he could have been open 20 yards down the field, and quarterback didn't get to him.
Right.
All right. Well, one guy had in the last 2 seasons 11 touchdowns. Chig's got 8 in his career.
Yeah.
4 seasons. I don't know. I just don't. I think that going back to Harditz and him saying it the 31st, I think that that's way low. But I think you're factoring in Chig as like this huge upgrade on Zach Ertz. To me, it's a break
I'm
even.
not saying he's Travis Kelce. I just feel like in his prime, I just feel like he's an upgrade. And I think you're going to see him put up numbers as long as he stays healthy. All right, Scott Abraham will join us. We'll talk more Commanders with him. He's out at Commanders OTAs in Ashburn. He'll join the show coming up at 8:45.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel's giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. With more ways to build and more value every time you play, you can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment. From spreads to player points to threes and more, you can build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
according to study finds, half of Americans say that the fun in their lives has disappeared.
Reason?
48% of Americans say their lives are currently lacking in fun, and 12% can't recall the last time they had a full free day to enjoy themselves.
Just too much stress, too much cost.
Cost is the single biggest obstacle, with 57% citing budget constraints as the top barrier, followed by packed schedules, work obligations, and general burnout.
I can relate to all that.
Need a vacation. Yeah, but at least everybody gets a few weeks vacation at least, right?
Not everybody.
Not everybody gets vacation.
Not everybody can afford it.
They may get
but they might get time off.
They get time off. It doesn't mean.
Yeah.
I don't know. If you're owning your own business and you're a plumber,
all right,
you can just take time off. Not everybody can just take time off.
I think
if you're a plumber, you're doing okay.
Pretty well. They can probably take some time off.
I think if you're a plumber, you're probably doing okay.
I was talking to a buddy
of
mine, and I felt so bad for him. His daughter lives in California. Okay. He wanted to go, and she's going to graduate in high school in 2 weeks. He wanted to go surprise her and show up at the high school graduation.
Okay, that would have been cool, yeah.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Sure.
Boss said, no, you can't go. We need you here.
Oh, wow, that's brutal.
Isn't that brutal?
Like for a high school, like that's a milestone thing.
I told the guy, I said, why didn't you tell your boss to go F off? I'm going to see my daughter graduate. I don't ever see her. I see her a couple times a year.
Right.
I want to go see her graduate high school, find somebody else to do my job for 3 days. He said, no. Now, I don't know if he threatened to let him go if he actually went, but I felt so bad for him.
Yeah, that sucks.
But you got to find fun in life. I think we had a fun Dewey trip.
Absolutely.
That was cool, but I find myself not having as much fun because I love playing team sports. Now my daughter's playing sports now, and that's fun. I like coaching, and I'm not coaching right now, so I might get back into it. But those are fun pursuits that I can't do anymore. I'm not on a basketball team anymore. I'm not on a soccer team anymore.
Now, adults who do make time for fun report real payoffs. 72% say it reduces their stress. 57% feel more motivated, and 89% say shared fun strengthens their relationship.
Well, what is considered fun? So I give you an example. My daughter, who works for a big consulting firm in New York City, she's busy, and she's up in the morning early, and she goes to the gym first thing. It's kind of like her fun,
okay?
Because then she walks to work, full day of work, walks back. Goes to pick up some food, makes a nice dinner, and before you know it, it's 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Then
and you're
rinse and
winding
repeat.
down.
Yeah. Starts over
Watch
again.
a little TV, maybe read a book, and you're going to bed.
Yeah, fitness
her fun
can be fun.
is going to the gym.
Yeah.
That's kind of her fun.
Sure.
Does that qualify? Does that count?
Sure, whatever's fun for you really
I
counts.
don't think it's necessarily. It wouldn't be the highest thing on her fun checklist.
Yeah.
But it's something that I think would categorize as fun.
Yeah.
I think whatever's
counts.
fun for you.
Whatever.
Like you have fun hitting golf balls.
Right.
That might not be Cakes' fun.
Understood.
Cakes has fun playing
People's
pickleball.
fun
It's
is
not my
anything other than work for the most part.
Yeah.
I would think.
Well, but what Cakes is saying in that study is that there's so many other things going on that dissipate your time to have the fun.
True.
Well, I can tell you what's definitely unfun. I felt like EB scheduling back-to-back dentist appointments today and tomorrow. Unfun today and tomorrow.
Is it for just you?
For me. I need a deep cleaning one day. I don't even know which is which, and a cavity refill the other. Unfun. That's decidedly not fun.
It's not fun filling up at the gas tank anymore. I'll tell you that.
That's just, you have
See,
to.
like you mentioned cost, and that's just something that I see at least twice a week.
Yeah.
And a lot of the other costs, I don't necessarily see that everything's going up, but the gas you see every time where it's like,
you see it,
man,
but-
at least it's about 50, now it's 70.
But the way I look at that, and I mean, maybe I'm just out of touch. You have to go to work, or you have to go to wherever. You got to put gas in your car. You have to, unless you have an electric car. You have to buy this product, and it sucks that it's $4.50 or $4.75, whatever it is at this point. Hopefully, it goes down soon. But I have to buy that product to live my life.
But
and it sucks that it's $5 a gallon.
But you
I
can't even.
understand.
But you can't even let it stress you.
I'm not going to be like, well, I'm not going to buy gas today because it's $5 a gallon. I have to buy that product. It's a
I know, but
must.
to your point, read that first sentence again about what's taken away from the fun. It's
Cost.
costs
Cost,
and the amount of
It's not
activities.
just
you
gas.
have.
Everything's more expensive.
time.
Yeah.
I think for most, I mean, listen, cost is an issue for everybody, unless you're the richest of the richest. Cost is always an issue. I think people have a hard time carving out time to do things for themselves. That's the real currency is time. We're lucky we work 4 hours a day. We got plenty of time currency.
Or
most people don't have that kind of time.
If you find fun in hanging out with friends and family or a social setting, that's your fun. Is everyone's schedule getting on the
that's
same
hard
page?
to do.
Yeah.
It's hard
That's
to do that.
that's very difficult to do.
Sure.
But like, I got
Tough
a
to
guy, I'm
coordinate.
telling you, I got a guy who lives up the street. I'm telling you, lawn work is fun for him.
That's
this
his
guy. He has to.
Some people are into that.
He's
They
out
love it.
there and he's got all the lines.
And you can
everything's all
tell
tight.
he's got a happy look on his face.
No, it has to be fun for him. It dedicated his life
Yeah,
to
that's
it.
what he does. It's his thing.
That's his thing. I
My
remember your
pops
father
used to spend a lot of time.
gardening.
Yeah, did garden and lawn.
Yeah.
See, for me,
All right,
that'd
my
be
lawn
very
is
unfun.
My
But
lawn.
you got to have the time to do it.
I'm the only one that's doing their own lawn. It's embarrassing how bad my lawn is right now.
Well, then
It's just been
get after
overrun
it.
by clovers and weeds.
Have a professional take care of it. You need to separate yourself from it because apparently you stink at doing your own lawn.
But
I know I'd be
but I
terrible.
do
at my
I just
lawn.
need a reboot next
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
I need to take it all out, aerate,
Oh,
reseed, do
too
everything.
much.
But I do think that, say, young professionals, you have a family, and you got both people working. Somebody's got to be home for the kids. You got to take the kid to practice. Somebody else got to make the dinner. Somebody got to pick the other kid up, and then people don't have time for fun. That's real. Cost isn't always an impact on things, but finding the time, that's really hard.
When during this study, when asked what kinds of activities count as fun,
Yeah.
watching TV topped the list at 77%.
Yeah.
Followed by spending time with family or friends, 69%, dining out, 59%, outdoor activities, 50%, personal hobbies right around the same number, and playing games, 48%.
I know this. So, like, I got plenty of leisure time. But I can leave here, go play golf, maybe go have lunch with my mom, whatever, come back 8 o'clock at night or something. I should probably start to wind down, go to bed. If I don't get my time to just kind of chill and like either be on the computer or watch TV, I feel like I didn't have my free time.
Yeah.
Even though I just played golf for 5 hours and it took my mom to lunch. You know what I mean? There's certain rituals that I feel like
you have rituals before you go to sleep. Like,
that you want to get in. If you don't get them in, you're like, I don't have any time.
Right.
Well, you're going to have fun today because I know you'll be on the golf course.
For a little bit.
So will I.
Yeah, look,
That'll be
it's
my fun.
beautiful weather. You should take advantage of it.
100%.
But the TV thing, I totally get it. I mean, what's the number one thing my wife and I do to have fun? We watch TV shows together.
Yeah.
Good.
You know, we'll go out on dates and go out with other couples and all that stuff. But what do you do most frequently? We watch TV together. It's usually the end of the night once our kid goes to sleep, so it's late. I stay up late a lot of times because I'm watching a show with her at 9:30 at night.
What do you do about this though? So like my wife is one of these people. She's like her dad. She's a busybody.
Mm-hmm.
She can't have fun really chilling. She needs to
do something.
Yes.
There's a project at all times.
She's got to
or-
be doing something.
Yeah.
And it might be fixing something or, you know what I mean? She's always got to be doing
Yeah,
something.
she's a busybody.
Is that categorized as fun?
If it's her fun, I can relate to that to some extent. Like I wrote a
I
book
can't relate
last
to it
year.
at all. I don't understand.
And I got a couple things.
Lay down.
I got a couple things I'm considering. I'm just not 100% in before I totally do it.
Yeah.
That I feel like I could be doing something else. But I also don't have that much time because
Coaching and running around with the kids.
Yeah.
Let's go to.
I mean, I only coach in the fall now.
Let's go to Jim in Tyson's. Jim, what's up, buddy? You're all the junkies.
Hey guys, I love your show.
Thanks, man.
I'll tell you something that breaks that poll right now. I was fortunate enough to be at Nationals Park last night for the sold out Springsteen concert.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the guy, I've seen Taylor Swift, I've seen them all, and there isn't anything like it. And what is unique about what you were saying is the guy next to me, everybody's waiting for him to come out. He was a truck driver. He drove down from beyond Harrisburg, PA. He wasn't anybody of super means. Of course, there's a lot of people all around you at a Springsteen concert who's spending a lot of money. But that is one of those things. Everybody worked there. Everybody was coming from work. I was at work at 7:30 a.m. yesterday. I got down there at 8. So, that was an example. He is the gold standard for entertainment, but last night was incredible. Lots of Nationals fans. It was an amazing experience.
So you had fun.
Oh, my God, yeah. And I was talking to my wife this morning, and she was like, it's really nice that you had fun because, oftentimes we're all thinking as older, old man radio, we're thinking about things from the past, and this was the present. This was the present, and if you guys talk to other folks like me today, there isn't anybody that's glowing, even if they're going to the grind today.
How did he sound good? Did Bruce sound good?
I'll tell you something. I've seen Billy Joel. I've seen a bunch of others. His voice is 90%. And when he played Promised Land, he left the stage in the pouring rain. He walked out into the crowd with his guitar, getting destroyed by rain, pulls out his harmonica. He is unbelievable.
Wow.
He's somebody that if you haven't seen him, he's going to be good at least another 5 years. And it was tremendous experience.
Those are the things that are fun.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it, buddy.
I've decided now we are fortunate that we have connections and don't have to pay for a lot. But even the ones that I pay for, I've decided events and experiences is what I want to do my spending on. You know what I mean? So I'll get these UFC tickets, or I've been to comedy shows, and now most of those ones I've been hooked. Not gonna lie, like when I saw Dave Chappelle or Sebastian Maniscalco, but my wife and I'll go to a lot of to shows. Not as many concerts, but we've gone to some concerts.
Yeah, for Bruce to still have 90% of his range, he's 76.
76
like,
years
that's
old.
hard to go out and do what he's doing.
Pretty crazy.
Like what he's doing, the Rolling Stones in their 80s. Like
I don't know why you didn't go
it's
see
amazing.
Oasis, Jason.
Well,
Like
it's just-
you regret that you didn't see Metallica at Virginia Tech. You bring that up all the time.
Well,
I know.
You need to just make those things happen.
Well, the closest spot was like MetLife, right?
The thing
They
is,
didn't play
I've
DC.
No, they played Philly, I believe, or maybe it was New York.
I think it was
So
MetLife.
get a hotel for a night.
He's not going
I
to
know.
do
Well,
that.
here's the thing. I've seen Oasis before, so
Yeah.
it wasn't a once in a lifetime deal where before I die, I got to go to see Oasis. I've seen them before, and I don't know. It was in the middle of the week. There was something going on. I mean, work, and I just didn't work out.
I'm going to wait for the mini sphere to see some sillies.
Well,
When is that coming?
They haven't put down.
Isn't it 2030?
They haven't laid one brick for the mini sphere.
What's going to happen when the new stadium?
It's going to be a while. So you're postponing your fun until 2030.
No, I'm just saying. I haven't gone to the sphere.
Yeah.
My brother saw you too in the
I've
sphere.
seen the sphere from the outside.
Right.
I haven't been inside. It's impressive.
A friend of mine is going to see Backstreet Boys at the Sphere out in Vegas.
Very nice.
In July.
Probably going to be packed to the raft.
I couldn't believe that they're playing this. I mean, they're huge.
They've been doing it for a long time, dude. They were supposed to play one time.
They are printing
and
money.
they've become like residents.
Well, Metallica were supposed to play like 8 dates, and I think they've scheduled like 25 or 30 dates.
Yeah. I think Tool is doing like a stint there coming up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's good. It's the new.
I thought Vegas was dead. Isn't that what they keep saying?
Hey, I'm very intrigued. I'm very intrigued by the Sphere.
Pretty
I am
intrigued.
too.
It's pretty intriguing.
I'm
It's pretty
intrigued
cool.
for free tickets.
Yeah, that would be.
I'll be
ideal.
intrigued.
All right, when we come back, we'll get back into the Commanders. Scott Abraham, sports director for ABC7, who's out at Commanders OTAs. He will join us next.
JP here. Earlier in the show, we were talking a little World Cup. It is the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. How about this? You can go with Spain, one of the favorites. They're trading at 17% to win it all. That means a $100 trade is going to pay you $582. You want to roll with the U.S., 1.5% chance, $100 can turn into $6,667. It's sweet. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. The probability changes. You can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, Kalshi. trade on anything. Must be 18 or over. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Coming up at the end of this segment, we'll give you a chance to win tickets to see Kid Cudi when he brings his Rebel Ragers tour to Jiffy Lube Live Oh, that's tomorrow, Friday, May 29th. So keep listening for your chance to win those tickets. We will give them away after we are done with our pal Scott Abraham, who's on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's, of course, Scott Abraham, sports director for ABC7. What's up, Scott? Good morning.
Boys, how are you? First of all, congratulations on 30 years. First time I've ever been able to talk to you since the anniversary, so job well done. And obviously,
thanks, buddy.
You guys have laid quite the foundation and following, so you should be proud of yourselves.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, man.
Scott.
Appreciate those
How
kind
many
words.
years have you been at it now?
I've been in the market here 10, so this is my 10th year in DC. Total in TV's 20.
That's a long time too, my friend.
Yep. You're on the grind.
Yep.
All right, so what jumped out at you yesterday? Is there anything in particular? As soon as you get out there, I assume everybody's eyes are on Jaden first and foremost. That's what I would guess, but I don't know. What jumped out at you the most?
Yeah, I mean, it was great to see how up-tempo this OTA session was. You know, usually you go to these OTAs and it's like a, glorified walkthrough. They're going through the motions, easing the players in. And I was very impressed with just the pacing of the drills and the pacing of everything. It seemed like everybody was really engaged, and there's a more of an urgency to kind of knowing what lies ahead, guys. Like they got to start fast with the schedule, and I think there's an extra emphasis of kind of setting that standard of, hey, Tunsil's here, everybody's in the building, everybody's on the field, and it's all business. And it did not seem like an OTA to me. So from a broad aspect, that kind of stood out to me. And then just seeing, Sonny Styles integrate with the linebackers and seeing Leo Chanel and the speed in that linebacking group really kind of jumped out at me, where you don't have Bobby Wagner in line, obviously a great veteran. He did his thing there, but just the speed and the youthfulness in that linebacker room now, I think is going to be very jarring to fans in a good way, where it's going to pop off the screen like, yeah, we're much younger, we're much faster on that side of the ball.
Scott, your interview with Javon Kinlaw definitely went viral. I think he set a world record for cursing in, 20-second response. Talk about Kinlaw, how he looked. Linnell Willingham, who works here for the Fans, said he kind of jumped out at him as far as the way his body looked as compared to last year.
What I love about JK, guys, is he's just unapologetically him. I mean, that's Javon Kinlaw, and we always appreciate his candor and his honesty. He's going to give it to you straight, so that's what you saw from that clip. And in terms of for this year, I think there's a little bit of a disappointment from the fan base of the impact he had last year. He signed that big contract. It was the big free agent splash for Adam Peters. But I think adding these pieces on the edge, Owe and Chason, and you go down the list, they upgraded that D-line. I think that's going to be freeing up for like a Javon Kinlaw or Daron Payne to maybe make more of an impact up the middle there. So I think adding these pieces along the D-line of the edge position, I think that in turn that's going to help Kinlaw. And he's just a massive human. I don't know if you've ever seen him up close, but that is a dude you do not want to meet in a back alley, because he is just a massive, massive dude. So I have high expectations for a bounce-back year for Kinlaw, and that's who he is. That soundbite you heard from yesterday.
Scott, I feel like it's a big year for Johnny Newton, too. I feel like he's underperformed. Like, he's a guy that needs to really take a step forward. I believe this is year 3 for him. What are the defensive leaders of the team expecting from him?
Yeah, and I think the problem with Johnny is he maybe doesn't see the field enough or gets many reps or opportunities, because I feel like when he does get out there, there's some splash plays and there's some, a fumble recovery or a sack. So I think it's a situation where you have Payne, you have Kinlaw, you have a deep D tackle room. Can he get on the field enough? Can they get him enough snaps to make that impact? Because I think the talent is there. I think he definitely can make a run here. And then obviously you have the situation with Daron Payne, contract year. So this is a situation where if they see enough from a Johnny Newton, maybe you don't sign Payne in the offseason, or maybe you consider moving Daron Payne if things go south in the middle of the year, because you have a Johnny Newton that's flourishing So that's something to monitor as the season and training camp progresses in terms of how many snaps, rotational pieces does Johnny Newton get in that D tackle room.
Scotty, are you concerned at all, just as someone that follows the team every day very closely, of two young, well, not necessarily young, but inexperienced first-year coordinators?
I think there's going to be some growing pains. I don't think you can expect where they're going to be, to a T, dot the I's, cross the T's, like perfect right out of the gate. I think it's going to be imperative that this training camp and these preseason games, they're treated with some urgency, because everybody's got to get on the same page. Everybody's got to be pulling on the same rope in the same direction. Bury your head in that playbook. It's all about repetition, guys. In anything you do, in any business, any profession, repetition. And there's going to be a lot of times where they may have to do some side work away from the practice field, where they're in that meeting room or they're studying that playbook, because it's an adjustment for everybody. They're all professionals. This is their job. They live and breathe football 24/7, and there's a bunch of pros, a bunch of veterans on this team. I think in the long run, it's going to be just fine, and I think it's going to be beneficial, this offense specifically, for Jayden to evolve and grow as a true NFL quarterback, not just a guy that can play shotgun.
Did you keep an eye on Antonio Williams at all?
Yeah, I mean, I peeked at him, especially during rookie camp a couple of weeks ago, and then I saw him a little bit yesterday. What I like about him, EB, is just his route running. You can tell he's going to be a separator. So if you need a 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, look for Antonio Williams, because he can get that separation. His routes are just so fluid. And I don't know if it was my guy JP Finley or somebody else. Somebody asked Marcus Mariota after practice yesterday about what he thought of Antonio Williams, and he had high praise. Like, he does not look, Marcus basically paraphrasing says he does not look like a rookie out there. He has a great foundation already where he's hitting the ground running, per se, and he's a sponge. He wants to learn. He's picking the brain of the quarterbacks. What do you see here? What should I do in this situation? So I think this is a guy you're going to see on the field quite a bit this year.
Scott, you tweeted this 20 hours ago at Scott7News. Say hello to Chig Okonkwo. I'm excited about this dude.
Yeah, we were
Commanders'
arguing about him
offense.
earlier.
What excites you about Chig? I'm big on Chig. JP thinks that he's not going to live up to Zach Ertz's pretty good numbers that he put up here while he was signed late in his career.
I just said that that you're mischaracterizing. They're comparable players.
Yeah.
They're totally different players. JP's comparing their average yards per
I think
catch.
they're totally different players where versatility, skill set wise. I mean, Chig to me looks like a wide receiver, guys. I mean, he does not look like that physical blocking type of tight end, and he's not.
Good.
And you watch him run those routes, and you watch him come off the ball. He looks like a wide receiver, and just the way he moves his body. He's not going to be your blocker. That's a John Bates. This is a guy that you're going to be able to go in line, and you're also going to be able to move him outside at times, put him in motion, and he's going to get those yak yards after the catch, because when he catches the football, you can see the power as he goes through tackles. So I'm really excited about Chig, not just as a tight end. I think he's going to be almost like a hybrid wide receiver tight end type of dude. So I'm excited about the versatility and the athleticism. Listen, Zach Ertz, he was old, reliable, always there when you needed him. But in terms of athleticism and versatility, Chig Okonkwo is a huge upgrade, in my opinion.
All right, defensive side real quick. Nick Cross, former DeMatha Stag, former Terp.
Yeah, that's your boy.
We're hearing a lot of good things about him, not just from people who are following the team closely locally, but nationally. A lot of people think that was a great signing. Talk about what you're seeing, what you expect from Nick Cross at strong safety.
Yeah, I felt like there was a little bit of a void last year when they lost Jeremy Chin, and Nick Cross comes in paired with Will Harris. Obviously, you have Quan Martin still. I think Nick Cross is going to be one of those dudes on the defense where you're going to be hearing his name a lot on the broadcast. He's a guy that's going to be everywhere in the football field. He's a football player, guys. He's very smart, very intelligent. I think he's going to be one of those guys that Durante Jones really trusts and puts in situations, high-pressure situations, and he's going to deliver. So the local guy, it's a great story of coming home. He rooted for this team, grew up in the backyard of FedEx Field, Northwest Stadium. So I think Nick Cross is going to be a home run splash here in this defense.
Scott, thanks for the time. We know you're busy with OTAs. I'm sure you'll be out at Ashburn all day again today. Thanks for the time, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, boys. Good talking to you. I'll see you.
Yep, that's Scott Abraham, sports director for ABC7. Coming up next, we'll be joined by Barry Zerluga from The Athletic.
It's your boy Bish. Let's be honest, who's not trying to crush their drive? My guy Josh Cochran and his team at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria, they're helping you do exactly that during their Memorial Day sales event, which lasts all month long. Step into a new 2026 Crosstrek, 1.9% APR for 36 months. You can lease it for only $255 a month. Go long on a new 2026 Forester, 3.9% APR for 48 months. Lease it as low as $339 a month, or grab a new 2026 Outback from Buyer, 2.9% APR, 48 months, or lease it for as low as $345. One thing I really respect about these guys, they don't just care about what you're driving. Buyer Subaru is currently partnering with local animal shelters and community programs all across Northern Virginia. Pretty cool to see that. My buddy Josh isn't just cooking up silly deals. He's firing up the grill this Saturday. So if you head on out there, you can get a burger or a dog. Make sure you tell him Bish sent you in. Check him out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria or start online, buyersubaru.com.
This update brought to you by Mervis, Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? It's another OTA day for the Washington Commanders as they get ready for the new season. Quarterback Jaden Daniels is back, and having LSU wide receiver Chris Hilton Jr. is sweet.
It's fun. I mean, just the player he is, and he had the opportunity to go anywhere else, and he chose here. So salute to him. And obviously, I've been knowing him since I was like 19, so it's fun to kind of just get him back in the same building and build off that rapport we have.
Nationals lost to Cleveland 3-2. James Wood had an 8-for-12 series with 2 homers, 3 RBI, 5 runs. Mystics defeated Seattle 78-64. Carolina over Montreal 4-0. West Finals tonight, OKC at San Antonio at 8:30. Women's College World Series begins today in Oklahoma City with 4 games starting at noon. Mississippi State against Texas Tech. The Phillies' Christopher Sanchez's scoreless streak, a Phillies record 44 2/3 innings. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
I teased the giveaway. I forgot to do the giveaway. Do it later. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Say good morning to our friend Barry Verluga, columnist for The Athletic. Good morning, Barry. How are you?
Hey, buddy.
What's up, guys? Doing well? Hope you are.
Good.
Barry,
Doing
thank
well.
you. Yeah,
So,
doing well.
so you and The Athletic are in the gift-giving mode. I see on your Twitter that it's a free article that you're basically asking what team scores more runs than any other, ranks 4th in OPS, and has scored at least 6 runs in a game the most. Is it the Dodgers? Is it the Yankees? Nope. That would be the Nationals.
It's crazy.
On an unlikely offensive explosion and the coaching behind it. It's a free story. Go check it out right now. It's been a huge surprise, Barry. I mean, we all saw the prognostications for win totals for this team. New coaching staff, regime coming in, front office coming in with Paul Taboni. I mean, it's been pretty remarkable what they've done through this first third-ish of the season.
Aren't they the biggest surprise in the entire league?
The biggest positive
positive
probably,
size.
right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there's some disappointing teams, but I mean,
sure.
Even if you thought their preparation would be better, their methodology would be better, their technology would be better, their talent would be slightly better, you couldn't have said more than a third into the season that they would have scored more runs than any team in the game. I mean, a casual fan looks at their lineup, and if you're lucky, they know that James Wood is a potential superstar, and C.J. Abrams is maybe becoming a much more consistent version of his offensive self. But I challenge anybody else to go through the rest of that lineup in April and say, well, that's a murderer's row. They're gonna, they're gonna score more runs than anybody.
Right.
I really give Taboni and Blake Butera credit for being extremely thoughtful in how they constructed the coaching staff, which is a head-hitting coach named Matt Borg-Schulte, who has done the job before for the Orioles and the Twins, but then, as important, went and got 2 guys as assistant hitting coaches who have very different but very important perspectives in Andrew Ate, who is has a background at that baseball lab, Driveline Baseball in Seattle, and is just a really data-driven guy who can come up with programs and plans that are backed by numbers that are delivered to the players that make sense. And then Sean O'Malley, who is a little-known major league utility player who had, parts of maybe 300 plate appearances in the majors, but more than 4,000 plate appearances in the minors, and he knows what it's like to go through a slump and figure things out on the fly. And so they've really teamed up to have a nice chemistry and camaraderie with the players who have bought in and trust the information they're getting from them, and they're a very, very prepared offense on a nightly basis.
Yeah, and the real case study there, one of many, I'm sure, is Jacob Young. You look at his power explosion in just 100, I think it's 180-ish at bats this year with 7 home runs. He had 5 in like 800 plus in the 2 previous seasons. So whatever specified, regimens are putting these guys through, they're paying dividends.
Yeah, and it's also, it's drills that they're doing, but it's thought processes too, right? Like, where are you looking for a pitch that you're going to try to do some damage with, and what are you laying off, and how hard are you swinging, and really, eliminate part of the strike zone, because that's not where your best swings are going to come from. So I think, this stuff is always delicate because too much information can overload a player's mind and you get just kind of all like foggy headed and it doesn't work. So at least thus far, they've come up with individual plans and also gone over each pitcher they're going to face. And that's not just the starter. That's like, here's who we're likely to see in the bullpen, and this is what their pitches look like, and here's what to lay off, and here's what to try to attack. I just, in asking around and talking to people from players to the coaches to Butera and Taboni, they all are saying the same things, which tells me that the message is consistent. And what's really interesting that I think we'll get to later in the season, but I didn't touch on in this story, that message is from the major league team all the way down through A-ball. Like, they are going to do things the same way at all levels in the organization, and that consistency is, I think, will pay dividends in seasons to come.
So it is interesting. You touched on it, and you're crediting the coaching, and I think you're right, because the players are basically the same guys for the most part. Where do they go from here, though? Right, we know they have the probable work stoppage and ownership issues. That's all not going to be figured out anytime soon. Are there young players on the horizon that can help put them over the edge anytime soon, or do we still have to wait a year or two?
I think you got to wait a year or two, but they still have the number 1 pick in the draft from last year in Willits. They've made trades to bring prospects in. Even if it's Harry Ford, the catcher from Seattle, who they got for Jose Ferrer, like, he's supposed to be a solution at that position at some point. Even though Keibert Ruiz is, he talked about a guy who's had an offensive turnaround, like, he's actually not an automatic out anymore. So I think the answer to your question, Eric, is like, this is a very, very surprising and pleasantly surprising start, because they are a fun watch on a nightly basis after a couple of years where, it was frankly hard to watch them. I mean, they played pretty sloppy, pretty uninspired baseball toward the end of the Davey Martinez era there. But I also think that it can simultaneously be true that they think of this as a long-term build. And so the question that will come up, and already has come up, is, wow, they're surprisingly good, and they're only a few, game and a half or 2 games out of a wild card berth. What do they do with C.J. Abrams? Like, how do they evaluate him? Do they aggressively try to extend him because the window where they're going to win would be, probably the year after he would be a free agent? Do they swallow hard and deal him because his value would be so high right now? How do they explain that to the fan base who's already endured the trades of so many stars in the past? Does this pleasantly surprising start change Taboni's view of how far they are away from building what he says he wants to be an annual contender? I don't know the answer to that question, but it's a fascinating list of things to consider over the course of the summer.
So, Barry, we asked Taboni, and I understand he was not going to answer it, but he danced around the question. But if they're in the mix, and when I say in the mix, I mean, within
a couple games out
3 of the wild card, the last wild card spot, close to the deadline, do you think they'll add a couple pieces? I mean, they could go out and get a couple guys who are expiring contracts and maybe not give up as much top prospects, but you got to give up something. But just to kind of stay in the mix and maybe have a shot. I mean, some of the teams that are in the mix right now are kind of surprising. I mean, especially when you look at the Athletics. The White Sox are 3.5 back of the Guardians. I mean, some of these teams that were really bad the last few years are in the mix.
Yeah, I don't, my guess on how Taboni's, like, if you gave him truth serum, he would say, look, I'm not giving up anything for anything this year. And that's a hard thing to, you would be saying that to the fan base and to the clubhouse, like, almost like, I don't believe in this group, which is hard. But there was an example a few years ago, where the Orioles were similarly kind of a year ahead of where they expected to be the first year when Rutschman came up, and they were contending, and Mike Elias sold at that deadline and had to fly to Texas and tell the team, this is because the window is going to be open for a long time. Now, that hasn't worked out. The Orioles are struggling. They haven't been repeatedly back to the playoffs. They've fired their manager. So you could look at it both ways. Like, I think that we want to build a long-term winner for the next decade, or these opportunities aren't guaranteed to come around every time, and you've got to take advantage of them while you have them. I also think, to your point, Jason, like, I don't think they're going to, do the reverse of like the package that they got for Juan Soto to land some sort of big star. Like, they're not going to sell out a farm system that took a long time to rebuild and is still rebuilding to make a run just because they're on pace for 83 wins or whatever it is that would put them on the fringes of a race.
Right.
Joined by Barry's Verluga, columnist for The Athletic, and in a recent column you wrote about Ovi, and you don't know what's going to happen, but you can kind of elaborate. It seems like Ted is just saying, Ovi, you make the decision and we'll roll with it, right?
That's absolutely correct. I mean, that's the one thing we know is that this is not a two-way street. It is. They've said their piece. They've said, he's the most important. I think you can argue the most important athlete in the history of this city in terms of how he changed how a sport is viewed. He was on paper productive last year with 32 goals and leading the team in points as well. I think they've been honest about what he would, what role he would fill and how he would be used, because there's a lot of stuff, a lot of ways that he was a drag on the team last year. And I don't think they've sat there and said, look, you stink despite the goals, but they've said you're going to be 41. I don't think, I think they're saying no more 2 minutes on the power play. Like the power play was bad. You only had 5 power play goals. Like, we would have to be very, very judicious about how we use you. But the thing that really surprised me was there does not seem to be an urgency for them to get a decision from him before free agency starts on July 1st. Some of that is because Leonsis has told me, and other people in the organization have told me, like, Ovi was really down on the fact that they missed the playoffs by 3 points. And he's very curious about, look, you've got $30-something million in cap space. How are you going to use that? How are you going to build another contender, not around me, but with me if I came back? Because there's a sour taste in his mouth, not about like his own individual stats or his own individual play. It's like he wants to get back to the playoffs one more time, which has me thinking, and I wasn't thinking this way, has me thinking he's going to strap it on one more time and do the victory lap and hope they get into the playoffs and make a little push.
I thought that was a given. I thought that was a given by kind of what he said at the end. That I hope this wasn't my last game.
Until we hear it from him officially, I mean, we're just in a holding pattern at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a given, Eric. I mean, I think he started to give hints, but, you didn't know. The point of this piece is like, exactly what JP said at the start. Like, it's clear that the ball is in Ovechkin's court. It's no longer a two-way conversation. It's like, you make your decision. And I don't know that was always clear before. But, and again, I was thinking they have to know by July 1st so that they know who they can pursue in trades and free agency and what the numbers they can offer people are, or they can pay in a trade. The other interesting thing people indicated to me is like he made $9.5 million last year. I don't think he's coming back on that number. I think he's willing to come back on a smaller number that gives them the flexibility they need to add the pieces that they lacked, that made them not deep enough to sustain the Dubois injury and that kind of thing, and cost them a run at the playoffs.
Barry, thanks as always for the time. We appreciate it. Go check out his free article at The Athletic about the surprising Washington Nationals. Thanks, Barry.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yep. Always appreciate your time. We're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score 2 tickets to see Kid Cudi, the Rebel Ragers tour, with the special guest Big Boy and A-Track Friday, May 29th at Jiffy Lube Live. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. Those tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. We'll do EB's entertainment page next.
All right, I've been telling you guys about Michelle Radley, and look, her name's on the building, but she's in the building, makes the whole buying experience very cool with customers. She checks in with you, couldn't be more approachable. And you don't see that a lot in the car dealership game. It's honestly a big reason why I went with them. I'm loving my new Traverse from Michelle Radley Chevrolet of Leesburg, and of course, she has 3 other locations in Fredericksburg. Radley Cadillac, Radley Chevrolet, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi. I was there a couple weeks ago for the grand opening. Here's one of the best things about going with Michelle Radley. When you purchase any new or pre-owned vehicle from any Michelle Radley location, you're going to score Radley VIP rewards. What is that? That's complimentary oil and filter changes. That's tire rotations, alignment checks, and more for 2 years or 24,000 miles. It's silly. So do what I did. Check them out for yourself. Michelle Radley Chevrolet of Leesburg. And down in Fredericksburg, you've got Radley Cadillac, Radley Chevrolet, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi. And when you do, make sure you tell them JP from the Junkies sent you.
Time now for Eric Bickle's entertainment page.
Brought to you by...
Sponsored, of course.
That's all right. Driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager.
Bless you, my son.
Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. All right, boys. So, we've been celebrating 30 years. We've been doing it all year.
It's going to be a while till we're to 250. I think that's where you're going.
That's right. They're going to be celebrating America's 250th birthday, but they're doing it over 16 days. Not going to do it over a full year. Maybe
Mom,
they
are
need
you even trying, America?
Maybe they need
We're
to
doing
talk
it for
to
a full year.
our sales
Come on,
staff.
sack up.
But they're
USA brought to you by Main Street Bank.
Why doesn't
USA needs a sponsor.
Why doesn't America have a Dewey party?
I don't know. They should.
Yeah, all of America should go to the starboard.
And I guess
Technically, it was Memorial Day.
a lot of it is based on the 90s. You got a bunch of 90s music acts. A lot of people are making fun of them. And, these aren't really current acts. But
What?
this is what's going to be performing. They got Vanilla Ice, that Milli Vanilli. I don't know how you got
Love
Milli
Vanilla.
Vanilli. One of those guys is
The
dead.
Milli Vanilli thing makes me laugh
Yeah.
because they were lip syncers.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
they
One of the
busted
guys
for-
is dead. I'm pretty sure one of the guys is dead.
I think you're right, and so it's just who's going to be
So-
there, Millie or Vanilli?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Young MC, they're going to have...
MC.
Yeah.
Jason was insulting him 20 years ago.
they're going to have CNC Music Factory.
I just called him fat.
No, you actually said, where's Young MC?
Right.
To Young MC's
He's sitting right
face.
there.
Well, he looked like 400 pounds. Like he's
Right.
unrecognizable.
Martina McBride, the Commodores, Morris Day and the Time, Flo Rida,
Jeez.
Brett Michaels, your boy.
I'll never make fun of Brett Michaels. That is my guy.
So
Love him.
A lot of people are making fun of the acts. It is what it is. A lot of people, they don't like Trump, so they're not going to perform. So maybe that's why they're getting these old 90s acts. I don't know. Is what it is.
Brett Michaels. I still love that guy. Now I know he's wearing a hat with long hair and he's as bald as I am. I don't care. That's my guy.
You know who looked terrible
He can do
yesterday?
no wrong.
There was a viral photo of Nadal and Federer.
Okay.
And now I see why Nadal was wearing the bandana or the headband.
Yeah.
He's got a massive forehead.
He needs to go see Dr. Burka like
He
Drap.
needs to see Dr. Burka. He looks
Immediately.
terrible.
Yeah.
He literally looks like the world's biggest nerd. And you couldn't believe he was like
He won 100
got like
French Opens.
25 Grand Slams.
And
Like one of the best athletes
Terrible
of our
hairline.
lifetime.
Yeah, I know.
And he looks like, honestly, he looks like a serial killer. He looks terrible.
Jeez.
You should look. Did you see the picture?
I didn't see the one yesterday. I've seen him recently. It looks better than it did a few months ago. So I don't. Maybe he's putting a spray on. Maybe he's. It's not
Hate your bald
he needs a
spot.
permanent solution.
He needs to fix it.
Yeah.
It doesn't
or
look
just
good.
own it. I mean, he owns
Just
it.
own
I
it,
mean,
yeah.
look, everyone says it to him.
Yeah.
So he's
Dude,
fully
He knows.
aware.
He
looks
knows.
terrible.
Trust us, the bald guys. Every bald guy knows.
There's nothing wrong with being
We know.
bald. Nothing wrong with
We
being
all
bald.
know.
Yeah, what's wrong with it? I don't get it.
These guys were all fired up, though, behind the glass because they were fighting over who noticed it first. But there's a match going on right now at the French Open.
Okay.
Sinner is the world's number one player or number two, whatever. He's number one in this tournament
one
because Alcaraz isn't in the French Open, right? So Sinner's the one seed.
Yep.
And Mike Marr claims he noticed an injury in the third set.
Oh.
And since then, Sinner has lost 2 straight sets. He's on
Tennis
the
Mike.
verge of losing.
No, he's definitely injured. They took a timeout and everything. He
can
talked
tell.
to the umpire and the trainer.
You can tell by the way he's walking. He's definitely injured.
I'm just saying that Mike was claiming
Oh, Mike
he
saw
spotted
it. He first saw it.
Well, he ID'd
knows.
it.
He was tip of the spear.
Yeah,
Well,
they-
Sinner's had this issue before.
Mike saw him hyperextend his knee, like go backwards, and he goes, "Oh, I don't know how he can play after that." And then ever since then, he's been poop.
Should be
And
live.
Drab's mad at him because if you see something, say something, and Mike didn't say anything.
They didn't get the bet in.
Yeah,
so
you
is it
get
the
the bet
knee?
in.
Is it the hyperextension of the knee, or is it
No, he's
cramping?
cramping. He's cramping. He doesn't have a knee injury.
This is.
I
think
a
this has
tennis
happened
expert
before.
Mike Marr, who just looked up and said, "What tournament is this?"
I'm no MRI machine, but I watched his knee buckle. There's no cramping going on. If there's cramping,
Yeah.
get him some mustard.
Okay.
Mustard, is that a cure for cramping?
Mustard, pickle juice.
Pickle juice.
Pickle
Yeah.
juice for sure. My
I've
daughter's
never
big
heard
on pickle
mustard.
juice.
I love mustard.
I didn't know
pickle.
mustard was a thing. Was it the salt or something?
Maybe
in
it's salt
mustard?
content.
I don't know.
I do like salt.
All right, so everybody's all about UFOs and what are they, UAPs? Whatever they call
I always
them.
call them UFOs.
You know, I don't buy any of the nonsense, whatever. But Spielberg's taking advantage of it. It's got a new movie coming out June 12th.
Disclosure Day, right?
Sci-fi UFO-focused movie called Disclosure Day. Some are saying it's Spielberg's best film in 20 years.
Sized.
And they're saying unbelievable performance, an all-time performance from Emily Blunt.
Ah, okay.
So if you're looking for something interesting.
Jason gets horny. She plays a meteorologist in the movie. It's all horned
I
up.
like her playing anything.
Sure.
They say, somebody wrote about it and said, Disclosure Day, here's the quote, a dense roller coaster ride, blending chase, love story, and mystery, all wrapped in a sci-fi wonder. It's Spielberg's best film in 20 years.
I mean, I'm kind of dense, so I don't know if I like dense as a descriptor for the movie. That tells me there's a lot of different layers to it.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like,
Yeah.
Cakes. So if you're looking for that, my wife still wants to see Michael. I think probably gone now, right? Is that out of theaters?
I think it's probably still.
My
still
wife
out
keeps saying
there.
we should go see it. She's a Michael mark, I guess. JP was
Did
talking.
you see that story about the guy?
See, she wants to have fun with you, EB, by going to see a movie.
Did you see that story about the guy who worked for? He was a researcher for CIA. I can't remember exactly who he worked for, but he saw 4 aliens. Did you read that story?
I've seen these stories.
Saw 4 aliens. Where did he see them?
He said they were pulled from UFOs. He saw them in some government.
4 different types of aliens.
Yeah, he saw 4 different types.
He says there's 4 different types.
I don't believe any of these guys, but I know.
Nice.
I know he said it. I saw the story.
Did you see that story?
Yeah.
He said said one looked like a reptile.
Okay.
I said, what does he look like, a frog?
Okay, or like an alligator or something.
He said they
or a
all
turtle.
They said they all had 2 arms and 2 legs.
Did any look like E.T.?
I think one of those guys.
I don't think so.
Might be a different guy, but one of those guys also believes he sees spirits in his houses,
Okay,
like
so
where he lives.
This guy's insane. He's an insane person.
Seems like it. But I don't understand when you see these videos. I mean, maybe they're all fake of, like airplanes, and all of a sudden there's something that makes no sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not
Figure
sure how
probably some
insane they are.
military operation.
The fact that we're the only life
It
in
does
the
not
universe
make sense.
is absurd. It's impossible.
I'd be sized for Disclosure Day.
There's
if it was real.
0% chance there's not life out there
Well,
somewhere.
I think there's a 0% chance that they're hiding 4 aliens.
Well,
that's what I think.
They're not going to show
0%
you.
chance.
Until I get a pass into Area 51, I'll never really know.
Hey, I saw the autopsy on Fox years ago.
I told you this years ago.
Yeah.
3 or 4 years ago that I was hanging out at a Virginia Tech football game with a guy who worked at Area 51.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him that. I said, is there life out there that
Yeah.
you got? He goes, I can't really talk about it.
That means yes.
Of course it means yes.
It's a resounding yes.
Of course it means yes.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
I-
can you use your clout and
Whatever.
get us into Area 51? Can we make a road trip?
Yeah, okay. Right after we go to London.
Get us some top secret clearance.
Sure he wasn't messing with you?
No, he wasn't messing. He was actually telling me other stuff, but
He didn't have.
I couldn't really
He
get
didn't
into
have 50 beers or whatever the hangout is before the Virginia Tech games.
Tots.
I didn't say he didn't have any drinks,
Right.
but he was telling me stuff
Okay.
that I couldn't believe.
I'm sure.
Survivor, Valdez, I know you love a good Survivor
He does
story. Were you locked in on the last season? I can't
Of course.
remember. Yeah, you
Season
were.
50.
So apparently one of the castaways, I'm trying to find her name. Do you remember Francesca?
Francesca?
Sorry.
From this past season or a
Francesca,
previous winner and another
Hoagie.
season?
Francesca.
I guess she can't tell. They say she's a Survivor legend, so it must not have been in the most recent episode.
Okay.
But they say, people have been busted before. There was one guy that was busted for smuggling in beef jerky. That was kind of a famous thing he did.
Okay.
He would run. I don't know if you
Oh,
remember
that's right.
that.
She used to be able to bring like one thing too.
He'd bring one item maybe. She smuggled in. It's weird. She smuggled in 2 dental floss and
Terrible thing to smuggle.
allergy pills. Okay, allergy pills. I get it. Tooth floss. You really care that much? I guess
I mean,
so. All right.
If I'm on a deserted island, the last thing I'm bringing is dental floss.
But the way she did it,
You are going to the dentist twice.
the way she did it is what's interesting.
Good point.
She stuffed the floss and the allergy pills in tampons. And then she somehow unsealed the tampons.
You have some of those.
Stuffed allergy pills.
That's actually pretty smart.
And then she resealed it somehow. I don't know if she had one of those plastic bag resealers.
She might be a genius.
And she says it works. It was a big success. Nobody busted her.
Oh.
So she had money, clean teeth. She didn't have to go see Dr. Mora. Didn't have any teeth falling out.
Sure, there's a dentist on the island.
She didn't have runny nose. She wasn't all stuffed up.
Who's the Survivor legend we had on that became like a comedian that he had the big lie on Survivor?
Johnny Fairplay.
Johnny Fairplay,
He still does
legendary.
like wrestling
Big Junk's
stick.
listener.
He does a wrestling stick.
Didn't he? Wasn't his shtick that his grandma died? So
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
to get
Whenever,
with
yeah.
a reward,
Yeah.
which
Get
was
the
like
sympathy.
Johnny Fairplay.
But this Francesca, apparently, it worked. But now she got home, and every other time she grabbed a tampon, an allergy pill fell out of it, or dental floss
Hey,
fell out
she
of
has
it.
Benadryl at
So-
every turn. Good for her.
I guess it almost worked too good. So there you go. Matthew Perry's assistant was sentenced to prison.
The ketamine queen.
No, this is just
The
the
assistant.
assistant.
Oh, the assistant.
Different.
The
The
live-in
Asian
assistant,
doctor.
Kenneth Iwamasa,
Yeah.
was sentenced to 41 months in federal prison
Yep.
for conspiring to distribute ketamine to the actor.
And 41, like they make you do like 90+% of your time in a Fed prison.
He's
You ain't
61
getting out
years
early.
old.
True.
They say he obtained and repeatedly injected Perry with ketamine, including the fatal dose that ended his life in October of 2023.
If you had an assistant, what would you make your assistant do?
Oh, it's a great cook dinner every night.
But that's a chef.
Okay,
Laundry.
but yeah, cook dinner every
Maybe you
night.
can't do like laundry and
Shop
stuff like that.
And
That's
cook
like a
dinner every
maid
night.
type thing.
That would be their only real job.
I like that.
I don't have a need for an assistant.
My daughter hired an assistant for her
Really?
social media.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kelsey's balling.
She's farming out her Snapchat, I believe.
Man.
Okay, so she's going to do her social media. I get that. That makes sense to me. I don't think I have anything for an assistant to do. I honestly don't.
You know what? They can tee up your balls so you don't have to bend over.
Save your bend overs.
Limited number of bend overs. I mean, I'm
That's
just looking
true.
out for your long-term health over here.
That's true.
That's all I'm
Just
doing.
Have an assistant
A
be
life
my
caddy.
floor caddy.
Yeah, life caddy.
I think you need somebody just to keep your schedule. You always
your
forget
dental
things.
schedule.
What do you mean?
You know what?
forget things all the time.
Your assistant can weave out fake videos.
What do you mean?
Right?
Get rid of all the AI.
Hey, if you guys can
time-
sniff out every fake
timeline.
back, good luck to you guys.
How many times have you told Cakes to remind you for an appearance that is 6 hours later?
Yeah, but I always show up. Never missed one.
I just know if I read a story on Boof Media, maybe I should double check.
I mean, I don't think I read a story on Boof Media, but maybe
I don't know
That's
what
the
that
one.
is.
That's the one that Boof News is the one that EB saw for the Travis Hunter story.
I'm not sure that is. Let me just see. Let me look it up.
Can AP and Eric just look at who's providing the information one time?
AP or JP?
I still want to find out
Hey,
why.
mine was correct last
I
week.
need to find out why there's no gold in Fort Knox. I still need to figure it out. I need to get to the
That's
bottom of that
still
wormhole.
a crazy story.
Well, now you're bringing the
Hey,
show
good,
screeching halt.
good neighbor you have stealing all the gold from the government, Jason.
I know.
Right there in your hood.
Unbelievable. Right around the corner. I had no idea.
Yep.
Of course, I don't know the guy.
Shady neighbors.
Seen Frankie lately?
Yeah, Frankie Louvu.
I haven't seen Frankie
The
in a while.
least athletic linebacker on the roster by 100 miles.
No, I
That
haven't
Frankie
seen him.
Louvu.
I know he's in town, OTAs, but I haven't seen him.
I mean, maybe it was. I see a ton of videos on Boof. I don't know. That one has 1.8 million views. Maybe that's the one that showed up on my feed. I don't know. I won't comment anymore. I'll just keep it to myself. I'll keep it in my pants, buddy.
Don't get mad at me.
I get mad. I mean,
you
it's
get duped every day by fake news on Twitter. Don't get mad at me for
Listen, I can't sit there and go down every wormhole and make sure every video is 100%. I kind of assume videos are real.
Why would you assume that? That's all the internet, Twitter, and Facebook is fake videos.
Okay, I just won't comment anymore. That's the way I'll handle it. If you're just gonna break my balls every time I get duped,
Yeah.
you never get duped.
You giving them the face.
You never get duped. I am. It's just kind of
You're giving
irritating.
them the face.
What they love to do is correct you. That's what they love.
Every syllable.
They love it.
There's not much retraction either when the other guy's when you're proven correct.
What do you mean?
Well, like I got jumped down my throat about that Carter Bryant video.
Oh, they never say sorry. You were right. We were wrong. They never say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, JP, you're an
Dave,
idiot.
listen,
It's a fake video.
The last thing I want to do is give you a bad video. Sorry. I saw it. It registered with me. Didn't think it was that
it's
important.
Not me. You know how many people tweeted me 100 times last night? Get ready for JP to think that Jaden Daniels' video is fake tomorrow. I didn't do
Jaden
it.
Daniels video.
The arm thing. That's not. That's
I
not.
didn't see it.
That's not what people think
I
about
heard him
me.
talk about it. I didn't see it.
But nobody alleged that on this show.
I'm not saying they did. I'm saying that's what people think of you. They think you guys read fake news. Don't get mad at me.
I just won't bring it up then. I'll keep my comments to
We won't
myself.
do 12 segments of silence.
I'll just keep my comments very, very tight. Very tight.
All right. So when let me ask you: when you come on the air and say Travis Hunter is paying his divorced wife $500,000 a month, you want nobody to correct you?
No, it's fine to correct me, but you don't have to hammer me 17 times
I
about
didn't.
it.
He brought it up.
No, like 17 times.
I didn't.
It's fine. I don't want to give out misinformation. It's the last thing I want to do. If I see
No, this is what you say now. If you see a video, so is this fake
I'll
or
just
is this
assume
real?
everything's fake.
Just
I'll
just throw it out
everything's
there. Is it fake or is it
I just
real?
assume
And
it's
then
all
you
fake.
tell the story of what you saw.
I think those
because-
4 aliens are real.
I believe that.
pictures.
I believe it.
Well, who knows what's real? I mean, see, plausible to me. The woman was in the news a couple years ago for having the volatile relationship. Remember, there was something right before they even got married. Made
Yeah.
sense to me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry, it's fake. I just won't bring up things I catch
And the
anymore.
EP taking a serious turn.
I mean, it's one thing you could correct me, but just bring it up over and over and over.
You know,
It gets
Russell Henley
annoying.
just made a birdie. It's fake.
Probably fake.
No, it's fake. It's fake video. Russell
I don't
Henley
know
making
what's
a birdie.
real anymore.
Yep.
So
That's not really Russell Henley. That's AI.
that's it. I'm done.
All right. When we come back, we will take your calls in the final segment of an Open Line Thursday here on the Junks, brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home, because it's where you live. We'll be right back.
So we got the French Open on in the background. Jason always wants to have the French Open. It's on TNT or TBS, whatever.
I just like live sports.
And it looks like
This early in the morning. Yeah, what
Sinner
happened with
is
Sinner?
down 5-1 in the fifth set after winning the first 2 sets.
Yeah, against an unseeded player. It's a huge story in the tennis world.
Yeah. So if he loses, opens it up for the field, including Novak Djokovic, who is the 3 seed, still going at it, still at the top of his game. He apparently got bitter at it during a previous match, and I think this happens all the time because Valentin Royer did not apologize for winning a point after the ball grazed
the net.
The
Yeah, and they always stick the racket up. Sorry.
First of all, it's one of the dumbest unwritten rules in any sport.
It's just a courtesy.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know that was a thing until like within the last 2 years of me like playing tennis again after a long lapse of not playing tennis. When I played tennis when I was younger, I never heard that as like something that you should do or
Nobody ever verbalizes it. You just see it. And
I'll never apologize for winning a point if it hits the net. It'll never happen.
Well, Djokovic apparently is bitter
Why
not
would you do
only
that?
because
Why
the
would you
person
say, hey, it's hard enough to win points in tennis.
Yeah, just saying it's
you
a
get a
luck.
little bit of
It was
luck
just
on your
luck.
side. It's great, but I'm not gonna be like, I'm sorry, I won the point.
person also
Not doing that.
He responded with a fist pump. So he didn't do the apology. He was like, "Yes, I won the point."
Yeah.
Djokovic got bitter.
So what did he say?
It said
Did he say something
gestured
during
towards
the
him. I
Oh, he
don't know
did.
exactly.
I mean, that is
But then later he recognized his oversight and offered a wave of apology.
Drab, would you get upset if somebody won a point off you and you did not get the courtesy wave or the sorry? Is that
Yeah.
something that does
It's
affect
disrespectful.
you? Really?
Yeah.
It's kind of a known
unless
thing.
you like hate the guy and you know.
I mean,
it's because you won something you didn't try to do. It's like banking a 3-pointer from the top of the key. It's
Okay.
just kind of like,
Yeah, but
yeah,
NBA players don't go, sorry.
You don't really say, you just laugh or wave and say "lucky me" or you
Yeah.
make some offhand comment about it.
Right.
Yeah, it's not like something that's spoken.
I know it's an unspoken rule.
Yeah.
Not even a rule. I mean, I guess you could say
Yeah,
it's a rule.
it's
but just
etiquette. I guess
certainly.
it's
It's like an
common
etiquette.
etiquette.
It's just an etiquette thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
I just-
acknowledging your luck there.
You made your own luck. You barely grazed the net with the ball. It
All
got
right.
over.
All right.
Sometimes it falls on your side. Sometimes it falls on the opponent's side.
Now all of a sudden I'm getting all these French Open stories. Now that's in my algorithm.
Of course, you're going to get that.
Headline: French Open player reacts after being dumped by coach mid-tournament. That does seem kind of bad.
Well, I would guess most coaching, tennis players, it's a volatile position. I think those guys go through coaches pretty quickly. Some of them.
PB, pour one out for Bob Horner.
I saw that yesterday.
He passed away?
Bob Horner passed away.
How old was he? Was he in his 70s?
Mid-60s. Yeah,
So that's it?
Yeah.
Do you know the number one Bob Horner nugget cakes?
Bob Horner.
Remember what number?
Baseball cakes.
I know that he's a Sun Devil. Drab T-shirt.
I could be wrong.
I
don't think he played any minor league baseball.
Played 0 minor league baseball. He's not the only one.
He was-
but he was
yeah.
one of the rare guys.
And he was rookie of the year.
Yeah.
In his first year. I can't remember what year that was, 77.
Did he do that straight
Development don't need it. Yeah.
He had
My
a
voice
big
is
time
going.
dad bod. That's what I remember. Like
Yes.
from looking at baseball cards of him back in like the 80s.
Yeah.
Just beer gut, sloppy, but he was a really good baseball player.
Right.
That's what I remember about
Yeah, I
him.
mean, if you looked at him now, there's just no way a guy that looks like him then would be in the league now.
You wouldn't think.
Yeah, that's just how different the 40 years was.
Yeah.
But
Pour some out for him.
yeah, I mean, 68 years old.
Did they say what it was? Or
I don't think they said.
Big fatty?
I don't know how big he was.
I mean, my guess is.
Yeah.
My guess is a big fatty.
I mean, I think there are some guys that'll look like Bob Horner.
Not many.
Does Kyle Schwarber look that much different?
I think
mean,
he's much more
Schwarber, yeah.
muscular and built than
Yeah,
Bob
he just
Horner
looks,
ever
he
was.
looks much better than Bob Horner.
Now we're really revealing our age.
But I mean, that's what guys looked like in 1978.
Right.
Yeah.
Guys were built like Greg Luzinski.
Yeah.
That's an old school name too.
Bull.
Bull Luzinski.
Yeah.
And we're start talking about Ty Cobb and Babe Ruth
Well,
next.
I just wanted to show it out, because
Can you
Bob
name
Horner was.
other guys that went straight to the bigs without any minor league?
Can I?
Yeah.
Can baseball
Well,
cakes?
I think
No.
Dave Winfield. I think.
What about Ken Griffey?
Maybe.
No, I think he had a little minor league stint. I
Bryce?
think.
Did Bryce
Bryce
go?
had minor league.
I know that JP wanted Steven Strasburg to rehab in the majors. I know that is what
Yeah.
he wanted.
Why
to
waste
happen.
his innings in the minors, Cakes? You had limited innings.
he did have a limited shelf life. This is true.
Dave Winfield's other claim was that I think he was drafted by like 4 professional teams.
Sports. Stud.
Right.
But 2 and maybe the NBA and the ABA. So 2 basketball teams. I think he was drafted. Was he drafted by an NFL team?
I don't know.
And drafted by Major League Baseball. I think it was at least 4.
I think the Vikings might have.
Yeah, I think it was at least 4 professional teams.
Did he accidentally kill a bird with a line drive, or am I getting? I know that Randy Johnson did. I think Dave Winfield. Think he might have killed a bird or injured it.
He'd be according to AI. I'm going to preface it.
You're not supposed
Drafted
to
by
read AI.
Major League Baseball in 73, NFL in 73, NBA in 73, and the World Hockey Association.
World Hockey Association?
Maybe they were just doing a bit.
They must have been doing a bit.
Oh yeah, Dave Winfield threw a ball, hit a seagull, pwned it,
That's good memory,
killed
Cakes.
it. I thought he hit it off a bat, but he threw the ball and killed it.
74. Jeez.
He's 74 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe just watched him forever, and that guy's almost 75 years old.
Yep.
But
All right, now I'm going to give you the list of.
Well, get ready for Spurs Game 6 tonight
I know
against
you're rooting
OKC.
for Wemby. Wemby's going to play a lot better tonight.
SGA's so soft. He's suing, I think, Underdog is the name of the fantasy company.
Okay, yeah.
Because they created a campaign based on his foul baiting. They did an
Sue
operation
everybody.
game where it's, I guess, instead of the buzzer when
Yeah.
you go for the funny bone,
Sure.
you do something. And I don't know exactly how it works. You SGA wine or flop.
Jim Abbott apparently also went straight from college to the bigs.
Was unaware. That's impressive.
Then some old guys too, a bunch of old guys that you never.
Yeah, guys played 1910s.
Yeah.
Who did Winfield end his career with? He played with a bunch of teams, but with Cleveland. That's right. He was with the Cleveland Indians.
Sure, I remember that.
Guardians.
Yeah, the Guardians.
That's what'll happen if LeBron ends up here.
God, the Guardians is such a terrible name. Every
No
time
one
I hear it, it
remember.
gets worse.
It is bad.
Every
Yes.
single time I hear it, it's worse
It might
than
be
the last
the
time.
one worse than Commanders.
They're in the running.
Baseball Cakes has his baseball out right now.
They're in a photo finish for worst names. Trust me.
I think it might be in the same group that came up with both names.
It's a
the
two-horse
same
race.
consulting group.
Yeah.
Yeah, why do
think.
you have the baseball out?
I don't know. I just grabbed it.
Where was it?
It was on the table. I'm surprised JP didn't throw it away. I mean, JP throws everything away. Shocked it's still here. All right, we have to get out of here. We'll see you again tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley. They're coming up next here on The Fan.
The Washington Commanders' second day of the 2026 organized team activities continue at the Ortho Virginia Training Center in Ashburn. Quarterback Jaden Daniels on building from last season.
It left a bitter taste in my mouth from last year and just how everything played out. So you kind of just go in that off season and just figure out ways to mentally get better physically and emotionally and everything.
Nationals fall to the Guardians 3-2. Nats got the tying run to second base in the ninth. James Wood was 8 for 12 in the series with 2 homers, 3 RBI, and 5 runs. Back home against San Diego Padres tomorrow night. The Mystics crushed the Storm 78-64. Shakira Austin, 18 points, 13 rebounds, and 5 assists. Carolina shuts down Montreal 4-0. The Canes lead the series 3-1. NBA West Finals tonight, Game 6. OKC 3-2 at San Antonio at 8:30. Former Commanders rusher Von Miller plans to play in 26 and has lobbied the Denver Broncos for a return. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Sit down. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. And for the first time in seemingly a month, it's beautiful outside.
Oh, bro.
We dealt with the rain, and the sun is shining, man.
Doug Camera put a smile on my face this morning.
It was about time, Doug.
He posted a 10-day forecast, and I say, anybody happy to see this? Anybody more happy than me to see this? Because listen, bro, that rain, it got to the point where I was thinking I'm in Seattle. Because I've been in Seattle sometimes where it's so damn demoralizing because it's just gloomy. You know? And when you start hearing about all the people with the mental illnesses and problems out there, weather can dictate a lot of that.
Good time. It's a Thursday. Then we have a beautiful weekend coming up. The weather looks great. I mean, really, for like the foreseeable next 10 days or whatever. We earned it.
I just said 10-day forecast.
Well, you were saying how the bad 10-day. Now we got the good one.
I say he posted a 10-day forecast this morning, which was great. I was like, anybody more happy than me?
I tell you what, you'd appreciate this. So I was in at Channel 4 last night for a new episode of All Ears. We'll get to all that. But I was doing a hit in the rundown, the 7:30 to 8 show.
Real quick.
Yeah.
So your thing popped up the other night. It was like JP All Ears, and Mike say, that is so rude. Why do they call him All Ears? Because his ears are big? I said, yeah. So like, that's just rude, Dad. I say, he had a part in the name of the damn show. I didn't call him All Ears.
If you can't be self-deprecating, then you're in the wrong business. But dude, so I walk in the last commercial break, and Doug is leaving. Like, microphone off, IFB off. He's like, see you guys, have a good night. We're like, see you, dude. He was going to meet people for dinner because he had to be back for the 11. And then I'm getting like adjusted on set, and I just hear Doug walk back in, and he says to the producer, he's like, Rhonda, you got to throw me up for 30 seconds. Just got another severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh.
You and I have been in those situations where you think you're done, and then you get called back in. But what was impressive is he didn't get called back. He got the alert on his phone, and he's like, I got to tell people.
And he walked right in. Yeah. It was just, you know, like, if we get out early, we try to hurry him get out the building.
Yo, because if you're not
don't answer
out
the phone.
building,
Yeah.
you're not. It's not done until you're out of the building.
Because, you know, when you say we're off, I'm trying to get through the doors and down the stairs.
Last night was a good, healthy night for me. Early bedtime, no basketball. I just went to bed. Woke up feeling good this morning. Sun shines out.
Same here, bro.
Yeah, man. It's good to get a good night's sleep every once in a while. Yeah. I was in bed by like 9:45.
Nah, not that early. I think about 10:15 with me, but I went to the event, the WJ event last night, and I'm going to tell you,
the Washington Jesuit Academy had Brian Mitchell speak as their graduation speaker last night.
So I'm sitting there listening, and then the salutatorium comes up. He speaks, and I'm like, you know, like, I don't get intimidated by much. I'm like, damn, these little kids are beyond their years. Then the valedictorian comes up and gives the actual speech. And I'm like, okay, I'm getting nervous. But every one of these kids, man, was so impressive. I told him, I said, when I was young, I didn't smile a lot. Couldn't make me cry no matter what you did. I said, but as I got older, I let my emotions show. I said, y'all got me teary-eyed over here. I said, because this is impressive for me to see young men like this. And I just tried to go through the thing of telling them, which they already know, because Marcus and that crew over there at WJ, they do a hell of a job with these kids.
It's impressive, man.
You talk about dedicating yourself to something, being focused and perseverance and understanding hard work, because they talk about the early mornings and the late nights. And then almost every kid is involved with sports at some point. But the grades, outstanding. So I just, what they were talking about is what my speech was going to encapsulate. I just talked about the fact of, like, you have to believe in you. You got to work your tail off for it. You got to be dedicated to it. And you're going to have those bumps in the road, but you got to just persevere. And it went over well. I enjoyed myself. I went there to bring them something. I left with something.
That's great.
You know what I'm saying?
When Marcus reached out to see if you could do it, I know how crazy your schedule is. I knew you would love the experience once you got there, right? There's obviously the driving around and having to do things, but the program
Best of all, they had white chocolate macadamia nut cookies afterwards.
That certainly helped.
Yeah, I destroyed those.
But the program they run over there, like Jeff has done this, I feel like, for a couple weeks in a row. When on Bleep You Thursday, which today is a Bleep You Thursday, where he says, bleep you to the parents, watch your damn kids.
Yeah.
And I think because of the program WJA runs and because of the success the kids that come out of that program get to, they have parents lined up begging to get their kids in.
Yeah.
And those parents know it's me and my son that have to get
Everybody's
through this.
involved. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that is, when you get that level of buy-in from mom, dad, and the children, it's a game changer, and it's really changing lives for a lot of these young
And
men.
the thing of it, like, the kids that go through it, come back.
Yeah.
Mentor. A lot of them work there. Anthony Haney, who works over at, at 980, Ant went there. So you look at the fact, and when you have people that go through something and they get something from it, it's so easy to come back and let people understand, because they're getting a step up, believe me.
Totally. And one of the biggest things, and you and I get asked to do a zillion charity things, and there's a million great causes out there, but when you can help children maybe break a cycle there's been a generational cycle, there's nothing that has a more positive impact, I believe, like on society than doing that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So I'm glad you got to do that. I'm glad it went so well. That's great. We also were at OTAs yesterday. The Nats were going for the sweep. Stallion, did you ever look up, do the Nats have a season sweep yet? Bunch of geniuses.
Yeah, they have one.
They have one?
Yeah, they have one against the Brewers earlier this year. The first time in like 20 years they swept the Brewers.
Okay.
Something crazy like that.
So
they ended up losing 3-2 last night, right?
I think, yeah. They were right there in it, but whatever. It's another series win. You got to just keep stacking wins.
But you look at the fact, Stallion was raving about the pitcher from the Guardians. And you looking at 3-2, I mean, they still were right there in it.
Totally, dude.
Listen, their bats give them a chance, and I'm serious. When you got run support like they're getting, those pitchers can relax and get into their stuff. Just like we talked about Jaden last year, having to be the savior. If you got a pitcher going out that got to be damn perfect, he's about to go out the park consistently.
Totally. Much deserved off day for the Nats today after a long roadie. Padres tomorrow night. I encourage it to be a sellout. Like, this team's playing well. They're over 500. You've got one of the better teams in baseball coming in, one of the better teams in the National League coming in. Padres have real star power. Sell that thing out. The weather's going to be beautiful. I mean,
I think it will, man.
There's tens of thousands of stallions running around this city. Every Arlington bro in sight. Go buy a ticket to the baseball game and buy a beer and enjoy yourself.
Hey-oh.
Mimosas as needed, right?
Yeah.
I'd love to see that game sold out.
I think it will be, because we had Noah's Ark weather for the last, 10 days or so. And now you got all this sun. I think people are going to be willing. People are ready to get out the damn house.
We have a busy show coming up today. Adrian Dantley, NBA Hall of Famer, will join us at 11. There is a big game tonight. The Spurs are facing elimination. I am facing losing $100 to B-Mitch. I can't wait to watch Spurs Thunder tonight. Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals. We already know the New York Knicks await the winner of this series. We got to check on these lines, because everybody keeps saying the Knicks are now going to be favored to win this series. Should that actually occur, give me the plus money on whoever's coming out of the West. I promise you that much. But excited to talk to Adrian Dantley. Coming up at noon, Santana Moss will join the program. Very cool yesterday. Pro Football Writers of America came up with so in every NFL locker room around the country, at the end of the year, the local media votes on what's called a Good Guy Award winner.
Yeah.
And the Good Guy Award goes to the player everybody kind of votes through their own prism. I'm a PFWA member. I vote in this thing and have for a number of years. My prism, Brian, and I'm curious how you think of this as a former player, my prism for voting for Good Guy is not who gives you the best soundbite. Because the guy that gives you the best soundbite, sometimes that's awesome. But for me, it's the person that's most consistent. Because sometimes the guy that gives you the best soundbite, if he has a bad game or they've lost 3 in a row, you can't find him in that locker room.
Yeah. It's a guy who's consistent.
I need the guy that on a 4-game win streak is awesome to talk to, and on a 4-game losing streak is still there to talk, right? Like that to me what constitutes being a pro in dealing with the media.
You know what made me be the guy who would talk to the media all the time? That dude, Blanche Mitchell Sr., one day sat down and said, listen, son, tell your own story. Because I was watching somebody do something on TV, and I mentioned something. I had to be 13, 14 years old. He said, that's why when you have a bad game or a good game, sit there and talk and tell your own story. So I mentioned that when I was in Philly. Let me just show you how some people can be some asses sometimes. I mentioned that, and you know how when you talk to the newspaper, they can write the story how they want at the end. So I said, that's why I don't like to do a lot of, I should not like doing those interviews like that. I'll do live interviews. And WIP, this is when me and Angelo Cataldi got into it. So I said, sometimes you go out there and you try to bring your best game, but you just don't, some days you just can't, your best game just is not there, or you just don't bring your best game. And they clipped it to make me say, you just don't bring your best game sometimes. Like it got erased the other part. And they started talking about it. And fans were bashing me because they didn't play the whole thing. That's why I walked in on him and went at him.
I love it.
Because it's like, but the thing of it is, if you tell your story, like if I don't say a word, I'm letting 20, 30 people go write a story. And they can give 20, 30 different opinions. But if I sit there and I talk to you and somebody gets it on camera, you can write what the hell you want. They have a source now. And I would tell every dude, talk to them. Stop running from them, because if you run, they still got to write the damn story. You much rather have your quotes in it than their quotes.
Agreed. So Sam Cosmi won the Good Guy Award, but the big announcement yesterday, because we had already told Sam, I believe Sam knew at the end of the season, was that they've named the award after Santana Moss. They have this dope trophy that the winner's name will get etched onto the trophy. I only covered Tana at the tail end of his career, but he was always such a pro. And, Santana endured a lot of nonsense playing in Washington through there were some highs, but there were some real lows there. And I was just always impressed by how Tana carried himself, always available at his locker, usually playing outcast, but it was, well-deserved honor. And I don't know if you agree with this, B. I think for the players that win the award going forward, I think it'll matter. I think it'll matter more that they're now winning the Santana Moss Good Guy Award, and it's got a dope trophy.
Because he's still around, and I think Tana's the guy that you listen to Tana, the broadcast stuff, he can still critique, but not bash.
Right.
And
There's
I'll be
a
honest
healthy
with you,
place.
He's helped me, and I've helped him. To where it's okay to say somebody didn't play well, but you don't have to say they stink. You know what I mean? And I think that's the ultimate thing and then Tana is always that dude that's very low-key, smiling all the time. He's serious about his stuff, but he's an easygoing guy. So guys will respect him more.
You'll laugh at this. So Tischler and I were recording a podcast on the hill outside of the annex, kind of looking down towards the goalposts. You know where we're standing? And so Tana, Logan, and Fred were walking from the main building back to the annex. And Tana kind of looked over and waved. and Greg Abernathy was running the camera for Monumental. I was like, Abs, put Tana on camera. And we just shouted, yo, congrats, Tana, well-deserved. And he kind of waved. And then, wouldn't you know, Fred said, nice to see you too, JP. So congrats to Fred Smoot on being Fred Smoot
Don't worry.
as well.
Fred is going to always get his word in. That's one thing we know about Fred.
So Tana's going to join us at noon. We have Bleep You Thursday at 1 o'clock. Peter Rosenberg joining us at 1:30. So a really fun, busy show. Going to preview tonight's hoops, kind of look ahead to the NBA Finals. But for me yesterday, being at OTAs was really interesting. And I want to start with, there were questions about attendance going into this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And these are voluntary workouts. I never knock guys that don't show up. Doesn't mean it's not better if you do, but I understand if you don't. Plus, the way a lot of these dudes operate now, they have their own trainers. They're working out on their own, all with a direct goalpost of being ready for training camp, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Laramie Tunsil was there yesterday, and I thought that was equally like not a big deal. Tunsil's here, that's cool. But I couldn't help but think, B, so you had Tunsil there and you had Terry McLaurin there. And we got to talk like just BS with Terry for a second after. And seeing Terry last week at the golf thing, like I could, Terry seems to be in a very healthy mental spot.
Yeah.
And Tunsil being there is on some level like a statement to the team.
Mm-hmm.
And then Deron Payne is a veteran. Deron Payne is a veteran of some accomplishment going into the last year of his contract without guaranteed money on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't realize this. Yesterday was Deron's birthday. And he
Happy
was
birthday,
there.
big man.
Happy birthday, Deron.
But you know what? It's
But
like
he was there too. It seemed like there was like a level of buy-in.
Well, it's a level of buy-in, but you know what? Big John used to always say, if my players are all together and against me, I'm still cool with it because they're all together. These players probably had conversations because they know what they were in 2024 and they know what they were last year. And what if every guy said, you know what, man, let's from the beginning, let's do this. And I think that is like we always hear about the coachless meetings. But the meetings that matter are the ones that you never hear about. What if they got together and discuss, we all got to buy in. We're going to do this thing a different way this year. You know, and it's not like when, like I say, when the coaches are when the players are together, it's not dismissing what the coaches are saying. But it's like, if this show right here, we all made a promise to each other. It's much harder to not do it than if we try to live up to what the company thinks. Because they just say stuff and they don't never come talk to you directly in your face. But if I go to you and say, JP, I'm going to do this. You say, okay, I'm going to do the same. We got to live up to that on a daily basis. Those players could be doing something like that.
If the five of us made a promise to one another, who do you think would be the first one to break it?
Jeff.
Yeah, me too. He doesn't even hear us right now. He doesn't even have headphones in. But
why do y'all think I would break the promise?
I just know you will.
Like, you wouldn't mean to, but
you wouldn't want to, but
something
you
would
like,
come up, and
so
then you
Jeff,
had a
what
DJ
happened?
gig.
What's so?
Yeah, okay, so here's what happened, right?
My biggest haters.
And your biggest supporters.
We support
It's a
you. We love
two-sided
you,
coin.
dog. Yeah, I know.
One thing that I couldn't help but notice, and Sam Cosmi was the first person to say it, and then based on him saying it, I kind of asked some other folks about it. Cosmi, what I hope is the truth, because every team changes, right? Every year is its own entity in the NFL. They've overhauled the coaching staff. You got new players. Some players have left. Some players have come in. But Cosmi said, like, of the returning guys, we have there's a fire under our ass because we know 5-12 is bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then I asked Mariota about it. He's like, yeah, 5-12 is not going to get it done. We're going to let that fire burn all summer.
Yeah.
And we're not trying to control it. And I think that's the right attitude.
Yeah.
Like, whatever happened in 24 is completely irrelevant. You are what your record is. You were 5-12 last year, and you've got to turn it around. There's nobody else that's going to turn it around for you.
But you mentioned you talked to two people, and they both that was on in there. It was messing
Plenty
with
of
them.
others, yeah, but
Plenty of other guys. I have to believe that conversation has been had amongst the players.
Totally.
You get what I'm saying?
Totally.
And then so it's not like I have the whole thing is, like you said, is voluntary. It was people were worried about attendance. They shouldn't be worried about attendance in a voluntary type deal. but it's something that brings eyes and brings attention to stuff. But ultimately, those guys showing up, and nobody said we all gonna show up. They just happen. I like that because there were people looking for some BS.
Let's talk about some specifics we saw yesterday at OTAs, starting with Jaden Daniels under center. Then some of these rookies we saw on the field. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by the DC Defenders. Major upset at the French Open. Number 1 seed Yannick Sinner dropped by Juan Manuel Cerundolo in 5 sets. Francis Tiafoe is in action 4th set. American Brandon Nakashima of UVA begins shortly. Women's side UVA's Emma Navarro lost in straight sets. Commanders continue with their OTAs today. Quarterback Jaden Daniels on last season.
It left a bitter taste in my mouth from last year and just how everything played out. So you kind of just go in that off season and just figure out ways to mentally get better physically and emotionally and everything.
Nationals fall to the Guardians 3-2. They'll have a matchup against the Padres tomorrow night. Mystics defeated the Storm 78-64. Carolina over Montreal 4-0. Defenders versus the Orlando Storm Sunday, May 31st, noon at Audi Field. Defenders Kids Day. The first 5,000 fans getting a Defenders t-shirt. Tickets at ufldefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerp on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Exciting news. We're giving away a bunch of tickets today.
Yes, do it.
Machine Gun Kelly. We're giving away tickets at 11, noon, and 1:30. Or 1.
All right.
11, noon, and 1:30. You know what happened? Wendy came up and yelled at Ryan, and he said, we're going to give all the tickets away today.
Let's go.
I'll get made fun of for this. Can you name a Machine Gun Kelly song?
No.
I can't either. Now, I'd like you to play one for us, Jeff.
Play one. I probably
Doesn't have
can
to be
hear.
right now, just when we're coming back from a break. I feel like we will recognize the songs.
Yeah.
But I can't name one. I do know, however, at some point, whether he currently is or not, at some point he was with a woman for a brief period of time, held the baddest chick on the planet title. Megan Fox, during the Transformers era, she was like, she might not have held the heavyweight title, but she was like the cruiserweight baddest chick on the planet.
She was a champion.
Yeah, dude.
That's all
She
that
was
matters.
like that. The scene in Transformers where she's popping the hood. Every dude in America was popping the hood right there. Like, so whatever MGK is doing, he's doing something right. I don't know that I'll attend the concert, but we're giving away the tickets. That was it. You wanted me to promo the tickets, right, Stallion? How was that?
That was a hell of a promo.
All right.
Ooh, yes. Just Google. Pops up nice.
Yeah. Yes. So, Brian, yesterday we got to watch OTAs, and the thing I wanted to see most was just what the offense looked like. And that's not to say I wasn't excited about lots of different things and seeing the defense and seeing, hell, just seeing the new, this is incredibly minute detail, seeing and we saw them at rookie camp, but like, forgive me, Ethan Kaliak-Manis, you don't really make it as cool as Jaden Daniels and Marcus Mariota do.
Yeah.
Seeing the all black but retro QB jerseys they're now wearing is dope.
Yeah.
But what I was
They will get sold.
What's
That's a way of promoting them.
Sure. But so people understand, when at NFL practices, college practices too, but you have the offense wears one color, the defense wears the other, and then quarterbacks wear a different color just to make clear nobody hits them.
Used to be yellow.
Right. Now it's black and they're fresh. But what I wanted to see most was where this offense was, right? Just kind of where things are as David Blau is working to install a new offense. Where is Jaden Daniels in his understanding of this offense? Where are the receivers? Where the line you get a somewhat of a look at. And Brian, it's May. Nobody had pads on.
Yeah.
I want to provide all of the proper caveats here. They look good.
But see, this is the thing about it. Give the credit without having to worry about caveats. Because if someone is thinking that they're perfect right now, then they're crazy. Right now did they step on the field and look good? Yes. We should understand they're just in pads. Nobody's playing today or tomorrow. Okay? But the ultimate thing is there was an understanding. That's what I told you yesterday. I want to see them be able to move with the understanding of the offense. And if they understand it, they'll move quickly. That's all I cared about.
Totally. And they moved quick. And I talked to some players on the record, microphone, cameras, and they said, I asked a number of guys. Jayden has, like, when you ask a quarterback their superpowers, right? Like Josh Allen, incredibly tough, absolute rocket of an arm, right?
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes' playmaking ability, particularly on third down, that's a superpower.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson's ability to run with the football is the best of all time.
Yeah,
right.
way up there.
Jayden, to me, is a pocket passer that can beat you with his legs, but the pocket passer
accurate as
aspect
hell.
is his metrics of all time is that he beat you with his brain before the snap. He didn't have the strongest arm, right? But he knew exactly what he was doing before the snap. And I'm not saying Jayden is there, but I think Jayden's mental capacity to get through his processes, to get through his reads, his progressions, is super vital for him as a quarterback to be a star. And so what you have to consider when you're changing systems like that is, do you retain that mental speed? And to my eye, he absolutely did. Now, again, one practice in May, but I asked other players, and some of the responses I asked Treylon Burks, who made a hell of a catch. It was out of bounds because it was a bad throw from one of the third-string quarterbacks, but he made a hell of a diving catch. I asked him about it after. He's like, yeah, we're not really supposed to dive, but, like, I kind of dove. And I was like, the ball caught you. He's like, yeah, the ball caught me. I didn't catch the ball. Yeah. But I asked Burks, I was like, how is Jayden's processing going with this new offense? He's like, bleep, hella fast. And I asked Jalen Lane the same question. He's like, man, it seems like Jayden was part of founding this offense.
Yeah.
And I think probably because he was.
Yeah. But see the thing, Jay, it's not like we outside of the building think they have to learn a new offense. But it's the same. When he steps to the line, whatever play he called, find a safety, figure out what the coverage is. He knows he's going to one or two people. And then he has a guy who's going to be his insurance policy. No matter what the play is, no matter what the defense is, if it's this certain defense, I know I got to come over here. If it's another one, I go over here and I got to work on that thing. That's all the quarterback has to worry about. And if Jayden already understands that, as he does with his virtual reality, he's going to be able to understand it in any offense. It's just getting the verbiage out real quick. That thing may take more time than anything. But the understanding, you don't step up with the play and then say, I called that play. Let's see what. Every time you look, find your safety. Figure out what the defense is. Figure out and you got a center helping you. You found out what the coverage is, and you know where you're going automatically.
So to that point, football coaches and front office executives love secrecy. They very much don't want anybody to know anything. And if you think about Washington's got a brutal start to the year. At Philly, at Dallas, Seattle at home. I think they're going to show next to nothing as far as publicly what this offense might look like. Now, the other teams are going to do enough research of what Detroit has done and maybe some of what the Rams have done to build some level of idea what it's going to look like. But I don't think it was an accident yesterday, Brian, that the media all got a reminder
about sending stuff out,
about the media policy, about what you're able to disclose as far as personnel packages, offensive formations, defensive formations. So I'm going to be relatively broad on some of what we saw yesterday, right? But the things that immediately look different and we know are coming, Jayden under center. I think we got to caution that our listeners and viewers and everybody, like, this is not going to be like the Nebraska offense from the early 90s. Like, there's still going to be plenty of shotgun. Yeah. You're still going to see the pistol.
Yeah.
But Jayden's going to be under center significantly more than he was before.
Yeah.
I think you're looking 60-40-ish center to shotgun.
Cool.
I think we were at, maybe Neil Greenberg could crunch the numbers. Where was this thing at?
Probably 80-20 or 90-10.
Yeah. And I think they started implementing more under center snaps late last year as they were maybe trying to whether this was someone was told to do this or there was just a eureka moment. I think they tried to have less quarterback design runs later in the year. Yeah, we did see some shifting there, right?
Yeah.
The under center stuff is real. The motion, having receivers and running backs and tight ends, having movement pre-snap was very real.
Yeah.
And those types of things, when you combine putting the quarterback under center, allowing play action to be more of a threat, letting the run game start from a more advantageous position with maybe 3 tight ends on the field. Like I left. So 2 dudes I've been very high on since Dan Quinn got to town. Pair of Davids, David Blau and David Rye. And they're very different people. Blau is a very cerebral fella. Like he's quiet, he's stoic, he's locked in. He's now your offense coordinator, your play caller. Rye was your tight ends coach. He's now your pass game coordinator. And Rye
He's energetic.
He's a ball of energy.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
He's all over the place, high-fiving dudes, fired up. Watching the 2 of them stand together and watch the offense and watching Blau's stoicism and Rye's energy, it felt like this is the new direction here. And at one point, Terry came off. Terry ended up very open in the middle of the field. We won't allow for a route, but we can say that much, right? And Jaden hit him. It was a big gainer. And, dude, nobody's hitting, right? But Terry kind of ran to where there would have been contact. There was a safety and maybe a DB. And he just slipped. And he went down, not hard, but he went down. And everybody was like, everybody froze up for a second. Then he popped up, first down. Everything was cool. He ran over. Rye gave him a big old high five. And it just, you could feel an energy change. Now, does the energy change matter week 1 in Philadelphia? We'll find out, right?
It may.
It might.
Because as I stated when I saw the schedule, the intensity has to pick up early. So if the energy was there yesterday, keep going. Build off of it.
Now, I just happened to be walking out at the same time a veteran offensive player was walking out. And we mostly just BS. Like, how's the summer going, whatever. And I said, I was like, man, it seemed like y'all were moving fast in there. And he said, that's a point of emphasis. Yeah. We want tempo. We want to go fast. Yeah. It was noticeable, especially in 11-on-11s. I want to make sure we take some time to talk about the kicker. Really good little kicker competition yesterday. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. Spring is here, and I'm finally back outside riding my bike. With Autism Acceptance Month kicking off, it's the perfect time to talk about Bike to the Beach, which I'll be doing on June 19th, as we ride to support autism and disability inclusion. It's an incredible experience. We finished with a beachside celebration in Dewey Beach like we were just last Friday, just steps away from the ocean and right in the heart of the action. Let's ride, make a difference, and start summer strong together. Join my team or start your own at biketothebeach.org. That's biketothebeach.org.
Is this Machine Gun Kelly?
Yes, but he had like a whole change because when Machine Gun Kelly first came out, he was rapping like he was like, "Yep, call me Steve-O. I'm a wild boy."
So he was a rapper, and then he had a beef with Eminem, and Eminem basically made him go into punk rock.
No, seriously.
So in
Eminem
other words,
just ended
he
it?
lost the rap battle. In other words, and he just changed his genre.
I think Eminem has a lot of hostility. He seems like a hostile fella that you don't necessarily.
He just know how to cut you with words.
One thing I always wondered, and I could have missed this. I'm not the biggest Eminem historian, but like he had so much like anger and hostility early in his career, but eventually, dude, like you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, what are you still so mad about?
But you still.
But I imagine he's maintained
but that's
his
the thing
edge.
about it. When you have a certain level of experience, it doesn't leave you, dog.
Sure. Certainly. So with OTAs yesterday, because we got plenty to discuss as we go through.
If he was rapping about how much money he had, like I'm so happy right now. Nobody will be buying that
like
crap.
Jermaine Dupri
People don't
kind of
buy.
record?
People don't buy positive stuff. They
Welcome
buy
to Atlanta
they
where the
buy
players
rough,
play.
negative stuff.
Right. I may be alone. I doubt it. I am very interested at watching the Commanders' kicker battle, and I'm going to go so far as to say this is a legit kicker battle.
Okay.
They ran 6 kicks relatively live. It wasn't full live rush.
Yeah.
But it was 11 on 11, real snaps, real holds, both hashes. They were working, seemed to me, and we were kind of at a weird angle. I'd say they were going back about 7 yards between each kick from hash to hash. And to his credit, Moody looked good. Moody made the first 4 drilled, middle of the field. He missed the 5th, which I think would be roughly like 45 yards.
Mm-hmm.
But then he made the 6th, which was the 50-yarder. It was probably like a 53-ish yarder. So let me be clear. Moody looked good. 5 of 6, missed not a shorty, but not a long one either. Then the kid Stevens comes up. The power is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you and I both play a lot of golf. You know a lot of kickers. There's kickers with big legs, but can you control it?
Yeah.
Well, yesterday he was bombing the driver and hitting fairways. He went 6 of 6. And it's kind of interesting when you watch kickers. You know, when we're out on the field, you're just kind of guesstimating where it is through the uprights.
Mm-hmm.
You know, upper third of the uprights, middle of the uprights, barely squeaking over the crossbar. But when you're in the bubble and it's a kid that can kick like he can, you see where it hits the roof of the bubble. Because, you know, the bubble comes up and then like kind of curls over. On the first 4, he is hitting the upslope of the bubble. I mean, power.
Mm-hmm.
On the 5th and the 6th, even the 53-yarder, the 53-yarder, I would say, would have been good from another 10 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was easily upper half of the uprights, and you could just hear the difference when he connects with the ball. And they're hitting those special K balls, so they're, you know, really inflated. I am in no hurry to call this contest, but we haven't seen kickoffs, right? Like, can he put it in that coffin corner? Can he do the dirty kicks they like to run?
Yeah.
Like, I am here for this competition to go until late August.
Yeah, I just think it starts when you got a crowd. Like,
right.
There are a lot of people who can play golf when you don't have people lining the fairways. When you start getting people lining the fairways, where they knock most of the people out. So is he that same guy when you put some people in the stands? Put a real rush on them. You know what I'm saying? When the time is running down and you got to get out there and calm yourself down to kick it. If he can do that, he may end up winning it. You never know.
100%.
Because they brought him in for a reason.
Right. And the power, what I want is a weapon. Like what Dallas has with Aubrey, a guy that they feel confident from 60. That's something different. You know what I mean? And Washington has not had that. So I want to see that. Yesterday, though, I would hesitate to even say there was a winner and a loser. Like, Stevens just looked better.
Okay.
But until, like, we got to see it in preseason. You know,
if you had to give a check mark for the day, who gets it?
I mean, Stevens made 6 of 6.
Okay.
You know, Like when you and I get to the end of a week and I went 4-0 and you went 4-1, we both had great weeks, but
Yeah.
4-0, baby.
You play 4 games. You didn't play 5. You got to play all 5.
I also, it was, did you hear Javon Kinlaw? Have you seen that clip?
Nope.
Really? I think this is in the system. Jeff, see if you can pull up Javon Kinlaw from yesterday. I know Grant and Danny played it. I got to just let you hear it. Javon Kinlaw spoke at the podium yesterday. Getting to cover Javon for a year now. I know him a little bit. You know how Gary Clark, no matter what, there's a curse word in there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Listen to my man Javon Kinlaw describe new additions to the defensive line.
Yeah, we got some mother now. Excuse my language, but yeah, Owe, he can go. Charles Omenihu can go. Caleb Vaughn can go. Tim Settle, he can go. Who else am I missing? Then we got Wise back. You already know he can go. Got DA coming back. He can go. Jerzon can go. I mean, D Payne can go. You know, it's going to be exciting, bro. It's going to be super exciting to play with these guys, for sure. A lot of talent, bro. I'm just excited, bro. I'm super excited.
So what the word that was being bleeped out is it
S?
S. Okay, yeah. I can see that kind of conversation. Like, yeah, man, shoe, he can go. Shoe, yeah, shoe.
PFT commenter tweeted out he uses the S word instead of commas, where some people would just pause. He goes S.
Hmm?
But the funniest part to me is that he apologized for his language. So I think to Javon, MF is a word he knows he can't say, but S is part of the vernacular.
He's excited. I mean, the players get excited too.
I just thought that was funny.
I mean,
yo, and that wasn't a one-off to the side. That was the podium with all the cameras and all the people, and it was just kind of funny. I am not a pearl clutcher. I don't care if players curse. I know how you and I speak.
Yeah, a lot of the pearl clutchers curse.
Right.
Let's be real.
I know that, the people that edited that piece for FCC censored airwaves probably had to work a little bit. There were some edits involved.
Hey, sometimes they need to work harder.
But I just thought it was funny.
Can't give them one every 500 words. You got to sometimes give them one every 3-4 words.
When we come back, we're giving away Machine Gun Kelly tickets, as well as Adrian Dantley, NBA Hall of Famer, will join the program.
French Open upset number 1 seed Yannick Sinner is done. He falls to Juan Manuel Cerundolo in 5 sets. Americans Leonard Tien and Anthony Shavajda coming up. Francis Tiafoe battling in the 4th set. American Brandon Nakashima just underway. Women's side, Emma Navarro lost in straight sets. Commander's second day of organized team activities continues. Quarterback Jaden Daniels on his new offensive coordinator David Blau.
It's fun. I mean, it's been awesome just to see his offensive mind, his creative mind, and juices flowing, and we're building this thing together.
Nationals day off after a 3-2 loss to the Guardians. Welcome in the San Diego Padres and former pitcher Craig Stammen, who's now their manager. That's tomorrow night. Mystics, a sweet win in Seattle, 78-64. Carolina shuts out Montreal 4-0. Canes lead that series 3-1. NBA West Finals Game 6 is tonight. OKC is up 3-2 at San Antonio. 8:30 p.m. The Knicks are awaiting the winner. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Is this our guy?
Hell
Chris
no.
Brown, man.
I know you crazy right now. That's worse than Pete calling Gladys Knight and the Pips.
Caller number 10, right now you win 2 tickets to MGK Lost Americana Tour.
gimme.
Wednesday, June 3rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets courtesy of Live Nation MGK Lost Americana Tour. Now, without further delay, we're excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in NBA Hall of Famer, Mr. Adrian Dantley. AD, how are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. How you guys doing?
We're great, man.
We're doing great, man. We wanted to pick your brain about these NBA playoffs we've been watching. Let's start with the Knicks. How impressive their run has been. They're just waiting around to see who they're going to play in the finals.
Yeah. Well, first of all, before we get started, I'd just like to say that Brian Mitchell should be in the Hall of Fame. He's number 1 in everything. He's number 2 in everything. I don't know what they waiting on. And Joe Jacoby and Larry Brown, those guys should be in the Hall of Fame. So just wanted to say that before we got started.
Well said.
And B. Mitch, I haven't seen you in 20 years since we got to the awards downtown. Has that been about 20 years ago?
It was close to it.
Yeah, we both received an award downtown.
Oh, yeah.
But that's all I have to say. Now we can talk basketball.
Yeah, but like the Knicks, what you been thinking about them, how they've been playing?
I think the Knicks, the best thing they could have done was get the ball out of Brunson's hands and start with the new offense with the cat at the high post being the playmaker. I think that really helped them, and it takes a lot of pressure off of Brunson, and they've been playing well. The question is who they've been playing against. You wonder, they beat Cleveland like that. So they've been playing great. The bench has been playing great.
And so many people believe that the winner of the NBA Finals is going to come from the West. Do you see the same thing?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's like a heavyweight fight with the Spurs and OKC. If I was the Knicks, I would prefer to play the Spurs probably than OKC. OKC is they tough. They got a good bench. They missing Williams and they still winning games. So it's going to be very interesting.
We've had this debate a little bit, Adrian, and I'm curious where you land on it. For a guy that was in this discussion for a part of your career, right? I mean, you're in the Hall of Fame, 6-time All-Star, 2-time scoring champ. Who would you say is kind of the face of the NBA right now? Because LeBron's kind of on the downside of his career. Maybe Steph is, maybe KD is. You got all these new young guys coming up.
Well, I definitely think it's Wendy, big fella. He's going to be the face of the NBA. He's just an unbelievable talent. And you got the guy from Minnesota, but I would say big fella from the Spurs.
Let me ask you this. So Wemby, you watch him in the game when he's in the post. I think he's dominant. He changes everything. When he plays closer to the basket, he's unstoppable. Why is it that he goes away from the basket? Like Game 5 and Game 3 where he was away, and then they got destroyed.
Well, that's just his style of play. He's not going to be a guy that you throw the ball to in the post and score. He can score, but that's not his game. He's more of a perimeter player. He's like a 7'4" Kevin Durant. But, the guys, they want to dribble and go between the legs and so forth. But, yes, I do agree. When he does go inside, he could score, but you got to remember, this is his first year. He's taking a beating down there. Hartenstein, those guys, they putting bodies on a regular basis. So if he get in trouble, he's going to go out to the perimeter. That's what I see.
I always say guys have to learn how to play at the NBA level. And yes, he's in his second, third year, but that getting beat up is not what he was getting when he was playing over in Europe, right? And so I think that kind of makes him go away. And do you think it's like he goes like, one game I'm going to go in there, that hurts too much? Let me get back out to what I'm used to.
Well, they're throwing a lot of bodies at him, and this is something new for him. So as he plays more and more games, he'll know what to do. But that's just not his game where he's going to be like Jabbar or somebody just going down in the low post on a regular basis. He's more a perimeter player.
So, talking about guards and talking about maybe the face of the league right now, I think Wemby's going to be that, whether that is in 2 weeks if he's holding up Larry O'Brien or if it's in 2 seasons. But the back-to-back MVP right now is SGA. What do you think of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's game?
Oh, Alexander, he's probably the best player in the league. He's a great player. Anytime you can go through a streak of averaging like 20 points a game, you break Wilt Chamberlain's record. He's a great player, no doubt about it. They making him work on the offensive end. San Antonio's been playing pretty good defense. He had a pretty good game last game, but his shooting percentage has been down playing against the Spurs. The Spurs they playing good tough defense, but yes, Alexander is probably one of the top players in the league, no question about that.
Adrian, you averaged 30 points a season for 4 straight years. Like, how incredibly difficult is it to fill it up at that kind of a level
when they were beating you up
in pro basketball? And they weren't calling fouls then like they do now.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, they don't realize when you average 30, that's hard to do. And but it's just a mindset. You got to be in great shape. Alexander's in great shape, and you got to be lucky, don't have injuries. But it's just a mindset. You got to be in great shape.
I mean, certainly. So obviously, we got another Spurs Thunder game tonight. This one's going to be in San Antonio. What do you think happens? You think OKC is able to close this out? You think it goes to 7?
I think the Spurs will come out and try to play hard and try to win the game, and I think it might go Game 7. That's why you play for the regular season for the home court advantage for that last game. Mm-hmm. And I think the Spurs are going to come out and play hard today.
I think so. I'm looking forward to tonight because I thought Game 5 was kind of a dud. I was so excited for it.
It was a dud because you were cheering for the Spurs.
Yeah, but both teams just that is true.
The key is you always want. You're in the playoffs. You always want to win Game 5 when you're in a 7-game series. You always want to win Game 5, with the exception of Detroit. They lost on their home court to Cleveland. But you always fighting for that home court advantage.
For a player like yourself that played on a number of different teams over a 15, 16-year career, is there one team you root for? Like, do you root for the Wiz? Is there one team that you think of as your team, or do you just kind of love just watching good basketball?
Well, I like watching good basketball, but I always watch the Wizards and see what they do every year. So that's interesting. Even though I never played for the Wizards, it just amazes me how they haven't they've taken so long to play, taking so long to have some good teams on a regular basis.
Looking at what they're doing right now, all the young players having the first pick in this draft, what do you think their possibilities could be coming as the years come along?
Well, first of all, they should draft a boy from BYU. It shouldn't even be no doubt about that. I think the Wizards, I think they'd be all right. The question is, the 2 guys that you got this past season, are they going to play games? If Anthony Davis is going to play 50 games, you're going to have a problem. The question is, are they going to be healthy? Him and Trae Young be healthy with the young guys, and they should have a very good basketball team again this year. They should be in the playoffs if those two guys are healthy and they playing the whole season, I think.
Talking with NBA Hall of Famer and DMV native Adrian Dantley here on the Rude Guest Hotline. So you think with the number one pick, it should be Debanza from BYU, no questions asked, not interested in the Kansas kid, Peterson?
Well, what were we just talking about? I mean, you got a guy, he might be a great talent, but do you want to take a chance on drafting a guy and he comes to the game and says, oh, my hamstring hurt and I can't play tonight, coach. I mean, or I'm sick. So I don't know. I hear he's a great talent, but for me, I just thought he just missed too many games. And you only played 32 games in the college season, and you talking about 82 games? You know, that's a tough choice to make.
Is there any way you would trade out of the pick?
I would trade I don't know. I like the guy from BYU. I like the kid from Arkansas.
Yeah,
Acuff.
Those are my two favorite guys. I like Wilson from North Carolina. I like Boozer, but I don't think Boozer. I just think Boozer just going to be a solid player in the NBA. I might be wrong, but I just think he's going to be a solid player. Those other guys, you can get a ball to any one of those three guys, and they can put it on the floor and make a shot for you.
Yeah, for me with Boozer, I feel like he has the highest floor, but not necessarily the highest ceiling. Like, I think he's going to be solid and good, but one of these other guys is going to be great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boozer just, you know, I just think he would be a good, solid player. And it also depends on what team he goes to, in my opinion. I think if he goes to Indiana, he'll be a good player, but a couple of those teams, man, I don't want to talk about the teams, but I hope he don't go to Memphis or some team like that. You know what I mean? I just hope he goes to a good team, good foundation where they got good coach and they play pretty good basketball.
When you're watching basketball, does anybody in this day and age remind you of yourself?
I can't really think of any guys. My game was like 18 feet on end. Butler remind me a little bit of Butler, but I can't think of that many players that play my style of game.
Well, maybe I'm crazy, and I recognize you kind of had a back to the basket game for a guard, a small forward, that the NBA's kind of evolved away from that stuff. But dude, please. People
always say that, but I really didn't play with my back to the basket. The only reason I played with my back to the basket because, unfortunately, every team that I've been on since high school, college, I was the best inside player. And I used to always tell the coach, why don't you put a 6'11" guy back there? So, I mean, that's the only reason that I was playing inside. But people always joke, ask me, could I play today? I said, yeah, I could play today. If I could play with Kareem, Bob Lanier, Clifford Ray, I wouldn't have no problem today. And also today, they play small basketball today. You play small ball. A lot of times you see guys out there 6'7", no taller than that. So I think I would adjust pretty good.
I think you would too. I think the entire notion that previous generation great players couldn't play today is one of the dumbest things going.
Well, they say that every generation. I remember when I was in college. When I was in the pros, they used to say things about players before us, but I used to joke. But that's just the way barbershop talk. The guys, they be talking,
Yeah. So you can laugh me out of the building, Adrian, for this if you want. But just looking at the size and the scoring, I mean, SGA is 6'6", 200 pounds, 4 straight years of 30 points or more. I mean,
he's 6'7".
He's 6'7".
Yeah.
I'm just saying, your size comps and your scoring comps are kind of right there.
Well, I tell people all the time, if I play today, you hear the guys talking about going to the free throw line. Oh my goodness, golly! I went to the free throw line 10 times a game. Up today, if you touch somebody, except for in the playoffs, you notice in the playoffs the officials don't call it like they do during the regular season.
Yeah.
They beat the hell out of each other, and they're not calling anything. That's why you see guys now you see guys now flopping, and sometimes they don't even get fouled. Come on, man. Come on.
What do you
I look at basketball and the flopping pisses me off.
Yeah,
when you
know,
look at it, how does
guys-
it make you feel?
Guys don't even get hit, and they be going off. It's crazy. They should come up with something for flopping, but it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
What do you think? And maybe you don't think this is a problem, but I think flopping's a problem in the NBA. I think it's kind of the European infiltration of the sport where flopping's so constant in soccer. It's kind of become constant in hoops. But tanking, not just the Wiz, like half of the bottom third of the league openly tanked this offseason. What do you think is a bigger problem for the NBA to address, the tanking or the flopping?
I don't know, but I don't know. I know one thing. When I play ball, Mitch can go to what I'm saying. But when we play basketball, you better not. These guys take a game off for their fingernails hurting. It's unbelievable that the games these guys take off for the injuries that they have. When we play, if you get hurt, you better not take off because somebody might take your spot and you might not play it again. You just didn't do that. All the great players back then, if they were injured, they would play. They wouldn't take off. They just wouldn't take off. You know. Isaiah is not one of my best friends, but I seen a guy play a playoff game with his ankle the size of a grapefruit. It's unbelievable. Guys back then would play hurt. They don't play hurt now.
Yeah.
They don't play hurt now. No, they can't play, or they don't want to try to play hurt now. That's what I said about the Wizards. If Davis and Trae Young, if they play 70 games or more, I think the Wizards have a good season next season.
So Trae Young has already played here. Trae Young, I was at the press conference when he got introduced as a Wizard. He seemed legit excited about a restart in Washington.
Well, he better because this is last year on his contract. Anytime you see a guy on the last year of the contract, they always gonna come back. I don't think he's gonna be taken off just to be taken off. Trust me.
Do you think Anthony Davis is in the same mindset where he's excited to be here?
Hey, I'm telling you, man, this guy, I like him. He's a great player, but the injuries, that's the key to the Wizards. This guy, you got bad luck or he can't play. If you bump up against him, he might pull a shot. He might have an injury. That's the key. The injuries. The guys, is injury prone. That's all.
AD, we got one of our producers, I think Ryan, who had reached out to you. He's a big Notre Dame guy. What could you tell him about the season this year that makes him feel good, Notre Dame coming up this basketball season?
You better pray.
Hey, we got to talk about C.J. Carr, though, because our quarterback at Notre Dame, pretty legit.
We're talking about the basketball. We're not talking about football.
We could talk about
At
basketball.
Notre Dame, they're always talking football.
I'll let the Hall of Famer talk about it.
Look here. I'm a Notre Dame grad, and I call it like I see it. Notre Dame, I tell my friends all the time, Notre Dame play the softest schedule year in and year out, man. They don't play the tough teams every year. That's why they didn't get in there. They didn't get in there. They got to play some tougher teams. You playing against Boston College, Navy, Army. Come on, man. Come on. It's good that they start off the season playing Texas A&M. You got to play a couple more tough games.
Yeah. You want to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Yep.
Adrian, how excited are you for the Commanders this fall?
Oh, I'm always a big Redskins Commanders fan. I always watch you guys. Got 2 tough games at the beginning of the season. Man, they look like they were trying to. I don't know. We'll find out early in the season. Those are 2 tough games. 3 or 4 games are pretty tough this year.
Yes, you ain't lying about that, man. It starts off on fire. That's why I said in the OTAs they better start with the intensity early because you can't wait till the season starts. You got to get used to that.
Hey, well, like when I watch a game and I hear what you and Doc be saying, like these guys, we don't want to work too hard. We want to get. Hey, they better be in shape from day one.
You ain't lying
day
about
one. That. Stop taking times in the exhibition season. When I played, I would just tell the coach, no matter what you do, you play me the first quarter and a half because I got to get in shape. I don't want to get in shape during the season. I want to get in shape in day one. That's what the Commanders have to do.
There you go.
Got to hit the ground running at Philly, at Dallas, and then the home openers against the defending Super Bowl champs.
Yeah.
You got to be ready to play, man.
Yes.
Adrian, who's your pick then to win the finals?
Well, I'm going with the home court team. You know, I wouldn't bet, but the Knicks are tough. You know, that's why you play for the home court advantage. So the Knicks got to split one if they go there in the first 2 games. Especially the thing about the Knicks, they're well rested. But B. Mitch, he can tell you this. When I played in the basketball playoffs, it was a couple of series where we was off like 8-9 days. Yeah. I don't like being off 8-9 days. So if you can get a win on that first game, being off 8-9 days, that's a winner.
Yeah.
Hey, man, we really appreciate you making some time for us. Thank you very much.
Okay, take care.
All right, take care.
All right, Adrian Dantley. That was a lot of fun to talk to him.
Yes, indeed, man.
You talk about the thought process that guys that could average 30 a year couldn't play as the game evolves. You know what those guys would do? Evolve.
First of all, let's be real. They were getting fouled, real fouls, and scoring 30 without 3-pointers.
They were wearing chucks.
Can you imagine what they're doing this touchy league? MJ and Adrian scored 30 a game. They'll probably score 35, 40 in the game because if they get touched, they go to the free throw line and they knock them down.
I thought Dantley's comments about the future of Anthony Davis are pretty darn interesting. I'd like to dive into that a little bit more. What is the future of Anthony Davis with the Wizards? It's been non-committal thus far, I would say. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds, Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. 19th seed in American Francis Tiafoe in the 5th set against Hubert Hurkacz in round number 2 at the French Open. Big upset earlier today is the 1 seed falls Yannick Sinner. He loses his match to Juan Manuel Cerundolo. Women's side upset, Virginia's Emma Navarro falls in straight sets. Commanders OTAs continue in Ashburn, Virginia. The Jets have signed former Giants and Falcons kicker Young-Ho Koo. Nationals have the day off, welcome San Diego Padres tomorrow night. Mystics defeated the Storm 78-64. They'll host the Sparks tomorrow night at Care First. NBA West Finals tonight, OKC 3-2 lead at San Antonio, 8:30 p.m. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. As we look ahead to tonight's game, Game 6, Spurs, Thunder, we also kind of keep circling back. We're inside of a month from the NBA draft. The Wiz have the number 1 pick. Everybody's dreaming of a lineup with Trae Young and Keyshawn George and Alex Sarr and Anthony Davis and maybe AJ Debinca. Like, there's a lot of lineups that could look pretty juicy for this Wizards team.
Mm-hmm.
But you wonder what's up with Anthony Davis. Trae Young is in. Adrian Dantley, if you missed any of our interview with the NBA Hall of Famer, just joined us and said, of course Trae Young's in. It's his contract. This is where he needs to be. But Anthony Davis, the veteran that the Wiz traded for late last season, has seemed much more lukewarm on his actually playing in Washington. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Bobby Marks wrote in an ESPN article, there is no sense of urgency considering that Davis is extension eligible through June 30th and has not yet played a game with the Wizards. It is hard to see the Wizards showing urgency to extend Davis for the max, considering his age and lack of availability. That does not mean an extension is unlikely, but it would come on Washington's terms.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not should a max be on the table.
Hell no.
Now, maybe you
I
get...
mean, listen, everyone you talk to, the first thing they say, injuries.
Right.
That's serious. So at this point, man, you got to push it the way that you feel you're going to push it.
Like, maybe you get more buy-in from Anthony Davis if he signs a 3... Like, here's the thing, is he might just want more guaranteed money. Right now, I believe he's guaranteed between this year and a player option for next year, about $110 million. So maybe you can offer him a 3-year extension that guarantees $125, and then he feels more locked in. I'm really excited about the Anthony Davis move because they didn't give up much to acquire a future Hall of Famer. And it also, should they decide they want to move him, that's a big expiring contract you can move. Those are assets in the NBA. I am not in on an extension for Anthony Davis. You got to see him play.
Yeah. I'm with that. Listen, he's a great player when he's healthy. And whenever when the caveat is when someone is healthy, that's a problem to me. Point blank.
Now, most NBA players don't play true 82-game seasons. But, I mean, since COVID, when they won the title in the bubble, so then the 21 team played 40 games, 54. He played 76 games in 2023. But once he got traded, he played 51 games. Once he got to Dallas, he basically shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
He played 9 games for the Mavs, then played 20 last season. He's 32 years old. I'm sorry, he's 33 years old, turned 33 in March. To me, they have worked this entire big rebuild to be young and flexible, and locking in a big contract for Anthony Davis is not the answer.
If there's some way you can get a promise that he'll be healthy for 3 years, that's the way you do that. But if not, you can't. And there's no way.
If there's a way to get that promise, I'd like to take that person to Las Vegas.
I know.
Like,
I'm just saying. If there were a way, then I could see it. But no, not right now.
Larry is in La Plata. Larry, what do you think about the Anthony Davis situation?
I predict he does not play a single minute for the Washington Wizards. Not a single minute. He's got a production company in L.A. He lives on the West Coast. He's got a TV show right now. If he was serious about playing for Washington, he would be taking a huge public profile. His silence is deafening. He would be washing Ted Leonsis' car right now. I think what they've done is they've agreed, you keep a low profile, don't let anybody know you want to be traded, and we will try and do the best deal we can for you on where you want to go. Just stay cool, we'll take care of you, but we're not giving you a max contract. I just don't see him playing here.
You've got a good point, man. Like, he was upset to be moved from L.A. to Dallas. Now it's the other side of the country on a team that might be in full rebuild, at least theoretically. When he got moved
But
to
if
Dallas,
he was involved, it'd be quicker.
Right.
If he's involved, things will work quicker. And I think that's what annoys me about young athletes. They always want to join somebody else. Why not you be the damn caveat?
Let's see what Lap has to say about the Anthony Davis situation as we get closer to the draft. What's up, Lap?
Yeah, what's up, B-Mess? What's up, JP? Man, Anthony Davis, man, he could go, but I will play him and see if his stock is up and see if it's a possibility. I mean, you can't rule it out that he could possibly be here, but his back and forth talks, he want to be here, don't want to be here. You know, we're a young team. We some ways from a championship. So if you don't want to buy in, and Trae Young wants you here, like, bro, come on, like, and like Beamer said, they want to join. Like, this is what I was saying about the GOAT debate. Like, with LeBron, man, Jordan would have never went out the way LeBron went out this year. Even if he was a third or fourth option, he wouldn't have went out like that. All these youngins, all they want to do is team up, man. You know what I'm saying, with other greats, because they don't want the responsibility of being the leadership. So everything that happens falls on their shoulder. But Anthony Davis, if he buy in, bro, he doesn't have to work that hard. You know, we don't need him to drop 30 and 15. You know what I'm saying? You got Sarr, you got some of these other young guys, Keyshawn, who we get this draft pick hit, man, the pressure be off you, and we can surprise some teams. And even if, JP, even if the team could be better than Atlanta or Toronto, or, you know, a par with, you know, the Magic, something like that. But we can be in that mix, you know what I'm saying? Who knows what can happen, man? But they ain't even giving us a chance, bro. So we got to get this pick right, and we got to get this right. But if he don't want to be here, man, he can go. Kick rocks.
Appreciate it, brother. Thanks for the call.
Yep.
Here's my thing. So to me, with Anthony Davis, you've got a few different scenarios. Keep him and just hope he plays, and you get the best you can. You could trade him, right?
Yeah.
I think for him to play here, he wants an extension of some capacity.
Yeah, but the whole thing about it is if you keep him and he doesn't want to play, he don't get paid, right?
Right.
Okay. My whole thing, if you do something like that and then other teams start looking and they know you're injured a lot, you don't want to add other stuff on your little docket. So you got to figure that out.
I'm curious if there's anybody that will call in, or even the boys in the aquarium. Like, is there a pro extension for Anthony Davis crowd? Maybe we could tweet that out for B. Mitch and Finley, because I can't imagine that exists. If it's keep, trade, extend.
We tweet that out, man. People may send some people in white coats to come pick us up.
I mean, Adrian Dantley's a former Hall of Famer. Jeff, I think you have it. The way he described Anthony Davis's proneness to injury, I thought was kind of funny.
Hey, I'm telling you, man, this guy, I like him. He's a great player, but the injuries, that's the key to the Wizards. I mean, this guy, you got bad luck or he can't play. If you bump up against him, he might pull a shot. He might have an injury. That's the key. The injuries. The guy's, is injury prone. That's all.
I think the Wizards are correct per Bobby Marks. There is no sense of urgency considering that Davis is extension eligible. Like, I don't even know. I don't know. Did he even come to town? Like, did we see him on the sideline?
He was in town.
Okay.
Yeah, he came to town.
But he definitely didn't play.
Nah, he didn't play.
Listen, I'm excited.
Listen, bro, I believe in those who buy in. If you're not buying in, I can't sit up here and be asking for you.
Phones are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. We're about 3 weeks away from the NBA draft. What do you want Washington to do with Anthony Davis? Mark's in Landover. What's up, Mark?
Hello, man. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Chilling, bro.
Hey, sounds great, B. You deserve it, brother. Hey, great guest. AD is a DC boy all the way. It's good to hear what he has to say. Great pull, guys. And I'm going to, as far as Anthony Davis goes, without any talking, street clothes is going to go walking, because that's what's happening, man. And you ain't going to play anyway, so you might as well not be here. So get some young talent. That's all you can do, man. I mean, with all the effort being put forth to try and become a Wizard on that front.
Appreciate you,
All
Mark.
right, brother. Appreciate you,
Thanks,
Mark.
buddy. Good call. I've said, if you think he's going to play and be locked in, that is the best possible outcome.
Yeah.
There's another outcome.
But they need some level of assurance from him.
Totally.
Right now, the best thing you've gotten is, man, I don't want to be a part of a rebuild. That's the best thing I got from him.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
There's a lot of we'll see.
I'll see too.
If you are trying to get a new job and you go for a job interview and you follow up with the dude the next week and the reply is, yeah, we'll see, that means you didn't get the job.
Yeah.
If you take a woman out for a date and then the next day you text her and it's like, hey, you want to go out again? Yeah, we'll see. She's done.
Yeah. She didn't like what she saw. We'll see, because what I saw, I did not like. What I experienced wasn't good.
I know one thing I think would really work with Anthony Davis. If he wants to play here, I'm all in. He's an excellent player.
Mm-hmm.
And have the injuries been an issue? Yes. But if he wants to play here, I'm all in. But there is another route this thing could go that I would also be all in.
Trade.
I'll explain when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. B-Mitch and Finley, in about 15 minutes, we're going to be giving away another set of Machine Gun Kelly tickets. Right now, though, we're talking about Anthony Davis. And Brian, I don't know what Anthony Davis's trade value is. I know Washington was able to land him without giving up a whole heck of a lot. So I don't know if this is plausible. But, we know Commanders have the number 1 pick. It seems like they're going to take Dabanza. Maybe they're going to take Peterson. Maybe they'll trade back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's a thought for Boozer or Wilson, whatever, right? But this draft is so loaded that I will not be mad if they trade back into the top 10.
But see, that's the thing about it, though, Jay. Is a team that desperate right now to say that they are going to trade back? I mean, trade enough to be able to give you something to get back there? Because, I know AD is a hell of a talent. But like you said, Washington got him for much of nothing. Other teams could have got him too now.
Right.
They didn't. So will somebody be willing to take him for that? Do they see him as that extra piece that can get them where they want to go?
What if you've got a veteran team looking to appease some stars?
No, I understand it, but I'm just saying.
I'm just saying,
who?
The Bucks at 10. Giannis kind of seems to want out.
Giannis basically gone. I don't think AD going to keep him there.
What if we can get you Anthony Davis? And those two texts, and they're like, yo, I'm ready. I'm healthy. Let's go show them. Or Golden State at 11.
I think Giannis has shown his hand to be gone.
I agree. I don't know. But even if you have to package Davis and one of the Wiz, they've got a lot of exciting young players. If it's Davis and a young player, and you get to, I'm looking at Tankathon. Right now, they have the 7'4" kid, Adai Mara, going 14 to Charlotte. The kid from Michigan. It'd be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
If he doesn't want to be here, and it's obvious he doesn't want to be here, I'm okay with trying to make a move right now. Let's hit these phones. Ricardo's in Northeast. Ricardo, what do you think the plan is with Anthony Davis?
Thanks for taking my call. Man, the interview with AD was great, man. That's my man.
Glad you enjoyed
last
it,
time I seen him, he's still doing the crossing guard thing. I saw him, and also at the late Rich McAdams memorial service, I had a chance to see him. But great interview. Yeah, he'd average 30 easily. There's not too many players that compare with him in today's game, as far as his style. But great to hear the original AD, Adrian Daly. But if this new AD don't want to be here, let's trade him. He's got a couple more years on his contract. I would not extend them if we can make a trade. And he had one of our young players along with Anthony Davis, and maybe next year's first for Giannis. I could go with something like that. One other thing, it was a pleasure to meet B. Mitch out at the rally out the Kansas City Chiefs game. There's a place called Pickles and Chicken. And it was chicken and pickles. Yep. You remember that I met you out there, B. Mitch? That was cool. But yeah, man, if Anthony Davis don't want to be here, let's trade him. That's what I think.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate
All right.
you, Joe.
Thanks, Ricardo.
Chicken and pickles cost me about $190 of Uber to get there.
Damn. I hope the chicken and pickles were good. Daryl's in Columbia. What's up, Daryl? What do you want to do with AD?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Yeah, I follow up on the last caller. If he doesn't want to be here, man, let him go. And, because all the legends, man, AD said it today, Shaquille O'Neal and Barkley, all of them talk about how this guy is never available. I mean, he's a good ball player when he's able to play, but, he hasn't shown it. He has a history of, not being, I don't even think he's played through a whole season. And, I just think that, the Wizards should go on and draft Wilson. And I think that they should trade AD and get something for him, another quality player that can better fit their system. Because I don't think AD even fits. Even if he was healthy, I don't know. It's just hard to get over that health issue, man. He's just accident prone, man.
All right.
Yeah, that's my take.
Appreciate you, bud.
Appreciate you, brother.
Not a single extend him call.
No.
Jay is in D.C. Jay, what's up, man?
What's up, fellas? Hell no, we're not extending that dude, man. Like that.
not into like say like everybody's saying, not to keep on saying the same thing, but we all feel the same. You got to see what he's going to do on the court first. We're going to see what kind of shape he is. This AD is this 33-year-old AD in DC going to be like. But what I believe, first of all, we keep the number one pick. Let's not trade that. Get AJ to Bashford. As far as AD, I think best case scenario, he plays 1 year here with us, and whatever we trade stock he has value at that point, we use that and we flip him for whatever we can get. But personally, I would like to have a defensive guy. It ain't necessarily got to be a guy on the same level as him because I don't know if we're going to trade and get the same value back. But somebody who has some kind of defensive tenacity who would come in, and kind of anchor that front court for us, and we can move on from there. That's the best case. Or like I said before, y'all shut it down. We package him with some picks to try to get another pick in the top 4 or 5 of this actual draft this year.
I'm not mad at that, dude.
I'm just wondering who's going to accept it.
Yeah.
I guess the only AD.
Yeah, I know that's the tough part. That is always kind of the partner to go with it. But like I said, ideally, that's what I would like to do.
All right, bro. Appreciate you.
Thanks, bud.
I think the only AD we gonna have is AJ DeBanson.
Yeah, that's true. Take one more call on this. Steve is in Woodbridge. Steve, what do you think happens with with Anthony Davis?
Hey guys, I'm hoping we can trade him for somewhere between the 8th and the 12th pick. But what I'm worried about is 2 things. We don't know his value, right? Because of the injuries, and we don't know what anybody else is willing to give up. But with his cap hit, the other team, they would also, if they gave us a pick, we'd also need to bring in one of their other players with a higher dollar amount just because of the cap exchange, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's complicated.
It's very complicated.
Yeah. Hey, sorry I missed you guys at the Starboard, man. That's my favorite bar, dude. I hope you all had a great time up there.
We had a blast,
we did.
man.
Definitely.
Hopefully we'll be back. Appreciate the call, Steve. Take care. We're talking about legends. I did briefly want to take a moment to wish the legend, Rick Doc Walker, a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, big bro.
I think Doc is 50 this year. Happy birthday.
Yep, because I'm 32, so yeah, he's 50.
The one and only Rick Doc Walker. If you see Doc out there, wish him happy birthday for us. Santana Moss will join the program next.
This update is built by paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. French Open upset number 1 seed Yannick Sinner falls to Juan Manuel Cerundolo in 5 sets. Number 19 seed Francis Tiafoe is a winner in a 5-set thriller. Women's side UVA's Emma Navarro lost in straight sets. Commanders' organized team activities continue today. Nationals fall to the Guardians 3-2 home tomorrow night against San Diego. Mystics defeat the Storm 78-64. Carolina shuts out Montreal 4-0. Canes lead that series 3-1. NBA West Finals Game 6 tonight. OKC up 3-2 at San Antonio. That'll start at 8:30. Von Miller plans to play in 2026 and has lobbied the Broncos for a return. This month, score $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and we are fired up to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Do not melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. And before we get to the one and only Cowboy Killer, Santana Moss, got to give away some tickets. That's right, Machine Gun Kelly. 2 tickets Wednesday, June 3rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. Tickets courtesy of Live Nation. Caller 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win a pair. Let's get to Tana Man. Hello, Santana. How do you do?
JP was good with you, buddy.
What up, brother?
Well, dude,
What's up, B?
I got to say congrats very briefly yesterday, but I was curious. I was told they were going to name that trophy after you probably towards the end of last season.
JP been holding out, man.
I wanted you to. I hadn't seen it either, right?
Why you like surprising me all the time, man? You know I don't like surprises.
One, what did it mean for you to get the trophy named after you? But 2, how cool is that physical trophy?
No, it's dope. Nice trophy. I think it's dope all around, man. I think one of the things that people fail to realize, man, you play this game as, you know, guys like me, B, you know, all of us, Fred, that's still around London. You know, it's so much that goes into what we do. We're not thinking about half of these accolades that we're, you know, that we're being presented with nowadays. We play the game for a different purpose. You know, 1, you want to win Super Bowls. 2, you want to make sure that, you know, you're living out your dream. And then I think 3 is just for the love of the game. And so to kind of get some of the things I've been getting, man, that's just, you know, being able to see your roses. So, man, I'm truly appreciated. And I just, you know, I smile just knowing that, man, for so many years you go out there, you know, you put the work in, and when you get recognized for it, man, it all comes full circle.
Also, I think like you're being at this side of it, Tanner, like, you know, you and I both sitting on the media side and having to interview guys and seeing guys who come in and, you know, you can tell the interview is going good or bad right off the bat.
No doubt.
And so basically what they're telling you is like, you know what, although they know you was out there trying to play, you also took the time to help them with their job as well by talking to them.
Yeah. One of the things about the media back in those days when we was playing, man, like, I kid you not, for 10 years in the DMV, we had three winning seasons or three postseason berths.
Yep.
And so it's not easy to get in front of that camera after a game and sit up there and talk about, what was displayed during that time, during those 60 minutes. But I found it, I learned at an early age when I was in New York. I told you I had that experience with that one reporter. And that was the day. Even though that guy was dead wrong, that was the first time that I understood the job of those guys to come out there and get those, those snippets, those little sound bites. So out of respect, I'm like, okay, I understand that. So now I know I'm a young pup 22 years old. I didn't know that at that time. But if he would have explained that to me at that time, we could have both talked and said, hey, you know what? Since I have something to do and you have something to do, let's find an equal medium and we can get it done. But he didn't do that. But at that moment when I learned that lesson, then I told myself I'm making my duty to make sure, regardless, win, lose, or draw, I will do what I have to do for them just as long as I have the time. And so, you know, it was funny at times when they would always come to me, and trust me, you know, I'm not going to shy away from it. You know, good game or bad game, I had something to say. And I found out also, even when you had those bad games, you get a chance to really, you know, write your own narrative. You know, instead of someone just sitting up there saying, well, since she was, you know, in disgust and didn't want to share your insights on the game, they get to talk about you on whatever level they want to.
Yeah. I mean, Tana, for me, you know, I've known you personally for a while now, but I covered the tail end of your career. And I mean, those 13 and 14 seasons were rough, right?
Yeah,
and,
it was rough, man.
And you were always a pro about it, and I was very green, and I always just appreciated it. I think it's a very well-deserved honor, and, you know, I'm glad. It was cool to see you in that moment yesterday, and then, of course, Fred being Fred. It was very cool, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, I appreciate it again, brother.
Yeah, so I'm curious for you, knowing you're in the facility and you're out there able to watch maybe more than I am. Watching yesterday at OTAs, you went through this, I don't even know how many times in your career, where a new offense gets installed and you start in January and you got to learn it quick. I was impressed yesterday that I didn't really see any miscues. It seemed like everybody was pretty up to speed. Now, obviously, they're going to install this offense in phases, but have you seen that similarly?
Well, we don't get to stay out there that long, and I know Logan has chimed in. You know, he's out there more than us. But from the little that I did see, what impressed me the most is just seeing everybody look like they was ready to go. And that's one of the things that we talked about ad nauseum last season. Like, you know, we can't afford to come into any season like we did last year. I don't care what time of the year it is, whether it's springtime, OTAs, we need to be looking like a football team. And I think yesterday, just a little snippet I saw, you know, those guys was, you know, they was going through their drills and they looked like a football team. That's what I want to see going forward. Now, I'm pretty sure I get a chance to see more of the offense, more of the defense, you know, as these weeks go on. But from the little snippet I saw, the receivers, you know, doing their little, you know, pat and goes, quarterbacks going over their drills to running, but the linebackers, they jump off the charts. Those guys all look young, fast, and athletic. So it's good signs, man, and it just gives you hope going into this season, man, that we can all have something to pretty much, you know, hold our hats on.
You're the expert at the receivers. You know, Terry's the guy. Terry does his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Did the young dude, did he impress you, or who caught your eye as the receiver corps?
Well, when it comes to just looking at their attire, Antonio looks like a guy who's been here before. He got his shield on, he got his little hoodie on coming out of his jersey and whatever. And it's always good to see that rookies not looking like rookies. Rookies not looking wide-eyed and looking like they're not ready for the moment. I see the bounce in Diami that I saw when he, you know, that season he had right before he left us. So that's a great sign. Jefferson looked like the wide out that I've been seeing for years. You know, he's going to be a guy that's going to come out there and probably give us everything he got because he comes from this. You know what I mean? He's a legacy baby. You know, he's the baby that dad played in the league and his dad coached him. So it's great just to see that we have that talent in the room. And then you can't forget about the guys like Lane and Luke. All those guys, man, seem like they're chopping at the bits to go out there and be able to strut their stuff. So I'm looking forward to it. I think when you get into this time of the year, man, I was just telling Fred and Logan when we was doing command center, I'm like, bro, I know I didn't say much, but this is my time to show everybody in that receiver room or in those individual rooms who I was. You know what I mean? I don't have to talk about it. I'm gonna get out there and I'm gonna show you by how I work. And so that's what Terry did. He set the tone and those guys just followed.
Yeah, I think it's that time of the year where the young guys are trying to get your attention and the older guys out there saying, hey, don't forget about me. Right. I can still do this thing.
Get in line.
There you go.
Dude, I got to say, Tana, to your point, I was impressed with Diami yesterday. And I know that
he looked good, man.
He really did.
Good.
And
yeah, he looks real good.
Having another vertical threat, and I think, listen, this fan base, you know how they operate. There's going to be more conversation about guys they don't have than guys they do have. But now maybe this is crazy, and that
no, we're gonna have a lot of problems, JP. It's gonna be a lot of problems this year, and that's a good problem to have because it's a lot of talent on this team right now. I'm talking about from every position. So the problem that we're gonna have that we haven't had in a lot of years, it's gonna be some names that don't get don't get picked or don't make the squad. So it's a great problem to have, but it's one of those situations, man, that we want to know. Probably leading up to that time of period when we start making those cuts, how many guys can we keep on the practice squad without somebody else coming to claim them? You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's a super valid point, and I don't mean this as a shot at any player that has proved their ability to be in the NFL a long time, but I think adding Van Jefferson and De'Ami Brown, to your point, in free agency raised the floor of this receiver room by a significant margin. And the floor of the receiver room, once you had the Terry injury and the Noah injury last year, you had guys that were on the field probably more so than their play dictated, but just out of necessity. And ideally, that kind of stuff won't happen again. I'm curious for you. I got to talk to Terry a little bit last week at that golf event, and then I got to see Terry yesterday. Interact with his teammates, interact with the media kind of as he jogged off the field, watch all those guys take extra jugs work at the end of practice. Do you think Terry has that FU, I'm about to remind everybody who I am season in him?
I mean, you know what? It's one of those things as competitors, you might not see it in us, but we all think that way. We don't have to say it. There's certain guys that speak it, and then there's guys like Terry. He's going to go out there and trust you me, he's not happy with how things was last year, even from the start of it, from having to wait, then he finally get paid, and then he get hurt. No guy wants to have that image or that memory, etched in their brain like he has. So I'm pretty sure this offseason, he got after it. And I'm looking forward to whatever he has because I'm pretty sure he understands just like me and B did when we got him in those years. They're going to bring somebody new in every year. So it's up to us to go out there and show them what our work is. And I'm pretty sure he's going to go out there and do just that. But, to kind of chime in on your point, yes, we have so much talent in that room now. We can't forget about Burks either. You can't forget about a guy like that. He's not the same body type as none of those guys. So it's so many other guys that's going to bring value to what Terry do alone. Now we don't have to be solely worried about Terry getting the attention. And if they do want to come into the game and say, hey, we're putting all eyes on 17, then somebody else got to burn them.
There you go.
And Burks has that size. He has broad shoulders, dude. I mean, just big, broad shoulders. Now, Tana, as we watch this offense get installed, and you know how offensive linemen are, how excited do you think those guys are to have Jaden under center more and to be able to run more play action?
That's a great question. I think I've heard from other linemen and just guys, from who I played with, and even backs that talks about the game. They like that. That's a huge advantage to not to have a guy that that now we can show those looks because you got to think, man, when you have the talent that we had in the backfield and JD, and then he's just in shotgun so much. Even me and London talked about this throughout the season. He's like, Tanner, if you're not under center, I have to step on you every time. I don't care if you fake it. I don't care if you give me that little college, act like you're finna, hand it off. Nah, that's not doing nothing to me. So I think that's going to be a huge plus for all those guys to know that now they don't have to necessarily worry about a guy just teeing off all the time because they just know that Jaden's in shotgun. And I think it's going to be a huge advantage for Jaden as well because you got to think, with as dynamic as Jaden is, to sit there and have to second guess what he's going to do when he takes the ball from center, you don't know now. You don't know if he's going to fake or either going to hand that ball off or do one of the things that he does best, take it and run with it. So it's just one of those things that's going to benefit everybody. So I can just imagine how that offensive line, those guys feel, but I'm pretty sure the guys in the backfield, they're going to be
they're going to benefit a lot from it, just knowing that they don't have to necessarily sit there and worry about linebackers just teeing off on them.
Yeah, but I think about the linebacker, they can see the ball the whole time.
The
When
whole
you're
time,
doing it from
entire
that little pistol formation or shotgun, when you decide to turn your back a little bit, they have to hesitate a little bit, and which gives the running back the little step or the advantage over them.
Those play action reads are huge, you know what I mean? And that's huge in the ball game, any ball game. When you have a passer like Jaden, you don't want to have to sit there and basically they saying 8 out of 10 times he's throwing this ball. Well, he's under center, you don't know. So now you have to go out there and make sure that you're not, just taking advantage of what you see. You have to be one of those guys. And like one of the things that London spoke about that I used on one of the shows, London said, "Tanner, just think about it. We're in a critical game. It's a nail biter, and Jaden's under center with what he can do with his legs, what we have in the backfield as running backs, and then just what we have on the outside. Look how many things now I have to think about. But if he's in shotgun, I'm not worried about none of that. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to sit back there and I'm going to pat my feet until I see what he does with the ball. So that's huge, man. And I can't wait to see them do it right now. We're talking about it. I really want to see them get into a game atmosphere, or even when they're out there going against each other, and see how it looks.
Yeah.
Hey, Tana, for you as a wideout, how much did you like play action? Just maybe getting that extra bit of separation.
Well, I talked to you guys during my playing years about how huge I felt like the running game was for me as a receiver. That's why I cared less. I never really was one of those guys that cared about the ball as much as a lot of the other receivers, because I came from those programs, from high school, college, and even with the Jets. My first 4 years with the Jets.
In high school, did you run the wing T? Do I remember you telling me that?
We had the wing T my first 2 years, and then my last year, the coach said in order for us to make it to the state championship, we had to move a receiver out, so they moved another guy out with me. But I was the only receiver throughout high school out there, and so I appreciated the run game more so because I didn't care about you knowing what we're going to do on third down. You got to stop us. You know what I'm saying? And if you have multiple guys out there that can be a threat, then you got to have the best coverage. And so I love the fact that we're going to have that, because that is going to benefit. Those guys on the outside are going to benefit hugely from that.
Oh, yeah.
Talking with the legend Santana Moss here. You can give him a follow on Instagram at 8229. I know you're watching hoops tonight. What have you thought of Spurs Thunder so far?
I'm loving it, man. I think it's going to be one of those games that come down to a game 7. I'm pretty sure Wemby going to bounce back from last week. I don't care so much of who wins, because I'm kind of in one of those little buckets now with all the New Yorkers. I want to see the Knicks go ahead and win a championship. Wow. I know it's going to be tough because both of those guys are juggernauts who's out there in the West, but I would love to see that day, man. I think they're due, and I feel like they have one of the better teams that they had in a long time. But when it comes to those Spurs and it comes to OKC, man, it's who want it bad enough, because both of those teams are pretty good, man. And Wemby gonna bounce back. I'm pretty sure he's gonna bounce back. He wasn't happy last game 2 days ago. I'm sure he's gonna bounce back tonight. I can't wait to see
Better
it.
take his big ass down in that paint. Stop worrying about being outside that 3-point line.
Hey, man, he's an avatar, man. He can do what he wants, B. Mitch.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing about it, when he goes outside, they all allow OKC to get too many rebounds.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Tanner, just while we have you and we're talking a little bit of hoops, what do you think the Wiz should do with the number 1 pick?
Man, I don't know. I didn't watch enough college basketball to see who's the guy. I've heard some people, I heard some ramblings of this guy, that guy. People say the guy at Kansas or Kentucky, one of those things, he's pretty good. It's another guy that I heard that who was actually at the lottery thing that they said he may go first overall. I believe he's almost 7 feet tall. Or something like that. So I have no clue, man. I'm just hoping that they find a way to get a team, man, to give us something to go watch. You know what I mean? It's been a long time that I've been in to that stadium to watch a live basketball game, and I'm ashamed to say that, but it just hasn't been nothing worth it for me to watch. So I'm pretty sure there's a lot of fans in Washington that feel the same way, that want to see them go out there and get somebody that's going to bring everybody back to those seats.
Hold on, this I got to know. The last Wiz game, now I'm guessing if you're Santana Moss, you probably get courtside offers. Did you go for like
Well, you know, I don't like courtside though. I like to be in the suites. I got to be up top, man. I don't like the people.
I
don't
get
like
it
to
because
be
you
out
get
there in front
hounded.
of be in the glass bowl. Yeah, you be out there in the fish bowl, man. I like to be in the suite. I could be away from everybody.
But is the last team that got you down to Chinatown the John Wall Beal era?
Oh, most definitely. I think the last time I was there, that probably one of John Wall. That was John Wall's last year.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if he got hurt that year but that was the last time he was playing. I was actually courtside at that particular moment because I was doing something with I believe NBC Sports.
Okay.
And so I was down there with those guys talking, and John Wall was checking in. So I remember, giving him a pound of saying what's up to him at that time. But that was the last time I was at a game.
All right, it's time for the Wiz to get good again, just to get Tana back to a game.
Most definitely, man. Most definitely.
Hey, thank
And
you
we
for
got to
making
hook
time
up on the
for us,
suites
man.
too, Tanner. I'll let you know.
Hey, B, for sure. Let me know.
All right.
We'll make it happen. Thank you for the time, Santana. Seriously.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right. Y'all be good, man.
All right,
Thanks
man.
for having me.
The great
All right.
Santana Moss. Give him a follow on Instagram at 8229. One of the best to play the game and just one of the best dudes on the planet. When we get back, let's have a little conversation about the receiver position. Maybe folks feel a little more comfortable now and won't continue to blow us up about guys that aren't on the team. Let's find out.
If you want comfort and convenience with your HVAC systems, you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. Here's the best part. Rude's systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
This update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Francis Tiafoe was able to win today at the French Open in 5 sets. The final set 6-4 over Hubert Hurkacz. Lerner Tien, the 18th seed from the United States, also wins in 5 sets. Big upset, though. Yannick Sinner is upset. He falls to Juan Manuel Cerundolo in 5 sets. Commander's second day of organized team activities continues in Ashburn. They'll go through tomorrow. Nationals fall to the Guardians 3-2 with James Wood going 8 for 12 in the series. 2 homers, 3 RBI, and 5 runs. Day off welcoming in Craig Stammen's San Diego Padres tomorrow night at Nats Park. Mystics defeated the Storm 78-64. Shakira Austin with 18. Mystics are now 3-3. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
And that is B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Big thanks to Santana Moss for joining us. If anybody missed that interview, I recommend you get on YouTube or Instagram or wherever you get your podcasts, the Odyssey app, and listen to it. Santana's always just one of the best to talk to, one of the most chill dudes out there, but that dude knows ball. We've now seen the full Washington team in person. I've seen them in person. I was there yesterday in the bubble watch, right? Mm-hmm. And there's so much talk about the receiver room. Is there enough? Now seeing, it's brief and it's May. So it's a far thing from a finished product. But now I saw Antonio Williams play. I saw De'Ami Brown run around again. Mm-hmm. I saw Luke McCaffrey on a play where Jaden Daniels dropped back, had quick pressure from the left-hand side, had to step up in the pocket. I saw Luke McCaffrey find that soft zone and show good hands to Jaden. Jaden fired it to him. He made the catch. He was able to turn upfield. Would have been a nice gain. If that was a third down play, it would have been a first down. Like, I saw those things happen yesterday. Mm-hmm. I saw Jalen Lane making catches from multiple different quarterbacks from multiple positions on the field. I'm not trying to pretend like these dudes are Justin Jefferson, but they are capable NFL receivers.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to, like, register that. And I wonder, I did a brief check. The San Francisco 49ers opened OTAs yesterday.
Yeah.
And Brandon Ayuk did not arrive. Now, these are voluntary, but the way for Ayuk to force San Francisco's hand is to show up and cause trouble.
Yeah.
They don't want him there. John Lynch
if
and
he
Kyle Shanahan
shows
have said
up,
it.
they will have to make a decision. Because you don't want him in the locker room. If you've made your decision, you don't want him in your locker room. Because if he comes back and he starts showing he's capable, there are going to be some players saying he needs to be here.
I think it's also, I don't know who, maybe we get an agent, or they probably wouldn't want to talk on the record. I'll have to text somebody on this, but I think they could just keep, if he doesn't show up, they could just keep him on the reserve left squad list.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, everybody thinks their hand is going to be forced until he shows up. Nobody's forcing any hands.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Steph Diggs to me would make more sense in a very traditional sense, right? Like, he had 1,000 yards for a team that went to the Super Bowl last year. All the people I've talked to from New England that I trust said he was cool in the locker room.
Yeah.
No problems. Now, New England moved on this offseason. The 3-year, $60 million contract was largely fake. It was a 1-year, $20. He made his money, and now New England believes they're going to trade for A.J. Brown. So you move forward, but I wonder.
That deal's still in place?
It's not done yet.
I'm just saying. Seemed like it was happening, and then started seeing other stuff. They might have shied away from that because they don't want the extra stuff coming in there.
It was always a post June 1.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens next week. I'm curious, though, for all the angst about the receiver position, do you feel maybe a little bit better? Antonio Williams, the rookie, looked good. It's early, but he looked the part. They drafted him on purpose.
And that's what you want. I mean, in the first time seeing a person, you want to see, it's not that you see a finished product. And I think so many fans and a lot of people in the media, they look for the finished product instead of, okay, I see why they drafted him. Now, when we drafted Jaden 2024, what did DA say?
Show me why.
Show why. And I think he gave you many reasons why. Antonio Williams yesterday, he gave you reasons why. I could see what? You could see the quick twitch. You could see the guy how he settles, the route running. And if you continue with that and keep building, then you see why. And then you can start to see that the person develop that we already look at instead of allowing people to get there.
Stallion, what about you? I think you were concerned about the receiver position, and do you feel any better after one OTA session?
I mean, I do feel better, but also having weapons, you should have so many weapons. I think that's something that you should always go into having more than probably what you will use. And I don't think we're at that point just yet. So I would explore adding options, and I don't think it hurts this team. But also, if you believe in Antonio Williams, and if you're like, well, if we sign this guy, then Antonio Williams may not develop, then okay, let's have that conversation. But someone like Diggs, I think you sign Diggs. He's your wide receiver too. He helps Antonio Williams. He helps Terry McLaurin. He helps Chig, and he also helps Jaden Daniels. So that's a move that I would want to make right now.
I think the Diggs situation is money. If Steph wants $15 million, I don't know. AP wouldn't pay Terry last year, and all the reporting was AP has a hard time going with over 30-year-old receivers paying him that much money.
Yeah, but
it's a similar.
Other people
scenario.
do it, and they have success.
So I'm not saying he's correct. I'm just saying this scenario unfolded last year, and maybe that's a factor this year. I want to let some of these folks on the phones weigh in. Our guy Toothpick is in Texas. What's up, Pick?
Hey, what's good, JP? I want you to know I'm calling again from the future, so we already had this conversation.
My man.
JP, you said the other day that we wasn't going to talk about Brandon Ayuk, but you brought him up again. And real quick,
I'm just saying he didn't show up. That was his chance to cause trouble.
So yeah, exactly. But real quick, there is not another commander that's more excited than Javon Kinlaw because he got help. But as far as the wide receivers go, I'm cautiously optimistic because I want to see these guys continue to build like Lane, McCaffrey. I want to see them continue to build, but I'm also worried about their injuries. The same with Treylon Burks, and I got to see what Williams can do. And remember, there are no consequences for catching the ball or going up right now because it's just OTA. There's no pads and things of that nature. And DBs, besides pass breakups, they lay that wood to you, and it makes you think. So I'm cautiously optimistic.
Cautiously optimistic. I think that's a fair place to be picked. Thanks for the call, bud. Oh, boy. Paulie in Norfolk. I don't think we've heard from Paulie in some time. What's up, Paulie?
To the W, man. Big Joe, how you doing, man? Right, man.
I'm good,
JP, man. JP, my light-skinned cousin, my mulatto brother. What's going on, man?
Not much, buddy.
Look, man,
Is Sheehan not on? How are we getting Paulie to call us?
Hey, man, you know the routine. Stop it. I'm listening. But, you know what I mean? I always got to call in after Santana. That's my guy. But look, man, I'm happy. I'm real happy with this receiver. I thought the key for it was bringing a guy like De'Ami back. See, to me, it wasn't about the player, but more about the skill set. De'Ami gives you another vertical threat. You know, he was coming into his own that last at 24 with us. He had a good rapport with Jaden. You know what I mean? They got guys who can catch the ball and make moves after the catch. And we said one thing about building this roster. They just drafted a receiver every year for these past 3 years. So they kind of building this receiver group through the draft. And you got to be happy about that. And then you add a guy like Van Jefferson, who's a veteran, you know, and another guy who can move and make moves after the catch. So I just think it's more, you know, let's get these guys out there, let them get in tune with Jaden, and I think it'll be fine. And then you got Terry, who wasn't there beginning of last year, and he's clearly the leader. He's not just a leader on the team, but he's the leader of that position group. You know, so I'm liking it. I like the Antonio Williams. You know, after the draft, a lot of people was crying about he's not a big receiver, he's not a number one, or he's a slot. I mean, you know, y'all just interviewed a guy when he came in. You know, yeah, he was a first round pick, but the people view him as a number one receiver, but he couldn't be stopped. He played like a number one guy.
Yep.
So and then another thing is, I hate that number one, number two, man, can you play?
Yeah.
Can you go out there and play? You'll establish yourself on the field or what position or where you're going to be. And one thing about all of them guys is they all interchangeable. You know, you're going to see Terry in the slot a lot this year, I believe. You know, you're going to see Antonio on the outside. You're going to see Lane McCaffrey on the outside in the slot. So I think they all interchangeable positions. And if you want to add a veteran or something along the way, I mean, it's cool. There's nothing wrong with improving yourself, but I do like what we got there. Like I said, I do like how they building the position through the draft, man.
Appreciate you, Paulie. Thanks for the call, bud. I'll sneak in Juan real quick. All right, our guy Juan is in
What up,
Fairfax. Juan, how are you, buddy? How you feeling about this receiver room?
I'm comfortable with it. I'm comfortable. I'm very comfortable with it. I'm not really worried about Brandon Ayuk. I'm not worried about Stephon Diggs. I like what we have right now. I like what we have. You know what I'm saying? I'm comfortable with that. But I want to get back. Can I get my prediction? Can I get my predictions how many games we're going to win this year?
Sure, dude.
A little early for that, don't you think?
We're going to win No, I'm already going to call it. I'm calling it. I'm calling it right now. We win on 11 games. We 11 games this year. 11 games. So I'll go ahead and take that. We win on 11.
All right.
By Thanksgiving, we're going to be 8-2.
Damn.
All right.
That's a pretty poor finish if
calling
they're
it.
8-2 on Thanksgiving.
I'm calling it.
All right, bro.
I'm just letting you know.
Appreciate you, Juan.
All right,
Thank you,
man.
buddy.
All right, y'all be good.
All right, thank you, man. All right, coming up in about 20 minutes, we're going to give away, we got more Machine Gun Kelly tickets. That's at 1:30, MGK tickets. 1 o'clock, Bleep You Thursday. Get your Bleep Yous ready. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Jeff, Stallion's walking around.
Hey, you can't say that.
I think you can.
Nah, you might be said. I know who can't say it. It won't be me or Jeff said it.
Stallion is walking around eating crackers, and he left
Dropped them all over the
left
floor.
a bunch of crackers on the floor in here. What the hell, Stallion?
My bad. They were good. I was going to town.
They can't be that damn good that you dropping them all on the floor.
I was stuffing my face with them. That's why.
Yeah, you're going to be stuffing you. You're going to be a fat ass again. You keep eating all the crackers.
Am I really not allowed to say that phrase? It's such a good phrase.
You're probably not. Well,
You probably shouldn't.
You probably can.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
there's not a lot of phrases where white folks are able to say them, so I feel like white folks can say the making fun of white folks.
See, but this the thing, JP. I can't just say any N-word on the radio. We'll be in trouble. So let's just stay away from it.
Jeff, that's fair. You can't say it. I definitely can't say it.
You better not even think it too hard.
I got this email from Jimmy Shapiro, who does all the Vegas stuff. And I think this is pretty indicative of this Nat season that we've all been enjoying.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to their season win total at the beginning of the season, how much do you think Vegas now has to adjust it?
Oh, boy. So they gave them, 65 at the beginning of the season?
64 and a half.
And they're at what right now?
29. I think they're 29 and 28.
29? They're going to have to adjust it by like 15, 16.
Plus 10.
All right.
Their win total now, and I don't know exactly how you could bet on this now that they've already played so many
Plus
games.
10 is like 15, right?
Yes.
That's plus 10.
Their adjusted win total is now up to 74 and a half.
Wow.
Dude, compare it. So the best team in adjusted win totals, Tampa. Tampa's been an absolute machine.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, let's hope that the Nats don't have to go the direct Tampa route where Tampa never spends and just drafts and develops really well. But they might. Like, we don't know they don't have to go that way. And
But
Tampa continues to be good even
if
though they don't
were
spend.
to do that, it wouldn't be a problem. But you have to start winning.
Right.
And you have to win at a high level and do it more than 1 year for people to start to say, oh, okay, they know what they're doing. That's why Tampa, you know, they've been doing this for a while.
Right. So the Rays are 14 wins over their expected. The Rays are now at 90 and a half wins. The Rays are in first place in the AL East rather. Tampa might have the best record in baseball at this point. I know it was the Braves, but the Nats took a couple. Tampa's at 34 and 19. What are the Braves at? Damn. It's still the Braves, Brian. Braves are at 37 and 19. It also feels like a lot more games played, but so Tampa has the highest adjusted win total. Then it's the Nats tied with the St. Louis Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to the biggest underachievers thus far, just thought I'd point this out. The New York Mets. They have backed off their win total by 13 games.
Why you keep rubbing it on Brian, man?
Dub B, does that sound accurate? You think they should adjust it more?
Yeah, honestly, it should be more. They're so bad.
They went from 90 and a half to 77
when you cheer for losers, you become one.
Of your teams, White Brian, Giants, Mets, Auburn, like
who's the suckiest?
Probably the Mets.
I was going to go a different direction. Of the New York Football Giants, Auburn, both basketball and football, the Mets. Is there another team of yours? You don't get to claim the Knicks this week.
No, I don't have an NBA or NHL team.
Okay. Of your three teams you care the most about, who do you feel best about?
Probably the Giants. Maybe Auburn basketball.
What? We don't do politics. Did you see this Jackson Dart thing that's going on? I don't know how much of it is AI reaction. Did you see this, B?
Yeah.
He's entitled to do whatever he wants. This is America. Everybody should do whatever they want.
Yeah, but his teammates are saying stuff, and those type of things, I have been in locker rooms. That can break up a locker room. So sometimes you got to do what you do, but you can't be in people's face with it. That's just the way it goes. It's called respect. of your locker room, because if the other people can't go do certain things, you can't do everything.
That is an interesting dynamic to throw into a locker room going into OTAs. Yep. Has there been any on the record responses about that, W, or is it all kind of social media
there's
stuff?
Some on the record stuff. Now people have made their comments. The one guy came out and addressed it a lot, but let's be real. A veteran should come out and say something to try to calm it down and then try to go get a hold on it. But that thing will come to a head in the locker room.
There was a report that Jameis Winston and Brian Burns talked about it with the locker room with Dart.
Yeah.
And now
a meeting.
The newest reports are that Dart addressed his teammates. That's a complicated.
I just tell people like this: you got to realize there are people in the world that's going to try to push stuff, but you know what? You better understand what you're dealing with right now. You know who your team is right now? That locker room.
Yeah,
that's your damn team.
That's an interesting one. So, I mean, your teams, Auburn football, the New York Mets, the New York Giants, and Auburn basketball. Auburn basketball was good when the father was coaching, and then he quit so the kid could get the job, and he's not good.
Yeah. NIT champions.
What?
NIT champions.
Congratulations.
Woo!
Brian, you and I follow college football closely. Can either of us name the Auburn football head coach? Hugh Freeze, they bring him back?
No, he's fired. It's Alex Golsh now.
Who?
They brought Freeze back and fired him again?
Golsh?
No,
is it Golsh or Gross?
They just fired Freeze once.
Is he named after a beer?
Golsh. He was the USF coach.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He's a good guy.
Shout out to Golish. All right, here's what we're going to do. The phone lines are open. People are already on hold. I think people are mad out there. 800-636. Mad at Stallion spilling crackers all over the floor. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It is time for Bleep You Thursday. Whoever you're mad at, you get to get it off your chest.
Let's get it.
Francis Tiafoe advances at the French Open with a 5-set thriller over Hubert Hurkacz. Number 1 seed Yannick Sinner is stunned. He loses in 5 sets to Juan Manuel Cerundolo. Zachary Savajda and Lerner Tien, other Americans that also were victorious. Ben Shelton will start at 1:15 p.m. and UVA's Brandon Nakashima is in the first set. UVA's Emma Navarro falls in 2 sets on the women's side. Washington Commanders continue the organized team activities from Ashburn. The Nationals fall to the Guardians 3-2. They'll take on the Padres at home tomorrow. Mystics defeat the Storm 78-64. They're also home tomorrow night against the Sparks. Washington Spirit returns home Saturday night, 6:30 against Seattle Reign. NBA West Finals Game 6 tonight, OKC at San Antonio at 8:30. Carolina 1 game away from facing the Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerp on The Fan.
Ain't that something? What Jeff just said is something.
Here's where we're at. Bleep You Thursday. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Whoever has wronged you, whatever has bothered you, did you get a red light ticket? Did you get stuck in a ridiculous traffic jam like I did driving back from the beach? Whatever happens in your life that has bothered you, this is your opportunity to get it off your chest. I want to be clear. I'm not sending a bleep you to Chris Russell because I love Chris Russell. And Brian, I don't know if you saw, he offered cake and the boys are all eating it. And when I asked him how old it was, he said, it's not old. It's only 2 days old.
It's not old, but it's 2 days old. 2 days old is old. The hell, Chris?
2 days on the rooster scale is pretty new.
Yeah.
Now, cake can dry out pretty quick. How is the cake? Stallions eating it?
I gotta say,
Cake,
it's really good.
Cake.
For this to be 2 day old cake,
damn, Jeff,
it's
you
moist and it was in the fridge.
It's choking you, Jeff.
Damn, Jeff's talking about moisture in there.
Damn,
relax.
Jeff, what is wrong with you?
We're gonna let CC in Martinsville lead us off. CC, who you mad at?
Okay, I'm mad at a guy got a YouTube channel named Street Scores. His name is Rico. And every time he talk about Terry McLaurin, he say that Terry's a body catcher. He say Terry don't got good hands. He say he need to work on his hands. And I keep telling him to watch the tape. Terry is a great hands catcher. So my bleep you goes to Rico from Street Scores.
All right, man.
B, I know that bothers you too.
It just, to me, like, saying Terry can't catch is just like saying Michael Jordan don't have a bag. That's what that mean to me. I'll leave it at that. I don't care if they catch with their hands, their body, your toes, your whatever. As long as the damn ball is caught. That's all that matters to me.
Are you aware of, I think you are, I'm not sure that everyone is, but Terry's recruitment story to Ohio State?
Yes. About Coach so you got to go catch how many balls per
Urban
day.
Meyer challenged him to develop his hands.
Yeah.
And Terry did enough over the course of his high school career and then his college career to play for Urban Meyer at Ohio State.
Yeah.
So, like, if you want to use what is a knock from, like, his combine when he went to the 3rd round, that's fine. I just don't think it's all that accurate. And
it's how many years later?
I mean, he's been in this is his 8th season.
You know, like I remember I had a guy told me, man, you ain't going to make the NFL. And then when I finally was done, you know what he said? I told you we'll go get cut. I played 14 years, fool. Shut the hell up. It's just those people that are always looking for something to discuss.
I think with Terry, body catcher as a negative is when you're open and you trap the ball against your body.
Mm-hmm.
Where I see McLaurin use his body, he has an incredible skill on contested catches.
And that's when you're supposed
That's
to
when you're
use it.
supposed to use your body.
Yeah, most people use their body then.
I think of Chris Rock. Ooh, I take care of my kids. You're supposed to. Yes, Jeffrey. Who you mad at?
I am mad at, and a big bleep you to all of the haters that is sending this Chat GPT edited photo of Jaden Daniels out looking like a bobblehead. I am mad. Stop it. My boy, you can see that he's been working on his body.
Man, one finger salute to all of them.
To all of them.
That's the way I look at it.
Dude, who are the morons that believe that? That's my bigger question.
All the people that keep sending it around.
It's a lot of
people are stupid, bro. That's what I realize. People are stupid. There are a lot of intelligent people in the world. Most stupid.
I've learned, because remember we had this conversation with White Brian. I don't know why we decided he was the expert, but we were like, why do people make this fake content on the internet? And on some level, it's because they get paid, right?
Not necessarily just getting paid, because you see how many people follow it. A lot of people don't know how to get paid.
But
bleep you to them.
It's one thing to see that content. How do you believe it? You think he's 140 pounds? Was that the fake one, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Like, I think we're far too consumed. I don't know. I saw Jaden yesterday. I talked to Jaden yesterday. I don't think he looked noticeably different than last year. There are people that are going to work themselves up into a frenzy to say, oh, man, look at his biceps. He works out like crazy. That's what he does.
There are people that are going to just want to follow a narrative because somebody stupid is going to put it out there. And then a lot of time, we're a part of it because we discuss it. I think the best thing to do when we see something stupid, don't discuss it.
But B, the photo saying he's 140 is incredibly stupid, and you're right. I wasn't going to address it, but that's a fair bleep you for this kind of segment.
Yeah, bleep him.
But the people that are desperate to be like, oh, he bulked up, I don't think he has. I think he's comfortable with where his weight is and his muscle is, and I think the team is comfortable with it. Like, we don't have to be in constant search of Jaden Daniels' body size changing.
Never saw so many men worry about other man's body size.
I'm only here for broad shoulders.
Killing me, dog.
Let's go to Scott in Manassas. Scott, who you mad at, dude?
What's up, gentlemen? I got two quick ones. First of all, it's my network, my cable network provider, for not having the NFL network, which is aggravating. And that's just for the Rich Eisen and the guys on Sundays. I kill us about Good Morning Football because it's something watchable now. I got one more quick one. NFL Hall of Fame for making a man B. Mitch wait this long because he is second in total yards by a handful of yards behind Jerry Rice. And I'm done with it.
Appreciate you, bro.
We're going to get that fixed. 2028 Veterans Committee. We're coming for you. Good call right there. Appreciate you, dude.
JP's the president.
What?
President ears.
You pause. I wish I was president.
Jeff pauses everything, which tells me he's not sure of himself.
If I was president of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, I would alleviate a number of concerns. Unfortunately, I'm not. And
not saying you're president of the Get B. Mitchell Hall of Fame club.
That's a role I'm happy to take on.
Yeah.
Can I be your vice president?
Hell no.
No, but you could be.
You already a president of the Not Too Funny Club.
All right, marketing.
What? No, community organizer.
I'll take that.
Yeah,
I will take that.
All right.
Jeff, Not Too Funny.
Jeff, you know what you can be? The official DJ of the B. Mitch for Hall of Fame movement.
Oh yeah, we partying all vulgar music.
Great. That'll get the job done.
Yeah.
My bleep you is perhaps a little lengthy, and we had a brutal winter in the DMV.
Yeah.
Pipes burst. That happens, right?
Yeah.
And so a pipe burst on my street, not particularly close to my house, but like in my neighbor, like up the block from me. And, you know, I live down a pretty big hill.
Uh-huh.
So in the winter, I was really impressed by the response. They got out there fast and at least fixed the leak, which is your biggest concern in the winter.
Totally.
And they did their best to pave it over, but it was the middle of a godforsaken winter, and they probably had pipes bursting all over. So they were busy, understandably. Now, the road was pretty damn bumpy in this stretch where they had to dig out the pipe. I get it. Eventually, we got to get it fixed. It got to be pretty bad as the weather got nice, creating like a giant inverted speed bump And like, imagine a pothole the whole way across the street, and to the point where it's like it's going to start impacting your car.
Right.
They came out to fix it at some point this week. And again, I'm not mad at anybody until now. It's just not fixed. Like, this happened in January. I understand it's going to take some time. I'm a patient fella, Brian. That's how most people describe me.
Yeah.
But when you come to fix it, fix it. It's not fixed.
Why do you think they didn't fix it?
They tried. They just did a bad job. Like, do the job right. Fix the problem.
Well, the people that's fixing it, they understand that if they don't fix it properly, they got to call them back. They get paid again.
Self-preservation leave.
Yeah, bro.
That's another overtime job.
Well, I got to bleep you. So what was it? Not last night, night before last. Sitting there. Luckily, the game had just gone off. And all of a sudden, the whole house went, poof.
Oh, you lost power?
Yeah, I lost power because the dumbasses that have power lines that have trees around it, and every year this time, what do we have?
Storms.
Every year. So if you got trees that are getting very, very big, they're going to eventually fall on the power lines. Guess what happened? Right when if you come to my neighborhood, you make a left and go up the little hill.
Yeah.
The tree fell on the power lines.
Funny how
so
that
if you just cut it, if you cut the trees or trim them around the power lines, they will never fall on the power lines, right? So stop waiting for something to happen to have to run out and do it in the middle of the night and rush. Do it early. It's daylight right now. Go cut down the damn trees.
Go cut down the damn trees. Listen, I'm going to pull up Big Tony. He's got to keep it clean.
If you don't, hang up on him.
Or we going to beat him up.
Tony, you're up. Keep it clean.
What's going on, Ears and B Mitch?
How you doing,
my joint go to this bama named Jeff Walker. B Mitch, we go out turkey hunting about 2 weeks ago. First of all, I give him a brand new face mask. Not even been worn yet. Just came from Amazon the day before. I ain't even worn mine yet. I give it to him. He's walking ahead of us. We walking behind him. My man say, "Hey, somebody drop a face mask." Jeff, oh, my fault. Okay, that's one thing. So we going down the road. Mosquitoes eating them up. I give him a brand new thing of bug spray. No. Okay, that's fine. That's the second thing. Sony borrows my man's gun. Use that. Get back to the thing. He tried to gank my man's gun. He said, "Jeff, Slim, can I get that back?" Hey, Jeff, you unprepared Bama. Bleep you.
How you go hunting?
Can I explain
how
myself?
you go hunting without a gun?
No, can I
That's
explain?
stupid.
Can I explain myself?
Hey, B, he came with a 20 gauge, which is basically a BB gun to a turkey. All right, he came with a 20 gauge, no bullets. Oh, because B, he went to the store, bought the bullets, and then lost all of them.
Yo, losing
but I ain't gonna
bullets.
Put it on blast.
No, bleep him. Yeah, bleep that Bam. I wouldn't go hunting with him. He made me forget he hunting
Now,
turkey and
hold
might
on,
shoot
hold on.
Losing bullets sounds
Hold
like
on.
a bad
First
idea.
off, bleep Big Tony for telling me the day before we're going out, so I didn't have a chance to even prepare myself. It's my first year hunting. I haven't hunted. This is I haven't even been a full year in it yet, so I didn't know. The ski mask.
He been hunting all last year, wasn't he?
No, we started in August. It hasn't been a year yet.
Yeah, but still, one thing about hunting is when you get ready to start hunting, buy a gun and ammunition.
I have a gun. I had ammo. I just didn't have the right type of ammo.
Did you really lose the bullets?
I can't. I have my regular ones. I don't have my birdshot ones.
He lost. He went to get turkey shot and straight lost them. To tell the truth, you lost both cases.
That seems problematic, Jeff.
I got regular bullets. I just didn't have turkey shot. He
So
was
he-
like,
you got
can't
slugs?
use regular. Yeah, I got regular slugs.
You ain't got slugs? You don't listen, I haven't hunted since I was like 13, 14 years old. I know damn well you don't get slugs shooting on turkey.
Is it?
No, it was not slugs. It was birdshot. Birdshot.
Hey, B, he wanted to use number one birdshot, which is basically BBs, to try and take down a turkey. Nah, Slim, that ain't gonna work. You need heavy load, turkey load, and you need 3-inch magnum.
Yeah, that
Y'all
bird
take
might-
it easy. I ain't gonna joan on the boy no more.
That turkey might
You
that
did
turkey
plenty,
might,
Tony.
that turkey
Thank you.
might shake that off and just fly away to my this baba over here.
Hey, it was my
first.
first time. It won't happen again.
Travis
I hear
is
you.
in Fairfax. Jeff is not prepared. Travis, who you mad at?
Hey, man, I'm the biggest Spurs fan on the East Coast. Brian Mitchell knows this. Lord have mercy. I appreciate. What you say, cousin?
That's the coach.
Tony Roberts a referee in the NBA.
Oh, the referee. Oh, he been making bad calls both ways though. You can't just say he's doing it against y'all.
Oh, it looks like in the past couple games, this game and the other game,
The
he
situation
screwed up
where the Spurs coach was trying to get the challenge and he just wouldn't let him have it, and he wouldn't let him sub, and then he teed him up was absurd.
It wasn't challengeable. You can't get it on that one. It's not challengeable.
And the goaltending one, and there was these BS calls when K didn't even touch the flop that they did ain't call. They called it. It's been awful refereeing by Tony Roberts and the officiating crew, and I'm pissed off about it. But game 6 tonight,
Hey man, hold on now. I told you in game 4, I ain't hear nobody saying nothing about anything, and he was sure calling a lot of favorable stuff for the Spurs.
Yeah, you know I'm biased, cuz.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question. You should be you should be bleeping Wemby because he needs to get his tail inside the damn 3-point line.
And I blame Mitch Johnson for that too. No question. You got to stop shooting them 3-point jumpers so early on. He'd be establish up in the inside, and then when he's up by 13, 14 points, try them jumpers. I'm fine with that.
Get to the rack, big fella. Get to the rack. All right, thank you, buddy.
Have a good night, guys.
See you, man. Jupe is in West Virginia. DMWV, what up, Jupe?
What's happening, fellas? Hey, my bleep you was going to these, so real quick, it's a difference between a fan and a fanatic. Even though it's the same word, but I think it's different. And my bleep you was going to these folks that just because you was a fan of the team longer than I was, just because you got better financials than me to buy more, team, affiliate, whatever the case may be, doesn't make you a bigger fan of the team than me. So when it comes down to being a bigger fan of the team, it comes down to heart. It comes down to that spirit. So if you want to tell me to sit something out, like because of the name talk, whatever, bleep you. I'm going to talk about it all day. That's all I got for you fellas.
There you go, man.
Appreciate you, Jupe. I don't like fans that try to gatekeep on what constitutes being a fan. Like, your level of fandom is your own.
Just because you don't see the truth, and just because you always positive, don't mean you're a fan. Sometimes it means you're a fool.
Yeah.
Like the people that come up to me and I'll say, well, man, I always see the positive. Well, if you lose by 40, that's not a positive.
Right.
I don't give a damn. If you see a positive and lose by 40, then guess what? You're a fool, not a fan.
But I also think there's not a right or wrong way to be a fan of a team.
Nah.
Like, you do you. I think the fans that go on every road trip, that's awesome. But there's other people that don't want to spend that money.
They may
that
not
way.
have the means.
Right.
You
Like,
have the means.
There's a lot of different ways you can
Now,
do
if you're a fan that go on every road trip and you are having issues by paying your house note, then you're a damn fool.
Right. Yeah, totally.
I'm just saying.
All right, let's get weird. Commander Tequila's on the line. Hello, Commandante.
Hey, hi guys. How you guys doing?
We're good, buddy.
Good,
How
man.
are you?
I got 2 bleep views.
Okay.
All right. One bleep view, it goes to all NFL, AFL, basketball, football, baseball, all sports, and NASCAR as well. All right. I want to bleep them because they shouldn't have sick players playing sick. I lost my favorite driver, NASCAR driver, Kyle Busch, rest in peace. I've known that I've seen him race for years and years and years. What I don't like to see is a player that's playing any sports, a professional athlete that's playing sick. I'd rather have him play healthy than sick. I'd rather him get healthier than get sick. I'd rather be in the sidelines getting healthy or go to the hospital, get better, instead of trying to get more money, trying to get to play that one extra game, to play that one extra thing, play that one extra push. Give him a bye, give him a payday, a sick day, whatever. But to lose an athlete like Kyle Busch, that hurts a lot, big times. And my second bleep view is this young guy should wear a helmet, a yellow helmet, the Stallion. Because I give him a big bleep view because he does a bleeping great job when I hear in the radio.
Thanks, bud.
Hi, man.
Thank you.
But I don't know if the leagues make people go out there, because like I've been hearing little tidbits of the Kyle Busch thing, and I remember Kyle. I met Kyle in the thing we did with the NBC and NASCAR and the NFL. based off of how sick he was, he shouldn't have been prepared. Like when we're hearing the pneumonia, how far along, he probably should have been home resting. But you got to realize, athletes are built a certain way. That is why when I hear the average person trying to say what they think and what they will feel, you don't know how these guys are wired, man. So he was pushing himself because he felt he could do that. NASCAR didn't force him to go out there and work out.
Can I sneak one more in?
Yeah.
Drake May was asked a question in a press conference by a reporter, and he was asked, "Are you now thick with 2 C's?"
Huh?
This was at a press conference.
Somebody asked him that?
Yes. Apparently, I don't know this dude. I don't know if he's like a jokester or what, but WBZ reporter Dan Roche. Bleep you, dude. Like, you for journalists out there where your job is to ask questions and build a rapport and build trust and try to do a job for fans.
He actually, was he thick?
Thick with 2 C's. And I thought Drake May's response was hysterical. He said, "That's a pause, if anything." Like, what are you doing? It's just, can I say slap dick on air? Because that's what that is.
Yeah. You just did.
I mean, I don't know what you're doing. That is. I
don't get that one.
That is clown behavior. When we come back, Peter Rosenberg joins the program.
The Oarsman Automotive Group from Virginia has been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. With that type of track record, you know they must be doing something right. They're conveniently located all across Northern Virginia, and Oarsman dealerships offer many of America's favorite and best-selling brands, like Toyota, with 2 locations in Chantilly and Fairfax, Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram trucks, Chevy, Buick, and GMC. In addition to an unmatched selection of Oarsman offers, incredible deals and financing rates. And let's not forget about Oarsman's tremendous selection of quality, certified used vehicles to choose from. Maybe best of all, every vehicle sold is back with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, with up to $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, loaner costs with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And that's great news coming from Oarsman. If you have a car to sell, take it to them and they'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. 2 beyond satisfied Oarsman customers.
And you know what they say at Oarsman? Let's ride together. It's something B. Mitch and I take seriously. We have bought cars from Oarsman for many, many years. We are return customers, and it's because they treat you like family. Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. Let's ride together.
This update brought to you by Mervis, Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Francis Tiafoe, a winner at the French Open, defeating Hubert Hurkacz in 5 sets. However, number 1 seed Yannick Sinner upset in 5 sets by Juan Manuel Cerundolo. Ben Shelton about ready to start at 1:50 p.m. Eastern Time. Commanders OTAs continue from Ashburn today. They'll run through tomorrow. Nationals have a rest day, welcoming in former pitcher Craig Stammen, who's now the manager of the San Diego Padres, tomorrow night. NBA West Finals tonight, Game 6. It's OKC up 3-2 at San Antonio at 8:30. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Running on my life.
Hustle paid a price. All right, folks, caller number 10. Right now, you get to win a pair of tickets to the MGK Lost Americana Tour. Wednesday, June 3rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. Tickets courtesy of Live Nation. Phones are now open. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to go see Machine Gun Kelly. We have a guest who might be uniquely qualified to answer this. Peter, what's up, man? Peter Rosenberg joining the program.
Hey, 2 weeks in a row. We're back in business, folks.
I know,
Peter,
man. Appreciate you.
How is New York right now, bro?
What? It is it is on tilt. It is the energy's crazy. This is the coolest thing that has certainly happened since sports-wise since I moved here, which is pushing on damn near 20 years.
That's crazy, man. I imagine Knicks fans are feeling just wildly confident, right? Like about their opportunity to win a NBA title, first one since the 70s. What do you think about, facing whoever it is, the Spurs or the Thunder?
I got to tell you, it's hard to not start to get kind of caught up in the hype. So let me table it by saying I may be caught up in the hype.
Okay.
But I will say the brand of basketball they play is really conducive to competing with just about anyone. It's like I sort of feel like it's this very basic formula. It's like I sort of feel like the Mike Brown Knicks feels like everything like your coach is that JP, if you were playing Montgomery County rec ball, it's practically the same thing your coach will be telling you. It's like play defense, hustle, move the ball, don't worry, you'll get your shot. Just get out there and run and go, and it's working for this team. So I was at ESPN today doing some TV stuff, and I heard there's some people sort of suggesting that OKC is just too much for them. I got to tell you, with the exception, don't get me wrong, there's some big bodies that could present some problems to them, size wise, Chet Holmgren, et cetera. They could have some better matchups, certainly than they had in the East, which was pretty weak. But I really think, guys, the brand of ball that they're playing right now, I think the Knicks will be a tough out for whoever they play. I do.
I agree with tough out. I think the Garden is going to be absolutely electric too, and I think that home court is going to be, I don't know, intimidating is the right word, but tough to play in, certainly. I just, part of me wonders, the hype is so significant, and I wonder what Vegas is going to say about this kind of thing too.
Well, the odds right now, I know I saw both OKC or San Antonio is a somewhat sizable favorite. Not a huge favorite, but I would say sizable. If it gives you any idea, in game one against either of these teams, the Knicks would be a 6.5-point dog at OKC, and they would be a 4.5-point dog at San Antonio. As someone who has bet them in all 11 straight of their wins, and they've covered 10 times, I'll tell you right now, I'm a bet them in game one. But I love them to cover points in game one. I really do think that they will compete. But yeah, to your point, JP, I mean, listen, they're going to be an underdog. There's no way around it.
Is there any worry about we always talk about rest, but that can also be rust if you're sitting around a long time.
So that's something we bring up all the time. I've asked everybody around this team that I possibly can about it. The bottom line is, though, guys, they've done nothing but rest. This is going to be yet another huge rest. Mm-hmm. They rested for 9 days after Philadelphia, and they're going to rest for another 9 days now. They rested for several days after Atlanta. That's what they've done. It's been stop and start the entire time, and it seems like it's done nothing except help them get healthier. When they needed OG Anunoby to get healthy against Philadelphia, it did that. So it doesn't seem like this has kind of been the pattern they've had. So if it had been go, 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 and then they had to rest for 9 days, I might feel differently about it. But seeing as they've already done this, as long as they just don't read too many of the clippings, that's the hardest part, is that they're so hot in this city right now. You just don't want to start believing everything that you hear, because I'm telling you, a fun conversation that you guys could even have, we were having it yesterday, is when you start thinking about just New York teams, like the New York championship teams, that this would, if they were to win, the sort of feel it would have. People are tossing around teams like the 86 Giants and the 86 Mets in terms of level of excitement. And I think that's I think it is reasonable to make it that lofty if this team were to win at this point.
Talking with Peter Rosenberg, the king of all media. You can listen to him on ESPN New York. You can check him out on all of his WWE content, on WWE shows. But being there in Manhattan, dude, everything we're hearing about ticket prices. You are a dude with connects and means. I'm not sure you want to pay to go see these games. You're a Celtics fan, but how impossible are these tickets?
I'll make it simple. I have a very good connection at the NBA. And when the Celtics were in the finals last time, I reached out to this person, and I'm like, hey, could I be there? Could I go to the finals? This person replied with his assistant on CC and said, hey, please get Peter squared away for, game 4 of the finals. I went to Boston. I was in the 12th row, whatever it was, at the finals.
That's sick.
It's a good flex. I don't worry. Don't worry. There's a better ending. There's a better ending for people who want to see me fail. I emailed the same person whose job has not changed, and I was like, "Hey, I hate to be this guy. I know it's going to be crazy, but I would love to take my wife, who's a Knicks fan, to one of these games." And I got back from this person, well, as you mentioned, it's very crazy. If I run into 2, I'll let you know. So, so just to put it this way, Boston was a no problem, here's my assistant, and New York is a, hey, I'll let you know what I hear. So,
how many people been waiting on this?
It's a different animal.
Yeah,
it's a different animal.
It's a lot of people been waiting on that, and they got a lot of stars running around New York.
Yep, there's a lot of people way more important than me.
The CEO of every hedge fund.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm trying to close this deal. I get us some seats.
Well, and how about this? If you want to talk brass tacks, at our radio station, we have a suite, and the suite, is obviously they use it to entertain clients, and because they swept the last 2 series. They only got 2 home games in each of those series. So people who spend a lot of money and expect to get to go to games have not gotten to go to these games because the Knicks have been making such quick work of everybody.
Wow.
Yeah, like the Mercedes-Benz dealer of the tri-state area needs some tickets.
Bro, shout out to my guy Jimmy, Mercedes-Benz of White Plains. You know how they do it. But literally, it is literally stuff like that. It's like, hey, we spend $250,000. You guys have a suite. We expect to go to games. You said we were going to go to Game 5 in round 1. Then you said we go to Game 6, Game 7 in round 2. None of those things happened.
Yeah.
So it's going to be absolutely insane. Today on the show, in studio, we have the Emmy and Oscar. Sorry, what does he have? What part of his EGOT does he have? I think he has he has a Grammy.
Who, Tracy?
He has an Oscar.
Tracy Morgan?
I forget. No, definitely not. But close. We have the great Mark Ronson coming in studio today. Ronson, who you may know from Uptown Funk, or he won the Oscar for Barbie. He won the Oscar for Star is Born. He's been a Knicks fan his whole life. This is the greatest moment of his life. We'll have Ben Stiller on early next week before the show, before the series starts. Like, these guys, they like are literally. Did you guys see like the level of joy from Timothy Chalamet and Tracy Morgan?
It was
like
cool.
Crazy.
Yeah. It was cool.
And you would think if your girlfriend was Kylie Jenner, there's really nothing else that could get you that happy in the world. And yet, there was Timothy Chalamet. Like, I wanted to be like, yo, bro, you just took Kylie Jenner's private jet to get to this game. Who cares if they win or lose? But yeah, it means the world to these people, man. They really are. New York is a place that like reads its own press clippings a lot, and obviously being from the DMV and living here, I love New York. But I can get a little bit annoyed with the greatest city in the world.
Sure.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I get annoyed when we say greatest country in the world. I get annoyed with greatest city in the world, because guess what? Both are lies. There are great countries and cities everywhere. And when you hear it, I kind of roll my eyes. The Knicks are one of those teams, though, that really makes New York feel like a regular market, where like the fan base is like a truly hardcore, real fan base. It doesn't have sort of the highfalutin fanciness of the Yankees. Even the Giants have like a certain sort of, I love John Mara, but like the way the Giants have operated, there's like this very holier than thou feel to the Giants.
Sure.
The Knicks, in spite of Dolan's shortcomings, the Knicks fan base, and I think you guys probably feel different from DC, it feels very much like a relatable fan base.
The Knicks are the New York team I hate the least, and I might not even hate them. I might just be kind of even on them.
Wait, let me ask you this.
Sure.
If they play Surf Flops a lot and OKC in the finals, are you rooting for OKC or the Knicks?
The Knicks, which is very bizarre.
What about you, B-Mitch?
Of course he's going to be rooting for the Knicks, because his Spurs would have lost, and I won $100 off of him.
They're my Spurs now. when the Spurs win in 7,
Hey, listen,
I'm wearing a
I'll
cowboy
be
hat
honest
to
with
the
you.
radio
Both of them got to flop a lot. Y'all they got Brunson in New York, and they got in the other one.
Oh, listen, Brunson is down for a flop. It's not even the same level, though, as SGA's flop.
Peter getting caught in the hype, man.
He flops. He gets caught.
I'm going to tell you one thing right now.
He gets the fouls just like the other. Hey, when you get to a certain level, Pete, you're going to get that call.
No, listen, I agree with you, and by the way, I don't hate SGA. I'm not one of these people, but I will tell you one fundamental difference between Jalen Brunson and SGA. Jalen Brunson does not shoot jump shots and stick his foot out as he's landing. That may be the weakest thing that SGA does. And I love
Harden
SGA.
special.
I have no problem. Guys, I'm a Penguins fan. You know how many Caps fans and Ranger fans used to crush Sidney Crosby because he takes penalties, all those things? Great players draw penalties in every single sport. We're going to hear it all summer in World Cup. The best players in the World Cup will draw penalties. It's the way it happens. However, I do sort of draw the line at you're wide open on a 20-foot jump shot, and you stick your leg out as you're landing to hope you can fall down. I will say I think that's what takes SGA past Jalen Brunson.
We'll talk next week, and they'll be in the finals, man. Have fun. Enjoy it.
Bro.
The city's got to be buzzing.
And let me just say a little bit of pride today. They did a Jaden Daniels segment after I was off TV, which was very insulting and upsetting. But the quote they were running with of Daniels said, if you don't go into a season thinking you have something to prove, like there's something wrong with you, was that what the quote was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, could I love this kid anymore?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the yo-yo quarterback of the Giants thinks it's a good idea to go to a political rally, like that's going to really bring your locker room together. Our quarterback just says all the right things. Let me just say that.
There we go.
Appreciate you, Peter.
All right, Pete.
All right, boys. Peace.
The great Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. When we come back, bets to make. It's B. Mitch and Finley. The rain and cold is over. That means next stop is the heat. Do not let your air conditioning leak out of those janky old windows. Call Paul Henry's Window Installation. Get new windows, new doors. Keep that cold air inside your house all summer. If you call this month, you can get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. B and I have both had Paul Henry redo our doors, redo our windows, and it has been tremendous.
As JB said, you don't want to have that air and heat leaking out. We've been asking for the heat to come, and now it's here. So you want to keep it cool in your house. If you want to keep it cool, you make sure that you go get some new windows and doors from our friend over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. You can call them right now, and you'll receive $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
B, I'm a fan of Ben Strober. Strober is the video producer for Grant and Danny, host of Locked On Wizards. Passionate young man, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I know the answer to this, and I'm not sure if he was just trolling Rooster, which has my full support, or if he means this. Strober just made the assertion that Trae Young is better than Jalen Brunson.
He is.
He said that's not
Like,
what he
no,
said.
I'm playing. I'm just citing it.
So what did he say?
I don't know. We don't have enough time to dive into it, so maybe he was just trolling Rooster. But
Okay.
that's kind of what he was trying to say.
Well,
I think at some point,
I think it's somewhere between crack and something else.
we
Must
got to
be.
ride for our guys. I get that, but like the Knicks are in the finals. We got to approach the Jalen Brunson conversation with some honesty. You disagree, Jeff?
Nah, I got this little insider with my boy that's listening. I always tell him that Buckets is better than Brunson, and he loses his mind every time.
I think last year prior to the Achilles, you were correct. I don't know that that's still accurate, but
Yeah, probably not.
This year, damn sure ain't accurate.
we'll see if Halliburton comes back. Jeff, I give you credit. Your number one on the Halliburton is legit. Like last year, you were picking the Pacers series after series. Everybody thought you were crazy. They kept winning. Speaking of winning, your boy's on fire. Let's make some bets.
Holla.
Heard it here first. All righty. White Brian, we didn't make bets yesterday. Short show. Where are we at on the week?
Yeah, right, Brian.
Yeah, White Brian.
B. Mitch and Jeff have a loss. Everyone else has a win.
Huh?
You picked the Padres on Tuesday. They lost to the Phillies.
And I picked the Spurs.
I gotta say, I've been on fire recently.
What is on fire for
yeah, I
you?
was about to say,
I've won a game.
I've hit 5 straight bets right now.
You a damn lie.
That doesn't.
That's
seem
a
like
damn lie.
Name the
Go.
5, because you was
That's
just
a damn
you was
lie.
just a cooler last week.
Pull up the stats. No, 2
It's
weeks
true.
ago I was.
You're the cooler,
It's-
boy.
See, it's true.
It's true.
It's not true.
I am on fire
You
right
are a
now.
liar.
Thunder plus 3.5 tonight, baby.
Oh Lord, they're gonna lose by 50. Boy, he will screw up a damn wet dream. I tell you, he'll mess up a 1-car parade. God,
Jeffrey,
This is tough.
you got. I got the Spurs laying 3.5. Correct? Is that what you said? Okay. just
I
wanna
got
make
the
sure.
Thunder plus
Oh, I
3.5.
love the Spurs now.
Give-
I should go happy.
give
as
me the
hedge.
Braves and the White Sox.
I should go happiness hedge to continue my win streak, which now I think is at 14, which is crazy. But the fact that Jeff and Stallion are on the Thunder, give me the Spurs.
I think they're doing it now just to cause problems on the side because they know they suck.
Well, you also said something yesterday, Brian, that I tend to believe in. What? The NBA wants a 7th game.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter who win the West because I'm going for the Knicks in the finals.
All right, the West's going to win.
I just saw one video.
Well, Peter, you now know that the Knicks will be losing the final.
Oh, stop it.
W, who you taking?
UCLA softball.
Let's do it. Go Bruins.
They're playing Bama.
Hey, bro. It's weird, dude, right there.
I believe Ron Rivera's daughter played softball at UCLA.
Okay, whatever.
So whatever you
Still,
want to do
whatever.
with
I don't
that
care about
information.
That don't help me out.
Really fun day on the program. Thank you to Santana Moss. Thank you to Adrian Dantley. Thank you to
AD.
Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Thank you for everybody that called in. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Yo, did you hear Danny? You know how he keeps track of how much weight he loses when he goes on vacation?
Mm-hmm.
He put on 15 pounds on his last vacation.
How long
Like
was he
4
gone?
days.
4 days, 15 pounds.
Thanks for listening.
Stop eating every damn thing, Danny.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Just underway, number 5 seed Ben Shelton against Rafael Collignon. Juan Manuel Cerundolo upset number 1 seed Yannick Sinner today at the French Open. Francis Tiafoe, the number 19 seed, was able to advance in a 5-set thriller over Hubert Hurkacz. Emma Navarro lost on the women's side. Nationals baseball has the day off after falling to the Guardians 3-2. They won that series, and now they get ready for the San Diego Padres tomorrow night at Nats Park. Commanders continue their organized team activities today. They'll run through tomorrow at Ashburn. NBA West Finals tonight, Game 6, OKC at San Antonio. Thunder lead 3-2. They'll tip at 8:40 p.m. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerp on The Fan.
Yeah, Thursday. What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny with you on The Fan. And we will be with you until 6:30 this evening, a full 4.5 hours. Nats idle for the first time in over 2 weeks. So we get the full shebang today here on G&D. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we've got tickets for you ahead of the Beltway Blitz to a concert everybody's trying to go to this summer in town. You better be listening. Danny, what's up?
Dude, full on National Geographic kind of nature channel going on at the Hooray's house over the last 24 hours. So a discovery is made of a baby deer, okay? And it's not like back by the back fence or like kind of over on the side yard or whatever. Our nanny's walking the baby around and does a double take. It's right by our grill, right by kind of the back door on the little back patio area. There's a little mulch where like there's some shrubberies and a shrubbery and like the hose and stuff is there, and then the grill's right next to it. The baby deer's just nestled up right there. That's yesterday. I find out about this, late last night after I get home from taking picking up my son from practice. By the way, I embarrassed the hell out of him wearing full Nats uniform. A lot of stares, a lot of questions from a lot of people.
I thought that could be an issue.
And that certainly was an issue.
You showing up with a baseball jersey tucked into baseball pants and high socks.
And high socks. So why are you wearing wizard socks? Exactly. Don't ask questions. But anyway, so I find this out last night. And then this morning, I look out the window and the baby deer's not by the grill. It's right smack dab, equidistant from all points, north, south, east, and west, in the middle of the backyard. It's just late, curled up like it's not a care in the world, just sleeping. Going, okay, I don't know what that means. This is the new location. I don't know who picked it. If the baby picks it, if the mom picks it, the baby says fine. So the mom's kind of doing the satellite bit where she's kind of going around finding whatever the deer is going to eat from there, and multiple passes by predators in the middle of the morning. We wake up in time, and I'm looking out the window, sipping my coffee. Here come 2 foxes, just skirting on by, trying to see if they can get in there. Here comes the mother deer. And like doing whatever deers do. Oh yeah, 100%, dude. And so the foxes scurry away. I'm sitting there going, if these 2 foxes are coming by, does that mean like a coyote's next? Some sort of like mangy beast as I'm trying to walk to the car to drive my kids to school?
By midnight, you're going to see lions in your backyard.
I mean, seriously. So a separate incident, apparently, right after I dropped the kids off at school, and as coming home, putzing around the house doing stuff, and our nanny says, "Yep, saw another fox in the backyard." So I don't know what's going to happen to the baby deer. I'm not touching anything or anybody. I want no part of it, but it's happening all like in the next 24 hours. So you guys do snakes and you bring them inside and tadpoles and name them. I've got a baby deer in the yard right now. And I forgot even the best or worst part. Apologies. I don't know exactly how to say it. But the whole thing started with a puddle that was clearly not water right by my car in the garage. You follow me? It wasn't a massive pool, but it was a puddle, and it was gross, and there was a smell that wasn't all that pleasant. So I said, that's weird. That's what kicked off this entire saga. Methinks the baby deer relieved itself right by my vehicle and then nestled down by the grill. That's what started the whole process. Yeah, when the garage door's open. So leave it open kind of during the day. We don't leave it open when there are no cars in there. But he just went, oh, this is as good a spot as any. And that's what kickstarted this whole saga.
You guys are
of
lucky.
The deer. Yeah.
We do some bird watching. We saw another snake this weekend. I was throwing the baseball with my guy. He hits the ball. I go over to grab it out of a bush, and there's a snake basically wrapped around the ball. Tiny little baby snake. But I was too scared to get the ball.
Yeah, wrapped around the ball.
It was like quite literally kind of sitting at the, like I was not going to touch the ball. I said, that snake gets that ball until it's gone. We'll use another ball. And eventually we go back over and
it's
with
the
a
snake
stick,
ball.
Just got the ball back. But
oh my God.
A grown-up would have just gone in and grabbed the ball. But there was a snake touching the ball.
You got to tell me.
And I'm assuming he's going to bite me, so I just didn't do anything.
So as a quick side, we received a very nice email when you and I had the snake discussion where your son brought the snake inside and then you guys released it. And it was from somebody with like one of the animal rights groups.
A PETA person.
PETA, I think is who it was.
Upset that the animals were being played with in the house.
No, but very nice. They said very nice things. They said you guys did the right thing by releasing it or whatever. It
was a nice person.
Yeah, it's a very nice person.
They didn't email me to say, I'm glad that your kids are enjoying the animals. They emailed me to say, leave the animals outside, #PETA. That's what they did.
Right.
It's a nice person.
Very nice. But the second part of it was, and Danny, I understand phobias, but they're more scared of you than you are of them. And that's what the snake people say.
Yes.
Respectfully, no, I win. I'm more scared of them than they are of me. If they were more scared of me, they would stay hundreds of miles away from me. Because that's what I would try to do. You follow me? There's no distance where the snake feels safe that I feel safe. You follow me? I need to be further away from him than he needs to be away from me. So if they're lurking around, they're not more scared of me than I am of them. I win. I'm more afraid of them. Back to you.
Speaking of winning, let's talk football.
All right.
OTAs yesterday on the practice field out in Ashburn for the first time, the full roster put together by Adam Peters in free agency and the draft. The rookies with the veterans. And we've got a bunch of different angles on the team we can discuss today and different things I want to get into. It's going to be a very busy show, but we'll cover all the teams in town. We got a lot going on with the Caps, the Nats, the Wizards. So it's going to be all inclusive here. But I wanted to start with Jaden Daniels and the Commanders because the reports on Daniels were awesome out of yesterday's practice. Now, the usual caveat has to apply, which is it's May 28th today. And they're wearing shorts in the bubble, and at times you're watching drills where people are all excited and someone's throwing against air or 7-on-7 work or whatever. But there was legitimate scrimmage-type drill work, non-contact, but it looked a little more training camp-like than, I would say, OTA-like at times. There was a tempo to it. But in talking to Logan Paulson for our new episode of Take Command today, and in just hearing some of the other reports from the journalists that were out there covering this thing, we'll have John Keim on our show at 6 o'clock coming up in 4 hours. Everybody has nice things to say about how Jaden Daniels is taking to this new offense. An offense, by the way, which I'm told had motions and shifts before almost every single play.
Is that the sound of Grant's beating heart right there?
That's the way to this chest.
Mm-hmm.
That and a couple of chocolate brownies. I mean, we're motioning, we're shifting, we're under center. We're doing it the way Dad did it, the way Kyle did it, the way the good coaches do it, the way Ben Johnson does it. This offense is going to look so different. But the story yesterday was in and out of the huddle, David Blau on his walkie-talkie into Jaden's ear saying 15 words later, Daniels has no issues, spits the play out, gets him to the line. This guy is so smart and puts in so much work that there wasn't that Chris Sims, say it again, first day thing going on. He was just ready to go play football yesterday. That's why you got to love what Jaden Daniels brings all offseason. Because he is going to be ready to start sprinting when he's allowed to get on the grass.
That's the point, right? You don't just do it because he's a good athlete in terms of drafting someone high, right? You don't do it because of potential.
You can, but you often get it wrong.
Yeah, sometimes you get Anthony Richardson, right? I mean, you draft the guy on potential and you see what happens. You do this because you know that there's going to be setbacks, where there's going to be times where this is not second nature to him. This isn't the offense that he has known and been in and lived in and studied and been a part of for multiple years or versions therein. And you learn something brand new. And you go, what skill set applies? The incredible feet, great athleticism, nice touch on the football, quick release, good processing, incredibly diligent work where you're just about ball and it's a lot less about playing Call of Duty online with your boys or whatever. This is the livelihood. Yeah, he'll figure it out. Now, again, as you said, caveats apply. First day in shorts in the bubble, where you're probably made to look pretty good. But even still, I'd rather hear that than not.
But it opened the mind up a bit to the possibility of, what if this actually is a smoother transition than everybody thinks? We've talked about the difference between never being under center and going up under center 40, 50% of the time. We've talked about the amount of bootlegs being implemented in this offense and the snaps coming after motions and shifts and a bunch of stuff that Daniels isn't used to. But what if it's not that hard for him? I've always thought my default setting until last year was taking an athlete from a very college-style offense and making them run the NFL offense from under center, play action boots, stacks, shifts, motions, those things. Not that big of a deal. Easy enough process. Transition can be smooth. These are the best athletes on the planet. They speak this language. They're going to cover this fine. And then last year happened in Chicago. It was not the first time I've seen reports like this, but where Caleb Williams at training camp looked awful. And the under center thing was a problem for him early. Ended up working out. They took their lumps. Ben Johnson said, this is what has to happen. Let him grow. Let him learn. If he's, you're going to fall down. Guess what? You can get back up. We're going to figure this out together. And eventually, everybody was healthy and confident, and they put up big numbers, right? What if Jaden Daniels doesn't have that transition? I've just kind of been assuming, a la Caleb Williams, that I keep saying have grace. It's going to be a rough first week or two of training camp, possibly. Maybe not.
Right.
Maybe it's just awesome from the jump, and he's able to take to this like a pig in mud.
I've led with, this is hard. This is hard, and you can downplay it all you want. He can, and he will, and he should, by the way. It's not that big a deal. It's still quarterbacking. But again, it is a dramatically different approach to the offense and playing the position. It just is. It's not that easy. I don't know other way to say it than that. You're doing
it is less easy for. It's easier for Jaden Daniels than it is Marcus Mariota.
Yes,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course.
And maybe we're not focusing enough on that part.
And I think, that's why I was leading with, God, this is really hard. This is a major transition. It's going to take a while. I'm going to have some patience. I don't know exactly how much, but some. More than the week 1 of preseason or week 1 of OTAs or game 5. I don't know when it's going to be, okay, now it's go time, but this is a really hard thing to do it completely differently. And yes, I would pick him to figure it out quicker than, as you said, Sam Hartman or Marcus Mariota or backup Billy or, the 41st ranked quarterback in the sport who's backing up somewhere that started some. I'd rather have him do it than most people because of his skill set and his smarts and all the good attributes we're talking about. I'm with you in the sense that I have not considered what if it's duck to water? What if it's right away this second he just gets it and we go?
What if it's the perfect offense for him?
Right.
We're assuming it's not because he's never been asked to run it before. Because he won a Heisman Trophy and scored 50 touchdowns at LSU doing something different.
Right.
Or because in 2024 in a different offense, he had an MVP caliber season and was a Rookie of the Year and had an all-world and a not seen before inaugural year in the league. But what if this accentuates his skill set beautifully? I was talking to a few people that were out at practice yesterday, and they were saying basically the way he threw off different platforms, right? The way that he threw on the run with the bootleg stuff. You start dreaming a little bit on moving the pocket and him throwing back across the field to the middle on a dig route or finding the deep player. It reminds me a little bit. Still arguably the best play he's ever made. There's a great sizzle reel you could put together, mostly with 24 plays, but I would put the 25 throw against the Chargers to Debo in there as well. Do you remember the Browns play where he almost got sacked, flushed from the pocket to his right, reset?
The play.
I want to say it was like a 64-yard
to Terry McLaurin, just shy of the goal line.
Yeah, and he throws this lollipop home run ball to Terry downfield. Like that throw was on the move to his right, and he kind of resets with a little bit off normal platform and flicks his wrist and it goes 60 yards. He's got that club in the bag. So what if you implement an offense where he's on the move, where you're just tapping into that athleticism? Again, I don't want to build up the expectation that there's not going to be growing pains. But I will tell you that the people that were out there yesterday, the reports on Jaden Daniels were, he's farther ahead than you'd anticipate in terms of being able to get play, recite play, run offense, get people where they're supposed to be lined up. That doesn't surprise me. because everyone's told us for 3 years that he's brilliant and he puts in the work in the classroom. So check.
Right.
But the physical part of it and the moving around and looking comfortable dropping from under center and doing that stuff, that does surprise me a little bit. And now you start to think, what if he just takes to this faster than we anticipated?
Yeah, it's a fault of mine. It's a hole in my game, and I'm trying to figure out exactly why. But I hadn't considered that option because again, this is the hardest thing to do in sports. And you're asking someone after a lost year with everything brand new, and it goes against kind of everything we've ever thought, right? Where it's okay, got to learn a new offense. It's going to take some time, and you need familiarity with the receivers. You got to be familiar with this. You got to know that, and every protection, every call is different. It's like learning a new language. Everything screams, this is really hard. This takes time. Please be patient. Even with a wonderkind, even with a star, even with an unbelievable talent like this, who you would pick to build your franchise around, which we have, and I'm grateful for. I hadn't considered oh my God, he's just going to be good at it right away. I hadn't. That's probably my fault.
The elephant in the room, the part of the story here that kind of we're not addressing as to why partially we feel this way is last year wasn't that great.
Right.
I've made the case, the excuse, the explanation, whatever. It's a health-related thing. And I don't just mean that he only played 7 games or only finished 4 games that he started or only twice played in 2 games in a row. That's a HOV lane, easy pass, just speed, watch at Disney to get to the front of the line of not having a good year. But when he played, he didn't play at the same level because of a lack of practices. So everyone's got that in their mind. And I guess my point is there's a multiverse where last year was 90% because of injuries, that how he played is not indicative in any way of what he actually is, that 2024 is the real year, and by all accounts, they're about to run a more quarterback-friendly offense. It is easier to thrive in this offense than the one Cliff was operating. They will get receivers open better. They will make life easier on the offensive line. There's a reason most of the great offenses in the sport and almost all of the people that everyone wants to hire offensively run this variation. And now Daniels gets to. So I just want to open people's minds to maybe this will actually go more seamlessly than we anticipated. But let's open up the phones next on this at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. How much of a chance do you give them to be in sync right away? David Blau's been in the building. It's not like they're bringing someone in who doesn't know Jaden Daniels' strengths, weaknesses, doesn't speak with Daniels enough to know how to get to him. And that's a huge part of this, right? They've been buddies. They're in the quarterback room. This is a very, very close ally of Daniels and has been for a few years. So that should ease the transition as well. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
This update is driven by Oarsman Alexandria Kia, where they like to say, let's ride together. In baseball, the Nationals are recalling reliever Cole Henry from his rehab in AAA Rochester. That was first reported by our own Grant Paulson. The Nats optioned P.J. Poole into AAA Rochester after yesterday's game. The Nationals have the day off today. First time in a couple of weeks that they'll have an off day. Then they'll take on the Padres for a 3-game series starting tomorrow night at Nationals Park. Lucas Giolito set to start for San Diego, the former National, and Andrew Alvarez set to start for the Nationals. In hockey last night, the Hurricanes with a dominant performance in Game 4, winning 4-0 over the Canadiens to take a 3-1 series lead. Game 5 going to be tomorrow, and a big game tonight, Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals. The Spurs have to defend their home floor to stay alive. 8:30 tip-off, Thunder and Spurs OKC looking to close it out. They're up 3-2 in that series. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Kias. Each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
In 25 minutes at 3 o'clock on Grant and Danny, we will pick a take. I've got two diametrically opposed thoughts. One from Jason Kelsey, one from Chris Sims. We'll have to pick a side. You will hear that audio coming up at 3 o'clock on The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. Your kava smells delicious, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
What do you have in that bowl?
I got chicken and arugula, or arugula, if you will. A little bit of lentils, then all the different kinds of toppings with some feta and dressing and all that kind of fancy stuff. So the beauty of kava is it tastes pretty good, but I'm going to be hungry the instant I finish it. And that's why no one is thin. That's why.
Smells good, at least.
Yeah, it's good going down. But it'll be just big empty space when it hits. I don't know what happens.
Speaking of adding things to the bowl, if you will, the Commanders adding a ton to their offense, and we're trying to figure out how Jaden Daniels is going to handle it all. It's only been one practice, but very impressive reviews on just how much of the offense he's grasped, how much was installed, the types of things they were already running at OTAs, and frankly, while it's only May, how he looked dropping from under center and operating some of the motions and the shifts and the alignment stuff. And it got us to thinking about, what if this goes smoother than everybody's anticipating? What if this actually is easier? Somebody made a great point. I just got a DM on Instagram during the break, Grant H. Paulson on IG, and he said, remember that this offense was built for Jaden Daniels. Like, he was here first. David Blau already knew everything about what he can and can't do well, and there's a lot more on the can list. And then he built this offense in his image, basically. I think that's a really smart point.
I did too.
It's not like you brought in, a la Durante Jones, a coach from outside of the building who has to learn the player while he's building this thing. David Blau has been here. You can make the case was closer in terms of proximity and conversations with Daniels than even the guy that he wanted to keep the job, Cliff Kingsbury, because Cliff's just got more responsibilities, whereas Blau is, you saw this on Hard Knocks, he's the guy in the quarterback room with them every single day and every single meeting. If he didn't build this offense and make it Jaden-proof, so to speak, then he didn't do the right thing. So that should help with the transition.
It is smart. It's a good way to look at it. So in other words, you get a guy, and everybody's had a coach like this. I'm not talking about playing in the NFL, but in general, this is how we do it. Okay, well, what, you got a different group of players this year. Should that matter at all? Nope. This is how we play here. Okay, we can go 500 then. It can be worse. Or let's build it around what we got. Let's be adjustable. There are principles that are universal. You still got to block well, still got to run good routes, and misdirection, all the good stuff. But it should be catered toward the most important player, which is the quarterback. So if somebody's got to sacrifice a little bit, aka a second receiver or a blocking tight end may not get the looks that he wants, so be it. If it's built in the image of the quarterback with some of those universal principles that you like and believe in, that's the right way to go about it.
Let's go to Juan in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. Juan, thanks for the call. How are you?
Grant, Danny, how y'all doing, man?
Good, buddy.
So you have to understand, too. So this is going to be easy because don't forget, De'Ami Brown was in this offense, too. So it's going to be like riding a bike. So it's not going to be that hard for these guys. So, and David Blau knows all the receivers. Like, he only has, two receivers that's new, and that's it. So, I mean, Trust me, it's not going to be that hard. So therefore, it's like I said, it's going to be like picking up riding a bike. So that's what I feel. It's not
Appreciate you. Yeah, I think the fact that he's been in the building and has familiarity is going to be huge. I just don't want to downplay how hard it is on the fly in this league to play quarterback at a consistently high level anyway.
Yes.
There are guys who have been in the league for 8-9 years that are really good players that go through ruts and just struggle because the defense gets to them that day, or you run into a buzzsaw of a schedule or something. That happens for the Pro Bowl caliber, elite level quarterbacks. So you got to bake that in when we're talking about now a second offense in 3 years, but it's not the same as a completely new staff. And maybe that's the part of it that needs to be covered more accurately is it's kind of like 1.5 new offenses and new coaches.
Yeah.
Because you've been around this guy already.
And the thing that you always hear is when there's usually a big paradigm shift or a big brand new offense or new anything, the terminology is so different that it really is like learning a new language. Where Excalibur means this, this certain dagger route, or Xerxes means that. Those words have no meaning anymore. You have to learn a brand new set of terminology for protections and all those other kind of things. And you got to crawl before you can walk, before you can run, before you can sprint. I mean, Kirk Cousins would talk about this. It would take how long for him? He would say the first year you're just drinking through the fire hose, or you're trying to remember what everything means. And if you've spoken a foreign language ever, if you have to go through the translation, okay, this word means this, and then you try to produce it, you cannot speak the language. You've got to be able to speak the language from minute one to do this successfully. That's kind of the extra layer of hard part. You already mentioned it. It's the hardest thing to do in sports without a bunch of change, without everything being totally different around you. I mean, who's better than Patrick Mahomes? Probably not very many people, right? The last 3 years with a bunch of transition, an older Travis Kelce, no Tyreek Hill, a bunch of receivers that haven't worked out, no running game.
Rashee Rice getting in trouble every Thursday.
He's averaged right around 3,900 yards, 23 touchdowns, and 12 picks. That sounds pretty pedestrian to me, but that's Patrick Mahomes. I'm not knocking him. I'm saying it's really, really hard to do this high-level thing each and every year.
Let's go to Vic in Accokeek on Grant and Danny. You can call us at 800-636-1067, discussing the Jaden Daniels transition into the Blau offense, which was on display at OTAs this week. What's up, Vic?
What's up, Danny? What's up, Matt?
Hey, buddy.
So my take on this is I'm 39, and most of my football life I watched athletic young men. I won't say as athletic as Jaden, but very athletic young men that played quarterback all through my years of high school, middle school, what have you, and they played under center. And there was a time, 2004 to about 2011, the high school coaches in the DMV, most of them would not have one bit of a shotgun, anything that looked like a pistol offense whatsoever. It was 3-step, 5-step, 7-step drop. And
when was that, Vic? That's interesting to me. When was that?
I graduated 2004.
And so, like, when you were in high school, everybody was under center.
Everybody. I remember there was one team. Yeah, Woodbury Forest had a guy named Tim Olmstead that went and played at Florida. And he lined up in the shotgun, and they lined up 5 wide and slung it. He played for Spurrier. He was like the 5th quarterback behind Danny Werf.
I guess that's true from my time, too. It was a lot of, like, wing tee or single wing or stuff like that.
This is my point. It's not rocket science to learn it because most of the generation before the Stephen Curry effect happened in the NFL, where college coaches were coming to the NFL and they wanted to implement their offenses, they were taught to 3-step, 5-step, 7-step drop from under center. So I don't understand why it's perceived that it will be hard for him. The quarterbacks that don't do that well with this are not that good of quarterbacks. They may be better. They may be pro quarterbacks, but they're not the best pro quarterbacks. And Patrick Mahomes has been a shotgun quarterback most of his life. That's all he knows. I'm not going to put that to the test of this is going to be really hard for him when he puts the work in. If Patrick Mahomes was given the same offensive scheme and the same offensive expectation, I think he would do well with it too.
Well, so
thank you, buddy.
I'll push back a little bit on the second part of that call, right? The idea that, like, well, this was happening in high school back in the day, so it's not that complicated. David Blau's offense is not the same as the one being run at Sharando High School from under center in 2005, I'd be willing to tell you, or at King George High School. Like, there is a complexity to what they're doing in the National Football League and why they're doing everything pre-snap. that still makes life difficult if you're an NFL quarterback. Having said that, I think his point is if you put in the work and you're athletic enough, you can figure this out. And I know a lot of people feel that way. It's just, if you've never done it, it's like anything, Danny. If you've never driven a car on the right side of the road, when you move to London and have to do it, it's going to take a little time. It doesn't come naturally necessarily. And I would disagree with him if he thinks it does. Like, oh, you've driven on the left, you could drive on the right. No, you got to think 3 times before you turn. You come up to that intersection, it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I drove that manual transmission in Scotland, dude. That was not easy.
The other part is, and I've talked to a lot of quarterbacks about this. This is not my opinion as a dude who threw the ball in his backyard, okay? This is the opinion of coaches who call plays in the league and quarterbacks. When you have to turn your back to the defense as a drop back quarterback from under center for play action, and then whip around, and now everything looks different because they've disguised the coverage, and one guy landed up one place and then flew 14 yards into the deep secondary in center field in those couple of seconds, and now you've got to reassess everything. That is uncomfortable. There are quarterbacks that legitimately do not like doing that. They don't prefer it. They want their eyes on the defense and where guys are moving at all times. So I don't agree with him on the idea that, like, oh, this is something anyone can do with the reps. Yeah, eventually, but not necessarily at the level that they're demanding that Jayden Daniels do it. It is complicated. It is hard. And some guys do not get past the discomfort of losing sight of the defense for, if it's a stretch run at times, like a play action, like you're going off tackle, the old Peyton Manning, my arm's way out here.
I can barely get there.
You're talking a couple of seconds of not looking, you turn back around, everyone's in different spots now. So you really got to rely upon your pre-snap reads and thoughts.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to process. I mean, now, Gibbs back in the day hated the shotgun because he didn't like the idea that a guy would be taking his eye off the defense for even a microsecond just to catch the ball.
That was the old way of thinking.
He didn't like that. So, I mean, the whole point here is no matter what you do, it's a trade-off. Right? You can have very little run deception coming out of the shotgun. There's some, but it's not the same as that real, true, honest-to-God under center play action.
I think the problem with the run game out of shotgun is that most of the time, if you're lined up to the left of the quarterback, you're going right. If you're lined up to the right of the quarterback,
that's one of the issues
left.
for sure. Yeah,
it's not gospel. It's not 100%, but it's the bulk of the time, and the defense has a tell in that way. And there are fewer looks and play action things that you can do. Whereas under center, you've got more angles, you've got more holes to hit, you've got just a bigger playbook of things I've got to account for if I'm a linebacker from under center. That's why a lot of the times the defenders will say they'd much rather a team be in the shotgun. It kills a bunch of the stuff that on their checklist, like a co-pilot sitting there up front looking out the window before you take off. We're good on this and this and this. Before the snap, if you're a linebacker trying to figure out what they might be running, when they're in shotgun, you could just cross 8 things off the list. And if you're under center, if there's no tells, if you're not tipping your pitches, it's a lot harder to guess. CJ's in New Jersey listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, CJ?
How you doing, fellas? I think it's malpractice on behalf of Adam Peters and company and the confusion that we have. He's going into year 3. Shotgun can work if you have the weapons. The fact that you're not committed to surrounding this kid with talent is just mind-boggling. I really don't understand how we're hyping up Van Jefferson, Treylon Burke for Jayden Daniels when other teams are like, no, we're going to do whatever's possible to surround our young quarterback with talent. He's on his rookie contract. And so now you say, well, okay, well, I'm going to take you from doing what you do best in shotgun and I'm going to take away scrambling. So now you're not dynamic. We're just going to throw the ball around. To who? Like, I'm not sure if they have a plan. We don't have the Jamo who's going to.
They have a $30 million wide receiver on one side. They have a third-round pick who was almost a second-round pick, essentially, from where he was drafted on the other side. They've got a tight end that they just spent the second most money on the market this year. They've drafted 2 running backs the last 2 years. They've got a top half the league offensive line. They've hired a coordinator now to run a very friendly scheme to get guys open. I mean, it's not like they've done nothing. And I don't know that anybody's hyping up Van Jefferson, by the way. I haven't heard that show. If somebody's talking about Van Jefferson, big season loading, I haven't listened to that one. You might need to get a new show in your file. Let's go to Reggie in D.C. What's up, Reggie? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Love the show.
Hey, buddy.
We make it. I understand it was the least in the league. I understand it, but we make it seem like Jayden didn't run any plays under center. He did. He absolutely. Matter of fact, the one that I remember for sure was a waggle against Tampa Bay when he got the first down when Gonzalez did the kick. So I know that stands out for sure. But
Yeah.
I think and he even said it during like the interview when they asked him, like, man, of course you got to put in work, because it's probably going to be more, absolutely. And when I was watching Chicago games, I don't know what's the percentage, but I don't think it's like we're going back to Joe Gibbs, John Riggins. He's going to be on the center like 89% of the time. But I'm so confident because I've seen it. It's not like he hasn't done it in the NFL against NFL defenses. Absolutely, he has. I think it's going to be easy, but I think what's most importantly is it's going to open up the offense that's just going to give more to what he's going to be able to do. But think about him, especially if he masters the kind of that Peyton Manning when he used to stick the ball out and you don't even know whether or not he's going to hand it. So imagine if once he can really master the play action and that deception, man, it's going to really open up our offense. But I'm not worried whatsoever because I've seen it. He's done it.
Yeah, the exact number is a league low, which is the important phrase here, 112 snaps under center during the 2025 season, which was a butting of heads behind the scenes from what I've gathered, and certainly something I talked a lot about on the show and was frustrated about. One of the reasons that Cliff Kingsbury is not here. They utilized fewer than 230 under center plays across the last 2 seasons with Cliff Kingsbury, which was also the lowest in the NFL. So has he done it? Yes, a couple hundred times over 2 years and a couple thousand plays. I don't think anyone's acting like he's going to trip or fall over, like he can't do it.
Like happened with Donovan McNabb, but he couldn't get away from center every other play.
How many of those 112 times were a pass? How many of those times were a pass that wasn't a predetermined read, premeditated, where it's like, okay, we're booting and it's a tight end on a little play action boot where it's a cross or whatever. I don't know the number, but let's say it was a few dozen times where you drop, you read things out. That just still means you're 2 years behind a lot of guys that have been doing it for 2 years.
Yeah, instead of 100 reps, imagine 1,000 reps doing that. Because you major in something else. It's a different paradigm.
40 to 50% of the time is where, to answer Reggie's question, though, the teams that do it the most are. So even still, no one's pretending like they're about to run under center stuff 90% of the time.
Right.
We're talking about half the
time. It's not Navy.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in. Jaden Daniels looked very good at practice yesterday. It was the first of some workouts this spring. What if this transition goes better than everybody's anticipating? That's what we're talking about now. Also, have you seen the ticket prices at Madison Square Garden for the NBA Finals? Wow, we're Grant and Danny. Guys, what's up? It's GP. 250 years. The United States of America. 250. The American experiment in freedom. One of the best the world has ever seen. Virginia right in the middle of it all. Virginia is where that experiment began. The 4th of July in Virginia is going to be epic. VA 250 invites you to go deeper than the fireworks, to walk the grounds where history was made, hear the stories that still echo today, and experience the Commonwealth in a whole new way. From Jamestown and Williamsburg to Yorktown and beyond, there are events for families, adventurers, and explorers all over the state. My family will be celebrating the 4th of July by going to Jamestown and Williamsburg. It's going to be absolutely amazing. These moments will stay with you long after the summer ends. Check out the sale, 250 Virginia in Alexandria, June 12th through the 14th. See a fleet of tall ships, military vessels, character ships, and commemorating the 250th anniversary. Don't just watch the celebration. Go be part of it and plan your 4th of July. It's a special year. It's a special 4th of July. VA250.org. America made in Virginia. We know the New York Knicks will represent the East in the NBA Finals. We are awaiting their opponent, and we'll get a little better indication on who they're playing tonight. 8:30 tip, Western Conference Final. Game 6, the Thunder either advance to defend their title in the finals, or the Spurs force a Game 7. New York swept the Cavs, short work, and right now there's a hysteria and a complete euphoria around that team in the Big Apple. Everybody's got Knicks fever. When the original tickets went on sale for games 3 and 4 at Madison Square Garden, the first finals games that'll be played there since the 99 season, the get-in price for game 3 was $3,700. For game 4 was $3,400. That is the secondary ticket market get-in price. So that's your lowest way to get into the game. It was not going down, by the way. A lot of times you're like, oh, let's wait it out, see what happens. As of 2 o'clock Eastern today, when I last looked, $4,273 get-in price.
My goodness.
Here's what's crazier, though. You want a 100 level ticket? You want to be in the lower bowl?
Yeah, I'd like that.
MSG, see the game from up close. Nothing listed on what this particular second party ticket service for less than $6,000.
Oh.
That is what people are going to be paying to go to the NBA Finals in New York. There were 2 courtside tickets on StubHub that are listed currently at $107,103.
I'm sorry?
And then another courtside seat at $101,748.
Well, that's the lesser of the two, so that's the reason for that.
Now, I understand that if you're a Jenner or you're Timothy Chalamet or Tracy Morgan or Tina Fey or somebody,
sure,
that Celebrity Road that they do at MSG, maybe you're going to go ahead as a diehard Knicks fan who's waited 20-plus years, who has more money than you'll ever need, and maybe you'll throw $100,000 and put your boots on the floor. Maybe that's what your goal is. Who are these other people that are all dropping $6K on a basketball game to sit in 117?
That's a great question. Now, I'll tell you, having been to a game up there, it's great. Everyone should do it once. Like, if you're a Hoops fan, like, you know, that's the spot. I might wait for another one. I might wait for a regular season game.
When you were out the other day, I told Toby, I went to a playoff game there with my mom when we were up there for something completely different as a family. This has been, I think Stephon Marbury was their guard.
Sure.
Like years and years and years ago. And I still remember the atmosphere just being amazing. And there's an aura to Madison Square Garden.
And when that organ plays, the da-na, deep, da-na, it's just perfect.
Pitch, like dark black in the whole arena, but the floor is lit up like you're at a Broadway show. It's really cool. But it's not cool enough for $6,000.
No, I was going to say, it ain't that cool.
In the lower bowl. What's the most you've ever spent on a sports ticket?
It's a fraction of that. Probably, God, I would say, what were the, no, it was less, I got a good deal on those. I think it was to the last then Redskins game I went to, where I swore I'd never go again when they lost 17-0 to the Cowboys. I think it was like $300 some odd.
That's the most you've ever spent?
Per ticket, so it was $6 something. Yeah, it's almost $700.
Oh, that's shockingly lower than I would have thought.
Mm-hmm.
Nats World Series, you didn't spend more than that?
No. We got decent deals on that, remember?
You got a better deal than I did. I spent more than that on my Nats World Series.
So I got a ticket for me and my dad for, I think it was like $500, something like that.
You did better than I did.
I did?
I will say, yes.
But you bought for like $6. You bought for like a family, and then their friends and their friends of friends. You bought for every person you've ever met.
I'm still paying $400 some a ticket, but no, I mean that is not number one for me. Number one for me was Stanley Cup Finals in Vegas. The wife came out.
Ah, yes.
We got tickets, and it was about $1,000 per. And that was rough. But at the time, we did not have kids, and we used to have this thing called, it's a funny word, money.
Tell me about that.
I don't remember what it's like.
Uh-huh.
But we used to be able to be like, oh, do we want to do this fun thing? And we'd go, yeah, we can do
We
that.
could do that.
Not anymore.
Oh.
But that's the most I've ever spent on anything was Stanley Cup Finals tickets for $1,000. And by the way, we were 4 rows from the top of the joint.
Yeah.
Very, very high up from the ice. This is $6K to be in the lower bowl.
Was that the game 1 bit or the game, or back there for game 5?
That was game 2. Game 2 of the save.
Oh, so you guys had seats.
Yes.
And then we were like looking for our seats in the press box. We're like, no, you guys are in this temporary scaffolding.
Correct.
Way to the east, all the way around the corner. You have to talk to one man with an eye patch, answer 5 questions about yourself with a troll, and then give up a finger.
You got it.
Yeah, that's
pretty
what we
much
did.
That was it.
You guys had seats.
That's hopefully going to be the most ever. I casually one time we went for Valentine's Day to Charlottesville, and we just did a overnight couple of days in a hotel or something. Again, this was young, in love with no kids.
Sure.
And we're like, UVA's playing. They're number 2 in the country or something at that point. Like they're playing Wake Forest today. Let's just go over and see what tickets are. And they were like $350 a pop.
Wow.
You sleep on how much college sports tickets are.
Yeah.
For good teams.
Oh, I know.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, I know.
But I was like, yeah, we won't do that. My wife's like, why not? And I'm like, oh, you must have misheard.
Look at the amount I said.
They said $350. She's like, so?
Not $3.50, hon.
That's real interesting. So we went to that game too. That was the dumb thing that we did.
That was dumb. Respectfully.
A lot of dumb kids. A lot of dumb kids. Dumb things pre-kids is what I meant to say.
Dude.
Yeah, Freudian
Whoa.
slip.
Wow.
A lot of dumb things pre-kids.
Thank you. Pre-kids.
Financially.
Where you just sort of, you're like, this will be forever. This is unlimited.
College sports, get your acts together.
Yeah.
That should not be what that costs.
I agree. Was it something premium about the experience? Like, did you get an AB?
They were ranked in the top 3.
Well, sure. But
we were upper level.
But at that UVA Wake Forest game?
Yes, upper level.
Did you throw an inning?
Should have.
Yeah. For that price? Did you get to call balls and strikes at least and declare everything a strike for the home team? Oh, it was hoops.
College basketball.
Oh, they're talking about baseball.
No.
Oh.
A baseball game, definitely not 3.
Right, I was going to say, it's not that.
That's not a thing.
I mean, they're good, really good programs, yeah.
Let's pick a take next. Who's right? Jason Kelsey, Chris Sims. This is The Fan. In 1 hour at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz, we're giving away tickets to Treaty Oak Revival at Jiffy Lube Live.
We are brought to you today and every day exclusively by the law firm of Condor and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
All right, you got to pick a take. That is the name of the game here on Grant and Danny. We're going to play Pick a Take. We've got 2 comments from 2 different NFL analysts, and you've got to pick a side. They're on different sides of the aisle here. Jason Kelce, longtime center, Philadelphia Eagles. Chris Sims, former NFL quarterback. Kelce on his own podcast with his brother, and Chris Sims on his Pro Football Talk television show with Mike Florio. What's being debated here is the NFL's saturation of the calendar, Danny. We now have standalone games on Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night, football all day on Sunday. The league will also have games this year before and after Christmas and Thanksgiving, the days kind of leading up to and after. We also will have games, if you look at days of the week, that include Wednesday to kick off the season, that opening week, Wednesday, Thursday, by the end of the year, Saturday and Sunday. And so the league just keeps kind of spreading its tentacles as far as it can, taking over more and more time from the consumer. Jason Kelce's point is you're ruining Sunday fun day. The league used to own Sunday. Sunday was football day. Football all day on Sunday. It was a special thing because you had to wait all day for Sunday. And you might get to also enjoy Monday Night Football. But the NFL was synonymous with Sunday. Basically stole the day from the church, as they said in the movie Concussion.
Uh-huh.
Chris Sims is on the other side of this, where he says, this is actually great because you can't watch everything if it's all at the same time on Sunday. You generally have to choose between 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 games or whatever. But if everything's getting played on the same day, as a football fan, you miss a lot. Even with NFL Red Zone, you're just not going to get to see all the stuff you want to see. So the more standalone games, the better. So I'm going to play these 2 clips, and then you're going to have to pick a side here on Grant and Danny. So let's start with Jason Kelce, who thinks Sunday Fun Day is being ruined.
I don't think we're there yet. Sunday is the day of football, right? Outside of going to church in the morning, if you're still religious and you do that, Sunday is like where so many games happen, and that's what you grow up in. You gear your entire week around watching football on Sunday.
Yeah.
It's an institution at this point, the NFL playing games on Sunday. With every day that we keep adding in there, we're getting away from that just a little bit. And I worry that I think the game got big. One of the reasons it got so popular and big was because all of the game, it was an event. Sunday is the NFL. And everybody set their week apart to tune into their games that were happening on Sunday. And you're watching kind of all of them now take place across Sunday Ticket, right? I worry that we're getting away from that just a little bit by building too many of this.
That's Jason Kelce. We're ruining how special Sunday was, is the thesis of his statement. On the other side of that, you've got Chris Sims of NBC Sports suggesting that he loves how often we have games because you actually get to consume more football.
I think it's awesome. I absolutely love it. I don't want 7 games at 1 p.m. I can't watch it all. There's no way. It's stupid. So that's are you telling me people's Sundays are going to be ruined because they're going to get home from church and go, oh, there's 5 games on at 1 p.m. instead of 7? Oh, the days I ruined. It's ruined. I mean, I hate when there's 4 games at 4:25. I hate it. Or one's at 4:05. There's 2 at 4:05 and 2 at 4:25. I hate that. I can't watch it. I'd like to enjoy the games. So I'm one that's not going to be, complaining about this. I like the standalone games. I enjoy being able to watch one at a time. And then at Sunday, there's nothing worse to me on a Sunday when the whole slate and you go, oh my gosh, there's 13 games today on Sunday. There's no way I can keep track of it all and really talk about it all. And you know me, I'm sitting there writing notes, trying to keep up and do all that. But I feel like this will be better for everybody to digest. And
Pick a take. That's the game we're playing on Grant and Danny. We'll open up the phones. 800-636-1067. Whose side are you on? Jason Kelsey saying Sundays are becoming less special, the league's biting off a little bit more than it needs to, or Chris Sims saying, good, standalone helps?
Team Kelsey for me, and his reasoning is the same as mine. It's what I grew up with, and it's what I know. It's what I'm comfortable with. Now, Chris Sims is speaking like someone who has to talk about football games, all of the football games, for a living. I understand his position. It's harder to make a valid point about that Jets-Falcons game that you didn't really watch because it was on Red Zone the same time as a bunch of other 1 o'clock games than if you were able to watch it as a standalone. It was on Wednesday, the new Tuesday Night Football brought to you by the NFL, etc. At a certain point, you have to have some deference. The NFL clearly hasn't at any point, but have to have some deference to the games themselves, aka the rest and recovery of the players, the preparation that's needed, the game planning that's needed, all the things that go into making this incredible spectacle right. You can't just start doing Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, sometimes Fridays during the certain season when it's not conflicting with high school football, Saturday night when college football ends, and then Sundays, and then you're left with very little. Sunday's the special day. And it's cool to have a primetime game. Monday Night Football used to be really special. Now it's like the worst of the primetime games, or close with Thursday Night Football. So, to me, Sunday's the special thing. I want the emphasis there, and it still is, as many primetime games as they've added. But to me, it's okay that I don't get I'm just picking 2 teams at random, the Cleveland Raiders game in its entirety. I can have a couple of fantasy nuggets there. I can get my notes through Red Zone, etc., to be able to talk about it and so on. But because I don't have to major in it, I don't care as much as to have it be a standalone product. So standalone doesn't always mean good. That's the other part of it too. Is a lot of primetime games you go, well, this is a stinker. I got no alternatives. I love having the alternatives on Sundays.
So you're Team Kelsey?
Yes.
I am Team Sims.
I knew you would be.
I am Team Chris Sims, boys and girls. He is so correct. He's not always correct, but when he is, right now, I'm Team Chris Sims. You get to see more football. That's what we should all want. That's what we should all be striving for. You mentioned that his point sounds like someone who covers the league, and that's because he covers the league. But that has nothing to do with wanting to see more football necessarily. You don't have to cover the NFL to want to watch it, to want to see the most games possible. You don't have to do a show with Mike Florio to want to be informed the next time you're hanging out at the bar with your buddies. You know how many of our listeners spend a lot of money on their NFL addiction, on their NFL fandom? You know how many people are playing a bunch of fantasy teams? The more you get to see, the better you are at that. The amount of people that are betting on sports now. Some take it seriously. Some just throwing $5 on a game because it's fun. The more you get to see, the more informed you are, the better you are. And people love, and in my case, are addicted to this league. They want all that they can get. So I'm Team Standalone game because every time there's a game on by itself on a weeknight, it's one fewer game that is airing simultaneously with others on Sunday. To make the point that Chris Sims made, hopefully more clearly, one of my biggest aggravations on Sundays is the Red Zone 1 o'clock window when we've got 9 games airing, and then at 4 o'clock on Sunday, there's 3, let's say. And I'm always going, why in the hell are they doing 9-3 to make up the 12? Why isn't it 7-5 or 6-6? 9 games at one time on the same window on Sunday has never made sense to me. Then on Sunday, for Red Zone people watching or bouncing around, you're just going 3 games. And if there was 4 or 5 and you lowered the 1 o'clock window, it would make more sense because you're missing less. That should be the league's goal. They don't really care that much about it. It's very much about TV and kind of making everything work. But the great way to do that is when there's a game on Sunday and a game on Monday and a game on Thursday. And God willing, Danny, if we could find a way to have a game on Wednesday too, schedule-wise, I get it. Player health, figuring all that out, extra buys, however that needs to be done. That's a different conversation. But if we're just talking about the specialness of Sunday, I actually don't agree with Jason Kelsey's premise. He's 1,000% right that Sunday and the NFL go together like peanut butter and jelly. To me, that's Sydney Sweeney and Euphoria. You can't have one without the other. They got to be the same, right? But I don't think Sundays are being ruined by other days mattering too. Football day. What day is it, Danny? What day is the NFL on all day long?
Sunday.
Still. Monday didn't change that. Thursday didn't change that. Some Saturday night games in December aren't going to change that. The NFL has taken Sunday from the church, basically, as like, what are you doing Sunday? Well, we got the Chargers at 4. We'll work around that. We'll have some people over. We'll make some snacks, depending on where you're at in the country. So, yeah, I just don't think the growth of standalone games has ruined Sundays being special.
It has not yet. But Kelsey's point, I think, is you're going, we have it. And then you're giving it away slowly but surely when you start moving more and more inventory off of Sunday. So you have Sunday special, and it becomes less special with every little chip away. It's still
but
pretty
there's never
special.
going to be enough inventory moved off because there's just not enough days in the week.
You wouldn't think.
Sunday wouldn't have a 12-game slate. And I mean, it's going to be more than that, but like that's going to be like on end of the year as an example. When there's 3 games on Thanksgiving, when they do that bit, and then there's normally
2 on Black Friday now, or 1. I can't remember how
There's
many.
1 on Black Friday,
Yeah.
so now you have 4 games there. And I don't know that there'd be a Saturday game, but let's just throw one on there. 6 on, with Saturday. Let's say 2 teams have a bye or something. So now we're down to 32 minus 14, 18. There's still, in that hypothetical we just came up with, it's crazy. There's still 9 games on Sunday. You're going to be okay.
Yeah,
so
I'll
one's
be
at
fine.
Sunday night, and then there's 8. There's 5 and 3 in the 1 and 4 o'clock window.
My last appeal to sanity for Sunday is it's still great when you're watching your game, because my game most of the time, now Jaden Daniels era notwithstanding, it's a 1 o'clock Sunday game. And in real time, that score bug flashes on the bottom line. Oh my God, the Giants are losing. Or oh my God, the Cowboys are getting the doors blown off, or whatever. Those sorts of real-time moments while you're playing and thinking about the permutations are awesome and so much fun. I love that. And I understand it's not the era of, what about being able to watch every second of that? Yeah, I suppose you still have the ability to do that after the fact. But if every game's a primetime game, you kind of lose that magic. And it's still, I'm old enough to know, or remember, in the era before all the fantasy football, before all the gambling stuff, it was still, I love Washington and I hate their rivals. And it was awesome to see them kind of in real time going through it while you're playing. You're doing the same thing.
Pick a take. Kelsey says we are ruining the specialness of Sundays in the NFL by having so many other games on different days. NFL's biting off more than it can chew. Sim says, good. I get to watch more football. I want standalone games. Gary in Fredericksburg, pick a take.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, my take is I hate agreeing with the guy because I can't stand him, but I take Chris Sims' side. More football is better, I think. Man, any day during the week, I think that's just fun. Gives you a chance to see more games, like you said. And really, if you think about it, the vote should be really what the NFL I have a beef about is how come they have all these different streamings now on different nights, different channels of streaming. People don't have all of them. That should be the real vote because that just stinks.
Well, that's a different conversation,
but it's part of it to me.
Not wrong. Yeah, I mean, the apps being included now, that's just an inevitable sign of the times, frankly. I don't know how much you can blame the league for that. The Nationals are now on, nationals.tv, an app that you can pay for by the year because some cable providers don't have where their games are. I mean, frankly, the model that we're used to has changed. People don't have cable. I mean, in this studio right now, me, you, Strober, Darris, Toby, does anyone other than Danny have actual cable?
Nobody does, right?
I mean, so it's 1 out of the 5 of us. 20% of
Go figure the old guys got cable.
Yeah, but think about that.
Right.
So that's not a league problem. That's a world problem. You know what I mean? Like,
certainly,
that guy wants to write checks and everyone's using debit cards.
But his point though goes to the larger thing. Whereas if now again, I'm with you. I don't fault the league for making more money. That's something they'll try to continue to do. But it used to be Sunday 4, 5, 7, 9 here locally. You got your games
totally.
Now you don't, right? And I get that.
And you're right, sir. It costs. Somebody did the numbers, ran the numbers. I don't remember what they came out to, but I had this a couple weeks ago on the show. It was like $1,100 for the year if you want to watch every NFL game. Now, that's sickos like me who have Sunday Ticket on YouTube TV with every app to watch all of the exclusive stuff. But still, over the course of those months for the season to have everything, it's over $1,000 now to watch football.
One of the things, and this is, I'm curious your guys' take on this. One of the reasons that I'm Team Kelsey on this, it's not necessarily the Sunday thing because there's still going to be games 1, 4, and Sunday Night Football, so there's no worry about me being able to watch multiple games. It's if you start taking over other nights of the week, you've already got me hook, line, and sinker. On Thursday night, I'm not doing anything with friends. I'm already hanging out watching football. On Monday night, I'm not doing anything with friends. On Sunday, not doing anything with friends. If you start trying to take over other nights of the week, then suddenly I get out of the habit of that. Suddenly on Wednesday, you have a game, well, I got other stuff going on. And suddenly does that start to bleed over into Thursday? Does that start to bleed over into Monday where I can envision a life without football? I can't envision that right now. But if you start trying to take over 7 days of the week and I start getting out of the habit of every single day that football is on, it revolves around football, I wonder if you start to expose yourself a little bit and make yourself less, valuable to the casual fan.
Yeah, more of anything, there's a debate. I mean, if we're talking about your favorite food, Danny, you and I used to use the analogy of mac and cheese or something.
Yep.
If you have it once a month, mac and cheese is delicious. It's perfect. It's awesome. You look forward to it. It's amazing. Oh, it's mac and cheese day next week. If you have it Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, it's just the next time you're eating the mac and cheese. It's a great philosophical debate. Currently in our house, it is just known that we don't do anything on Sundays. Like, that is just a thing in our home. When we get to an age where our kids are playing sports on Sundays or something, it's going to be weird, honestly. We may not do that. Like, if we have to play sports on a Sunday, we're probably not going to play that sport. I think as of right now. Now, as my son's getting hooked on baseball or whatever, I don't know. Maybe come back to me in a year, we'll have changed our opinion. But I think that's kind of the mindset. Sunday shouldn't be a day you should be doing sports and public thing. Like, to me, that's a day with your family anyway. I'm kind of old school in that way. But that's a whole nother conversation for probably another radio station. But having said that, I think that to Toby's point, I can't say, all right, Monday night, I can't do anything. Thursday night, I can't do anything. And all day Sunday, I can't do anything. At some point, the league doesn't get to just keep stealing calendar
Yeah, it's
days.
like right now you've got 4 days, but God, if it's 5, now it's 6. But to me, it all depends on what success is. And here's what I mean. If the metric for success for the NFL is, yep, it'll be the number one viewed show on Wednesday nights when they do Wednesday Night Football, then that's good enough. Name that network, when I don't know, Paramount Plus or Bravo or whatever goes, we got Wednesday Night Football on Bravo, and it's something but, Andy Cohen doing promos for sit-downs with the Real Housewives of Name That City in between for commercials. If, 8 million, 10 million, 15 million people watch it because it's more successful than anything else, they're not as concerned. But yes, it's watered down, but they're still winning.
But
right?
even though you guys are both, it sounds like then, pro Kelsey, neither of you agree with the premise, essentially, that we're on the brink of Sundays not becoming special. Like, football is still dominant on that day.
It is. And I think the only place where he and I would part company, I'm going, they've still got it. And if his point is the trend line is going in one direction, I agree with that.
I do too. I just don't think it's happening at a pace where it's like, if this continues in 2,908,042,000, we won't have any more desks. I'll cross that bridge when I get there.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not about to go desk free.
Shane in Fairfax, what's going on? How are you, buddy? Pick a take.
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Dan, how you boys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Hey, look, I'm old school. Give me my Sundays for fun day, and like I don't have football every day, right? But I like on my Sundays. I like bringing out the smoker. I like having people over and open the bar and sit there and enjoy my Sunday watching football.
But Shane, let me ask you this, because I'm 1,000% with you. And by the way, I'll invite myself at some point this fall. I'd love to come over there with this.
Hey, you guys know more than welcome. You guys are more than welcome. Actually, we got to do that. You guys need to do a show at my house one day. Truly,
I'd be psyched. Where do you live at?
I live in Great Falls.
All right. We got to figure something out to go over there and just smoke some.
Just a show road trip to Shane's.
I got one in Falls Church in Great Falls.
That would be awesome. I'm down. So we'll get your info. But my point is, don't you think you can still do that on Sunday and the other stuff's just a bonus? I don't think one detracts from the other.
It is, but here's the thing. Whenever your team is playing on a Sunday and we got a Thursday, and you know how that impacts our team, right? And the injuries and everything like that. No, you know what? I don't get psyched for Thursday night football like I used to. I just don't, because I got other things I'm doing. And by the time I forget about it, it's on Amazon or Prime or whatever it is. But you know what? But one thing I did want to tell you, I want to jump off subject real quick. My buddy from Switzerland is actually going to that Knicks game. He's got courtside front seat tickets.
Oh, my God.
He's actually going to that game. And what he spent on those tickets for 3 tickets is unreal.
Well, they're right now on the secondary market. They're over 100,000 a piece. So if he got 3, your buddy's doing all right. Adam and Culpeper, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Hey, fellas, man, been a while. Yeah, I'm kind of with my man that just called. I'm the same way, dude. It's for me, it's all about Sunday, and I'm really not even that big on Thursday. Like, well, and I consume all the games. It's not just the Skins. I watch them all. And I just, you're going to show me the Titans and the Dolphins on a Tuesday. Like, I'm kind of good on that, man. Like, just let me have the Sunday slate,
The Titans and the Dolphins on
Yeah, and that's kind of my bit. Is you get stuck with some of those Thursday stinkers, and I mean, I'm going to watch it because A, it's part of our gig, but also B, but it's not the passionate, glued, I can't move watch, which Sunday is.
Pick a take on Grant and Danny. Kelsey says, let's just keep Sundays special. Sims says, the more the merrier. I'm Team Sims. Danny's Team Kelsey. Fun sports hypotheticals making the rounds on the internet. Next on The Fan.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In baseball, Major League Baseball has sent over their first proposal to the MLBPA after they submitted their first proposal yesterday. Their proposal has a hard salary cap and floor, which would be $245.3 million for the cap, $171.2 million for the floor. With that proposal, 12 teams would need to spend more money, 8 teams would need to shed payroll, so that's 20 of the 30 teams needing to make moves. Western Conference Finals in the NHL last night, the Hurricanes beat the Canadiens 4-0. They take a 3-1 series lead. Game 5 tomorrow tonight. Western Conference Finals in the NBA, Thunder and Spurs, Game 6 at 8:30. OKC looking to close it out. The Spurs need to defend their home floor. Also, the NBA today passed new anti-tanking rules that expanded the lottery from 14 to 16 teams, includes a relegation zone where the bottom 3 teams get penalized with lessened chances at the number 1 pick, and also includes flatted odds. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. In a half hour, we've got tickets to Treaty Oak Revival at Jiffy Lube Live right here on Grant and Danny. Underdog originally posted this premise, and it went viral, and everybody was weighing in on it. I thought it'd be a good discussion here in studio between you and I. So, Danny, I don't know that you've seen this. So this is a fun little sports hypothetical. You have 100 attempts at one of these challenges. You win $1 million if you complete the challenge.
Okay.
But you have to choose one of the 4. The 4 challenges are tackling Derrick Henry one-on-one in the open field.
Okay.
Making a layup against Victor Wembanyama. Making contact off Paul Skeens, no bunting. And to clarify, I think by contact, I think they mean...
Fair ball?
Fair ball. Doesn't have to be a hit, but like you hit the ball into play. Not right in front of the catcher. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
Got to get like back to the mound. Or
Yeah.
Or the last one is save a penalty from Cristiano Ronaldo. So 4 options.
Yeah.
$1 million on the line. 100 attempts. Something terrible happens to you if you don't complete it. You have to choose to play one of these 4 challenges. Tackling Derrick Henry, making a layup on Wembanyama, hitting off Paul Skeens, or saving a penalty shot from Cristiano Ronaldo. Which do you choose?
All right. So, process elimination here. You will not save a penalty kick from Ronaldo. You will not. I will not. Doesn't matter. He's going to score every time.
Okay, so I'm glad you started with that. That's actually my answer, I think. And I have no good reason for it other than I think it's possible he misses the net high or hits the crossbar or something like that. So I'm not telling you, Danny, that I have any confidence whatsoever that I will save a Cristiano Ronaldo shot. If it's up to me to save, I'm not like guessing correctly, diving.
Right, because even if you did, you're not getting there, respectfully.
It's not happening.
Right.
Right? But there's a better chance that he screws up in this challenge and he like mishits a ball. Again, 100 kicks in a row. I need him one time to hit a post or a crossbar. There's a better chance of that than Paul Skeens accidentally throws the ball 59 that I could hit, or Derrick Henry stumbles while I'm trying to tackle him in the open field and doesn't just run around me. Or Wemby's like, whoops, didn't block that one, you got the layup. So what do you think about that retort?
It makes sense. So, but I was going to go through all of them here. So to the Wemby one, for example, I don't, if he's standing there, it's not, my shot's not, there's nothing, the ball's got to go towards the rim. You follow that? His hand is so high up in the air, I can't get it over his hands to make a makeable shot.
That feels like it might actually be the hardest one. Now, in a game 5-on-5,
where if he's rotating over, he's got to move his feet. But if it's like if he's in position, I'm not making it. The pros in this series don't attempt layups when he's lurking in the paint.
Correct.
The 6'6" monsters with 45-inch verticals are going, no, I'll just kick it out.
There's a one-on-one game being played where he is focused solely on you, and or in this exercise, he's like down around the rim, in that like inside the arch, where you're not allowed to be.
The no charge zone.
Exactly. He's standing there, and you have to get a layup off against him. I think that one's actually probably the lowest percentage of all of them, oddly enough. What about hitting off Paul Skeens?
That's not something a human being can do. You can guess right, and your bat will feel like it's going through water as his 101 mile an hour piece of aspirin flies by you, let alone the splinker, let alone his change, the slider or whatever. No.
But there's a better chance, I think, that you could put bat on ball accidentally, to your point. It's a matter of basically the luck of your lumber touching where the baseball is and the ball going fair for 14 feet.
Like I would find, so just a spoiler then, that's actually my answer. I would find the lightest wood bat in human history, knowing it's going to shatter, and just kind of gently try to play a little pepper with the ball, and maybe 1 out of those 100 times, I might hit just a 3-leg possum between the mound and first base and just a little squibble. That's the only chance you'd have.
And this is different than Jeff from B. Mitch and Finley saying he'd get a hit off Josiah Gray.
Right.
You're not saying you would barrel a ball or you get a hit off Paul Skeens. You're saying 1 out of 100, hopefully, maybe, probably not, but easier than these other things.
Yes.
You might accidentally have the ball hit the bat and go fair for several feet.
Yeah, because if you're trying to get a base hit, like drive the ball through the infield or hit it into the outfield or home or any of those kind of things, it's not going to happen for you.
No chance.
Yeah, that's a 0 chance. And I think if there was some sort of body rejuvenation thing between me and my attempts to tackle Derrick Henry, in other words, the first 2 times I try, my sternum is cracked, my chin is busted open.
Right.
He's stiff-armed me into Tuesday. I physically couldn't try to do it anymore. Right? So, like, the only way that I could that might be, and I said the easiest one. It's all relative. These are all impossible. But, like, you grab a shoelace, you trip up his foot, maybe you get him to stumble, and you could tackle him. But physically, the first 2 or 3 or 4, 5 or 6 times, like, you're broken and battered now. Like, your body cannot handle that.
Well, here's the other thing
I
don't know about the Derrick Henry one, just for the sake of, like, even discussing it. Is it like he's behind? There's no line blocking you, obviously. It's just you two one-on-one, it says. But is this like a drill in a football practice where he's got to stay within these bags and there's no, like, if he can run wherever he wants to on a field, it's just the two of us out there.
He just outruns me.
He's just outrunning me,
right.
in addition to the fact that he could run over me so easily. But if this is, he has to run over me.
Yeah, because that's the point. I think the point of bringing him up is he's going to freight train your ass. Like, that's the point.
But... okay, I think as you were getting freight trained, you could possibly grab onto his legs.
And that's what I thought.
And kind of twist. And I'm not saying it would happen regularly. I'm saying Little Giants style, once in a while, you might beat Kevin down Cherry Hill or whatever. You might win 1 out of 100. He needs to stumble. That's what needs to happen.
Right. And what I'm doing strategically for that is I cannot let him touch me. I have to be the initiator. So I'm going to dive at his feet, Deion Sanders business decision style. Maybe I roll block one time and he touches the ground. He's touched down. But my point is, if you swing and miss a couple of times at that, you're now destroyed. And you go, oh my God, 97 more times to go. And you physically can't move anymore.
You just let him start
Everything's
running back.
bruised and broken and shattered.
All right, so rank them. First one you're choosing with $1 million on the line or something terrible happens to you.
Skeens. And again, that's
funny.
I mean, I'm dead.
I'm taking Ronaldo, and I'm praying that he misses a shot. I don't have to save it, right? He has to not score.
Right.
Although it
does say save a penalty.
It says save a penalty. But I think if he hits a crossbar, he didn't score. So that's a W.
Would that count as a save? I think it would.
It's not a save in hockey if it hits the post. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a shot attempt.
Like if you tell me unsuccessful penalty, to your point, he might flub one when he gets cute.
If we're being technical, you're right. It does say save a penalty. It does not say count on him to screw up.
Right.
So now I move that one back down the list.
Yeah.
So then I'm going to go, this is the dumbest thing to say out loud. I'm going to go tackle Derrick Henry one-on-one.
You're going to tackle Derrick Henry.
No, I'm not going to tackle Derrick Henry. I'm going to. This is in my. I'm the way I'm envisioning this again is not like open field.
Yeah, it's like Oklahoma drill
We're
kind of
putting the
thing.
bags down, and the width of basically this table, he has to run over me. And one of those times as he runs over me, I am hoping I can make him stumble enough to go to the ground as he freight trains my ass. And everyone's like, dude, that's the takeaway for people listening at home is like, this idiot thinks he could tackle Derrick Henry. That's kind of what you just did to me.
Yep.
I'm not saying you think you could hit Paul Skeens. I can't do any of this.
Right. No one
None
can do
of
any of
it.
these, yeah.
But I know I'm not hitting Paul Skeens. I know I can't get a layup off of Victor Wembanyama.
But you do realize that you see the point I'm trying to make. Like, if you don't get Derrick Henry to the ground the first 3 times, you're now standing up. I don't mean you, I mean any of us. And you are gasping for air.
Yeah.
Your lungs are filled with acid and you're bruised and cracked and broken.
Yes.
And you have 90 plus more times to try to bring that unbelievable freight train to the ground.
I got no choice. Something terrible is going to happen to me. I'm trying to win my
You're just
million.
going to go dig deep?
Darius, which
No.
one are you doing? Tackling Derrick Henry, layup off of Victor Wembanyama, making contact off Paul Skeens, or saving a penalty shot from Ronaldo?
Oh man, yeah, it's tough, but I think I'm going to take my chance. I don't have the reaction time for a penalty shot. I feel like that'd be the one that I would want to take my chance at, but I just don't have the reaction time for it. So I'm going to give a shot at tackling Derrick Henry.
Let's go.
Yeah,
He's with me.
I'll take Derrick Henry's helmet to the chin, I guess.
He's got to run over you,
Yeah.
and all you have to do one time is trip him while he's stepping on your chest.
I feel like I got a better chance of that than reacting to Ronaldo or trying to get a layup over freaking 7-3 Wemby.
The layup one I think is off the table, to be honest with you. Because if he's focused, why would he won't let an NBA player get a layup. Why how can
Again,
we?
the Thunder are leaving the paint. Like Chet Holmgren, who's 7 foot tall, is like, nope, get out.
I think we might be sleeping on saving a shot from Ronaldo, maybe. Because in soccer, if we guess right once, that's what the goalies do. They just like dive as he's shooting. All we have to do is have it hit us in the stomach or something.
But again, it sounds like I'm joning on you guys, and I'm not, because I'm included in this. Those guys are 6'3" agile superstars that still can't cover a post.
Guy, we know we can't do it. It's a bunch of things we can't do.
You're missing it. The dudes that are incredible, when they do a step and a dive, they don't cover the extreme corner if he puts it in a corner. Me, you, Darius, you're not.
Guys, if he goes upper 90, we're not saving it. I'm saying 1 out of 100, he's got to miss hit a little bit, or just like, oh, they're going to dive and I'm going to kick it straight, and then I stand straight and I fool him. It's a mental warfare.
But you're envisioning this like scenario where your dive does anything, and that's my point. Is it's not. You're going to gently fall to your right or fall to your left.
He mishits it, or he assumes that I'm diving further than I do. I just go straight to the ground, and he just kicks it straight ahead, thinking I'm going to dive right. And next thing you know, my mental chess game landed
You're
the
playing
plane.
some mental chess there?
Yeah, with Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Josh in Upper Marlboro. What's up, dude?
You guys are missing a layup here, and I mean that quite literally. But I got 6-year-old soccer players in the back seat, so it may get loud, so I got to be quick. Listen, there's absolutely no way you're blocking anything from Ronaldo. I am afraid of my 11-year-old's power shots, and so there's no possible way you're doing that. You're not tackling Derrick Henry. But with Wemby, all you got to do is pump fake like 40 times.
I'm sure.
And one of those times he's going to go for it.
Josh,
That's all you have to do.
He does, but he's
By the
not
way-
going. His arm's just up.
Also,
That's 11 feet.
He goes for the pump fake, and then he just moves his arm again, and he's back where I was originally. Strober, which one are you doing, by the way?
I don't know if this is a crazy hot take. I'm taking the layup on Wemby.
What?
That's a terrible answer.
How?
No.
What do
Because
you
you
mean?
can just throw it up to the ceiling. That's your only hope of making it. I think there's a better chance of throwing it up to the ceiling, hoping it lands in the basket, than you are
He's
saving.
blocking it, though.
But you got to get lucky. Just throw it up like way over his head. He just misses it at the time. This is
Do you
way
understand-
better. You might die.
He
if you
has
try
an
to tackle Derrick
octopus
Henry.
tentacle.
You can't shoot from 8 feet away. That's not a layup.
That's not a layup.
We're pushing it. A layup is like
You're driving,
At
running
the cup.
start. You meet him at the rim. He's already there established. He is punting it into Thursday.
No, I'm going full SGA. I'm flailing my body all
Stop.
the way to the right and sky hooking it 70 feet in the air.
And
That's the only chance.
He will swat it down like Karch Karai
He
on the
probably
beaches of
will.
Malibu.
He probably will.
Strober. You have to let Derrick Henry run over you, and as he's stepping on,
I
you,
might die.
grab his foot. He probably would just drag you down the field.
But I might die upon contact. You get that?
Oh yeah, no, we're all gonna die potentially. Danny takes a fastball to the head from Paul.
Yeah, Paul
Skeens.
Skeens lets one slip.
It's curtains.
That's the end.
It is over, Johnny. $1 million on the line, though. Go big or go home, Toby.
It's the layup on Wemby. I understand how ridiculous it is. Ronaldo's shooting the ball from 18 yards away at 60-plus miles an hour. I'm not touching it. I might die in that scenario.
But what if Derrick Henry hits it?
But also, Derrick Henry, am I doing an Oklahoma drill? Derrick Henry's going to juke me out of my shoes.
That's
not even talking about he's going to run me over. He's going to juke me and run me over. I can't keep up with him. So my only chance here, one, I'm never touching a Paul Skeens fastball, is I can throw the ball to the ceiling and pray. I know he might swat it, but my only chance is just one time Wemby misses the swat on the way up, and by some act of God, the ball goes through the net.
When you guys keep saying throw the ball to the ceiling,
I don't think everyone understands.
I'm not envisioning this layup.
I'm not going off of the glass here. I am going to the bucket and putting my shoulder into Wemby, hoping I knock him off balance just in the slightest, and heaving the ball straight up in the air.
His arm is, you could knock him out the court. He'll still block it.
I'm throwing the ball straight up in the air.
He has Gumby arms.
The same way that if I play somebody who's 6'4", who's a foot taller than me, I'm heaving the ball straight up in the air.
14 inches taller than that guy.
I realize that. I'm doing the exact same thing.
You realize he's Toby standing on top of Toby?
Yeah. I'm doing the exact same thing three times more. I am throwing that thing straight up in the air. In terms of like angle, like when you talk launch angle, it's like 1 degree, straight up.
He could be sitting on the bench, and you're under the basket, and he could reach out and block your shot.
Oh, I'm well aware. But I have no chance of... I can hold the bat there. I have no chance against Skeens. I'm literally going to die against Ronaldo if he just wants to aim it straight at my chest. And Derrick Henry, I wouldn't even touch him, much less get run over by him.
I think Ronaldo's the easiest one, and we're all asleep.
No, you're asleep on Ronaldo. He's not doing a Panenka where you're just like standing there, like you're playing your mind game.
But you know how when you watch a shootout, they routinely will be like guessing that the goalie's going to jump left.
Yeah.
And then they'll just like kick it, and the goalie's like, this is the easiest thing that's ever happened. And they swat it away.
Uh-huh.
I need one of those. I need one. That's all I need.
Right.
I think I could pull that
But
off.
he doesn't have to do that to you because you're not a 6'3", super agile cat that's a world-class goalie for a national team. You're Grant Harrison Paulson, Hall of Famer and King George.
True.
But he's not intimidated by that.
Put some respect on that damn name.
What he'll do is he goes, how about this corner? How about that corner?
15 minutes from tickets to Treaty Oak Revival on Grant and Danny. Our double plays next. Time for our double play on Grant and Danny, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Wanted to give just another quick recap because we were on yesterday after the Nationals game, GP, so kind of a shorter show for us. But I was able to go to Vegas over the weekend. It was an awesome time. Great time. Took the kids, whole family went out there. Got to stay with some friends. We did a whole bunch of kind of touristy stuff. Had some plenty of pool time and everything. But the coolest thing that we did as a lifelong Michael Jackson fan was Michael Jackson won the Cirque du Soleil show. I took my boys and a couple of their friends that were there in town as well. We all went to it. It was me and one other dad, and we had some great seats for it. It was just so unbelievably spectacular. And it reminds me, we're actually kind of talking about this fun debate a moment ago that you brought up about some of like the superhumans that live among us. You know, like the X-Men characters like Paul Skeens and Ronaldo and the Derrick Henry, the greatest in their sports, these guys that are such freaks. And it reminds you that these dudes, the Cirque du Soleil guys and gals, they are not at that level of like athlete and sport that we pay attention to, but you're watching these dudes do flips and handstands and flip each other, and you know, this guy jumps over this guy and he lands on the tightrope and then he's on the trampoline and they're flying through the air like they're ordering a sandwich. You mean the way you and I commute to work, that's how they're doing all these kinds of crazy, unbelievably talented, superhuman type things. It's not stuff that you normally do, and I don't know how you get started going, hey, I wonder if I can balance on this tightrope, flip over, land on my butt, then jump up to do another flip, and then catch this yo-yo that this guy threw me from across the room on this piece of string. I don't know who thought of that. Like, let me see if I can do that. But everything they do is so unbelievably precise and so incredible. It reminds me, that's all, the only point of this. Hey, the show was great, and if you like Michael Jackson, it was well worth it. Really expensive, but whatever. Cool show. It just reminds me of like how unbelievably talented people are. You know, like at the highest levels of whatever it is, you're seeing something that is so unfathomable that you almost take it for granted. Midway through the show, it's like, oh yeah, that guy stood and flipped where he stood. You know how hard that is? Just to stand there and flip over with like no steps?
This reminds me a little bit, there's this reoccurring scene and theme in one of my favorite baseball movies, Little Big League, where one of the players is like blown away that he played winter ball in Venezuela. And he's like, all the kids down there speak Spanish at like 2 years old, and they're all like, they speak Spanish in Venezuela. And he's like, I know, that's my point. Like, they're 3, they're already talking Spanish. And like, you're like, these dancers are so good at dancing.
You're like, yeah, they
and
dance.
I'm like, yeah, man, that's dancers. That's what they're professional dancers in Vegas. You're like, but they do flips, man. Like, this reminds me.
It reminds you of that. But I'm talking because the show itself was twofold. There's like,
it was awesome.
Well, there's like dancing dudes who are doing dancing stuff to the Michael Jackson videos. But then in the background, it's hard to explain unless you see it. But like the Cirque du Soleil are doing circus tumbling, trampoline craziness. But it's also related to the show, if that makes sense. So they've got the choreographed dance stuff, which is incredible in its own right. As you said, they're professional dancers. They figured out a routine. They're good at it. But it's like they're doing that at a high level. Meanwhile, this dude jumped from 100 feet, literally 100 feet in the air, lands on a trampoline, bounces off a wall, kicks off that wall to land to a platform 60 feet away from him at the start of the whole thing. And you're going, oh, all right, I guess that's why I paid that money for the ticket.
It was expensive.
Yes, it was.
But you got your money's worth.
We did.
Honestly, stick aside, when you pay a lot of money, you go somewhere and you see something awesome, I think you kind of forget about that.
Right.
Like, that was a one-time deal.
As soon as it was over, it was like, yeah, that was really expensive. But God, that was awesome.
Great memories.
Yeah.
Kids probably loved it.
Kids did.
Still talking about it, I'm sure. You could have not done that, not spent that money, and you just had more time in the pool. That's not as fun.
Yeah, it's pretty good, though. That pool time is good. The money. No, but your point's right. That's right. It's right. We did the right thing. But it'd be nice to have that money.
Beltway Blitz coming your way next. Speaking of shows, Treaty Oak Revival, Jiffy Lube Live. We've got tickets for somebody as soon as we return on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. In baseball, Major League Baseball has made its first proposal to the union for its CBA. The salary there would include a salary cap and a salary floor. The cap would be at $245.3 million, with the floor being at $171.2 million. 20 of the 30 teams in Major League Baseball would need to make a move. 12 teams would need to spend more to get over that floor. 8 teams would need to get under that cap. MLBPA made its first proposal for the CBA yesterday. Nationals are recalling relief pitcher Cole Henry from AAA Rochester, first reported by our own Grant Paulson. Hockey's last night, Hurricanes beat the Canadians 4-0 to take a 3-1 series lead. Game 5 tomorrow. Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals tonight on the hardwood. Thunder and Spurs. 8:30 tip-off for that one. The Spurs have to defend their home floor to force a Game 7 back in Oklahoma City. OKC leads the series 3-2. Also today, the NBA passed new anti-tanking rules that expand the lottery from 14 to 16 teams. Includes a relegation zone where the bottom 3 teams get penalized with lessened chances at the number 1 pick and include flattened odds. Nothing pairs better with Surfside Iced Tea and vodka or Surfside Lemonade and vodka like a day on the golf course, made with real vodka, real tea, and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You are winning tickets to a show.
You have won 2 tickets to Treaty Oak Revival, West Texas Degenerate Tour, Friday, September 18th at Jiffy Lube Live with Wade, Forster, KG, and Bad Habits. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. Sure, that's how you do it. .com.
Alexa.com.
Visit thefandc.com/events. .com. What was that?
Let's get you your Beltway Blitz. The teams in town you care the most about. We'll start you off on the diamond. A rare night off for the Nationals. No game this evening. They are back home. They'll take on the Padres in a 3-game series that starts at Nationals Park tomorrow night. Kyle Williams of the Baltimore Banner joins us on the Beltway Blitz, a Beltway Blitz debut, by the way.
Go flat for it.
So, Kyle, thank you for a few minutes. We appreciate you. How are you?
Good. Appreciate you guys for having me on. And, yeah, I'm ready to talk some ball with you guys.
Well, we appreciate it, man. Thank you, and look forward to hanging out with you a bit over at the park and catching up in the press box. But why don't we start with, I guess, as you showed up, this team started playing really good baseball.
So thank you.
You only know the Nationals as a super fun team to cover. What do you make of this season so far, this Renaissance campaign?
Yeah, in Chicago, I was on the Cubs as the last team before I left, and, they were good when I left. And since then, 10-game losing streak. I show up here, good things happen. But in all seriousness, just the offense and, how explosive it's been over the past month. They've been one of the best and most productive offenses in the sport. And it's not just James Wood and C.J. Abrams, who are both playing like all-stars, but, Keibert Ruiz is lengthening out the lineup. Dalen Lyle, Curtis Mead, who I have covered, in Chicago, and now he has a 800-plus OPS at this point. And so this coaching staff has really done a good job of maximizing and optimizing the talent of the group. And it's led them to, being above 500 just past Memorial Day.
So I'm not saying that this staff is now, the mid-90s Braves or anything like that, but of late, it feels like they're pitching a bit better. I know you couldn't be as bad as, Michaelis and Littell were to kind of start this season, where they were just pouring kerosene on fires. But it feels like there may be a bit of a corner turn here where the pitching is catching up to the offense a little bit. Am I crazy pants?
No, you're not crazy at all. I mean, in Atlanta, you saw, a lot of run-scoring games. It was a rainy environment. It was one of those situations where, the offense kind of eked out a run or two to get them the game, but the pitching is what kept them in it. Even in the games they lost, the pitching still did just enough to get them there. And, you mentioned Zach Littell, Michaelis, they've, turned it around after, subpar performances. But then Kay Cavalli has really been impressive. That's the guy that I've been keen in on ever since I took this job. And then, 7 shutout innings against the Mets, what he did the other day. It's just what they've been able to do. The coaching staff, they're a close-knit bunch, led by Simon Matthews. And they've done a really good job of not only, teaching, but also explaining to the guys like why they're doing certain things and, how they get the most out of their velocity, training. They just finished a 16-game stretch. And so, all the credit goes to the players, but the, pitching coaches have really done a nice job of like dialing in on what every, pitcher does well and just maximizing it as best as they can.
Kyle Williams of the Baltimore Banner with us on Grant and Danny's Beltway Blitz. Yeah, the Nats rotation, you had the 3 2/3 scoreless from Michaelis yesterday, but the 6 games before that, Cavalli 6 innings, 1 run, 7 strikeouts. Littell 7 innings, 1 run, 7 strikeouts. Foster Griffin 6 shutty, 6 strikeouts. Jake Irvin 5 hitless, 7 Ks. Michaelis 5 shutty, 3 Ks. Cavalli 7 innings, 2 runs, 9 Ks. So that was an ERA of 1 on the nose over 36 innings. Pretty amazing what they've been able to pull off. You mentioned the coaching staff. It certainly feels like they got this thing right. Not just with Matthews, who was 29 at the time he was hired, but on the hitting side with Borg Schulte and Andrew Ite from Driveline. This is a very hands-on, very young, very different staff than we've had here in the past. It's working.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say, probably like the biggest thing just from talking with players is that there's just constant communication between them and the coaching staff, just like every day, just kind of focusing on like reiterating what the plan is, any tinkering and changing. I mean, even Blake has mentioned in post games about just being in the dugout, and he enjoys listening to the conversations that players are having amongst each other. And I think that starts with just the immense studying and preparation that the players and the coaching staffs are doing, just before games. Like oftentimes, when we're allowed in the clubhouse for media access, they're going through like meetings and stuff. And, from knowing, past years and previous years, it seems like there's more intent on teaching these guys, and you're starting to see that bear fruit just in terms of like, not only are they knowing how like teams are going to, attack like their hitters, they're also like game plan for any adjustments. And then if they do see an adjustment like mid game, the guys are doing a good job of going into the dugout, talking with amongst each other. And that all stems, I think, from like just the culture that Blake has kind of instilled in them, and that like, if you make a mistake, they're going to correct it and let you know. But they also understand like they have, a really young group, and that their, intent this year is to teach. And, all of the coaches, you mentioned Matt, he's been really helpful in terms of, getting guys on track, helping improve bat speed. And so a lot of it is just like goes back to the teaching element. Like guys want to learn, and then Matt is doing everything in his power to have the answers for them. And it's, coalescing and meshing in a really productive way so far.
What have we seen? Small sample to this point, only 8 games, but Dylan Cruz back up in the show. What have we seen from him?
Yeah, I would say, he had the homer in Atlanta. He's still putting too many balls on the ground. I mean, it's mentioned it's a small sample size, but they've really been harnessing. They want him to focus on his swing decisions, making sure he's swinging at the right pitches to, he has the power in his bat to really do damage when he does get good hits. I mean, even in Cleveland, he, 2 hits, I believe, on the 25th, had another one in the series. So he's making strides. I mean, you want to see him put the ball in the air a little bit more to just unlock that power that he has. I believe he still only has like a 600 OPS, but it wasn't ever going to be one of those situations where Dylan Cruz is going to get called up and then boom, it just all clicks. But I think, he's playing multiple defensive positions. He talked to, us when he first came back up about how now he just wants to help this team win, whether it's moving a guy over. Like he's thinking about the right things. And I just think the more he continues to like put together, productive at bats, seeing a lot of pitches and at bats, trying to get as many, good swings off, his A swing off in the zone on pitches in the zone, that's going to eventually lead to, more success. But, so far he hasn't been probably, number 2 pick Dylan Cruz, but it's also like you mentioned, it's only been 8 games, I believe 30 at bats. So it's a long way to go, but I mean, he's taking strides here and there that, are encouraging, because he was like tearing the ball in AAA in terms of exit velocity.
Kyle, thank you. We appreciate you, buddy, and welcome to the district.
Appreciate you guys for having me on.
You got it.
Thanks,
Go
Kyle.
check out Kyle Williams, new on the Nats beat. Let's talk football. Mike Jones of The Athletic joins us now. Mikey, a year ago or so at this time, Matt Stafford's career was very much in jeopardy. His back was a problem. Into training camp, he couldn't practice until August. Now today he's saying he's hoping to play more football beyond this season. What do we think about his future?
Yeah, well, I mean, the way that he bounced back last year and played at such a high level, league MVP, I guess you never know. Obviously, the Rams wanted to give themselves an insurance policy just in case those back problems returned. And so they drafted a quarterback to develop behind Stafford, but they're still hoping that they get a lot of football out of Stafford, even if that means that Simpson's sitting on the shelf for a year or two.
Josh Jacobs, what do we know?
Well, we don't know a whole lot right now. We know that it doesn't look good. The investigation's going on. He's got these charges. Unfortunate situation for everybody involved. And, if you're the Packers, you have to be very concerned about whether you're going to have him for this season.
With teams hearing things like that, how does this normally work? I know you have to dig in on the reporting occasionally, but they put out the statement something like, hey, we're going to let the process play out. Do they right away go to the player, get his side of the story? Do they do their own investigating? How does that actually go, or is it team by team?
Well, I mean, it's team by team, but from what I can gather from this situation, it seems to happen, not that this happens a lot, but when something like this happens, there is team security that also has very good contacts with local law enforcement. And so they do their homework. They call those guys. They try to see, back channels, say, what do you know? What is this looking like? So that way they can be prepared. Obviously, they have to let the whole investigation play out and then, see what kind of punishment or, what discipline there is from the league, in addition to the legal, process. But they are definitely trying to find out as much as they can. Yes, they talk to the player, but they don't just take his word for it. They do their homework so that way they can protect themselves as well.
The A.J. Brown trade that hasn't been yet, we still think it's going to happen, right? We're just kind of bickering over price, or where are we?
Yeah, it seems like everybody was thinking June 1st, boom, there's going to be the trigger pulled, and that he was going to be a New England Patriot. And now it sounds like the Patriots kind of balking at a first-round pick. I think the Patriots have been doing their research and realized that there's not a big market, and maybe they're hoping that, okay, hey, it's not like we're competing with somebody. Let's try to see if we can get this price down a little bit. We don't want to give a first-round pick for him. We want to hang on to a first-round pick. Yes, we want him. But because we know that the Eagles are in a situation where it seems like they need to move on from him, they can't just, maybe they can try to smooth things over, but things were not in a good way last year, so they have to move on. So if you're New England, you try to say, hey, is there any way we can get this asking price down? Let's act like we've got a little bit of cold feet and see if the Eagles will lower what they're asking, since it doesn't seem like there's anybody else that's throwing their hat to the ring as far as a trade partner either.
What's going on with Alvin Kamara? I saw that Kellen Moore, the head coach of the Saints today, said there's no timeline for a decision on his future with the team. Is there a good chance he ends up not playing for them this year?
I think it's possible. When you look at the stage he is in his career, and you look at the stage that the Saints are in, where they're still in a very much rebuilding stage, he probably would like to move on from there and be somewhere where he can contend. And also then, the Saints have not had a whole lot of cap space. And so if they can find a situation where they can move on from him and give themselves some better flexibility, you also give him what he wants in a team that can contend, I think it's possible. Obviously they don't want to completely tip their hand and say, hey, this is what we're going to do. But I think that there's a possibility that we don't see Kamara in New Orleans this year.
Are the Chiefs a playoff team this coming year?
I think so. When you look at the rest of the division, obviously Denver did well last year. The Raiders are still very much rebuilding. And the Chargers are a team that's very close, but I don't think that they're at the level that the Chiefs with a healthy Patrick Mahomes are, or, Denver. We saw Mahomes out there on the field during practices this week, and he is shooting for week one. They've done a lot as far as getting some more weapons for that offense, young talent. They've also added some young talent to their defense. So I think that if he's healthy then yes, I think they bounce back and they make it to the playoffs.
What do you got the Commanders doing this season?
I have them rebounding. I'm not saying that they're going to win their division, but I think they're going to be competitive. I think that the moves that they've made, they've gotten younger in key places on both sides of the ball. If you have a healthy Jaden Daniels, that just elevates your team that much further. And so I think that they can be behind the Eagles, but battling with the Cowboys for number 2 in their division. And then that means that the playoffs would be possible for them as well.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy. Be well.
All right, have a good one, guys. Thanks for having me.
Sounds good, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. We have a theme developing. We have a Mike, and now we have a Michael. Michael Phillips joins us to discuss the local 53. Grant and I were kicking this around earlier, Miguel. Is there a chance that Jaden Daniels takes to this new system, new style, which AK under center, you drop back and you're turning your back to the defense, doing play action, all the stuff we're used to seeing from Shanahan's and from Ben Johnson, et cetera. Is there a chance he takes to it like fish to water and this offense hums from week 1?
God, I'd certainly love that. I have a question for the other Mike who said that Patrick Mahomes is targeting week 1. I want to know if he is all in for week 1. That's very important information.
I'd like a documentary as such. Could we get that?
Yeah, if we could get a shoe deal out of that, that would be great.
That'd be very nice.
Look, it's more complicated, but I think there's a lot of data points here that suggest that Jaden Daniels is able to handle it. You think about how good he was at diagnosing defenses in 2024, at adjusting. I think about, those games against Cleveland, against Tampa, where they threw things at him early that he had never seen. They got him on the ground, and then he came back, usually before halftime, adjusted to him and started throwing touchdowns. So I think he's a really smart young quarterback. I think he's with David Blau, obviously a guy who's very renowned for being able to pick apart defenses. It will be harder for him mentally and harder for him in terms of the processing, but I haven't seen any signs in his career that he's not capable of handling that.
Yeah, I think there's a really good chance that he does look like he's been doing it for a long time. And that's going to help them get off to a really fast start. How do you feel about their supporting cast, what they've built around him offensively?
Adequate, good enough to get him where he needs to go. I think we're all waiting on who's that extra receiver, who's that extra guy. I love hearing a little buzz around Chigakwanko. If he can fill in that security blanket role, I think about when Zach Ertz was humming at the end of 2024, how much better it made the offense. And I think Okwanko's faster, maybe a little more nimble than Zach Ertz was at that point in his career. So I think you've got that box checked, which is great. They're fine at running back. They're not great at running back. Nobody's going to be doing Sports Center segments, about Bill and Fat Man, but they're good enough. And I think we're all waiting on who that extra receiver is. So we decide, is this a loaded offensive cast or is this a good offensive cast with a great quarterback?
I think we sleep on a little bit how disappointing a year Frankie Luvu had last year. Every number in 2024 was pretty damn good as a part-time pass rusher. That's 8 sacks. That's 12 tackles for loss, 14 quarterback hits, kind of middle of the pack, and really exceptional for a guy that didn't rush every time. Last year, it was supposed to be his unleashed year where he was going to rush way more often and a fraction of the impact. Michael, what do we think about him?
Well, he could join a support group for that, right? Mikey Sanders still so good as a rookie. Took a big step backwards last year, and I'm of the club that says everybody just kind of stunk last year. And then those years happen in the NFL. You have really good players who are a part of really bad teams sometimes, and we watch their production drop accordingly. And this defense is upgraded personnel-wise. They're still thin. They're still super thin. There's no depth here at all. But the starting 11 week 1 is massively upgraded. And I think, the thing I keep saying is it's a fair evaluation year for Dan Quinn. He's built some great defenses. Is he still a top defensive mind in the NFL? These 11 guys, we can evaluate him on that. We can figure out if he's still got it or not. Him and Durante Jones, obviously, but there's going to be a Dan Quinn imprint here. And I think, a Luvu bounce back is a big part of that. A Sanders still bounce back is a big part of that. These guys who we know they're good football players. Like I know last year, end of the year, everybody's calling in, these guys are bums, get them off the field. But they're talented. We've seen them be good on a football field. Let's get that reclaimed.
You talk about a fair referendum season for Dan Quinn. How much pressure should be on him? How warm should the seat be to win, and how big does he have to win?
Well, yeah, it's funny because there's two levers here. One is winning, one is defensive improvement. And I think the winning is tied to Jaden Daniels' health, and only Jaden Daniels' health. If Jaden Daniels is healthy and plays 17 games, this team's going to make the playoffs. He is that good. We've seen him be that good. If he's not healthy, if he's beat up, and I hate talking about that, but it's a possibility, they're going to struggle to win 10 games. They're going to struggle to make the playoffs, really through no fault of Dan Quinn's, just because Jaden didn't put on the cape, didn't do the Superman thing for him. I think the Dan Quinn evaluation is, does he elevate this defense? He's a defensive guy. I'm not going to relitigate the hiring of a defensive guy when you had a young quarterback in Jaden Daniels, but I will say this: if you were hired as a defensive coach in the NFL right now, you better have a good defense, and he hasn't for the last 2 years. I think that's a very fair expectation for him this year.
What is the actual expectation for the defense, though? In other words, everyone goes, well, look at Seattle. They had a great defense. Look at New England, had a great defense. Sure. We're asking for them to go from the worst to one of the 2 or 3 best. I think a middle-of-the-road defense is kind of my reasonable aspiration for this year. Is that fair?
If this is the 17th best defense in football and Jaden Daniels is healthy, they are in the playoffs, and I'm probably picking them to win a playoff game, right? Like, that's the reality of that. If they're the 17th best defense in football and Jaden Daniels is hurt, they probably missed the playoffs, but I'm completely open to a discussion about whether Dan Quinn should stay, right? I think that would be the step forward that you're looking for on defense. Yeah, 17 to what, like 20, 22, somewhere in that range. Like, no, I'm not asking him to break into that club, that top 10 club, but you can't be in the 30s. The 30s is embarrassing for a defensive coach.
Michael, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you as always.
You have a good one.
See you, buddy.
We talked earlier about Jaden Daniels and some takeaways from OTAs on the field yesterday. How about the defensive side of the ball? A few observations that were made, a few notable storylines. Next on The Fan.
This update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Kia, where they like to say, let's ride together. NBA has passed new anti-tanking rules, expanding the lottery from 14 to 16 teams. It also includes a relegation zone where the bottom 3 teams get penalized with lessened chances at the number 1 pick. Also includes flattened odds. Tonight, Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals. The Thunder looking to close it out. The Spurs looking to defend their home floor. 8:30 tip-off, OKC up 3-2 in that series. Last night in hockey, the Hurricanes beat the Canadiens 4-0 to take a 3-1 series lead. In baseball, MLB's proposed a hard salary cap in Florida. Union officials and CBA talks today. The salary cap would be $245. The salary floor will be $171 million. With that proposal, 20 of 30 teams would have to make adjustments, 12 spending more, 8 shedding payroll. MLBPA made their first proposal for the CBA yesterday. Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
"30 minutes from now, you'll hear some analysis Logan Paulson had on what David Blau's offense looked like at OTAs yesterday. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Speaking of OTAs, our first chance to hear from Dan Quinn in some time this offseason, and more importantly, our first chance to see the veterans, the rookies on the field together. Dan Quinn on what he's excited about for OTAs.
For today, I'm pumped to get rolling with the guys on the field. Spring ball is an important part of our ramp up for training camp, as you can imagine, with 2 new systems, looking for excellent communication, all 3 phases, and working really hard on the specific skills that go into these plays. And that's the movements, that's the skill, that's what you have to go through, over these next few weeks on the play design. So that's what I'm looking for from there. I'm starting to get to know the team and the locker room a lot better, with some new faces, with some veterans and the rookies to add. And so some really talented guys, but I love the locker room and the men that make it up. And I'm looking forward to getting rolling with them kind of as we start this next phase together.
I think there were more questions of Dan Quinn yesterday about his new coordinators than the players almost. And that was definitely the biggest storyline because everyone's trying to get a feel for how different things look, the scheme, pre-snap, offensively, defensively, how many pressures you get to see, although it sounded like they ran a lot of base defense for Durante Jones in this first installation of OTA. But it just brings you back to our big storyline at the very start of the offseason, which was how bold and daring it is for Dan Quinn in the 3rd year.
Yep.
In a gotta have it, you're coming off of a 12-loss season. You're in big trouble if you don't win, if Michael Phillips is right and you and I are right, as he was just talking about on the Blitz. And then you blow out coordinators and you start anew. You are putting yourself on the shot clock here. I wonder if with every step you take, you kind of know that, right? If you're out on the practice field going, damn, this Blau thing's got to work. This Durante Jones
You
hire
wonder, right?
better get me where I need to go because your job's on those guys' shoulders.
I also, though, wonder behind the scenes, you had a great question early this offseason, if you even remember it. Are we sure that that's the case, right? What kind of conversations have Peters and Dan Quinn had? What have they had? What have they talked about, right? Is it a, dude, don't worry. We know we didn't do right by you. I'm just making this up. But it's not a gotta have it year. We're building something. We're going to be patient. Who knows?
Well,
but
you can't have 2 of what you had last year. When I say that, I don't know if they have to make the playoffs. I don't know if they have to win a playoff game.
But it's got to be better than last year.
It's got to be way better.
And sizably.
If they're 6-11, I think he's gone. If they're 7-10, but there's enough good with Daniels and some of the important key cogs of the whole operation,
right,
you could maybe convince me. 8 or more wins, I think he's probably safe because now you're on the brink of something meaningful in the continuity. If you're Josh Harris, it's something you could be talked into. Now we're on the precipice. Let's have one more draft, one more free agency, and we're right there. But if they win certainly 5 or 6, maybe even 7 games.
Yeah, I think if it's a disaster again, then yeah, it's up in smoke.
It's over, Johnny.
But I think the point stands either way, and that's what I was taking a very long way to get to, is that no matter what, in year 3, when you go, neither coordinator was up to snuff, who picked them? Don't worry about that. Look over here, new players. It's a major to do.
And it's the second time you've picked one.
Yeah.
That's the problem to me is you've already picked and blown out coordinators.
It's not guys graduating, went to better jobs. It's not like Cliff went to be a head coach somewhere. That's not what happened.
Joe Barry, we all knew. Joe Barry, I'm sure. That's another.
We knew that guy couldn't do it.
Coordinator. Joe Witt last year, we knew, okay, this is not working. This was a mistake. And then he gets demoted. First, he gets moved to a different location because that was going to solve it. Then he lost his play calling duties, and eventually he was out. He could have at least gone along with the idea that Cliff's good. This was a great hire. He made the decision to let us all know he didn't like the way the offense was run and the lack of pro-style concepts. So he put himself squarely on the chopping block here. He placed a bullseye on his back by, I think, just starting the hourglass when you start changing your staff around and bringing in new coordinators. This was Quinn yesterday on entering year one with David Blau as OTAs began.
Yeah, the first part, even take it back a step, Nikki, was to say, can we throw an incredible offseason in the teaching and the installs? I think that's the first part that I saw David and Durante nail over the first couple of weeks. They're going back, I'm exploring, all right, what's best for this player, what's best for this route, and sometimes it takes a few sessions to go through that. Let's hit that again. Let's try that route again. And then there's other things that, you know what, let's hold on that. And so they've got a big amount that's installed so far. And so over the next, couple weeks here and then through camp, it kind of gets refined. And you really hit on the things that, already, these are the ones that feel the best.
It's crazy to me how smart these guys are. That I know they've been working behind the scenes over there and this is what they do, but they were pretty far advanced from everyone I've talked to out there yesterday with what they were running and how seamless it was. Like, you'd think it's a lot of, all right, what do I do on this play? Let's go back to the huddle. Let's sort this out. They were just midseason form, man. Just a new offense, new language.
Pretty incredible. Yeah, and you wonder if Blau sort of, as he's designing this thing in multiple images, right? He came from a different tree. But if he's making the language more accessible, right? That's an underrated part of this, where he may have one name or number or concept in mind for a certain something, but he can go, okay, these guys were raised in this offense, meaning Cliff's. We can sort of have an easier translation where it means almost the exact same thing somehow. I mean, again, he was able to craft it on his own, not coming from somewhere else with a blank slate.
If David Blau is the truth, he's going to become a rising star in this sport really, really fast. Recent former quarterback, everyone's kind of looking for to call plays. Then he takes over as a coordinator. He's working with one of the most beloved players in the National Football League at the quarterback position in Jaden Daniels. Like, you're going to have a Sean McVay situation where either you're going to have to make a tough decision on if the team's not doing great, but the offense is ascending and you can tell Blau's special. Is that someone that you want to keep around somehow, some way, or might he walk? But there's a lot that would have to happen between now and him getting a head coaching opportunity somewhere, including him proving that he's worth this OC op. Quinn talked about what Blau's offense might look like when it gets going.
I think the efficiency, David, is the number one thing, especially on the early downs. If there's a balance in the run-pass ratios, then we're hitting the marks probably at the right strides, and I would say the explosives will be up, knowing we can do that. And so that's the first part. I'm looking for one that has good balance. Like I say, we'll always be 50-50, but if you can find that and attack in that way, that's what success would look like to me early on.
So that's a football dinosaur answer that, frankly, I'll never like. When we talk about balance being 50% run, 50% pass, that's 27 years ago. That's antiquated and awful. Give me the philosophy of Mike Leach. That's 50% stupid. Balance is getting the ball to your playmakers and mixing them into the game plan as best as possible. But we do know that he wants to run the ball more. This is when you have a defensive-minded head coach, you can guarantee a few things. One of them is that at some point they're going to bang heads with the offensive coordinator on if they're running it enough. Because there's this complementary element to the entire thing where you need to help my defense out. You need to help the other side of the ball out, especially when it's deficient and not very good over the last 2 years. So they're going to want to run the ball more. Great. I got no problem with that. But the idea of the balance is not run pass.
No.
And just hearing that is frustrating and annoying to me. But irrelevant largely in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, the nature of the conversation has driven me crazy for a long time. Again, people just look at totals after game and go, they didn't run it enough. Okay. I don't have time to explain stuff to you. We learn a lot more now. The old guy that wants to go, you got to run the ball more. No, you have to be more effective. The whole point of running the ball is what? To chew up the clock, to stay on the field, to keep the defense off the field. You know what doesn't work is 3 runs and a punt. You ran it more. Does that work for you? First downs, chain moving, time of possession, that works. Now, I could see a coach, a defensive coach, walking into the OC's office and going, hey, quit running nothing but hurry up, man. We got no time. And when you go 3 and out, it took a minute. My guys didn't get a chance to even look at the Microsoft Surface to figure out what the hell was going on. We had to go back and play defense again. Quit doing that. That's different than we got to run the dang ball. You need to be effective. You need first downs. Chain moving is the thing that matters. However you do it, that's fine.
One of the things that he and Kingsbury, I'm sure, had issues on was the amount of times they ran the ball.
Yeah.
They didn't do it enough for his liking. Again, find me a defensive-minded head coach. I'll find you a guy that wants to run it more. But I think not being under center, I completely agree with that. Me and Dan Quinn can cheers beers on that one. I think probably wanting to run something more along the lines of the offenses that were giving them fits. You know, he has really struggled with Matt LaFleur, as an example, as an under center play action, marrying run and pass together offense with Green Bay. He has struggled with, at times, McVay and Shanahan and some of those guys as well. Seattle ate their lunch. Detroit took their lunch and dipped their heads in the toilet and hit the flush pedal and made sure that they were giving him a swirly. I think he wanted to look more like that, and you're going to now with David Blau. We'll get to the defensive side of the ball, though, next. There are 2 guys on this defense I don't think we talk enough about who have been added. They're going to help, and specifically one guy who's gone completely under-talked about this offseason, one of the free agent additions, who got big reviews yesterday at practice, who I think actually could be an unsung hero in this whole thing. That's next on Grant and Danny. No Nats tonight. Live local coverage of DC sports into the evening with overtime and a episode of Bustin' Loose Baseball for you. If you need your Nats fix, Toby and I have a new ep that's going to be airing on The Fan this evening, so make sure you're listening right here on your flagship home for Nats baseball. We're talking OTAs, though. The Commanders were on the field yesterday. We've spent a lot of time talking about the offense. I wanted to get into the defensive side of the ball. I won't go full Javon Kinlaw on you and say they got a lot of mother bleepers or any of the other, curse words he said. But this is a deeper defense than they've had in some time. And while I'm not content yet with the secondary talent, I don't think it's going to matter as much if they get the pressure that they're planning on getting. The reason you go out and you get Odafe Oweh and K'Lavon Chaisson and you bring in Charles Omenihu and, add the Dorrance Armstrong and the players that they've got that can get after the quarterback on the interior like Daron Payne and hopefully Johnny Newton is that you're going to force the ball out of the hand of the quarterback quickly. This is what Minnesota's entire philosophy and paradigm was when they were sending linebackers from the second level. So that's where Sonny Styles and Leo Chenal and Frankie Louvu and Jordan McGee could come in. You're basically taking what is a 4.5 or a 5 out of 10 talent level in the secondary, and you're hoping to make it play as a 7 or 7.5. Because instead of, I'm just going to make up numbers, but like 2.8 seconds to throw, it's 2.1 seconds.
Right.
And that effectiveness, that spike in productivity is massive with that lesser time to read things, pick things apart, get guys open.
So we talk about this. It was our buddy Neil Greenberg who kind of first introduced me to the solidification of this concept of a tripod when it comes to quarterbacking. But the same is true for the defense. In other words, it's all push and pull. It's all, occasionally you get a 2000 Ravens or a Legion of Boom, a defense that can take away everything. But for the most part, you're either giving up some yards and turning you over, not turning you over and, maybe kind of playing solid and sound in front of you. Like you have to be willing to do something. Usually you give something up, right? So you may give up some first downs. You may give up the occasional hit over the top in an aggressive defense. But you're going to put the fear of God in somebody by pressuring, getting turnovers, game-changing field position plays, the sack fumble, the interception, the aggressive mistake, so to speak. Whereas Washington last year, the defense was so bad, there was nothing that you could go, well, they're doing this. They may be giving up points. They may be giving up yards, but at least they're not turning you over. And it was the worst-case scenario.
By the way, second to last in turnovers generated defensively last year. Takeaways, only the Jets.
The most futile effort ever.
First team in the history of the league to not intercept a pass all year. Think about that. 17 games, no picks. They had 4 fumbles they took away. Washington, somehow, some way, the worst team in the league at recovering fumbles, just terrible fumble luck with only 2 recovered last year. But they were second to last, 31 out of 32 in takeaways. In addition to all their other problems, communication stuff, big plays and chunk yards given up. Which brings me back to what I wanted to get to, which was, I think Nick Cross, the safety from the Indianapolis Colts that came in here, is completely under-talked about and going to have a way bigger impact than people think. He's very, very fast. Their biggest need defensively was speed. And we've sung the praises of Sonny Styles and Leo Chenal and some other guys that can move closer to the line of scrimmage. Think about the speed of like even Odafe Oweh, not that you're going to need that at that position, but coming out, super athletic guy, right? Cross, a sub 4.40 guy, ran about a 4.3, University of Maryland, well-known around these parts, 24-year-old, who the last 2 years has made 266 tackles. You don't do that at safety if you cannot run. It also means you're around the line of scrimmage a lot, which I think they'll have him do here, especially when they use their 3 safety looks. One of the big takeaways people had yesterday, Danny, was when they went to any kind of defense where you needed a nickel defender, the interior defender was often a third safety, not a corner. There's been a lot of talk about Amik Robertson being the guy from the Lions, or, what do you do with Mikey Sanders still inside, outside? Well, a lot of times when they needed a nickel defender, it was Quan Martin, who came out as one of the premier nickels in his draft class, or it was Tyler Owens, who was a former college free agent who's longer than the line at the DMV and who always gets off to fast starts, it seems like, each offseason. But this kid Cross from Indianapolis, the way he runs, I was told yesterday he was barking at people, communicating things out on the back end, like getting people lined up correctly, showing some leadership stuff. I think he could be an absolute gem that we have not really discussed yet on the secondary side of things.
I certainly hope so. I mean, they could use whatever that is they need it. I'm tired of getting by at some of those positions. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still old enough to remember the days where, Greg Williams would bring in some dude off the street that was readily available and just said, just stand there, I'll take care of it. And guys would be lined up correctly and it would be fine. And then, enter the days of Josh Norman and a million other guys where everybody's got to point at somebody and point to an area and like scratch their head after another long touchdown catch with a blown coverage. I never want to hear the phrase communication issues or better communication ever again, frankly, from a Washington football team. Because I've heard it across multiple regimes, and they've all been bad. And that's kind of been the story. So I'm hoping that finally gets solved, and it sounds like off to a good start in that regard. But I don't want to get away with a fill-in-the-blank player back there anymore. I'd like something plus, and it sounds like he might be.
Grant and Danny with you on the fan. Greg's in Winchester, wants to hop in before we pivot at the top of the hour and talk about the offense at OTAs. We'll hear from Logan Paulson. What's up, Greg? How are you?
Hey, I'm well, guys. How are we doing?
Good, buddy.
Very good.
So you guys were talking about snakes earlier, and I have a fact about baby snakes. Someone I worked with got bit by a baby cottonmouth years ago, and when a poisonous snake bites you, it kind of shoots like a calculated amount of venom and kind of like runs away. But a baby snake isn't mature enough to kind of control how much venom it shoots out.
Oh, isn't that fun? Isn't that cute?
If you get bit by one of them, they just unload everything.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
Your leg will pretty much just his leg turned into like it looked like a purple ogre or something for like 2 weeks.
Like a leg of a table. Just becomes a hardened wood.
Correct.
It's the James Harden table.
So in a way, the baby snakes, if you find a poisonous one, they are actually tremendously more dangerous. Thank you, guys.
Isn't that great? Have a good night. Sleep well, Danny.
But funny bit. He just calls in. We've been talking football for an extended period of time. He's like, hey, I wanted to talk to you guys about snakes and just scare you a little bit. So just so you know, I've always heard that baby copperheads are worse than copperheads.
I think for that reason, yeah.
And I'm assuming it's what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he did not say copperheads. He said cottonmouth, which is one of those scary-looking snakes. Do you know what they look like?
I would say it looks like a snake, and they're all pretty menacing and terrifying.
So it's like the design of the light brown, dark brown.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure do, yeah.
If you see one of those, that's a runaway situation. I don't know if we have those. I'm guessing we do.
So you know what I'm always amazed by are the people that go, oh, that's just are you sure? How do you know? Like if you work in the biology department at the local high school, I trust you. But everybody seems to be an expert every time. Oh, that's got brown spots. That's a milk-faced rat catcher. You don't know anything. That slithering monster wants your soul.
So when we saw the snake the other day, out back throwing balls to the kid, he's hitting them, whacking them all over the place, right? The ball goes into the bush. I go over to grab it, and you think I'm exaggerating. I just promise this is dead true.
No, I know.
There's a snake kind of wrapped around the bottom of the ball.
Yeah.
Clearly the ball landed. The snake got a little what is this? And kind of turned around and started slithering around the ball.
Sure.
So I'm like, oh my God, it's a snake. And my son comes running over. He loves snakes. He loves everything. And he's like, dude, we got to get this snake, Dad. We got to get him. I'm like, we're not going to get him.
Nope.
We're not going to touch him. But I was petrified. And I didn't try to be dad, hero, anything. I just said, no, we're going to get away. I don't want to touch him. And I was doing high-pitched squeals and stuff, when my hand got close to it. He's like, you got to get the ball, Dad. Like the scene out of The Sandlot. And instead of the beast, it's a snake. He's like, we got to play. We can't not play. I'm like, we'll go buy another one. We can go to stores.
Let's go to Sporting Goods right now. I'll buy you a bucket.
There's baseballs everywhere. But anyway, he said, it's just your common black rat snake.
Oh, it's the confidence.
And that my son, who's 5, and he's like, how do you know that? What are you talking about? I can tell this is what a black rat snake looks like. And he's like, trust me, Dad, this guy won't bite you. They're very friendly. You want these?
Friendly.
I was like, I'm not a fan of killing animals at all. So I didn't offer that up. But I was like, we need to get him in someone else's yard. We need to get him in a bucket, go take him somewhere, pour him out miles and miles away. He's like, no, you need this guy. He takes care of the bad snakes. He's like trying to give me all that. I think they eat copperheads or something. That's what he told me. I don't know if that's true.
I don't.
He's only 5. This is not. I'm not talking.
But the expertise go. Oh, that's just
he did that.
Drives me insane.
Just get it, Dad. It's a black rat snake.
Get it.
So he's like, I'll do it. I would not let him.
You will not.
I didn't let him. But he was completely comfortable just trying to grab the ball and grab the snake. He wanted to hold the snake, and I'm like, absolutely not. We're not doing that. But he swore it was a black rat snake, and that's what made me think of he's like, it's just a. That was his thing.
I don't know how people do that. Because again, it's like, okay, there's a model of one that looks like that from some Wikipedia picture. That's fine. It never looks just like that picture, is my point.
It's like a cheeseburger at McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's never going to look like the picture on the menu.
The unbridled confidence to go, that's just a. Are you sure that's just a?
Grant and Danny on the Fan. You'll hear it from our guy Logan Paulson on just how different Washington's offense looked at OTAs next.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In baseball, MLB has made its first proposal for a CBA agreement to the union, including a salary cap and floor. With the proposal, 12 teams would need to spend more, 8 teams would need to shed payroll. The MLBPA made its first proposal for the CBA yesterday. In basketball, the NBA passed new anti-tanking rules that expanded the lottery from 14 to 16 teams. Relegation zone includes 3 teams getting penalized, the bottom 3 teams getting penalized with lessened chances at the number 1 overall pick, and also flattened odds. Western Conference Finals tonight, Game 6, Thunder and Spurs, 8:30 tip-off for that one. OKC looking to close it out. They lead the series 3-2. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone calls. Text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate, admin, they do it all. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family, so schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Those guys are hitting us up about some possible trips this season. London is a possibility. I actually heard the Junkies, fresh off of on the honeymoon of their trip to Ocean City, or where were they? They were in Dewey Beach.
Dewey, yeah.
Talking about maybe going to London. Can you imagine if just the whole station went to London?
No.
I mean, that would be
the
chaos.
Bits on top of bits. That would be something.
Now, this won't happen. We all know.
Of course not.
I'm going to say something that's not going to happen. Actually, I'm going to say a funny joke first.
Go ahead.
Odyssey gets a gigantic Airbnb, okay? Somewhere right downtown, heart of London.
Audience loved it.
Audience knows. But think about this, audience. No. Shut up for just a second. So, someone at Odyssey calls CK, and they're like, listen, we want the Junkies all to go with producers. Hold on, it's not even the part yet. B. Mitch and Finley will be there, okay? We'll send a producer or 2 for them. No, wait, that's not even the part. They're going to be there because B. Mitch is with the team, and JP is with NBC4.
They just have Ryan sleep on a couch somewhere.
Yeah, he'll just sleep in somebody's basement or something. He'll meet some guy in London. Then they'll send the Grant and Danny radio program to stay. Audience, relax, okay? And all of us are going to be in not just a house, but like this killer, like real world road rules, wild house where we do a bunch of skits and bits.
Jersey Shore type house with a hot tub.
Live on social media, like some Barstool beach trip or something where every minute is chronicled. And we're in a house where there's like a fire pole that you can go from the top level to the bottom level for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to think old school MTV Cool House in like New Orleans.
Yeah.
But it's downtown in London, and they decide they're going to send us out there for like 9 days.
9 days. It's insane.
They just want the content. They want us to go do the Big Ben thing and the Downton Abbey. I don't even know what you do there, but something there.
Yeah, you go see Downton Abbey.
They want us to learn how to like speak like the locals. We do a bunch of wackies. It's quality old television. We're just every day is a different thing, and then we air it on the radio, and we're just out there. And it's Odyssey's big idea, and they just can't wait to send us all out there, and they're really excited about it.
The idea where they go, what comes first is the content. Whatever it takes to get good content, we'll do. And then we just go to London.
I don't even remember. How are we talking about this? Oh, Kondorian Murad sponsor our show.
Oh, right. The Junkies are going to London. They declared it like some guy will be like, yeah, the Junks should go to London. Then they'll just go.
The thing is, if they want to go to London, they'll go to London. That's kind of how it works.
That's actually true, by the way. And I'm not saying that to knock them.
No.
Like, if they 100%. Decide that they're like, yeah, we like road tripping.
Yeah. If Jason says on the show tomorrow, like, I don't like how my underwear feel, 6 people will bring them a box of underwear by the end of the show. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And now it's like, what do you want? Do you want this kind? I'm at the store. Is it Calvin Klein or this? That's kind of how it operates. That's how it all works. So all they have to do is say they want to go to London, and some guy who goes by like one name.
He's like, hey, my name is Pete. I'm a lifelong travel agent, fan of the Junks. Here's free first class tickets where you go to sleep.
But then they'll bitch about the tickets.
Yeah.
You know, that's the part of the charm.
Yeah.
There are guys, but I mean, that's how it'll go. So it's like, are they first class or is it coach?
The Vic will be like, it's out of Dulles.
That's a great thing. Like, we're going to give you first class and we're going to put you up. But he's like, but we got Uber? We're not getting a car? Like, what can we, there's no driver?
Wait, do I have to take a people mover? Do I have to go through customs?
It's like great. But maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we need to get the Junkies on a text thread, get the ball moving through the Junkies. 106.7 The Fan goes to London.
Like, we couldn't get to London, Ontario, let alone London.
This audience, I don't know about them anymore.
Oh, dude, they get it. They're wired in.
Did you see Travis Kelce bought minority ownership in the Cleveland Guardians? This is what I would do if I had money. I would become a minority owner in every sports team that I could. Now, for me, obviously, it would be DC Sports. So I would just pick one off after another. But if you're a minority owner, there's probably more to it than this, but this is how I envision it.
Mm-hmm.
You just get to have all your kids' birthdays in the suites. You just get to go down on the field. You get you want parking, you want a helicopter to get you to the stadium. Like, whatever you need sports-wise, you're a minority owner. Come on in. It's your stadium. Explore the space.
Yeah.
You don't have to do anything except count your money. Josh Harris is running the damn thing, right? Ted Leonsis runs it. You're just kind of chilling, enjoying it. Now, I'm sure there's more to it than that. But I ask you this, Danny, in honor of Travis Kelce's purchase of probably a very small, minimal element of the
right. He's a celebrity partner in the sense that's probably less than 1% of the team or something.
You could buy, as a minority owner, into any sports team. Who are you choosing? And would it just be a team you love, or would you try to actually play the lottery where you're like, the WNBA is ascending, so I'm going to get in on the ground floor of this team? Would you try to think of it as a major investment?
No, because to me, like, the sports part of it is I get to say I own fill-in-the-blank team. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's not to own minor league pickleball, like, with all due respect to the DC pickleball thing, because no sport's climbing faster than that. That's not that exciting to me. To be able to go, I'm a part owner of the Nationals.
Oh, so you care about being able to say it.
Yeah.
See, I care zero about being able to tell someone that. I care about, I'm going down on the field for BP every game with my kid. And everyone's like, oh, where's your pass? I'm like, oh, hold on. It's the minority ownership pass.
Yeah, it's the ownership documents.
And what's your name, sir? I'll be jotting that down.
Yeah.
I'll be seeing you every day. So let's make sure that we make this
Remember this face. This is my field. Right. But that's my point, is to be able to go, that's what I want. I want that.
Remember this face.
Yeah. Is to be able to say,
base, my base.
Yeah, you know whose base? You'll never guess whose base it is. Mine. Like, don't ask me about home plate either. But, like, that's the point, is to be able to go, I own this. I own this baseball. No, I don't. The major person does. I'm like I'm a fly on the donkey's buttocks. But that to me is the thing.
So who you buying?
It's the Nats.
You would?
Yeah.
Minority ownership.
Minority owner of the Nats.
I go Caps 1. I got to get in on the Caps. Just got to. And then right away, I'm calling Ovi and I'm saying, it's time, bud. It's time. Ted's going to call me and be like, Grant, what the hell's the matter with you?
You're acting out of school.
He's
here.
like, I'm handling this. I'm like, oh, sorry, Ted. I just thought someone could, maybe move this process along.
Try to grease the wheel a little bit.
Just trying to get back to a cup. If you're into it, just let me. I'm a bucking bronco over here. Let me do my thing here. Let me get on the horn with Ovi.
You could be the bad cop as the minority owner.
Can you imagine? I immediately start to meddle as an owner of the Capitals. Ted's got to get me like, dude, back off a little bit.
Can we have a quick meeting?
You know how excited I would be to go to 82 games, go into that super nice lounge area where you eat like fine dining.
You do that bit where you stand up and they score and you tug at your belt and your pants and you fix them because you know you're on television. You clap and you kind of flip your blazer back.
So, I've been in like the super nice lounge, or even, you know what I might do? What's the one the Junkies always talk about? That is at Capital One Arena. The new seats, they're amazing. The
Hennessy Loft or whatever, that thing.
No,
the Vault.
The Vault seats.
Oh, right.
The Vault is unbelievable.
I just don't know because I don't sit there.
I've seen it. I've lived it. I've been there. I've seen what happens.
You're a Vault guy.
I wouldn't call myself a vault guy.
If you've been in the vault, you're a vault guy.
If you go to the arena enough, you can go check out and see what it looks like.
I see.
See the vault. It is absolutely breathtaking. I would do the vault like every single night because I can. There's even other places where owners can go where me and you can't go. I would go to those places.
Owners' areas.
We get our own elevators, as an example, to go up and down and do whatever we want.
Like, remember we did the Minnesota Stadium tour, and they're like, this is the owner's suite. And we're like, no, it's not. It's my suite now. You know what I mean? Like, that feeling.
So I'm going to go Caps, then Nats, then Commanders, then Wizards, I think, in that order. Although, if I get the Caps, do I get the Wizards as a package?
That's a great question. It's monumental.
Same ownership group.
Monumental Paulson.
I've never sat anywhere near the court.
That would change.
Maybe I'd want to. It's like, you know how you watch TV and there's always like some guy talking to Zach Leonsis as he's like sitting courtside. It's like some business dude who he's done like a seminar with.
Like super animated hands. Yeah.
I could be that guy.
Right.
It's just, there's Zach Leonsis and there's me on the hardwood.
I'd like to be on the James. Just maybe a couple times. That'd be nice.
Guy. What if I start Mark Cubaning it and I mix it up a little bit? I'm not going like full.
Are you getting technicals?
I'm not being a player's dad, like trying to fight people. Like I'm not Eric Halliburton. What's that guy's name? Tyrese Halliburton's dad?
Yeah. Steve Halliburton.
Steve. I'm not Frank Halliburton. I'm not going on the floor to fight people. But if I'm just like yelling at refs, kind of like that high school football run-in thing I had.
Yeah.
Remember when I got too animated? What if something like that happened where I just start
yelling?
That
guy was the worst, in fairness.
That guy stunk. One of the worst refs in the history of high school football.
Didn't Cuban like sit behind the basket a lot? I felt like he wasn't necessarily on the.
I think he's behind the bench guy.
Was he on? Okay.
He was kind of off to the side. I remember a lot.
Yeah, I
don't know how to
feel
explain
like,
it.
yeah.
Not directly behind where like Rick Carlisle was trying to coach, but like he'd be a little bit away from the bench, but close to the bench where you could just walk over and talk to somebody.
It sounds like I would be overbearing as a minority owner based on a lot of the things I'm saying. I promise I wouldn't overstep I would just want to be around for stuff. So on draft night, I'm in the war room. I won't say anything. I just want to be in there. All sports, every draft.
Yeah.
And I want to know so I could text some buddies first. Like, dude, it's DeBonza. It's definitely DeBonza.
Right. That feeling.
Like, just fire off a text to my thread of all my Wizards buddies. Like, it's going to be AJ, but don't put anything.
Don't say anything.
Nothing on
tweet
social.
embargo.
Why aren't more players becoming minority owners and things? It's got to be the most fun thing in the world. If you like sports, what are you doing?
Yeah, you need to have like, because basically what you're doing is you're taking all your liquidity, right? All the dollars that you've got sitting in that bank account. It's however many, tens of millions, and you're getting rid of that. Because that basically what it is in the minority ownership part of it is they take your cash. Now you've got whatever percentage of equity, the 1%, 2%, 2.5%, 3%, 7%, whatever. And that value grows and it's doing great. And you get, in the meantime, whatever little tiny percentage of profits or not in a lot of bookkeeping's case. But you get, as you said, the carte blanche to walk around the place like you own it because you kind of do. So you get that. And then eventually when you sell it, it's worth a lot more. But that's a huge threshold to get over where you're taking every dollar that you've got, presumably, and putting it towards that team.
Every kid's birthday.
Yeah.
Let's just go to the stadium. Dad's got the stadium tonight.
You guys want to shoot some hoops on the court?
Yeah.
The one that Dad owns?
I was going to say, that's the other thing. In the off season or just, the Nats are out of town. You guys want to play a little pickup baseball? No problem. The grounds crew's furious. They're running over like, the hell's the matter with you? Like, hey, sorry, I'm not sure if you're familiar. That's my son. I own the team.
Right. Mr. Rouillet, we need to aerate the outfield and we need to tamp you can do that as soon as little Keegan here is done with his hacks. Right. That's what we're doing.
The timing of it matters too. I mean, think about Alex Rodriguez jumped in on the Timberwolves a few years ago, and I mean the Timberwolves are a wagon that's in the playoffs every year and has a superstar, leading the face of the franchise.
So I haven't even thought about the financial element of it.
Yeah.
The financial element, they always say real estate is the best investment you can make. That's true if you don't have enough money to buy into sports. If you have enough money to buy a sports team, sorry about a house or a neighborhood, a sports team is better. It goes up and up and up and up and up. If you are Josh Harris, there's a reason he's trying to own every team that's ever existed in every market. A guy like Mitch Rales, you buy in on the Commanders, and then you just watch the money compound. It's just like putting money in the bank with a high interest rate. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
You just have to have it takes money to make money, they say. You have to have the money to do it.
Sure.
But what I'm saying is, why isn't every billionaire doing this? Why hasn't Bezos bought 11 teams? I just don't get why you wouldn't.
It's a great question. So now I'm going to put myself in the mind of like a super billionaire now, not just like a regular billionaire, but a guy that's got multiple layers of billions. It is a lot of work if you're going to do it right.
If you own 2% of a thing?
Oh, as a minority owner, then it's not that much work.
But I'm saying, you and me buying in on 1 or 2% for, hey, what did Travis Kelce do? He gave someone $100 million or whatever, and now he can say he's a minority owner of the Guardians. He's doing zero work. You think he's
doing nothing,
hitting fungos to Jose Ramirez, bro?
That'd be a great bit, by the way.
He's showing up and watching baseball a couple times a year, and someone sending him an email at the end of the season going, hey, here's your parking for the upcoming year.
Uh-huh.
Here's the full access badge that you need. And also, here's the money that you made last year by doing nothing.
It'd be such a good bit if he's doing like double cuts with Stephen Kwan at spring training, just hitting balls off the fence.
But to your point, Josh Harris, Mitch Rales, Mark Hine, like those guys, I'm sure it's a ton of work. If you're involved in the day-to-day, they're working their butts off. I wouldn't be.
There's a huge part of the minority group that is not.
There's 17 people bought in.
Yeah.
I think one of them has already been paid out and left from what I read a couple weeks ago. So let's say there's now, and then there were 16. What about the 14th person on that list that you and I can't name?
There's probably some multiple times a year, the board or whoever you want to talk about has to convene. We'll go through this thing, and every vote counts differently because based on ownership shares. There's probably a couple little obligations like that, which I think would be cool too, by the way, to find out like big business.
What venue would you want, and what would you do? What would you throw basically at that venue if you were a minority owner? Like, my first thing that comes to mind is I would play the most awesome sandlot baseball game at Nats Park with my buddies. Just like, hey, on this date, they're out of town. We're going. You know how they do like the Republican versus Democrat bit?
Uh-huh.
We're doing that. A versus B, blue versus white. Like, you get 9, I'll get 9, and I'll see you at Nats Park. That'd be the first thing I would do.
Those are quality bits. Yeah, something like that. I mean,
I bet you Strobes would run a hell of a 5-on-5 game at Capital One Arena if he was the minority owner of the Wizards.
I would do that, Ben. But for Nats Park, I'm doing so many high school games. Like, the greatest thrill I ever had was playing at Oriole Park in Camden Yards. Like in some weird fall league that didn't matter or whatever. It was like, okay, here's the showcase tournament, the days at Oriole Park. Like, I would do that way more often than it seems like people do. Like, there are venues, for, hey, this is the city championship game. It's at the Nats Youth Academy. Here's the city championship game. It's at Catholic U. We're doing it at Nats Park, bro. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing outreach to all the local high schools and whatever. The Virginia Concord District, like when Pudge Dorman's group at Madison's playing Centerville, let's do it in Nats Park. Now, you can't always do it because sometimes the Nats are playing, but we're doing stuff like that.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm sure the groundskeepers would love that, by the way. The grounds crew over there would be like, get this guy out of here.
Can these high school kids not trample the grass?
You guys are sleeping on playing video games on the big screens. What are we doing?
That is a Darius idea. You would definitely be playing big screen.
You talking about Jumbotron at Cap One?
Yeah, no, he's talking about
Nats Park, Cap One, whichever.
Where do you put the controller?
We'll figure it out. There's guys for that.
But I know what you're saying. Like you're going to be like
where do you put the controller?
Well, you're holding the controller in the third base dugout, and the TV screen is 200 yards away on the Jumbotron.
Yeah,
that's not a great way to play video games.
I think you're crazy.
I think you're crazy.
Where's the PS show at a ballpark, sitting in the dugout?
Listen? Not that way with the big giant Jumbotron 200 yards away. Trying to play it that way. Is the PS5 in the dugout with me, and it's somehow projected up there?
Yeah.
Yes. Video games are alone in the dark in the AC.
This literally happens all the time. I've seen people playing video games in stadiums a lot.
No, that's not the way. That's way more trouble than it's worth.
It's just completely.
Being in a stadium is cool to play video. Like if I'm playing video games in the team's clubhouse, that's awesome.
You wouldn't even have to deal with the trouble. You're the guy that has part ownership in the team. You're going to tell some technical guy to do that, and he'll figure it out.
So where's
you just enjoy
where are you sitting?
This is such an old guy take you're doing.
I'm talking about video games.
Toby's flummoxed.
Where are you sitting to play these video games at Nats Park on the Jumbotron?
I mean, you could be sitting up in the press box area if you need to. If you really wanted to, I'm sure you could find some controller that you could go throw up a lawn chair in the outfield if you need to be a little bit closer to the Jumbotron.
You're the owner. You could get a really high lifeguard stand and sit right in front of the Jumbotron.
That is true.
You could just say, bring me a 75-foot seat off of the ground.
It's one of those, it sounds great in theory, is my only point, but it's not that special. After the first few minutes, you're playing MLB The Show in a Major League Stadium, literally in a stadium on the Jumbotron. Then you go, actually, I'd probably rather play on this 100-foot screen that I have in my home theater because I have enough money to be a team owner.
I like that this was the time we decided to pick apart the idea. It was like, Darius goes, yeah, what about video games? And Danny's like, the practicality
The logistics of that are unrealistic.
It'd be
too Why are we-
At the end of our 20-minute conversation about owning teams and all the stuff we would do, Darius is like, yeah, and what about playing on the screen? And Danny's like, that's a terrible idea.
It's a bridge too far.
Who would say that?
That's ridiculous. What a preposterous suggestion.
Reminds me of like when we're doing bits, show meeting or whatever, and we're making jokes, and then Ryan used to say one, and we would all just like turn and like be like, Clary, come on.
Oh, we're having fun, Ryan.
Inappropriate.
That was, by the way, that behind the scenes, that was our best bit.
That was pretty good.
One of our best bits is no matter what happened, everyone's taking turns, throwing the zings out. Whenever Ryan would do it, reflexively, we'd all go, whoa, like it was way too much. God, that was great.
Logan Paulson on how David Blau's scheme looked at OTAs. What's different? This is the Fan.
Employee pricing is back at Ted Britt Ford. What's up, Danny Rouillet here for my guys at, you guessed it, Ted Britt Ford. Listen, you don't have to swipe a key card or reset your password or meet with HR. No. You are in. Now, for a limited time, you pay what they pay on most new Ford vehicles. 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt, the F-150 HQ, over $9,400 off the MSRP, plus 0 payments for 90 days. My pal got one of these 2025 Bronco Raptor. How about $11,000 off a new Bronco Raptor? The mean machine that everybody wants. 0 payments again for 90 days with the Bronco Sport OBX edition. Just like my buddy Matt Valdez from the Junk Scott. Over $6,000 off the MSRP and 0 payments for 90 days. And your trade-in, seriously, it's worth more now than ever. My guys at Ted Britt want to show you just how much. Bring in that old jalopy, get a top dollar offer, and put that towards something brand spanking new. I love my guys at Ted Britt Ford. You will too. Go see them and tell them Danny sent you.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore, so why should you? NBA has passed new anti-tanking rules today. They have expanded the lottery by 2 teams from 14 to 16. There includes a relegation zone where the bottom 3 teams get penalized with lessened chances at the number 1 overall pick and also flattened odds. Tonight, Western Conference Finals, Thunder and Spurs, Game 6 at 8:30. OKC looking to close it out in San Antonio. They're up 3-2. MLB has made its first proposal for a new CBA to the MLBPA. It proposes a hard salary cap and floor, which would include 20 teams having to make roster moves to get above or below the salary cap. MLBPA made its first proposal yesterday. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From DeCrop Metcalf, 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll talk to John Keim of ESPN coming up in 30 minutes. Keim was out at OTAs yesterday. Did a nice breakdown of everything he saw. I want to ask him about yesterday's workout. But Logan Paulson was in attendance. He and I chopped it up on Take Command about this David Blau offense and what was on display on day one with a lot of very new tweaks and changes for Jaden Daniels.
Just thinking back, because we watched, OTA practice last year and just kind of the difference in feel, right? Like you get out there with Cliff and it's this very kind of, stagnant picture. We got 4 wides, we got 3x1s, we sometimes have 4-man overloads, but the offensive formations are relatively simple. And here it's like, everything's inside the hashes almost. It's very tight splits. You talk about the shifts, like they were doing shifts that I haven't seen for a really long time. I call them like change shifts, like where the 2 tight ends, the Y and the F, are like switching strengths. And so like the defense has to make a call. The receiver then goes in motion. And you're like, there's a lot of pre-snap communication required to get this covered up and make sure we got rules. Like there was a great play and you just see the value of some of this stuff, like where they kind of motion Luke McCaffrey. He is, he's running like he stole something across the formation. He becomes the new number 1, and they do it so fast that Terry's the number 2, and he ends up getting wide open in the seam because they didn't get it quite changed. They got it, they bumped it, but didn't bump it quick enough, right? So it's just like that's the type of stuff that I'm excited to see, right? It's just you're putting a little bit more play on the defensive plate every week when they have to prep for you, and I think that's the thing that you feel here, and then the way they were moving the pocket, the way they were doing some of the kind of play action stuff, kind of giving some easier pitches for the offensive line to hit. And I think that's the thing that makes me so excited is I think it gives you a little bit more flexibility at the quarterback spot in terms of deleveraging him. It also helps the offensive line. And I think that's a group that we could see a big step forward. And obviously it's one practice, so I don't want to kind of anoint or pronounce anything, but just based on the kind of some of the principles you saw, I think that's going to be 2 groups, quarterback and offensive line, they're going to be significantly better.
So I'll come back to the offensive line and the Jaden Daniels in a second. But on the shifting and some of the pre-snap things that we saw that are staples in this offense, we talked more about this last year when, I pretty much throughout the season, but certainly there was a point where I'm calling for, hey, let's get under center at some point. Let's motion a little more. Like, why are we not doing these very normal things that all the really good offenses do? As far as shifts, motion, some of those things, how much of that is about deciphering for the quarterback, like what I'm seeing, and how much of it is about trying to confuse the defense so that you do get that Terry McLaurin seam ball that you talked about? Like, take people through the actual reason for the design, because there are still coaches like Kingsbury that don't do a lot of it, and then there's guys like what Blau's going to be, what Ben Johnson is, that swear by it.
Yeah, and I think we could talk about this. We could do a whole show on this specific concept, but like at the highest of levels, like every offense has strengths and weaknesses, right? And so me as an offensive coordinator, probably because of the system that I've come from, like I want more flexibility. I want more options. And so like when you're under center, you have more options. The back can run downhill. We can, run the play action fake with the ball extended at the elbow, right? Or we can run a boot. We can run a waggle. Like there's 4 plays right there that are off of under center action, right? When you're in the gun, you have similar impacts, right? Like we can do like a kind of token ball fake across with the play action from the gun, but the defense sees it the whole time. We can run the ball, but like usually if the back's offset left, we're going to run to the right. So like the defenses have gotten wise to kind of the spread game because you see it so much in college. And so I think getting back under center, it just gives you more flexibility. It gives the defense more things to look at. Now, is that more of a kind of mental load for the offensive skill players? Absolutely. But I think the diversity that it brings is worth the investment. And obviously they're starting that early. And that's my big thing is if you're going to do it, you got to live and die by the sword kind of thing. So it's not like we're dabbling between a bunch of stuff. It's like we are this now. We are a Ben Johnson, Kevin O'Connell offense. And you definitely see the influences from those groups in the first day of OTAs.
The teams that were the highest in under center percentage in the league last year were still around 50%, by the way. So it's not like you're doing it on every single snap, right? Let's talk about that too. I mean, this is still, percentage-wise, you're probably going to minor in it, but if you're doing it upper 30s, mid 40s% of the time, you're among the elites in the league, and that's where we'd expect them to be just based on the offense they're running. Specific, though, to motions and shifts. That was kind of what I wanted to get into is like what information is the quarterback gleaning from those, but also, what are those doing to put pressure on the defense?
So I think this is again, like these are all tools. Like under center is a tool and motions and shifts are tools, right? So like a really good example, like let's just take that chain shift because we already mentioned it, right? And everybody runs a version of that shift in their offense. It just depends on whether you call it. So like just a good example, like so if you run that, and you run that chain shift and the defense is going to bump the front, it doesn't really give you anything, right? Like, because like, let's say I want to run a run to a 3 technique or to a 6 technique or to a tight 5, and I do the change and they bump the front, doesn't matter. But if a defense is going to keep this front static, which some defenses do, so like when we change over, now all of a sudden, instead of having, a 6, a 3, and a shade, we get a 5, a 1, and again, the spacing there is a little bit different for a play like duo, where we're going to get a tray block or a nice tram with the tackle and the tight end. The guard's going to be able to double team the nose, right? We're going to get these nice 2 double teams. There's already kind of a natural spacing in the front because there's no 3 technique, which means there's nobody on the outside shoulder of the guard or the inside shoulder of the tackle. So that's where a change of strength motion becomes really advantageous. Or some teams, they do a late, like if you were to do a change motion, they do a late shift. So you get that 3 technique who's not really settled in, not really rooted in the ground. And so that's a tool, right? That's where you see some of the advantage of some of the shifts in the run game, right? There's also the ability to dictate strength and then off of a motion, kind of take advantage of that. Hey, we got 2 tight ends over here to the right, but we're going to be in a tight slot to the left. We can actually run some kind of concepts over here based on spacing that we really like. So I think it's really about using those shifts, motions in the run game and pass protection looks to dictate to the defense. And then with the motions, obviously everybody knows that those motions kind of, again, they uncover some of the defense, right? Like when I go really quick, I can't keep the disguise as long. I have to make sure I'm accommodating for the speed of the motion. And so I think there's a ton of information, but I think the main thing is remembering. I think it was with Scott Turner. He had like one of the highest rates of motion in the NFL it was like his last year as offensive coordinator. But I always felt like he wasn't really using it to do anything. When you watch Kyle, when you watch Ben Johnson, when you watch Sean, they use that in a very specific way. We're trying to get this ball to the 3 technique. We're trying to get this, this stack bunch off of a fast motion to the cloud side, right? It's very, very deliberate because they've hunted certain looks. And so I think that's what I would say here is like, you see all the tools that are at Ben Johnson's or David Blau's disposal. Now it's about like, when do we apply them to put the guys in the best position to be successful?
Reports on Jaden Daniels were very favorable and positive. Now, again, it's day 1 of OTAs, and you're kind of at times just out there, running around in shorts in the bubble, throwing against guys that aren't tackling or going to the ground. It's not real football. Having said that, what I was impressed by was the idea that he has picked a lot of this up very quickly. It did not look like there was a ton of confusion. He was in complete control. This is a very new playbook with a lot of new concepts like we're talking about, and it seemed like he was not overwhelmed. The other thing was the under center stuff, the bootleg stuff. I think he impressed people. And here's what gets me excited about him as such an athlete. First of all, he talked about how much he's worked, Logan, under center, just preparing for this inevitable day. Now, he's never been asked to do it, so we're all saying, well, he didn't really get under center at college, at Arizona State or LSU, and Cliff didn't really ask him to do it, so this is going to be a heavy lift. We saw how difficult it was. I mean, it was a really rough few weeks for Caleb Williams in training camp last year with Ben Johnson. But that doesn't mean it's going to be that rough necessarily for Jayden Daniels. When I'm not saying let's give this kid some grace if he's struggling with it, fearing the worst, it may not be that way. And it didn't look like something that was overwhelming to him. And he said, I've been doing this for a long, long time. I knew this day was coming, basically. But the idea that he's so athletic, that he can make so many throws off platform, that he, on the move, throws the ball as well as he does, but we've seen it in games both as a scrambler to his right and to his left. Like, I get really excited about the bootleg game and what that could do for them.
Yeah, 100%. Like, so a couple things. One, like, I think one of the things that was impressive to me is there wasn't like a lot of like going back to David Blau and be like, hey, I didn't get it, or hey, we got to rehuddle. I said the play wrong. So that means that he studied the book and he's ready to go, which I think is again an encouraging sign for me.
And also not surprising. Like, this has been, for lack of a better phrase, sorry about the pun, like the book on him since day one was like smart worker, will be able to show up at practice and do what you need him to do because he's just going to live in the building.
Yeah, and I think like you saw some of that. And then like to the point about the boot game, man, like you just forget. I mean, it's just you forget how talented he is, or I did anyway. You know what I mean? Like you just kind of like go through phases where you're like, oh, Jayden Daniels. Then you see him and you're like, the way the ball comes out of this dude's hand, like it's not like this overpowering, powerful arm, but it's like the snap of the wrist, the timing, the fluidity, the lower body, upper body mechanics are great. So like he had a boot yesterday where like kind of boots out. You know, like there's somebody right in his face. He kind of slides like up the field and kind of has the ball nice and high and just flicks it right to the flat. And it's like in stride on time. And it ends up being like a 6 or 7 yard gain before the tackle gets there. He has one where he's going to the right and he's kind of really opened up. And like, that's a tough throw, man. Everything's going to the sideline. I really got to get around and create that torque and just lays it. Like he couldn't have handed it to De'Ami Brown better. I think there's a clip of it circulating online. And just like, that's the type of stuff you're like, dude, in this offense, like, if you can move him out of the pocket and you can kind of prep him for the looks you're going to get on these keepers and boots, like defenses are going to have a really hard time containing him. And then all of a sudden, like that defensive end has to slow down now because there's a contained player coming around. Like he's the contained player and you have to account for Jayden Daniels. And all of a sudden, Bill kind of is able to find this wind back on outside zone for a 10, 15 yard gain. So to see some of this stuff from him is, again, he's uber talented, right? But just to see the possibilities of what this thing could be as you start peeling back the layers of it, like he had a great throw off of play action to Traylon Burks on a really high cross. And just, again, the accuracy and the flick of the wrist and how the ball gets there is special. And couple that with the movement skills, the athleticism, the lower body mechanics. Like, I'm really excited, way more excited about Jayden Daniels in this offense than I was before the OTA yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
After one day.
Well, it is one day, but you're just like, maybe it's just a reminder. You know what I'm saying, dude? Like when you go out and you're like, man, that dude's freaking good. Like, you know, like you go watch, like when you're on the glass at a hockey game and you just see somebody with the puck and you're like, oh man, that guy's a mutant. He's a mutant amongst mutants. Like that's what it felt like a little bit, right? You're just like, man, he can do whatever. Like everyone's talking about, oh, I'm concerned about him going from this spread to under center. You're like, dude, no. Like he's that guy. And like, again, it's one day of OTAs and I understand that, but like it did a lot to kind of quiet some of my reservations. Didn't have to go back to the huddle once. And you got David Blau in the back and you can watch him. And it's like probably a 10-second play call. And there's not a moment of hesitation from Jayden Daniels. It's like, boom, we're in the huddle. We're getting out. We're getting guys lined up. You're coming with me. It's just like, I'm like, dude, he's a beast. And so it was just a good reminder for a guy that missed a lot of time last year to be like, okay, yeah, you're that dude.
I think that's what it is, too, because it was only the 7 games last year.
Yeah.
Because of the lack of practice time. We're basically like a year removed from seeing this, which is just like peak of his powers, at full comfort, out there 100% healthy, which really from the start of the season on, he was kind of chasing full health. It was Thursday of week 2, so like 3 days after the opener, that he got hurt against Green Bay, and he was never quite all the way back after that. So it sounds silly to say, oh, I'm remembering how good he was or whatever, but this is also the first time he's been this, and that's the question is how do we make sure that this sustains and you keep him on the field at 100% now?
Yeah, it's a great question, and because again, like, you know, going back and like thinking about 2024, like that was an historic rookie season, historic season for a quarterback because of his natural ability. And so you've talked about it, I've talked about it. I believe in this offense, right? I believe in the principles of this offense, and obviously David Blau has to execute that and study it, and he's got help from David Rye and all the different pieces here, and that's going to be really cool to see that come together. But when you just see the kind of, and they're not running anything overly complicated, but the accuracy, the touch, the movement skills in the pocket, the ability to go from under center and work that kind of waggle. Like people, I remember like when I was in Atlanta, like Matt Ryan, who's in year like 14, would work on that like every day, you know, and it didn't look as good as Jaden Daniels yesterday. Like it's just like that's the kind of athlete you're dealing with and what makes him so special and why you take him 2 overall.
Logan Paulson from the new episode of Take Command on OTAs yesterday. John Keim of ESPN in about 15 minutes on G&D.